Hey, if you enjoyed the video, don't forget to hit that thumbs up and show some love for the series. Every single like and comment truly means a lot and helps keep this project alive. Thanks so much for listening.
Chapter 161. Just an unfortunate event. 3. Ancient species referred to monsters from another world that sustained their lives for an extremely long period of time. These monsters generally knew how to survive in the most extreme situations and tended to hide themselves when the environment wasn't suited for them. But when the right opportunity came to them, they flourished and could even swallow up a country in full. Their desires to live were disgustingly potent, just like, for example, a catastrophe-ranked demon. This virus was also a type of ancient species. Thus the infected people quickly turned into something non-human, and even a dragon couldn't heal them since they were no longer human. But the infected person in front of them was different. Her symptoms weren't as severe and could be healed unlike others. After coming to that conclusion, Balm hurriedly ran up and kneeled next to her. She then used the mana of Mother Nature to heal the lady. You have to stay still. Who are you? We're on a mission. Green mana snugly embraced her body. It's strangely comfortable. The woman closed her eyes for a bit. By the time she opened her eyes again, she was already fully healed. Ajasi, I am done. Okay. But she used a lot of energy. I think she needs to eat something. The regressor wasn't really interested whether this nameless woman in this foreign land died or not, but Balm was trying to help with her recovery. Therefore, he enforced the protection around the tent by surrounding it with a hint of his status and cooked a simple soup with the field kit. Thank you. Thank you, the middle-aged woman slowly swallowed the warm soup. Her nature of good and evil leaned towards good, which was a rare sight in a barren, lawless area. But her favorability towards Yu Jitae and Balm was neutral. Although they had saved her life, she appeared slightly scared instead of simply liking them. She stopped eating with half the soup left and opened her mouth. I am Asiana, and I've been living in this tribe for 40 years. And around a week ago, people started turning strange. Balm nodded. How is it outside the tent? It's when Balm ambiguously slurred over it, the woman gave a nod back. So it's still like that. Her calm voice was filled with remorse. They've all been infected, right? Yes, the virus is still spreading. If you stay here, you'll be infected again. I see I don't have a family and I don't mind leaving the tribe either. Then would you like to go out together? Yes. But before that, I know this might be very disrespectful, but may I please ask something? Of course. Please do. There's a young man in the village who makes tents. He's a really good person. I'm not worried about anyone else, but I'd like to look for him at least. Balm turned towards Yu Jitae, and remembering the fact that Balm wasn't feeling good, he decided to help her with this. What does he look like? He should be wearing blue clothes. He's a soldier protecting the tribe, so he should be carrying a weapon as well. Yu Jitae immediately found him. In the front entrance of the tribe was a group of young men, but none of them were savable at this point. He looked at the middle-aged woman. From that alone, she understood it and nodded with a sorrowful gaze. She couldn't go near him because there was a chance that she got infected again. Death in lawless areas was common. Thinking that, Balm turned her feet. That was the end of the mission. The mission ended just like that. If there was another cause, Balm would have had to go around investigating into what caused the incident, but the reason itself was simple despite its result. An epidemic had annihilated the tribe. After giving photos to the office, Yu Jitae reported the end of the mission. I see. Thanks for your work. What will you do to the tribe? What else can we do? Have to disinfect it, meaning that they were going to burn it. The soldier in the office gave a call to Nan headquarters, and after reporting the end of the mission, Yu Jitae returned to the Kaham tribe. Can we take responsibility for her a little bit? All right. He listened to Balm's request and brought the woman, Asiana, to a nearby tribe. It was a sister tribe of the Kaham tribe, and after listening to Balm's explanation, they decided to move further away tomorrow to a place where the virus would not reach. Thank you, the pale-faced woman bowed down in front of Balm. Only after reaching the other tribe did Asiana cry out loud. People avoided her since she had come from an infected area, but since she was healthy, that misunderstanding was bound to dissipate sooner or later. Now that their task was over, it was time for them to go back. He was about to suggest they go back, but Balm was blankly staring at where the Kaham tribe was. What's wrong? It's just that I feel slightly complicated. About what? I wonder. Balm remained silent for a long time. Later, when she turned her head away from the tribe, her face looked slightly less gloomy. I am okay now. Are you sure you're A-okay? Yes. Besides, there are things that are a lot worse from what I see every day. What she saw every day probably referred to the events that she was forced to see through Providence against her will. She had mentioned it in the past. Do you think we can stay here for a day? All right. Next to the oasis of the tribe they took Asiana to, Yu Jitae and Balm decided to stay the night. In lawless areas, a magic stone was a great currency, and Yu Jitae cut the medium-grade magic stone he had and gave it to them. This it was a lot more than what was required for a one-night sleep. The chief's eyes twitched for a bit, and his gaze headed to Yu Jitae's waist, at where the bag was. Why? Why, yes, you want it. And no, sir, but he shrunk back. The chief didn't behave rashly. A superhuman that received a mission from Nan wasn't someone to be messed with in a lawless area like this. No need for food. Just going to sleep for one night. I see, I see. Haha, they were allocated to the chief's daughter's tent, which was the most decent one from the tribe. Balm, who had been following Yu Jitae like someone possessed by a ghost, heaved a sigh after entering the tent and sat down on the bed. The bed was covered with a cloth and was a decent place to lay down on. Sitting down on the ground, Yu Jitae leaned onto one of the stakes of the tent. Insects buzzed from outside as the starry night sky of the desert shone from outside the window. It's late already. Lie down and rest. Yes. Taking off the jacket, she laid down on the bed. Wearing a tight-fitting, short-sleeved shirt and a pair of military pants, she blankly stared at the ceiling of the tent. After some time, she opened her mouth with a vacant gaze still on the ceiling. Why do these things happen? He replied. These things? Yes. People suffering, dying, and being sad. It would be great if everyone was happy. It would. Why do you think these things happen, Ajasi? Who knows? Balm deeply pondered before opening her mouth again. Every result has a cause, right? Right. Don't know. What about it? Then maybe there's something that caused someone to be this sad. If the one that caused such things to happen regretted their actions, would things turn out to be better? Balm waited for a response, but her guardian didn't reply for a long time. It's not like you to ask such things, he replied after a long silence. Because I am feeling under the weather, Balm lifted her body up on the bed and stared at him. I don't know what the answer is either. Maybe there isn't an answer in the first place. That's unexpected. I thought Argosy would know everything. I don't know much. Yu Jitae gazed up at her with a dim gaze. But from what I've seen, things don't always happen the way you've put it. Sorry. If there's one obvious person that caused a miserable thing to happen, it would be over with just killing that one person. But things don't always go that way. Yu Jitae reflected on something. Since nothing could be changed even if he blamed and detested it, he could do nothing but just live. Sometimes there are just unfortunate events. Balm understood the words of her guardian, but couldn't understand his thought process and his experiences that led to the formation of such words. But after applying that to herself, who couldn't see Providence anymore, she felt like she was being consoled somewhat, without even knowing why. It would just suddenly approach you. Although slightly scary, such things do happen, and because it is just an unfortunate event, those who live on must endure it moment by moment and defeat it, whether you like it or not. Perhaps it might just be a long process of accepting one's suffering. Despite that being a story with not a single bit of hope, Balm felt her muddled thoughts becoming clearer and felt more comfortable. Are you going to stay there? Balm blankly stared at him and asked, Isn't it uncomfortable sitting there? Then what? She tapped the bed with her hand. I am fine, but it's wide. I don't sleep anyway. Then you can stay awake. Lying down. Seeing that he was still stubborn, Balm came down and sat next to him. What are you doing? I can't be the only one in a good place, can I? What's wrong with that? Just lie down. What's wrong with Argosy? What about me? It's not like this will be the first time we're on a bed together. Did something similar happen before? Of course Jael was with us back then, or are you perhaps worried? About what? You teasing? Yes, you don't have to worry about that. I don't feel good anyway, and I'm not thinking of teasing at all. The regressor thought about something before standing up from the ground. Balm smiled before heading to the bed with him. He sat down, and so did she. It was strange. It seemed that Balm being in a bad mood seemed like a really serious problem. As if to prove that, an insect that would never be able to even approach her due to the difference in status was resting on her shoulder, and yet she didn't even notice it. He reached out with his hand and aimed at her shoulder. Seeing the hand suddenly approaching herself, Balm widened her eyes. Right before his hand landed on her shoulder, Balm flinched and fell back. She fell from the bed and landed on the ground with her bum while her head bumped into a box. Ouch, what are you doing? What's wrong? Yu Jitae wondered what was wrong with her. Despite that, his gaze was still on her shoulder because the insect was still grabbing onto her shoulder. It was an odorful spider whose liquid would cause a big room to stink. When he approached her and again reached his hand out, she shrunk her body. What's happening? Stay there. I have to grab something. Sorry. Grab which? Just stay there. Don't move. No, but why? I'm feeling under the weather right now. You can't come closer to me. What does that mean? You're coming closer right now. Just stay still and don't move. Why? He picked up the insect from her shoulder and threw it outside. Then he revealed a little bit of his status which had previously been hidden so that things like insects wouldn't show up. Balm heaved a sigh after that. So that's what it was. Meanwhile, the regressor felt her dragon heart trembling like crazy and found it strange. Was she scared like before? Anyway, please go back a bit. There's not enough space for me. Ah, right. While moving to the other side of the bed, he thought to himself. It suddenly hit him, but for some reason, he felt amused. Like that one time in the past, seeing Balm not knowing what to do despite always being calm and poised was slightly enjoyable. It wasn't a common feeling for him. He thought to himself. The mission had ended already, and they had to go back tomorrow after spending the night today. Balm said she wasn't feeling good, but looked completely normal on the outside. Feeling amused for some reason, he stared at her face. You said you weren't thinking about teasing, right? Sorry. Isn't that what you said? Ah, yes. Today's a day off. Her being uninterested in teasing him instead made him feel intrigued. He leaned forward with his upper body. Now he would try teasing her a little. Unlike usual, her eyes twitched as Yu Jitae raised his hand. He didn't know how to make others perplexed. All he knew was that he had to be close, with careful and subtle movements. Because that's what Balm had always done. Why are you coming closer again? What could you be trying to do? At times like this, how would Balm reply? She would probably act like she didn't hear it. Your hairstyle's always the same. Well, obviously. Because my hair doesn't grow, he mimicked what she would do in a situation like this and carried his hand over to her forehead. Then he gently pushed the green bangs away, a white forehead, beneath which her green pair of eyes widened in a fluster. Balm looked away and stealthily pulled her head back. Realizing that she was clearly feeling troubled, he again felt some amusement. It was similar to a child being amused from playing with a toy. Thinking that he could make her more perplexed, he went closer as Balm crossed her arms in front of her body and protected herself in surprise. Why, you already saw my forehead just then. I did. Then why are you coming closer again? Why, it would be difficult to tease her again once she was back to normal. After coming to that conclusion, he approached like a bulldozer. Balm pulled her body back with her bum on the bed, but before long, a stake of the tent blocked her back. She couldn't run away anymore, and the anxiety that covered her face soon spread to her eyes. Yu Jitae was approaching her selfishly. He was like a carnivorous beast, and looked different to how Balm usually closed the distance between them. Startled, Balm reached her arms out and stopped Yu Jitae by the chest. The meager arm strength wasn't enough, but he stopped nonetheless. What's wrong? What's wrong with you, Arjasi? What about me? I get it, you're doing this to tease me, right? Because I am not feeling well. I'm good at guessing things like this, you know. You wanted to be closer, but it's too close. So you want to go further away. Her own words of the past acted like shackles that bound her feet. I'm sorry, what? Not knowing what to do from the perplexity, her eyes turned teary. Please let me live. Chapter 162. Just an unfortunate event, for dozens, or perhaps for hundreds of years, there had been nothing amusing for the regressor. He was in pain, and what remained once pain dissipated was irritation. The only source of rare joy was the bizarre pleasure that came whenever he killed demons. It felt similar to the pleasure given by drugs paralyzing the tongue with poison. It was so disgustingly addictive that in some numberless iterations, he would completely forget about the dragons and seek pleasure alone. Because of that, the regressor liked this pure sense of amusement. That might perhaps be the reason he was overly excited, like a child enjoying a new toy. The plea for her life stopped him for a bit. They were indeed close. Her arms that were stopping Yu Jitae's approach were half bent already, and his chin was 2 palms away from her forehead. When he stopped, Balm crawled on top of the bed on all fours and distanced herself. She seemed to have regained her composure after doing so and heaved an extremely deep sigh. Firstly, please calm down. You're the one that should calm down. Let me live. Is someone trying to kill you? Arjasi is. So what did you do wrong? No, you did do something wrong, didn't you? Who? Yu Jitae's upper body closed in yet again. Hey. Despite the slight stop due to the fluster, she quickly came to herself. Perhaps realizing that she couldn't do this anymore, she covered her eyes with one hand and pushed her other hand in front of his face and opened it into a palm. It was a small hand. Please wait. Pause. Balm was trying to take things under control even in a situation like this. Yu Jitae wanted to tease and see her being perplexed, but didn't want to force anything onto her, so he obediently paused. When nothing happened for some time, Balm was about to pull down the hand that was covering her eyes, but that was when something strange touched her outstretched hand. Yu Jitae had placed his cheek onto her palm. In a fright, she pulled her hand back. The feeling of his coarse yet soft, human-like cheeks remained vividly on her palm. Covering that hand with her other hand, she asked. She tried to ask, but words didn't come out, and she could only close her mouth after opening it. Lowering her chin, she grudgingly glared at him. I gave you the signal to stop, yeah. You did give me the pause signal, but there was a small crash. I still stopped, though. Am I wrong? Ajasi, yeah. You're a bit different today. How? So cheeky. He was dumbfounded. Yu Jitae thought for a bit. In order to do what he just did to Balm despite the sloppiness, he had to copy what she herself had said and done in the past. By thinking about how and what she had done, and by looking into her eyes, he used appropriate words to close the distance. I'm curious about how you're feeling. Do you want me to check your body for you? No, it's not just today, is it? You said it's been a long time. It should be better by tomorrow. See, your words are strange already. Sorry. Why can't you be certain of anything today? Don't you know when you will get better? That goes beyond feeling bad, and it's not something a green dragon would say. Come here. Let me touch your head for a bit. Confusion appeared in her glaring eyes, and she turned stiff like a statue with her knees on the bed. He slowly moved his hand forward, but Balm pulled her body back whenever his hand approached her head. Hesitation wasn't fun. The extremely rare sense of amusement made him itching for more. Hurriedly and suddenly he closed in. An astonished pair of eyes gazed up at him. Right before he placed his hand on top of her head, she pushed her own arms forward and grabbed it. Why are you stopping me? Do you really have to do it? I'm planning to. Her right hand touching his thumb and her left hand touching his ring finger trembled from nervousness. What if I would rather die? Balm, who was in an unusually bad mood, asked with a quivering voice. Yu Jitae wasn't delicate enough to consider the reason behind her question, but still replied honestly, I won't do it then. Then I'll be honest. Ajasi, I'm about to die right now, all right then. I wasn't trying to push you that hard. But he couldn't pull his hand away. Her trembling hands were in fact stopping him for some reason. What was this about? The regressor wondered what was wrong with her. But after revisiting the possible meanings behind I am about to die, he came to an absurd proposition, an assumption that he hadn't even imagined until then. It was then. Confusion and perplexity suddenly disappeared from her expression. Leisure soon returned to her eyes, and she gently smiled like always. Ajasi. This sudden turn of events caused Yu Jitae to stop his hands. It was an extremely familiar turn of events. Why do you have to touch my head? It's easier to tell what the problem is if I am closer to the mana. It was but an excuse to make her more perplexed. Then wouldn't it be better if it was closer to the dragon heart? It would be. So the place you should touch won't be my head then. Balm looked up at him with an anxious expression and bit her lower lips as if she was scared. Then she slowly pulled his hand down, from the head to the chin to the collarbone, and from there to the especially bulging part of her body revealed by her tight-fitting shirt. Oi, I am fine. A smile appeared in the midst of her anxiety. It was that same smile. The one that was full of leisure and playfulness, the smile that caused others to feel perplexed, was hanging on her lips, as if everything so far had been a part of her plan. But Yu Jitae wasn't perplexed. He stopped his hand. Why? Even the whispers tickling his ears didn't make him perplexed. The current balm was somewhat sloppy. It was an instinctive feeling that couldn't be expressed in words. Balm, what are you doing? When he drew the line, a crack appeared in her relaxed expression. She slowly let go of his hand, and while sitting face to face with him, her eyes turned teary. Seeing that, Yu Jitae felt a slightly bigger sense of amusement than before come crashing in. Just then, she was acting like she was normal. Balm. No, what did you do just then? No, you did something. Right. No, I didn't do anything, okay? Ah, with her ears flushed red, she hurriedly dived into the blanket and buried her body inside. Please don't talk to me. I want to die, she murmured before pressing the pillow down over her head. Even then, Yu Jitae talked to her amusedly. Were you acting just then? Acting how Yu normally like? Are my senses telling me the truth right now? Twitch, twitch. The pillow wriggled as she protested with her whole body. When he tried to lift both the pillow and the blanket, Balm resisted with all her power. Even then, the blanket was about to be lifted up, so she even flapped her legs in resistance. Please don't tease me, she sounded like she would cry any time soon and was desperate, so he had no choice but to stop. He turned the light off. He spent the night with open eyes. At night, he would merely wait for time to pass by without doing or thinking about anything, but a strand of thought barged in through the gap today. What was causing Balm to feel perplexed? Yu Jitae continued dwelling on that sudden topic. Urgency. Balm opened her mouth again after a long time. She was still buried inside the blanket and the pillow, and he looked at the bulge under the blanket. Why, there's a problem. What is it? I can't see Providence. Yu Jitae, who was blankly staring at the ceiling of the tent, raised his body. What? The eye of Providence was blocked. I can't see Providence right now. Only then did he realize what Balm meant by feeling under the weather. This definitely wasn't a trivial problem. Why are you saying that now? Since when was it? And what's the reason? It's been a few days. I don't know the reason either. What about your family? Has there been any green dragon like that in your family? The pillow twitched. She shook her head. This was an element that could deviate from daily lives and was something he had never seen before in the previous iterations. After contemplating the situation, Yu Jitae frowned. He opened his mouth with a lower voice. Balm. Yes, I don't really understand. If it's already been a few days since you weren't able to see Providence, that's before you even mentioned the dispatch. Yes, he scolded her. Why would you insist on a dispatch when you're in that kind of situation? Even if I suggested it, you should have stopped me. Yes, you should know how to choose the time and place. What in the world were you thinking? Her voice became smaller and smaller, and soon she turned silent. More and more words muddled with irritation and worry reared their heads. The regressor found his own words to be strange, and it took some time for him to realize that he was preaching to someone. However, his words weren't over the top considering the things that were on the line. Are you angry? No, whatever. You are not angry. I'm not. Stop talking nonsense and sleep. Well, go back as soon as the sun rises tomorrow. Yes. And if something like that happens again, you have to tell me straight away. Got it? Balm stayed silent for a bit before opening her mouth. The reason I stayed silent is because I was embarrassed. What? Without the eye of Providence, I'm not a green dragon, I am just a lizard. We have the same color as well. It was too embarrassing to say that to someone else the other kids don't know either. Balm calmly began talking about her inner thoughts. Perhaps it was because she was hiding under the blanket that her hidden thoughts were being revealed. And besides, nothing would have changed even if I told you. The eye of Providence is unique to our green race, and it's not something others can help with or anything, she concluded with a powerless voice. That's just how it is. His eyes twitched. Who said that? Sorry. Who said the power to look at Providence was unique to the green dragons? My father. To dragons, it was common sense. Balm knew that Yu Jitae was a dangerous being with a high level of status as an existence. But she also knew that being a high-level existence had nothing to do with seeing Providence. So when she heard Yu Jitae mumble something, she was extremely surprised. That must be how it is in your world then. In surprise, she stealthily lowered the pillow and lifted her head above the blanket. Her hidden head popped out from the blanket mountain. What did you say just then? The regressor refrained from giving explanations. In order to explain it, he had to explain his past and everything he tried for in the previous iterations in search of strength. Such things weren't the greatest stories to share with Balm. Come here, get up. Balm hesitated before standing up from the bed. Yu Jitae reached out. Hold my hand. Why? Let's find out together what blocked the eye of Providence. Balm blinked her eyes before carefully holding his pinky by the end. How? What's the principle behind it? Dragons synchronize themselves with others' memories and emotions. The closer the medium to their mana, the faster and deeper will be that connection. Don't try to know too much, and the things that will happen from now on could be a little bit dangerous. Even if you're scared, Trust me, and don't ever let go of my hand. Ah, okay. And don't say anything to the kids either. Got that? Yes, all right. I trust you. Yu Jitae delicately controlled the mana and made them into walls that surrounded all 6 sides like a cubical alternate dimension. Mana started blooming with the beating of his heart. It was extremely immense. Feeling as if an unrealistically enormous statue was closing in, Balm felt her senses being suppressed. Her body flinched unconsciously, but she didn't let go of his hand. He started using the authority which he had never used completely ever since the start of the 7th iteration. It was the power to interfere with the world's providence, the one which had countlessly flipped the flow of the world that was following the given providence into the apocalypse, the one and only authority that allowed his memories and existence to continue. Vintage Clark X. The world started turning upside down with Yu Jitae at the center. Chapter 163. Great Hostility. 1. In the upturned world, Balm was standing in a foreign place with Yu Jitae by the time she realized it. It was extremely dark and mysteriously quiet. She had never been to such a place before. Where is this? This was the workshop of Vintage Clark. The world where Vintage Clark, a transcendent authority with a persona, lived. It's like the head part of a complex machine, he replied. A complex machine. Do you feel okay staying in this place? No. For some reason, it feels unpleasant. Balm felt like she was in the middle of a bad dream. It was an instinctive feeling. It felt like everything would disappear the moment she let go of his hand, so her grip became tighter. We won't be staying here for long, so bear with it. Okay. A few warnings before we go in. Do not behave rashly and don't ever let go of my hand. Do not even think about letting it go. Okay, why? What happens if I let go? She asked. Don't ask that either. Even if you become curious about something, don't try to know more about it and don't ask questions. You have to vow to me on this one. Ever since Balm met him the first time, she had never seen him draw the line in such a firm manner. He appeared so serious that it was slightly scary. I will. Good. Let's go. Only then did his serious gaze vanish. His body soon floated up towards outer space as her body followed him above. The place resembled the wide universe, but there was a clear direction to head in, and there appeared to be invisible obstacles blocking the road. It felt similar to walking through a building blind. After rising above in outer space, something started appearing from the distance. Let me tell you this again. Do not ever let go of my hand from here. Yes, small circles started appearing one by one. They looked like clocks, and upon closer inspection, she could spot the 3 hands of the clock that told the hour, the minute, and the second. Those objects flowed towards them as if they were riding an ocean wave and went past them. She stared at the clocks. The clocks all appeared different, but it seemed that none of their hands were in motion. What in the world could these things be? Balm swallowed the curiosity and kept it to herself. That was when the small clocks started being pushed away, like how small schools of fish escaped its predator. Soon, an enormous vintage clock, incomparably bigger than the previous small clocks, appeared from the darkness like a whale. Its hands too weren't in motion. The unmoving hands of the vintage clock were elegantly crafted like a sculpture. In that moment, she felt something great oppress her and stiffened her body. Balm wanted to escape from that place, but Yu Jitae's grip tightened around her hand, and she soon came to herself. The large vintage clock went past them. She stared at Yu Jitae's back, but he didn't say a word. Before long, small stars appeared in between the clocks. Those increased in number one by one, and eventually there were more stars than clocks. The countlessly abundant stars filled the universe. As she stared at those stars, she realized that each star gave off a different feeling despite them being mere bright dots in the black sky. She suddenly felt strange. One of the stars gave off a familiar feeling, so Balm immediately turned towards that star, questioning why Yoram was next to her, but she could only find a red star there. Balm felt an extremely strong sense of doubt. What was that? The red star was giving off the aura of Yu Yoram. She stared at that star before turning towards other stars in search of a star that resembled herself. However, she couldn't find any stars that resembled herself, Keel or Jael. Since she wasn't allowed to ask, she had to bear with the curiosity. She couldn't look away from the star that resembled Yoram for a long time. Soon, the stars were shoved away as another large vintage clock flew by. The second vintage clock had a strange shape. As if it had been dumpstered in acid, it was half melted. The third vintage clock was half broken and wasn't in a good shape either, and looked like insects had eaten a large portion of it. And so was the fourth vintage clock. They were all broken and revealed the cogwheels that were inside. From the fifth vintage clock onwards, they were so enormous that the large clocks so far appeared like those small clocks in comparison. And lastly, the sixth vintage clock was several times bigger than the fifth vintage clock. It was unrealistically enormous, and it took a long time for the clock to pass by. After going through 6 vintage clocks, a small orb of light started flying towards them from the darkness. It looked like a bird. Outer space was a lonely place to be in. There was not a single living being all around, so when the bird came flying towards her, Balm felt a strange sense of longingness. As if he was used to it already, Yu Jitae reached out towards the bird of light, and it flew carefully before landing on his hand. The small bird of light gazed up at Yu Jitae. The Authority Vintage Clock X welcomes you. Been a while. The Authority Vintage Clock X welcomes you. The Authority Vintage Clock X welcomes you. The Authority Vintage Clock X welcomes you. I get it. I get it. Vintage Clock X. Ever since it absorbed and understood the hostility from Haas Seatbiel, Wei Yan and the 30-man Special Force Squad a few months ago, the vintage clock had been very busy. There was also the additional information about the horizon of Providence from Armata, the protector of the Green Dragon, so it had been away from him for some time. It seemed to be currently having a rest after a long dispatch. The Authority, Vintage Clock X, wishes to ask the reason you have come here. I know you just finished working and that you're tired, but this might be very important. Please check the providence of the seventh iteration of Earth for me. But the white bird shook its head in response. The Authority Vintage Clock X complains of its exhaustion. The Authority Vintage Clock X alerts you that it is on a vacation. Vintage Clock X 3X. Yu Jitae also shook his head. He wasn't here to play around. Once he got the meaning across, the white bird understood the seriousness of the situation and fluttered its wings into the air before vanishing into the darkness. Soon, messages appeared inside his head. The Authority Vintage Clock X observes in detail the providential world with its omnipotent eyes. What is providence? Providence was often known as the destined flow of the world's timeline. If that were the case, providence would be the same as the timeline of a fatalistic world. But in fact, that wasn't providence. Observing providence was the principle and regulations that gave the world a direction. Providential world was the world where such regulations and principles were applied uniformly throughout, whereas time was but one of those principles. And right now, the vintage clock was staring off in the distance of that providential world. Vintage Clock X. Soon, a confused message was given by the vintage clock. The Authority Vintage Clock X confirmed great hostility, which has infiltrated from the other side of the horizon of Providence, the non-providential world. Before long, the vintage clock started pouring out messages filled with disgust and hatred. The Authority Vintage Clock X warns you. The Authority Vintage Clock X has confirmed a great hostility which surpasses everything that has been done so far. The Authority Vintage Clock X expresses extreme resistance to the elements that deviate from the world's timeline. The Authority Vintage Clock X has confirmed that there is a connection with the origin of hostility. The Authority Vintage Clock X foresees the coming of the long night. After going through the list, Yu Jitae understood Balm's situation. She didn't lose providence. According to her, it was as if something had blocked the eye, and that was the right way to express it. If something went against providence, it would usually appear like a small black hole, but right now, the hole was so big that it had completely blocked the eye of providence. It was huge. Something overwhelmingly large was coming. The regressor twitched his eyes. He was wondering why things were so silent, but it seemed that it had been garnering power till now. The Authority Vintage Clock X confirms the colony of great hostility. Several images appeared in his head. Black and irregular shapes were falling from the sky. It was hard to even fathom their numbers. But upon closer inspection of those figures, it was clear that they were wrapped into spheres as if they were protecting something. What were they? The Authority Vintage Clock X examines the specific shape of great hostility. Soon, the things that were hidden within those shapes started being drawn in his head. Black spheres. There were cracks here and there, with a black bump protruding out from one of those cracks. It appeared to have the texture of a large rock at a glance, but also looked like metal or a shell. The authority, Vintage Clock X, decides to define them as great hostility from now on. The authority, Vintage Clock X, will analyze great hostility and identify the identity and nature of hostility. The two of them left the vintage clock's workshop. Yu Jitae and Balm opened their eyes and were back in the tent. Chapter 164, Great Hostility. 2. Nothing much was revealed from 2 of analysis. Yu Jitae had to guess with just the messages, images, and the memories of the past that had been given by Vintage Clock. Who? How? Why? Aside from why, there was also a lot to think about in regards to who and how, because even Yu Jitae of the 7th iteration was unfamiliar with the other side of the horizon of providence or the non-providential world. His current situation was like this. Yu Jitae is from Korea, Earth, and the dragons are from America, Ascalifa. While they were riding a small boat, the dragons met a storm that came from space, non-providential world, and somehow ended up in Korea. However, Yu Jitae also had nothing but small boats and couldn't take them back to America. And yet added on top of that were the presidents of Japan, a nearby dimension, and China, a nearby dimension, whom he had killed, evacuating to outer space and shooting missiles from there. The animosities held by the dead ones could in fact do that. Mana was the manifestation of will, and one's will remained and went on even after their death. What didn't make sense was what came after that. How did someone's hostility end up in the non-providential world? Or in other words, how were those guys that died in China and Japan shooting missiles from outer space? It would be impossible for the current Yu Jitae, even if he used everything in his arsenal. Yu Jitae was a human who had followed the regulations of a providential world to hit the limit of an existence in terms of strength. Existences that are originally from the non-providential world should have nothing to do with him, so they shouldn't hold any dissatisfaction against him. And it was impossible for an existence that originated from the providential world to do what Yu Jitae couldn't do. Thus, he had to think about all sorts of possibilities in order to understand this paradoxical situation, and it took some time for the regressor to focus back on Balm. Balm was looking at Yu Jitae with a vacant gaze. Raising his hand, he shook it in front of her eyes. Her eyes remained unfocused as if her soul had left her body. Was she looking at Providence? She should be, according to his prediction. By holding his hand, Balm synchronized with his thoughts and emotions. In his head, the vintage clock gazed off into the distance of the providential world and found the great hostility there before naming it and regulating it. The vintage clock was able to interfere with providence. The moment it was regulated by the vintage clock, the hostility was included within providence, so theoretically, Balm should immediately be able to see providence again since she received the emotions and memories from Yu Jitae, and his prediction seemed to have been on the mark. Her eyes slowly regained its focus, and her expression simultaneously turned brighter. Balm, are you okay? She nodded her head. Her smile also turned brighter. So you can see Providence again? He asked. This time she gave a slightly bigger nod. On her lips there was a lively smile full of joy that was different from the usual gentle smile. Right, that's good. Thank you. He felt like heaving a sigh of relief. It seemed that everything was back to normal for Balm. It was late at night. Balm hesitantly opened and closed her mouth several times without saying anything and fidgeted with the ends of her hair in contemplation. She opened her mouth again when the sun started to rise. Ajasi, yeah, all the things you say and give to me are good, right? Her voice was unusually serious. Yeah, he replied. Then even if there are things you don't tell me, I don't have to be curious at all, right? Things like why you're trying to protect us and why you're trying hard to make us happy, because everything is for us. Yeah, you don't need to know. Then even if you give us something that looks bad on the outside, there must be a reason behind that, right? Like how you suddenly kidnapped me while I was living just fine. He had to think for a little before replying to that question. I'll only be giving you good things, but you're right. I thought so. Lowering her head, she murmured to herself, but I think you can give bad things now. It was hard to catch the meaning behind her whisper. Balm fidgeted with her fingers, and he replied without thinking deeply about it. You don't have to think too much about it. During your amusement, you can be as comfortable as you want. Yes, but Ajasi, I think I also want to lie down now that I am full. When she gazed back up into his eyes, her eyes were slightly slanted. You know, if there are only 4 pieces of a very sweet and tasty cake, With a rather sorrowful gaze and a low voice, she whispered, I shouldn't eat everything, right? There are only 4 pieces and other people need to have some too. And eating everything is being greedy. A childish greed, she whispered. The regressor felt something strange from her words. He didn't know the shape taken by emotions, but knew how human greed worked and understood what she was trying to express. Balm. I didn't know, but I must be a greedy person. Perplexity soared within. Despite being far apart, it was more so than when they were close. I want to eat everything by myself. Balm wasn't smiling. But how can people do everything they want to do? Adults have to hold it in somehow, she said before lying back down, and he didn't say anything in response. That was the end of their dispatch, and the next day they returned to the dormitory. There was a lot to think about. Both the thing about great hostility and Balm's words weighed on his mind. From time to time, he did get that feeling. Does she, by any chance, hold a goodwill towards me? An emotion that exceeds the general goodwill between 2 personas. The time they spent together wasn't short by any means. Even Yu Jitae, who was still insensitive to daily lives, felt a slight difference between the way Yoram, Kiel, and Jael treated him and the way Balm treated him. But when they returned to the dormitory, Balm was back to being completely normal. Hello, good morning. Yeah, did you sleep well? Yes. Being on his side and taking care of the kids, keeping the boundary between him and suggesting new things every time. Sometimes teasing and laughing after gaining Providence back. She was the same as always. So as time passed, he was able to let go of some of the complex worries he had regarding Balm. He already had a lot of things to do aside from that. Chapter 165. Socks and a cap. 1. You are shedding skin. Or you keel, Unny, our Jael is going to shed skin. You are, everyone knows that. Just shut your mouth for a bit. Her ears are really sensitive right now. Hup, Keel blocked her own mouth in surprise. Soon, Jael opened her eyes with the frown still on her face and turned towards Yoram. Yoram, Unny. Ah, SHH. It was a joke. Jael giggled, and Yoram looked like she was about to burst out in anger while Keel laughed silently under her breath. Are you okay, Jael? Asked Balm as she carefully caressed Jael's hair. NN. Jael meekly returned a nod, but her forehead drenched in sweat seemed to be saying otherwise. Hatchlings became true dragons as they turned into an adult. According to Balm, the third and fourth skin-shedding processes that were held when they were around 100 years old wouldn't hurt or make them sensitive. However, Jael was a baby who was just turning 1, and it required a lot of caution when hatchlings of her age were shedding skin. First, you guys get away from Jael. Yu Jitae pushed the kids away with his body. Oh, right. Kiel hurriedly distanced herself after realizing something. In the end, they belonged to a different race. The mana given off by other races wouldn't lead to a positive influence to hatchlings that were sensitive before shedding their skin. And similarly, Lair with its high altitude and a possible influence from all sorts of mana was not a suitable place to shed skin. Once the actual process began, Yu Jitae had to travel to a very distant place with Jael. Environment-wise, something that resembled a blue dragon's nest would be the best, like for example, near the icebergs of Greenland. So as soon as he heard Jael mention that her heart was tingly, he had ordered his clone to prepare a location near that place that was suitable for Jael. Jael, it's nothing scary. NN. Okay. Balm, Yoram and Keel, who were a few steps away from her, started rambling about her situation. NN. Even if your body hurts slightly and your heart becomes hot, do not be scared. It's all for your growth. It's nothing dangerous. Don't be scared. It doesn't hurt that much, said Yoram. What are you saying? It does hurt, right? Maybe you don't know pain, Annie, but I almost cried myself to detoy. Oops, as soon as Yoram gave a sideway glare at Keel, the babbling baby chicken shut her own mouth. Jael appeared calm despite hearing all that. You Jael, at least you're better off. Your guardian's taking care of everything. He got the location covered. He's protecting and worrying for you. That's more than enough, you know that. Yoram crossed her arms and grumbled. When I was your age, when I was trembling naked to shed skin, I had to watch the bitch from my race that was born first drooling, saying that it would be the best chance to eat me then. Really? That's too much. Yeah, it's only that BTCH that gets all the love and none of the adults care about it anyway. It's one thing for my body to be in pain, but my mood, it was fusin' amazing. But look at me now. She poked her cheeks with her fingers and gathered her breasts with her 2 hands before placing her hands on her waist. How beautiful am I? A bitch like me did it, so it should be easier for a black-hearted baby like you. In other words, shedding skin is nothing. Everyone does it, so just get it over and done with. It was hard to tell whether she was swearing or encouraging her. After slightly pondering on the meaning behind those words, Jael determined that she was swearing and scoffed. Ero, this little BTCH is not cute at all. HMPH. Keel appeared discontent with Yoram's encouragement. No, honey, you can't make it sound so easy. What? You have to be more realistic about it, or she would be surprised when it actually happens right. Jael, listen carefully. There are several stages when you're shedding skin. Firstly, your polymorph will be undone by itself. And next, your heart will slowly stop beating. And then scales appear above your skin and separates the previous ones. And you are this part really hurts like crazy, okay? Her eyes slowly began to widen. After that is really painful. When your new skin hits the air, it feels like you're getting pricked by needles. Your heart will also feel as if there's a needle moving inside it. It feels like it's getting slashed into pieces. So it might feel like you're dying, but if you bear with it. Slam. Keel was slapped on the back of her head and glared at Yoram. Stop there, you retard. She was immersed in her explanation to the point that her eyes were teary. Who? Why? We need to tell her everything honestly so that she can prepare herself. How is that honest? You're just scaring her. No. The two quarreled as Jael shook her head as if they were too childish. Meanwhile, Balm crouched down and looked into the eyes of the child. Little Jael. The blue pair of eyes turned and reached Balm. The time she spent playing in the human world. Here, Jael woke up in the morning and saw Balm, and also slept at night with Balm. My baby. Despite both of them being babies from a dragon's perspective, Balm said that in a joking manner, and Jael returned a natural smile. Our little Jael will no longer be a baby then. NN. Ya'll be more of an adult. Adult, me. Jael imagined something after hearing her words and widened her eyes with intrigue. Rather than an adult, probably around 10, if she doesn't want to be an adult, she might stay a child. Added Yoram and Keel. Then you will be able to do everything you've ever wanted, including things you couldn't do because you were too young. Really, NN, so try to bear with it for a bit and let's overcome it. Okay. When it's all done, your Unnie will give you a gift. A gift? Balm stealthily approached her and whispered into her ears. After hearing that, Jael turned towards Yu Jitae with a foolish, wide smile on her face. What were they talking about? Jael, aren't you scared? NN, wah, I was super scared though, I am fine. She's better than you monkey, added Yoram. What? So you're saying you weren't scared, Unnie? Of course I wasn't. After saying that, Yoram tucked her hair behind her ear. But well, my hands did shake a little. Jael, on the other hand, looked strangely mature. She threw her two hands into the air and showed them to Yoram. Her hands were normal without any signs of quivering. Coward, said Jael before giggling out loud. Yoram frowned and Keel giggled, but received a glare and turned around. Balm hugged the child. Her hair drenched in sweat was sticking to her cheeks. Well, is there anything you need by any chance? Chirp. Meanwhile, the protector who was put in quarantine at the storage, with Chirpy for having an aura that was even more disparate than the dragon's, spoke through the gap between the door. Jael shook her head, so Balm replied in her stead. Can you please close the door? Cree-ee. Ark the closing door sounded full of regret. Then Balm called Yu Jitae to the terrace. Please bring a cap along as well. Why? He asked. She might need it after shedding her skin. Okay. And Yao'll also need a weapon. Something that's not too loud, which also doesn't affect her mana. Why? The smell of a weakened dragon's mana is sweet. Monsters might be attracted to it. Is that because she's not shedding skin at a dragon's lair? Yes, got it. Thanks. That evening, Yu Jitae went to the market and bought a light blue cap as it would be a great fit for Jael. He also thought about the cold weapon he should bring and decided on a sword. Unit 300, and one waited in harmony for the change to arrive to the child. As days passed by, her groans lasted longer and longer. Her original body tried to grow quickly, while the young heart tried to get bigger into its new form. Sometimes, growth had to be accompanied by pain, and that was the state Jael was in right now. The regressor could vividly remember his own self thinking that it wasn't that big of a deal in the previous iterations. Wiping the beads of sweat traveling down the child's forehead, he daftly asked, Does it hurt a lot? Shake. Do you want to go now, where there's a lot of ice and water? Shake. We can go now if it hurts. Jael looked into his eyes for a long time before slowly shaking her head. Don't want to. Why? In order to minimize whatever that could negatively impact the child, the regressor kept all his authorities, blessings, status, and the likes inside his body. That was why he was able to stay by her side and look after her. And Jael, who was smart, knew all that. If we go there, Ajasi will be cold. Since he had hidden all the authorities and blessings inside himself, Yu Jitae's body was no different from a normal person's as long as he wasn't attacked. Do you have time to worry about someone else? I don't get cold. NNN. But Jael remained stubborn, so the two of them could only leave the house after 3 days. Wearing a thick coat and a vest, Yu Jitae helped Jael wear something comfortable that could cool down her boiling body. Meanwhile, a memory of the past resurfaced. The time when the child stopped her own heart and closed her water-colored pair of eyes. When the ceiling broke down in the underground labyrinth and revealed the sky. After the end of the 5th iteration, until the start of the 6th iteration, Yu Jitae repeatedly went to other dimensions to kill their sovereigns, and killed himself. Dozens of iterations were thrown away like that, and in the 6th iteration, it was time to set foot on the demon world, which was the most dangerous world from those that were being ruled by sovereigns. From now on, you guys must stay here. Since he didn't want to delay it any longer, he kidnapped all the dragons and locked them up in the underground labyrinth. One day, Yaol gained freedom. So until the future I've prepared comes, you can't leave this place and you must behave. The hatchlings trembled with fear. Don't you dare try to negotiate with me. You'll get hurt if you're a cocky. Back then, he was violent and oppressive. Looking back at his life, his existence was no different from calamity itself to others. It didn't matter even if a war broke out, since there wasn't any daily life that had to be protected, and so the regressor killed the demons non-stop. Even when wars broke out because of that and 30 of humanity died, he didn't stop. Unprecedented power and fear shall change the world, and that will surely end the curse of regression. The end of that firm belief was waiting for him. He thus had to make himself even busier and radically build more strength. That was what he thought back then, and thus he didn't visit the underground labyrinth that often. When he did go to the underground labyrinth to observe the baby dragons, it was always the blue dragon who changed the most. The blue dragon whom he first saw as an egg looked like a 3-year-old child when he realized it, and the next time he saw it, it had shed its skin and had become an adult. Since dragons grow as much as they wish for, it seemed that the blue dragon back then had sincerely desired to become an adult. He didn't know why because the blue dragon never explained it, but it was probably because of the revelation. Was it also because of the revelation? While the green dragon requested something from him, the blue dragon requested to accompany him. But there was no reason for him to listen to that request. Please let me go out. You'll need me. He refused over and over again. Do you think I'm doing this because I like you? But you can't live like that. Crying quietly, the blue dragon blocked the door until he left every time. He was already angry because of the green dragon, which requested repeatedly for this and that. And on the day before he went over to the demon world, the blue dragon somehow guessed it or something, and vehemently stopped him from leaving, by blocking and pushing him even. Oi, who do you think you are? After being held by the neck, the blue dragon was unable to fight back and crashed into the wall. Staring at the blue eyes, Yu Jitae gave a firm warning. Don't you dare act up, unless you want to die. Since then, the blue dragon did not cry. With neither resentment, sorrow, nor fear, the blue dragon watched the man leave the labyrinth with a hazy gaze. It probably waited for him to come back. After waiting for a day, it would have thought something. After waiting for a month, it probably tried something judging from the bloodstains that filled the labyrinth. After waiting for 1 year, 5 years, and 10 years, when the fake sense of happiness injected by the paradise was starting to be pushed away from her head, the long, long wait would have met its end. The blue dragon stopped its own heart and died. That was just 1 year ago, at the end of the 6th iteration. Inside a dark cave of ice, Jael, who was lying down, was unable to bear with the pain anymore and started crying. The mature look on her face was long gone, and the eyes dropping teardrops were full of anxiety. The child was extremely scared of the change that was to come. Please, hug me. He hugged the child and felt the trembling of the small body. Then, for a split second, the memories of a not-so-distant past flashed across his head. He himself couldn't believe it, but he was slightly regretting it. What wrong did the child ever do? She was so uneasy. Why couldn't I treat her a bit better? Why couldn't I be a bit nicer to her? Will you stay here forever? Yeah, I'm not going anywhere. Why couldn't I stay with her a bit more? Chapter 166. Socks and a cap, too. But the regressor quickly dropped the line of thought. What was the damn regret for? The memory of the previous iteration had already passed, and what had already gone past couldn't be changed. Lingering on something that couldn't be changed was a foolish thing to do. Perhaps he was just dissatisfied with the emotion called regret, since regret was something that went against his life. He was a human that should never regret. Was there meaning in apologizing to a person after killing their family member? Was it justifiable by calling it a revenge? Does regretting murdering someone bring the dead back to life? To such questions, the regressor could give a firm no as the answer. Sin was in itself a sin in full. Anything that started with, "It's because I were all prefixes that tried to justify and decorate sin." At least that was what he thought. There was no need to justify himself, so he didn't need to linger on the topic either. And yet, after everything he's done, some meager emotion was daring to rear its damn head and shake the history he built up from its core. Regret was an incomplete emotion. If he were to regret and linger on something, he shouldn't have done such things from the start. And after doing it, regretting and asking for forgiveness were underhanded and pathetic. The moment destiny called him and made him let go of the thought that it was unfair, he had become a sinner. He had to admit that sin was ugly and had to remain a sinner until the day his life came to an end. Therefore, he stopped thinking about what couldn't be changed and focused on what could be changed. In front of him was Jael in his arms, and she was trying to calm down her tears in his arms. Even if it was just a gesture originating from some hypocrisy, he wished for the child to not cry and to not be in pain. Remembering what he learned from Balm, he tapped Jael on the back at a low and soft pace. Tap, 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 then slowly, the unstable heart of the child began settling itself. Although it wasn't because of him tapping on her back, he somehow timed it perfectly. Jael lifted her head away from his shoulder and vacantly stared at his face like a child who saw magic for the first time in her life. "Are you okay now?" After giving a nod, the child suddenly spotted flushes on Yu Jitae's face. Reddened cheeks were things that were normally impossible to see from him. Only then did she realize that they were inside a cave of ice. Like a house built up from scraped frost, cold wind blew from all sides. Despite dropping beads of sweat, Jael placed her tiny hand on his cheek. His cheek, which always stayed at room temperature, was unfamiliarly cold, while the red areas were strangely warm. Worry replaced the sorrow on the child's face. "I'm fine. Don't worry about me." But his breath created a white mist visible to her eyes. Worried, Jael carefully lifted her head and matched her cheek with his. For him, the child's cheek felt strange today. The warmth being sent directly from the skin felt strange. He checked the time with the pocket watch. Around 2 hours after she stopped crying, the child appeared to have calmed down and was breathing stably. "It doesn't hurt," she said with a smile on her face. However, her eyes were in a frown, and thus there was no persuasiveness behind her words. Yu Jitae quietly sat down and waited for the time to come. The two of them remained silent for some time. Ah! Before long, the pain started again from the heart as she gave a frown. Yu Jitae knew a lot about shedding skin after hearing the details from Balm. The pain Jael was feeling right now was due to the dragon heart forcibly turning itself to increase in size. This had to finish successfully in order for her to finally start actually shedding skin. Tears like marbles appeared in her eyes and continued dropping one by one. He couldn't empathize with her pain as he himself had never experienced such a thing. So although the head resting on his arm was trembling, he had no idea what to do. That in turn created a strange sense of urgentness in his emotions. Something similar to irritation alongside a mysterious emotion suffocated him in a corner of his heart. Ah, her small hand twitched without a place to go. She seemed to be asking for something to grip, so he gave her his finger, and she grabbed it. From time to time, her tiny hand tightened its grip, and drops of tear dropped from her eyes every time that happened. With that, Yu Jitae was able to clearly know when the child was in pain. The urgent and suffocating feeling slightly increased in magnitude. The child was in more and more pain. At the start, she simply cried, but later couldn't stop herself from letting out groans. She vomited out half-groans that couldn't even finish itself, and sometimes wept softly. 10 hours passed in pain. Yu Jitae felt his fingers and toes freezing from the cold, but those weren't the things that were wringing his heart. It would be better if he could do something, but there was nothing he knew that could make a child feel less pain. The regressor lacked wisdom that could help him look after someone. Even then, he pondered and finally remembered Yoram's voice that forced out a joke whenever she was in pain. But he didn't know any jokes. He didn't know how to expand on enjoyable topics. He felt more stifled at heart. Jael. It was an impulse that caused him to open his mouth. A teary pair of eyes gazed up at him. If, say, there is a joke you'd like. So, what I'm trying to say is he had to say something without knowing what to say, and his words were thus jumbled. The joke was a failure. Right when he was about to stop his mouth from saying the rest of the words, he was met with an unexpected response. She seemed to have enjoyed seeing Yu Jitae mumbling for words and smiled. Her hand that was grabbing his finger loosened slightly. It might just be a coincidence, but taking it in as a positive signal, Yu Jitae decided to speak to her a bit more. Jael. Yes. Let's say you and I had to be far apart. The hypothesis alone caused the child to feel uneasy. It's just a what-if story. A what-if. NN. Then you'll try to follow me, won't you? No. What about Ajasi? It'd like to go together as well. But if we do have to be far apart, why do you think you would try to follow me? What was the sixth iteration's Jael thinking when she wanted to follow him? Back then, his relationship with her wasn't as good as now. She shook her head. It was hard to tell whether she didn't know or didn't want to reply. Is Ajasi a good person? She suddenly asked, and he shook his head. That's not good, she added. Why? It would be good if you were a good person. I see. When he stopped his words, she asked, can you be a good person? Who knows? Even if I ask you to, what kind of person is a good person, he asked. Someone that picks up rubbish. I could do that much then. Someone that feeds cats. I can do that too. And what else? Someone that doesn't get angry. Dunno, you have to get angry when you're upset, or else people won't know that you're angry. Still, someone that gets less angry. For some reason, her eyes turned into a slight glare after saying that. The regressor didn't know why she was saying this, but it felt like he had to say yes in return. All right, I got it. And there's more. Someone that plays with me. He understood what this was. She was stealthily adding her own wants. Doesn't that already make me a good person then? He asked. NN, I play with you already. A lot, someone that plays with me a lot. All right, got it. Jael's hand was quite loose now, and fortunately, it seemed that the conversation did make her a lot better. In that case, he had to say something again to sustain the conversation. Did you? Random words left his mouth. NN. Did you want to be an adult? NNNN. She shook her head. Why? Because I'm scared. Why? Do you think it's tiring for your unnies to go to school in the morning? Jael shook her head in response, saying that that wasn't what she was concerned about. A different concern and worry irrelevant to the pain was hanging in her eyes. What was she scared of then? Yu Jitae stopped his words and waited for the child to continue. If I change, she opened her mouth after deep contemplation. Yeah, Ajasi, yeah, you won't hate me, right? The blue gaze that was staring at only him until then slowly avoided his eyes. If you hate me because I am bigger, no. Really? Yeah, that won't happen. You just have to be healthy. The uneasiness finally disappeared from her eyes. So stop worrying about something unnecessary and focus on yourself now. Okay, good girl. After saying that, he realized that his sentence was something that put a stop to a conversation. But since that was how he always conversed, he wasn't good at having long conversations with the kids. Good girl. So when Jael copied his words for no reason, he thought about how he could sustain the conversation and came up with a solution. Ladybug, her eyes that were about to close themselves opened back up. NN, good girl, ends with also Ladybug. Jael finally understood what Yu Jitae was saying and smiled exhaustedly. Gorilla. Anaconda. Anaconda. I already did it. Anaconda. Anaconda. Hihai. Asteroid. Dunga Dunga. Antelope. What's dat? Animals, they're like deer. What sound do they make? I don't know. Probably like bleat bleat. Jael giggled. Echidna. What? Ah, aerosol. What's dat? Who knows? Ladybug. Gorilla. They once again returned to Anaconda, Dunga Dunga and the likes. While Jael was thinking of a word that started with G, she suddenly gave a bright smile. Gummies. And just like that, Yu Jitae and the child's purposeless shiratori continued without an end, and Jael often giggled and laughed for no reason. It seemed quite decent, although she often felt the pain flooding in again, Jael would be thinking of the word to say and didn't cry any longer. The thought that it would have been better if he knew this beforehand sparked in his head before quickly vanishing again. Finally, the heart slowly stopped its expansion, and the dragon heart slowly entered a hibernation state. Soon, Jael lost consciousness as blue mana wrapped around her body and made it increase in size. The polymorph was undone. In the large underground cave that reached 10 meters in height, the blue hatchling revealed itself. A small horn, a reptile's head, blue scales and a comparatively white stomach, large wings and a tail. It was Jael's true form, which he was seeing for the first time. Before long, mana started flourishing out in all four directions and created moisture around her body before freezing itself into a solid state. She looked like a large crystal. The blue dragon that was 6 meters tall was put inside the transparent crystal of ice. And inside, the dragon's scales started being lifted up. The skin was slightly uplifted as a faint bit of blood oozed out and painted a small portion of the water inside the ice in red. The uplifted scales scattered into pieces and turned into mana. It was finally time for her to truly shed her skin. He blankly went and stood in front of the ice crystal. Dragons never died or became crippled while shedding skin, so Balm mentioned that everything would be fine as long as she entered this process. However, he was still sensitive. Jael crying in pain was still vivid before his eyes. Forgetting the fact that his fingertips were freezing and turning black due to a severe frostbite, he sat down in front of the large crystal and watched the process. Seeing the blood leave her body made him even more sensitive. It would never happen, but if something went wrong in the slightest during the process of her shedding skin, he felt like he would be extremely irritated. The unregulated mana of a blue dragon traveled on its own accord and scattered above the icy mountains. Mana was a manifestation of will. Like the scent of a toothless tiger's blood, Jael's mana stimulated the predators nearby. Something wriggled beneath the surface of the water as several heads soon popped out from underwater. Towards the sweet scent, which they had never smelled before in their lives, they began moving their feet. Chapter 167. Socks and a Cap, 3, Greenland. In the snowy, icy mountains. In the depths where humans did not visit, inside the large, transparent crystal of ice. A dominant monster wriggled its body. The hatchling's arm, as big as Yu Jitae's upper body, twitched in an attempt to shake its old scales away. The small cornea covering its eyeballs lifted itself as the hatchling powerlessly opened and rolled its eyes across. Matching its movement, a portion of the outer film dropped and dropped before revealing the new cover formed behind it. Its horn and scales that should be rock solid weren't tough in the slightest and were instead feeble and fragile. The water flowing inside the crystal of ice caused the scales to flutter like leaves. Watching this made it all the more evident that the large, dominant beast in front of his eyes was nothing but a weak organism less than a year old. The films covering the body refusing to let go despite the zealous wriggles and made the onlooker pity the young animal. Only if he could run up and remove them himself, it would put him at ease, but she had to overcome this herself. Not all growth required pain at its basis, but some growth had to be accompanied by pain. By getting rid of the previous scales, Jael would inspect her new physical body, joints, and the soft scales herself. The process wasn't something he could involve himself in. Various thoughts resurfaced in his head. What was leading the blue dragon's life forward? Why did the blue-haired girl block his way? What caused the girl to die? Breathing out a white mist inside the cold cave, Yu Jitae continued his line of thought. Y'all need me. The blue dragon requested to accompany him. Do you think I am doing this because I like you? That request of hers was made despite hating him. But you can't live like that. What was there to gain by bothering to interfere with the life of someone she hated? That blue dragon was no longer in this world, so he had no one that could answer his query. Suddenly, the regressor remembered what the child said just then. Is Ajasi a good person? When he said no, the child became sad. That's not good. It would be good if you were a good person. Then who would be a good person? To that question, Jael replied as such. Someone that picks up rubbish, someone that feeds cats, someone that plays with her, and Kung his thoughts were forced to a stop. Something shook the ground. It wasn't a weak vibration by all means, and the aftershock caused the icy frost hanging on the walls of the cave to scatter. Kung, when something heavy struck the icy mountains once again, Yu Jitae expanded the senses he had hidden for a split second and checked what was outside. A humanoid monster reaching 3 meters in height jumped up and down, with its two hands resembling iron hammers, and struck the mountain as it landed. Kung at that moment, the entrance of the ice cave which he had sealed trembled as fragments of ice rolled down. Small cracks appeared on the cave walls, and as soon as a dirty handful of mana sneaked past the entrance he sealed, the man, who was as sensitive as a human could be due to watching Jael shed skin for over 30 hours, flipped. Next to him was the longsword he brought following Baum's advice. Taking the sword, he immediately turned around. After entering the ice crystal, the blue dragon should be almost completely safe from physical threats, so all he had to do was remove the source of that dirty mana. For a second, a doubt appeared in his mind. By nature, monsters living in the ocean were more dangerous than those living in the land. Fissures that appeared underwater were outside the observable range of humans, while a fair bit of monsters died in pain straight after leaving the fissure. Those that could survive had to deal with the underwater pressure and be able to breathe underwater. At the same time, they must be able to survive against other strong monsters who could similarly leave the fissure alive. And there was no way that Yu Jitae, who clearly knew all that, didn't do anything in preparation. The moment he heard from Jael that her heart was tingly, he sent the clone to annihilate all the monsters in the nearby territories. So why was it that two underwater devils were rampaging about outside? His thoughts ended there. After leaving the cave, Yu Jitae ran above the snowy mountains. His limbs cried out in pain. The skin on his hand holding the sword cracked from a long frostbite and bled. Reddish-black blood dripped down as a stinging pain ripped his hand, but he didn't care. Even with the authorities and blessings turned off, bashing a few monsters to death couldn't even be considered a task, and besides, he wasn't in a good mood. Whatever they were, he wasn't going to let them die easily. Soon, he saw monsters approaching in the distance. Underwater devils, each was around 3 meters tall. They were suited for active movements underwater, and short, white furs were covering their bluish-black skin. The bodies of underwater devils changed according to their environment. Since this place was cold, they looked like yetis, and their fat had developed in order to deal with the cold. One of them was male, while the other was a female. Both of their bodies were thick like spheres, and their stomachs were protruding out like mountains, while their fists were as big as hammers. He had killed his presence to the limit, so the two underwater devils, in fact, didn't spot Yu Jitae, although he was near them. Before long, one of them jumped high. It was trying to shake the ground and destroy any underground caves in order to hunt easily. Their objective was probably to devour the target that was giving off this sweet scent. However, the male monster that jumped high couldn't swing its fists down because Yu Jitae dashed forward and stabbed the female monster's throat with his sword. A cold blade pushed through the stiff muscles. Blue blood shot up like a fountain. Guyuok, the female underwater devil, screamed. The sword, without neither mana, ability, nor killing intent, wasn't deep enough. He kicked off the chest and took out his sword. The male monster quickly came back and swung its large hammer-like fists left and right. The sound of its fists crashing through the air proved the weight behind them. Since the male monster had already smacked the ground a few times, the mountain had already sunk a little. The area they were in was like a hole with glacial walls covering the sides in a slanted angle, resembling an Antlian trap. Whenever the male monster swung its fists, the walls exploded like tofu. But it served no threat since it couldn't hit him. Yu Jitae dodged the attacks easily and attacked its eyes, which weren't as tough as its body. Stab. One stab caused the left eye to explode. Stab. And another stab exploded the right eye. Meanwhile, the female monster spread its arms wide and tried to grab him, but Yu Jitae dodged it by lowering his body. His frozen limbs screamed, but he knew that his movements weren't affected, and thus didn't care about the frightening pain. After missing him, the female monster restabilized itself and ran in yet again. He waited for the right timing and slashed through its body as hard as he could, from the collarbone all the way to the chest and the wide stomach. As the blade ripped through its skin, the fat opened up like a busted balloon. The blue blood of the monster gushed out and wet his body. He cursorily wiped his eyes and approached the frantically struggling female monster and pushed the blade through its neck. Guwok Gwoak. The female monster opened its mouth, saying, "Help me, help me." He could understand the monster's words with fallen Babel S, but he didn't stop. Then the male monster, who was floundering its arms around after losing its vision, heard the female scream and discovered where he was. It screamed. The scream enlivened its own courage and anger. Gyurararara. But the roar couldn't continue for long as Yu Jitae's longsword was in its throat. The large body fell, and its head crashed into the sloped glacial walls. The wall broke while blue blood splattered. He stabbed the male monster's eye sockets. He stabbed over and over again, without a word nor thought, simply wondering when this animal's life was going to end. No matter how strong its physical body was, it didn't take long for the blade to enter through the eye socket and rip the brain into pieces. Something dirty oozed out from the underwater devil's eyes. While that was happening, the female underwater devil hurriedly started to escape while struggling on all fours. It seemed to think that it could survive after going into the water. Yu Jitae jumped in one step and slashed at the ankle of the escaping monster. Its muscular and skeletal structures were similar to a human's, and so one of the feet of the female monster separated from its body alongside the Achilles tendon. He was about to strike the other foot as well, but the female monster quickly turned its body and blocked the strike with its calves. Its muscles and bones were tough, and the blade had a hard time going through. Thus, Yu Jitae pierced the sword in between the legs of the female monster. The stab that attacked its vital spot caused the monster to have a fit in fright. It couldn't turn around anymore, so he ripped the remaining Achilles tendon on top. And in order to end the life of the monster that wouldn't survive for much, he headed towards its head. Gyurarak, Gyurarak. The female monster let out a scream, and Yu Jitae understood what it meant. He looked away from the female monster. His movements that were like that of a beast until then regained its composure. With a relaxed gaze, he observed the surroundings and looked for something. He did find it strange for a bit. Why was there another predator inside the territory that had been completely tidied up? They were probably predators that were chased away from a nearby area and would have been starving. And with all that considered, the female monster said, "Run." His apathetic gaze followed the direction of the voice and observed the other side of the snowy hill in detail. It was hard to see due to their protective coloration, so he used a little bit of mana to support his vision for a bit. Since there was a male and a female, there would naturally be a cub as well. But he wasn't going to let it off just because it was a cub. There it is. Leaving behind the female monster who couldn't run after losing its legs, Yu Jitae moved his feet. That was when the monster grabbed his legs. Despite losing a whole heap of blood and having close to no power left, it was desperate. Thus, Yu Jitae stepped on its head near the eyes until they exploded. Turning around, he started running towards the cub. The female monster twitched and crawled with its two arms, but Yu Jitae crossed 50 meters with one step and was already far from it. He closed in towards the cub, frozen stiff, with only its head popping out from underwater. This young humanoid monster was stiffened after seeing its parents die in front of its eyes, and was therefore slow. When it finally came to its senses and tried to go underwater, it was already too late. Yu Jitae grabbed it by the head with a tight grip. It was hard to grip because of its short fur, so he raised his sharp nails and grabbed the skin behind its head. The skin ripped and formed a great handle. He lifted it up with sheer force. The small underwater devil that didn't even reach a meter in height was revealed above the snow. As long as he killed this, there would no longer be any dirty mana affecting her. Assuring himself, he pushed the sword forward in front of the cub's eyes. In fright, the baby forgot how to fight back and lowered its head and closed its eyes, right before the blade stabbed above its eyebrows. From within the business shirt, which opened up after losing its top 3 buttons due to the heated fight, a blue necklace snapped and fell above the baby underwater devil's head. He stopped. The reddish-black blood oozing out from his dry and cracked skin traveled down the black, dead tissues of his hand and dripped. After stopping his body, his brain started to move. The necklace was made by weaving Jael's hair and scales and was something he received for his birthday. Thinking about it now, since the excess scales and hair that belonged to her body before shedding skin were turning back to mana, it was rather obvious for the necklace to snap any time soon. That wasn't the reason Yu Jitae stopped his hand. It was just that, right before his irritation and sensitivity made him kill the cub after its parents, Yu Jitae suddenly found the conversation he had with Jael revisiting his head. What kind of person is a good person? To his question, Jael replied, Someone that picks up rubbish, someone that feeds cats, someone that plays with her, and someone that doesn't get angry. Dunno, you have to get angry when you're upset, or else people won't know that you're angry. Jael shook her head. Still someone that gets less angry. The regressor lowered his sword. Chapter 168. Socks and a cap, for he always followed his mood or swung the sword when necessary. Now that he lowered it, a concern that he never had before appeared in his mind. Yu Jitae stared at the young underwater devil looking at him whilst trembling. It would be good if you were a good person. Jael's voice touched his ears. If there was a guy who followed Jael's standard of being a good person, what would that guy do in a situation like this? Would he let it go? No. If that guy was a superhuman, he wouldn't. In the end, monsters were the enemies of humanity and would decapitate humans after their growth. Would he cripple it and let it go? That was a half-assed thought. Humanoid monsters were all weak when young and depended a lot on their parents. Since its parents were already dead, it would soon die no matter what. Unless one was to simply lessen their own sense of guilt by making someone else the killer, there was no reason to cripple it, so a guy that made a decision like that shouldn't be a good person. The baby monster trembled with fear and looked at him. Guruk Gururuk, it was saying. Mommy, Mommy, he remained silent. It was snowing from quite some time ago, and even his arm that was holding the monster was starting to build up snow. What would a good person do? What would have been a good method? If it was simply picking up rubbish and feeding cats, it would have been easy, but this was different. Yu Jitae, who couldn't be a good person, didn't know what a good person's method was no matter how much he contemplated. He pondered and pondered before finally letting go of the monster's neck. He couldn't find the answer, so he had no choice but to do whatever method he could use. Yu Jitae heaved a sigh. With his right hand, he raised the sword again, and with his left, he covered the monster's eyes. The frightened baby monster remained still while he pointed the sword at its throat. Since its eyes were closed, the baby monster with its limited intelligence wouldn't be able to tell what was happening. After everything was over, the baby monster closed its eyes and didn't move again. Jael almost finished shedding her skin. All the old shells like the scales, horn, nails, and the cornea turned into mana. So far it was the same as what he saw before leaving the cave. But now there was something else that caught his attention. As the old skin near the chest of the dragon was opening up, something white was emanating light from behind the scales that were especially thick and tough. There were two sources of light. The large one was the dragon heart that sustained Jael's life, and the smaller one sticking right next to the large light source was fragment of the Ancient One, also called the Origin Fragment. Ancient One. It was the translation of Ascalipha's word for existence of origin, and referred to a green dragon in the distant past who was also the first dragon to ever exist. It must have been great and powerful, more so than the current Yu Jitae. Since they were from different species, it would have had more access to authorities, unlike the regressor who was stuck in the boundaries of a human being. Because it was so great, despite eons having passed ever since the death of the Ancient One, its fragments remained and passed down in the hearts of the dragons. If the hatchlings died or their amusement came to an end, that fragment would jump over the boundaries of dimension and send data related to the hatchlings to Ascalipha. The regressor remembered the distant past. At one point in time, he thought that was the cause of everything. After the end of the fourth iteration, the regressor went through countless, numberless iterations. There was a time when he tried to forcibly remove that from a dragon's heart, and there was also a time when he tried to open a tunnel going through dimensions with the fragment. In the end, it all failed. After trying dozens of times, he realized that the origin fragment inside the body of the hatchlings wasn't something he could do anything with. It hurts. I am dying, he could still remember someone's aggrieved scream. In the fourth iteration, after watching the gold dragon die in front of his own eyes, he squeezed the heart in an attempt to revive the dead heart and discovered the origin fragment at work. When the planet Earth entered apocalypse and everything he worked for vanished in front of him, the regressor felt something shattering inside his head in real time. In the next iteration, he started learning how to make chimeras, and for a period of time which he couldn't even remember at this point, he indulged in researching the organism called dragons. As if they had been censored, the memories from back then were hazy. It was just the technical skills that remained in a corner of his instincts. Please, stop, do whatever you say, please don't kill me. It hurts too much, please. How did everything happen again? Unlike the results that clearly remained, the process itself was hazy. However, he could remember the shredding screams and the dragon fear, and how he cut their vocal cords to reduce the noise. Since there was no reason to wait for the apocalypse to arrive after a failure, he killed himself multiple times. They were short, very short iterations. In the fourth iteration, he met BY, who later died. In the fourth iterations, he researched chimeras in order to make use of the origin fragment. In the fifth iteration, he locked the dragons up. And in the fifth iterations, he got killed 1,100 times. Like how the memories of fifth iterations, where he got repeatedly killed to enhance the shapeless sword, were hazy in his memories. The fourth iterations, where he dissected the dragons to use the origin fragment, were similarly hazy in his memories. Looking back, it felt like his memories were stained with ink. It didn't feel that good. Pakang. That was when his line of thought shattered. The large ice crystal crumbled, and the blue dragon lying inside it slowly hovered down before landing on the ground. Kugagang, as the heavy body landed, the hatchling blinked its eyes and appeared to be having trouble coming to its senses. She didn't fully shed her skin. The dragon heart only just started beating again and was starting to repump mana throughout her body. Although the head, arms, stomach, legs, and wings that were close to the heart were all completely clean now, old and dead scales were still on her feet, which were the furthest away from the heart. Balm had asked him to remove these for her. Yu Jitae went to the feet of the large hatchling. With sharp nails and tender skin, the feet were almost as big as his upper body. He carefully used his hands to remove the old scales. Though they were softer now, they still belonged to a dragon and were stubborn, so he needed to use a lot of force to remove them. It was usually what the mother and father of the hatchling would do. Powerlessly, the blue hatchling gazed down at him. Yu Jitae remembered the socks Yoram gave him as a gift on his birthday. He heard this recently from Balm, but a dragon giving thin coverings of the feet to someone meant that they acknowledged them as their guardian. That was why Balm and Keel were surprised back then, and it also meant that Yoram had acknowledged him despite her actions. However, forcibly removing the old scales from her feeble skin appeared to have been painful for Jael. The hatchling twitched its feet, and whenever that happened, Yu Jitae would get kicked a few steps back. Oi oi, stay still, would you? He slapped her nails and the foot twitched even harder. However, it was easier after that. Jael stopped twitching, and he succeeded in removing all the dead scales from her feet. Suddenly, the hatchling pushed its head forward towards him. The head was as enormous as his body. Trying to eat me for putting you through something painful, the regressor thought to himself. After coming right up to his nose, the large lizard lowered its head and closed its eyes. When he blankly stood still, the hatchling growled, Gururuk. Even the growl wasn't clear and was careful like how Yu Jael usually was. But he still couldn't understand what she was saying and had to ask, what? Seemingly dissatisfied with something, the large head shook left and right. What? What do you want? Seeing that he was still standing there, the hatchling opened its mouth wide and bit his entire body, ever so softly. When the snow was about to stop outside the ice cave, Jael recovered her body enough to polymorph back. Until then, Yu Jitae was inwardly curious about how much the child would have grown. It didn't really matter how much she grew, but the question was whether she would be the same as the previous iteration. In the previous iteration, Jael became an adult that looked like Balm after shedding her skin once. Would it be the same again? In fact, he wished for it to be different, since the blue dragon probably hadn't been happy in the previous iteration. Before long, the large body was covered in light and soon revealed a human who possessed the unique identity of a dragon. There, a blue-haired girl was sitting on the ground. Covering her body with her two hands, she gazed up at him. She was still short, perhaps around 130 centimeters or so. Her chubby cheeks that were made after eating a lot in preparation for this moment vanished. Polymorph S was a magic created in order to imitate humans, and so the growth rate also followed a human's speed. So after shedding skin, Jael looked like she was 9 years old, and 11 at most. It was explicitly different from the previous iteration. This should be a good sign. It was then. He suddenly remembered the back he saw in the living room when he first saw her. The time a life was born, small back, fluttering hair, smile blooming on her face, fatigue hanging on her eyes, hands fidgeting with the shirt she was wearing for the first time, mouth that mumbled but couldn't say a word. Hello. But now she was good at speaking, and with a worried voice she greeted. "Right, hello, please give me clothes." He took off his coat and gave it to her. Watching her push her arms into the coat, watching her wear the coat that was several times bigger than her body and doing the buttons, he remembered something yet again. Slums near the war zone, Dirrell. When the pale and thin pregnant woman wept out loud. The nameless lady died even after getting helped by a midwife and gave birth to a dead baby. It felt like he had felt grief for the first time in a very long time back then as he saw the end of a life. With just her existence alone, Jael was teaching him something that had become foreign, different from what Balm was teaching him every time. It happened while he was indulged in his thoughts. The moment she finished putting the coat on, her hair started falling out. Ah! Startled, the child tried to stop the falling hair, but they fell regardless of her effort, so she later raised her hands and covered her head. After shedding the skin, even the human body had to change. Her hair had to regrow as well. Stop whether she knew that or not. Jael was unable to stop the falling hair and covered the head with her hands before opting to put the coat above her head as well as her face. Seeing that, he gave a faint smile. It was because he remembered how she covered her face with a frying pan in front of the tent. You don't have to worry about it. It's fine. Your hair will grow back at night. Jael didn't say anything with the coat covering her face. Thus, Yu Jitae took out the cap he had prepared and tapped the child. NNNN. With her face still covered, she shook her head. Why, I have no hair, it's fine. NNNN. Like I said, it's fine. It's not fine. Can you just look at me? Finally, the coat was raised slightly, and the blue pair of eyes stared at him. In his hand was a light blue cap, a gift for shedding your skin. The coat was finally lowered. He placed the cap above the child's bare head, and it looked a lot better. Even then, Jael appeared worried and didn't know what to do. Yu Jitae, who couldn't understand her from the day of her birth, still didn't know the emotion that was causing the child to worry. However, he did know one thing: the reason the dragon pushed its head forward at him just then. The regressor walked up towards the child and grabbed the visor of the cap and rotated it to the back. As soon as he grabbed the visor, Jael thought he was taking the cap off and flinched. However, he used his wide arms to hug the child and slowly pulled her head towards him to match her forehead with his. Good work, you Jael. With their foreheads aligned, Jael opened her eyes that were closed tight and stared at him. When she saw how their foreheads were touching, the worry disappeared from her face and was replaced with a blooming smile. You did a great job. Jael slowly returned a nod. She reached out with her arms and wrapped them around his neck. The child's body was still small, but she was no longer shivering. Chapter 169, Yu Jael Illustration. 7th Iteration. Interim Review 1. Yu Jael Illustration. The next day, Jael recovered her mana and regrew her hair. That day was precisely the 365th day ever since the start of the 7th iteration. 1 year of the 7th iteration had passed already. Sitting in the study, Yu Jitae wrote several words down on the notepad with a pen. Iteration Interim Review Life / Happiness Level. Balm, Yoram, Keel, Jael. The regressor decided to compare this iteration with the previous iterations in detail, since that would allow him to discern whether this iteration was so far successful or not. Firstly, what he had to measure was knock knock. Someone knocked on his door. Yeah, Ajasi, are you not having lunch today? I'm fine for today. You guys eat. Why, what are you doing by yourself inside the room? Nothing much. I get it. You eating something tasty by yourself? Keel's voice was followed by other questions. Isn't he watching porn? And porn? What's that? No, I am not. You guys eat by yourselves. Aki. After sending Keel away, he thought to himself. The first element that had to be evaluated was the lives of the baby dragons. He listed the previous iterations in his memories and compared them with the current iteration in his head. Judging from the fact that none of the 4 dragons were hurt, the first element could be evaluated very positive. Quackwang. Something exploded behind the door. He opened the door and went outside. Yoram's door was broken, and the kitchen that was right next to her room was also in a complete mess. Surprised, the protector, Balm, Keel, the baby chicken and Jael had gone to her room and were assessing the situation. Yu Jitae asked Yoram, who was lying down on the floor. What happened? Like, why would they make an artifact so fragile? She grumbled. He wondered what she was on about, but it seemed that she had dismantled the sword artifact due to curiosity and had accidentally touched something she shouldn't. It was that same sword she bought when she went shopping with Balm. Yu Jitae checked the sword artifact. The magic stone was severely damaged. You Yuram, aren't you being too rough with your belongings? I wasn't. It would be in a better state, even if an elephant stepped on it. What were you even trying to do? No, I just touched it lightly because I was curious what was inside it. Whatever, just be gentler with your belongings. Like I said, I was gentle. Gentler. Seriously, the room was in a mess. With cleansing magic, the burnt marks and traces of the explosion would be easily removed, but that wasn't the case for rubbish, so the kids were assigned to clean her room while Yu Jitae and the protector were to clean the kitchen. Owing, Kiel rummaged through a broken drawer and took out something strange. Annie, what's this? It was a strange-looking string. It resembled a net or a spider web, but looked like a rope when it was folded. What else would it be? It's something fun. Fun, this? I don't know. I haven't tried it yet either. Yoram gave an unsightly smile. Wanna try it? I don't know what it is, but don't want to feels weird. HNNG then, what's all this? This time, she pointed at a handcuff, a whip, and some bizarre, unidentifiable items. They just all happened to be inside that drawer. Ah, you mean that. The long and black heart-shaped thing in front of you is her expression turned brighter as she went on, so Keel shook her hands in fright. No, no, stop. Don't say it. What? It's nothing crazy. I don't want to know any more. Why in the world are you buying these things? What do you mean why? It's because I am interested. Did you even use these after buying them? Asked Keel. Yoram indifferently looked into her eyes. You asked if I used them. Ha, you Keel. So you already knew that these were meant to be used. Ha, no, no. Have you gone crazy? I don't. Keel really didn't know and wanted to remain ignorant of it. Is that so? Sneered Yoram. Haven't used them yet, she added. Eng, you haven't used them. Dude, do I even have time to play with this? I'm busy training every day already. Don't you know how I sleep like a log in my room after training? Then why are you buying them, when you're not even using them? Do you even know what collecting is? Collecting? No, whatever. I am the fool for talking about it. I don't want to know. I don't want to hear anything. She felt like she was being drawn into Yoram's conversation topic, so Keel quickly stopped her words in a fluster. However, Yoram chuckled at the enjoyment of putting footsteps on a layer of pure white snow. Ah, you know what? I did use some of them. I used Yuer. All sorts of strange, unidentifiable things appeared as they searched through her broken room. Staring at a blindfold with laces, Jael gave a frown, but soon saw an even stranger corset. Although she didn't know what it put her in a bad mood for some reason, so she stealthily threw it into the rubbish bin. What are you doing? That was when Yoram's voice reached her ears. Startled, Jael carefully turned around but discovered that she wasn't looking at her. Yoram and Keel were staring at Balm, so Jael also stared at her. Balm was wearing a black necklace. NN. When the three of them stared at her, Balm asked as if she didn't know what the problem was. What are you doing? That's mine. Ah, NN. I'm just trying it on. How does it look? The dark leather necklace was sticking to her neck. Without knowing what it was, Keel replied with a bright smile. Ewa, it somehow looks super great on you, Barmuni. Is it a choker? For some reason, it looks slightly different from a normal choker. There was a little chain attached to the end of the choker. How is it? Does it suit me? Despite that, when Balm placed her two hands beneath her chin like the leaves of a flower, the black choker decorating the exact middle point of her pretty neck above her white shirt did suit her quite a lot. Without even knowing what it was, Keel and Jael complimented her by saying it was pretty, and Balm returned a faint smile. Looks good on you. You seem to be liking it a fair bit. NN. I do like things like this. Yoram, the only one that knew what it was, gave a knowing smile. Crazy then what you want me to pull it for you. Balm shook her head with the same indifferent pout. NN. No, what no? Isn't that what you're into? What am I into? What? What are you on about? Did you wear that on your neck without even knowing what it was? NN. What is this? Balm asked. What is it? It's a damn dog leash. Yoram glared at the green race. She couldn't tell whether she was being serious or not, and in the first place, it was impossible to read the inner thoughts of this cucumber-colored race. Ow, it feels like I get it don't know what it is though, interjected Keel. Really, Unny, I want to try it on too. That was when Keel suddenly started doing something strange. With a rather vacant expression, she searched the ground and picked up a similar dog leash. Yoram shook her head. Do what, you idiot? Give it. When Yoram pushed her hand forward to take it from her, Jael suddenly opened a different drawer and took out a book. Ah, Oi, let go of that right now, Yoram shouted in a hurry. Startled, Yoram snatched the book away from Jael's hands and pushed it into the drawer. Are you crazy? Why are you touching a drawer that's not even broken? Why? What why? Go away right now. Jael carefully ran away and avoided her. And soon after they were done cleaning, Keel asked furtively, Jael, Jael, NN, what was that thing just then? Why did Yoramani get angry all of a sudden? Ah, it was like a book, right? NN, wait. Keel was curious. Yoram wasn't nervous even when she was put in front of those dirty and shameful objects. So what was the book Jael picked up that made her so nervous? Closing her eyes, Jael replayed her memories. She wasn't even that concerned about the book in the first place, and Yoram was too fast at snatching it away from her. Thus she didn't even see it properly, but the few words she did see remained in her head. Jael smiled. Do you remember? NN, what is it? What is it? Shoo, 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 Joe man, Joe man. Is that all? NN. What Jael didn't know was that the last two letters had been blocked by her fingers. Xiaojiu Man. Xiaojiu Man, is it a new superhero? One of the descendants of Superman. Hum, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't tell what Xiaojiu Man was. It could have been something that could finally help her tease Yoramani. Keel was slightly disheartened. That evening, after cleaning the house, Yu Jitae decided to go outside Unit 301. Barm and Jael went out to play together somewhere, so he asked just Yoram and Keel if they wanted to go shopping together, and they followed him without giving any complaint. On the way to the bakery, he once again carried out an interim review of the seventh iteration. The second evaluation element was the happiness of the hatchlings. This was also undoubtedly more positive than the previous iterations, judging from how Keel was humming joyfully and how Yoram didn't look like she was in a bad mood. Today was an especially hectic day, but Unit 301 was usually quiet, and the kids did feel joy despite whatever their inner thoughts may be. So to conclude, the evaluation of this iteration is by the way Ajasi. Why are we going to the bakery? Keel stopped his line of thought. To buy a cake, he replied. A cake? Her eyes sparkled. Why are we buying a cake? Because it's been exactly 1 year since I met you guys. Oh, really? It's a substitute for your birthdays. Ewa. Sounds amazing. Her steps became increasingly livelier. When they arrived at the bakery and were choosing the cake, Yu Jitae looked at Yoram. What? Why? Are you going to throw it? No, got it. She appeared dumbfounded. What is that question? Seriously, what a joke. Do you think I'm someone that throws cakes left and right? But Annie, you threw it on Ajus's birthday. Back then I did. So what about now? Yoram glared at Keel before heaving a sigh. Ehu, it's all my fault, My fault. On the way back after buying a cake, Yu Jitae gave a call to Balm and asked where she was. She said she was with Jael at a nearby park, so he decided to take them back on the way home. Ah, by the way, Arjasi, there's a firework festival next week, right? He did hear about it. Yeah. But something happened to me a few days ago. Ah, you know how I am in a travel society. Yeah. We're actually not that interested in traveling, and we just play around. These days, we go to a karaoke every day. A karaoke. Yes, yes. I don't know how to really sing and haven't really sung much, so I just listen, but Uran suddenly told me to try singing because I had a good voice. Ujiti stopped his words for a bit. And, Ehu, how do I even sing? I never did it before, but that day I tried it a little bit, Yoram interjected by saying, Oi, you singing? You don't even listen to music, do you? And then, I know, right. But I just tried it because she told me to. I definitely didn't do it well. But they said my voice was pretty and suggested that I try singing in the upcoming firework festival. He nodded. So of course I told them, I can't do that. Ajasi doesn't like it. Doesn't everyone already know how you can't stand in front of a camera? Ujiti remained silent, so Yoram asked in his stead. Yeah, but what they said was that we would be wearing a mask and that it wouldn't matter what. A mask. Anan. While saying that, Keel threw a glance at him. A mask, he thought to himself. Keel was good at singing. She wasn't just simply good at it. She had the ability to shake the world market with her singing alone, without relying on external factors. Of course, it didn't happen overnight and required hours and years of hard work. But in the 2 iterations where she did hold a mic, she made the world tremble with her songs. From that, it was safe to say that Keel's talent when it came to singing was unprecedented. It's no good, right? I knew it wasn't a good idea, so please don't worry too much about it. Ah, I was just saying things. The regressor pondered. The conditions actually weren't that bad. For a very short time in a festival with her face covered. If the identity of the participant wasn't specified to the audience and the cadets, it might be an enjoyable experience for Keel. What's wrong? I think it sounds fine. Aren't you a freaking attention seeker? NN. How do you know that, honey? Do you think I won't know when we're in the same class for superhuman studies? You always throw your hand up when you're saying something, hee hee. Why don't you try? I but me, singing. Why? Do they say something if you're bad at it, won't they? Since it's a festival. I.e., no, no, no. Our Ajasi will be like super mad. And like you said, honey, I don't listen to music either. Yu Jitae kept his mouth closed. It wouldn't be good to make her depressed, so he delayed the reply for the time being. It would be better to tell her after looking into it himself. When they arrived at the park, they found Jael playing with Balm. Yu Jitae called Balm, and she waved her hand after seeing them. Due to a sudden breeze, Jael grabbed the cap that was about to fly off and turned around. When she found Yu Jitae, a bright smile bloomed on her indifferent expression. She threw her hand into the air and waved it. Let's go. Okay. On the way back to Unit 301 with the kids, he finally had some time and thus thought back on the interim review with the quiet whispers of the kids in the background. This seventh iteration was the closest to the correct solution, more so than any other iteration. As the sun slowly started to set, Yu Jitae could finally finish the two evaluation elements of the interim review he had been thinking of since morning on the way back home. Life, good/happiness level. Good chapter 170, episode 56, seventh iteration. Interim review 2 North America at a certain underground fight club. Artificial lasers traversed the darkness. Intoxicated by the loud music and excitement, people screamed with an unpleasant smell of tobacco and marijuana covering the building. People drunk in alcohol and drugs danced indecently, and in slightly darker corners, men and women of all races gushed out heated breaths as they embraced each other. Yu Jitae's clone one stepped into that vulgar world after changing its appearance. On the gree and coroner, explosive fists, strong quads, he achieved 3 consecutive wins at a fearsome speed. The shiniest head, listed by the Times as the best head to lick Baldman. When the host raised his voice, cheers echoed from all 4 sides and welcomed the bold man entering the ring. The scar going down from his head to the chin made him appear all the more ferocious. He was most likely a superhuman and a criminal who suddenly needed some extra cash. Most of the ones that swung their fists at a place like this were like that. However, Clone One was interested in someone else. On the Reed Corner, the host's words were met with an explosive reaction. You were our. In that moment, the bustling crowd looked towards the ring. The mysterious powerhouse of the abyss, master of fighting, the greatest star of our club and the protagonist, the champion with 12 victories, Mr. Sithulhu. Screeching cheers left the crowd. Among them were some men who frowned when the women near them cheered their guts out. The squid-masked man who soon walked up the stage had an overwhelming build. Enormous shoulders, perfectly symmetrical abs, and twitching biceps and triceps. Standing in front of each other, the two of them raised their fists and Clone One leaned on a chair as he watched them fight. Dang! The bell rang. The bold ran in with tight fists. Quang! But the bold head disappeared with one strike. Blood splattered, and a drop of blood also entered the single malt whiskey ordered by Clone One. Without understanding what was happening, the crowd rolled their eyes. Upon closer inspection, they found something smooth in between the shoulders. It seemed that the downward smack was so strong that the head of the bold man crushed the inner muscles and bones and entered the body. After finally understanding the situation, more thunderous screams of cheers left the crowd. Wah! Cthulhu punch! Cthulhu punch! Unbelievable, that's a crazy amount of power. The protagonist of 13 consecutive wins threw his hand up into the air and marked the end of the fight. No one cared for the dead. The champion, Mr. Cthulhu, bathed in the cheers of the crowd as he stepped down from the ring with others that were as big as him. He showed off his showmanship by lifting his fist into the air. When several drunk women ran up to him, Mr. Cthulhu lifted them up and placed them on his shoulders as an extra performance. Mr. Cthulhu. His name was Jefferson Antonio. He was the chief aide of the International Superhuman Association's leader, but he wasn't wearing his usual suit. As a youth who wanted to be acknowledged on the battlefield as a soldier, he went through several wars, and got acknowledged for his loyalty alone. In other words, his individual strength had never been acknowledged. The place he belonged to was the International Superhuman Association, where all sorts of monsters gathered worldwide. Rank 781 like him in a place like that was commonplace. When he graduated at the top of a state academy as the youngest to do so in history, he thought he was the strongest in the world. In the new environment, he realized that there was a sky above a sky and felt a severe inferiority complex. And therefore, he would enter the underground fight club in secret and swing his fists to fill his ego on weekends. No one cared on his first win, but everyone watched him after 3 wins. They looked up to him after defeating the champion, and after defending the place 5 times in a row, people started expecting a lot from him. He was a clown that made the opponent into an increasingly more bizarre corpse. Cheap and vulgar respects like this felt better than being respected by those that wore suits all day. Even now, that was the case. Hey, sexy lady. He spoke to the one he liked the most from those that ran up to him. Ow me. Yes, you. Who else there is sexy apart from you? Oh my, would you like to go on a drive tonight? He was met with a vulgar gaze. Ha, how far can you take me? My car always goes down the Autobahn. It was clear what her reaction would be, and that undoubtable feeling was what made him satisfied the most. Like Cinderella chosen by the prince, the female smiled brightly and showed off to other women nearby. The jealous eyes of other women were a delight to watch, and the glaring eyes of men, losers from behind, made him incredibly joyous. This is my life. I am this great of a man. Kiwahaha, but Mr. Seathel's joy didn't last for long. A strange man stood in front of him and blocked the way. He was tall and had an ideal physique, but his eyes were somehow hazy like a corpse. What you doing here, you bastard? Get the FCK away from here right now. Mr. Seathel's brothers went out and cursed at him, but the guy remained silent even when the brothers approached him. But Mr. Cthulhu stopped them. The man was looking down at him as if he was pathetic, and it was a gaze he was seeing for the first time in this place. Cthulhu was therefore intrigued. Bro, you got something to say. Looks like you're having fun. Is this seriously what you wanted? What, you're a soldier, yeah? Right, don't I look like one? How pathetic. Acting cocky in front of anchovies and struggling when with sharks and whales. Watching that does make one sympathize. Ho-ho, Mr. Cthulhu couldn't stop himself from sneering. A little friend with a death wish or something, you're saying I'm pathetic. Seathel's muscles twitched. There was nothing else to say. A sudden gust of wind was followed by a large thud, and before anyone could even realize it, Seathel's fist smacked the man's head. It was a fist that could create a dent in steel-armored cars, but was grabbed by the man's hand. Inside the squid mask, Jefferson Antonio's eyes widened. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The guy gave a hazy smile. Even this soon, he turned around and disappeared while the brothers were flustered. Mr. Cthulhu, or rather, Jefferson Antonio, was even more dumbfounded, grabbing his fist in midair. Who in the world is that person? Despite being flustered, he tried to forget it since the person disappeared. However, even when he was drinking with his brothers and spending vulgar times with women he didn't know, his head was muddled with discomfort. And on the 14th defense round that was suddenly added at dawn, Mr. Seathel's discomfort hit its limit. On the Green City, a first-timer that grabbed the hearts. Of all the judges, the mysterious man who quickly rose to fight the champion. The man was wearing gloves instead of bare fists and a yellow mask of a baby chicken on the head. The crowd wasn't that interested by his appearance. Gloves? And what's with that chicken mask? Is he here to play around? Some of them even booed and jeered. Fuck off. I'll deep fry you. But the crowd changed their attitude when the man took his shirt off. He had the idealistic muscles and a balanced structure that even normal people were baffled with, let alone superhumans. Kaya, good nips. The men were unenthusiastic, but the women screamed out loud in joy from the spectacle. Or perhaps it was just himself that felt like the women were screaming out more. Jefferson gritted his teeth. Mistera baby chicken. The guy was his next opponent. Huck, wait no, Keel clapped. What's wrong, Keel? Unny. If we go in like this, it'll definitely be boring. In front of the elevator, Keel suddenly stopped them from taking a step forward. Arjasi, we're doing a birthday party right now. Right. Yeah, we are. A birthday party has to be a surprise party. That's the rule, a surprise party. Thinking back, the kids did carry out a surprise party on his birthday, he replied. But today is to commemorate you guys. Ah, yes, I guess. You all know already, so what surprise party? Aye, Seaman Argosy, we're not the only ones inside the house. Keel smiled as if his words didn't make any sense. Right now, Chirpy the baby chicken and the protector were inside the house. The two of them probably don't know anything, right? She giggled, QE, with the face of a mischievous child. However, Yoram looked dissatisfied. Wearing a frown, she was about to press the elevator's button but was again blocked by Keel. Why, Ehu, what a freaking kid. You really think that's gonna be fun? Of course it'll be fun. The cleaner cleans without saying anything, and the damn chicken eats all day and goes outside. You think it'll be fun teasing them? What? Chirpy is so cute. And Cleaner Argosy is also slightly cute in some areas. Don't you think so too, Jael? Keel glared while waiting for a reply, but Jael merely smiled faintly without saying anything in response. Look, even damn Jael is saying no. No, 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 no. Unny, Argosy, listen. She pondered with her tongue sticking out before opening her mouth. Listen carefully. Firstly, Chirpy likes me, Keel, the most, so if I don't give him any attention, he would be very disappointed, right? Well, yeah, 'cause it always sticks to you like a gum. NN. And I think Cleaner Argosy actually likes Jael a bit more, right, does he? Jael tilted her head, so, well, do this. I'll ignore Chirpy even when he comes up and I'll look away. And well, I'll ignore Cleaner Argosy, but Jael, y'all be slightly good to him. And then, and then you suddenly ignore him and treat him coldly. What will Cleaner Argosy be like then? Sad. Yes, yes. Like they'll both be sad, and like when they don't know what to do, well, suddenly give them the cake. For some reason, a party that was meant to commemorate the seventh iteration was starting to become like a birthday party for the protector and the baby chicken. However, after thinking about it, Jael seemed quite interested in Keel's strategy. Sounds fun. Right. When the protector Argosy is looking sorrowfully at the wall, you suddenly give him the cake. How happy will he be? Do I give? Of course you do. While sharing their imaginations, Keel and Jael giggled. Meanwhile, Yoram seemed to have mastered how to say retards with her expression alone. What? What's with that expression? After hearing this much, don't you also think it'll be fun, Unny? Shut it, you kids. Crossing her arms, Yoram clicked her tongue, but suddenly remembered how a few days ago, the protector had opened the door of her room without even knocking on it, saying it was cleaning time. Because of that, Yoram, who had killed her presence to enjoy the reading time in secret just for herself, was quite mad. She did chase it away in fury, but that definitely wasn't enough. Listening to them speak, it did sound slightly interesting as well. So you're the only ones doing it? When she asked while hiding her inner thoughts, Keel gave a bright smile. No, let's do it together, Annie. I don't really feel like it. Clueless, Keel persuaded her again, but Jael looked into her eyes before sneering. Oi, did you just laugh? Asked Yoram. What, you wanna die, HMPH? NN, why are you suddenly fighting? Anyway, there's something for you to do as well, Yoram. Before long, Yoram was also immersed in thinking of the strategy, and the three of them started adding more and more depth to their plan whilst laughing out loud. At the start, it was just to tease the two of them, but soon they decided to upgrade the seriousness of the situation by having Jael and Yoram fight, or by having Keel cry after getting hit by Yoram. Baum, who was quietly standing next to Yu Jitae, chimed in when their strategy started becoming excessive. Keel, NN, don't be too excessive, said Baum. Huh, the cleaner Argosy and Chirpy will feel hurt. Huck, really? Maybe it's too much to put the cake into the armor. If someone were to put a cake inside your clothes, that wouldn't feel good, right? Hing, you're right, the atmosphere started cooling down a little. Baum tapped her lower lips with her fingers before turning around and staring at Yu Jitae. She then widened her eyes. What? Guys, so it will be more fun if someone plays the bad role, right? Asked Baum. NN. Why didn't we think of this before? NN. What is it, honey? We have the master of awkwardness creation next to us. The master of creating awkward situations. Hearing that phrase, red, blue, green, and yellow, 4 pairs of eyes naturally turned around and reached Yu Jitae. Soon they suddenly realized something. You are, right. Keel and Jael clapped their hands together and created a fuss. Ah, that'd be freaking perfect, said Yoram after seemingly thinking of something and also laughed out loud. What is it? Ajasi, help us out a little, please. With what? Please get angry. Not much and just a little. Just a tiny little bit. Enough to make people nervous. He didn't say anything. It was a clear demonstration of his unwillingness. Ah, why not? Keel stuck right next to him, while Jael's eyes also turned into circles. Please, I haven't done anything like this before. Ah, it's not hard. With a wide smile on her face, Keel started sharing the new plan she had in mind. So, and after listening to her plan, he pressed on his temples. You want me to scold you? Yes, yes. Chirpy and the cleaner Argosy does something wrong, but Argosy misunderstands that and scolds us. Something like that has never happened before, right? I'm sure they'll both be super surprised. Please scold us. Be just a little bit scary. The regressor wasn't really fond of the current situation. He just bought a cake, so why did things turn out like this? But at this point, even Balm was staring at him with eyes full of intrigue, and it was rare for the kids to be expecting something together, so he couldn't turn them down. Got it. They shouted wah, in joy, and soon started the plan. Chapter 171, 7th Iteration, Interim Review 3, got it. Before going into Unit 301, Balm organized the plan one last time with the kids. Kiel and Jael suppressed their excitement and nodded, while Yoram and Yu Jitae appeared apathetic. You guys need to control your expression. Okay, of course. NN. What's wrong with your expressions, you two? Did you bite on a rock or something? Asked Balm towards Yoram and Yu Jitae. Nothing. What about you, Argosy? Yu Jitae wasn't really content with the situation. NN. Argosy. Got it. Balm could see how he was in an awkward spot and had to make sure she didn't laugh. I'm opening the door. The plan hence began. The kids started each making their rooms into a mess, throwing books everywhere, creating rubbish and chucking tissues on the ground. Jael looked especially more excited than others. Balm's room was always clean unlike other rooms, so she appeared to be enjoying the process of making it messy. She scooped up dirt from a flower pot and scattered it on the floor. Isn't that slightly unnatural, he thought to himself, but that didn't really matter. Whether it was unnatural or not had nothing to do with him, since he wasn't even content with the current turn of events. As the strategy meeting went on and on, the details slowly started to change, and that was where the problem was. The birthday party became a surprise party, and the surprise party had become a prank before even realizing it. He now had to strictly scold the kids in front of the protector, telling them to clean the house. He was just trying to feed them a cake, so why was this even happening? In any case, how should he even pretend like he was scolding them? Yu Jitae dwelled on the question. He had to act something out following someone else's intention. Something similar had happened before when Balm asked him to act like a ghost. When he obediently did as such, Balm almost fainted, so it seemed that there was a need to draw an adequate line that shouldn't be crossed, even when pretending to scold them. That brought him back to the starting question. How should he do it? While the regressor had a chaotic mind, time flew by and soon came night time, the time for their strategy to begin. The kids carefully opened their doors and signaled to Yu Jitae. At this point in time, the protector would hum Quararang to himself while giving dinner to Chirpy. Today was the same, and so the large baby chicken was munching on its food. Since Yu Jitae was still doing nothing, Keel opened the door and gestured with her mouth before pointing at the protector. Looking around, he realized that Yoram was also waiting, while Balm and Jael were pestering him with their eyes. Kudingtang, that was when some objects came crashing down inside Keel's room. She screamed, "Ah, what should I do?" At the same time, it was the signal that marked the start of the operation. Lady Keel, is something the matter? The protector started moving when he didn't do anything. Left with no other choice, Yu Jitae gestured with his hands at the protector and opened the door of Keel's room himself. Revealed inside was a dirty room and a messy desk. Everything was already set. Keel flinched and looked up at Yu Jitae as if she was startled. Argosy, what was that? It's nothing. I just dropped something by accident. He had to make sure not to make a mistake here. What the hell is wrong with this room? He made a mistake, judging from how Keel widened her eyes into circles. Yu Jitae instinctively knew the power behind his gaze. Thus, he judged that it would be better to look away from Keel. He turned to the side, and the messy room entered his sight. Keel, who was throwing glances at him, became even more nervous. It hasn't even been that long since you last cleaned. What's all this stupid mess? Is this what you always do? No, according to the script, Keel had to talk back here, but she didn't. What's wrong? You Keel, what's wrong? Try saying something. Follow the script and say something. Why did you shut your noisy mouth? You practiced. You Keel, damn frozen stiff. Keel looked like she was about to cry. It wasn't going well from the start. He could feel cautious gazes from behind. The protector and the baby chicken were staring at his back. It seemed that he had to skip this part. With a voice stiffened by awkwardness, he spoke. After not checking, for some time his voice had always been stiff, so it didn't sound much different. You guys just became an absolute mess. In any case, he decided to follow the script they came up with in the strategy meeting. Turning around, he walked forward in large strides, as if he was angry and headed to Yoram's room. The protector rolled its eyes. He was cleaning the rooms every weekend, so how did it become like this in just a few days? The chirpy was also nervous. The room had been looking okay in the morning, but his own little bed stood out the most within the pile of rubbish. Meanwhile, Yu Jitae pushed Yoram's door wide open and walked in. NN. She was lying on the bed and glared at him after seemingly being surprised. Her room was also in a mess. What? Are you crazy? Why are you opening someone else's door like that? What in the world is wrong with your room? What does that have to do with you? Get out. Unexpectedly, Yoram was quite good and covered for Yu Jitae's poor acting skills. She appeared normal when talking back to him. Do you even clean? Who cares if I do or not? And you don't open someone's door like that. I'm a girl as well, you know. This is a girl's room. Don't you know privacy? Don't you know how to knock? Or are you a pervert? What if I was changing my clothes? Try opening the door again without my permission. I'll take a massive she in the living room. She then spat at the ground in front of him and closed the door with a thud. The protector and Chirpy were even more surprised, since it was rare for Yoram to challenge Yu Jitae like that. Bam and Jayal, who were stealthily watching from behind, had to hold in their smiles. After finally escaping her nervousness, Keel also realized her mistake and hit her own head with her knuckles before watching the situation unfold with intrigue. It was only just the beginning. Yu Jitae opened the door once again. What now, you Yoram? It seems that you and I need to have a chat. Why? First, I told you to knock. And second, I'm gonna make the cleaner clean on the weekend. Why are you making the cleaner clean your room? What? A cleaner's a cleaner because he cleans. I'm already pissed because that guy opens my door without knocking. Why are you doing this to me as well? Is that all you have to say? Although sloppy, they were doing fine. Yeah, so what? Just leave me alone. Why do you always do this to just me? Am I a punching bag? Or, you cleaner, do you know how to read the mood? What are you doing? Come here and clean. The hot potato was suddenly thrown at him. In a fluster, the protector flinched with a clink, but Yu Jitae threw his hand out and stopped the protector. You Yoram still blaming the cleaner at a time like this. What? What about it? I've had enough. Yu Jitae pushed Yoram and went into the room. Ha, ha, why are you coming in? What? You need to be scolded. And the door closed behind his back. Startled, the protector and Chirpy hurriedly ran up to the door. Soon, screams going out, and ouch, were heard from the room with several slapping sounds. The protector was frightened, and the baby chicken was even more frightened as he gazed at the protector. The red pair of eyes also stared at the baby chicken, and they shared the same sentiment. They were FC-ked. In fact, inside the room, Yoram was biting on the back of her hand to hold back the laughter while slapping her own thigh with her hand. Slap, sorry, it's my fault. Slap, och, ill clean properly, please forgive me. After sensing the presence outside the door, she was even more excited. Yoram was the type to hold her grudges for a long time. Reading time was the only enjoyment in her recently boring life, and she was still angry for being interrupted by the protector. It was even more so because it was a secret hobby which she didn't want anyone to know about. You dare to open the door of a lady's room, you deserve more. Thinking that, she slapped her thigh until it reddened. Ahak, kick art. But she soon bursted out into a strange giggle and hurriedly covered her mouth. Oi, that was weird. FCK was that obvious. Don't push it too far, okay? The two of them shared a quiet conversation. By the time the door was opened back up, Yoram was on her knees gathering rubbish. Yoram was cleaning. The protector was even more shocked, however. There was still one more. Yu Jitae quickly headed to Balm's room, the room of the protector's previous owner, the green dragon, and the blue dragon whom the protector followed the most. Not knowing what to do, the protector carefully walked up to Yu Jitae. My lord, what? If there's a problem with cleaning, let me do a big clean up today. Just go there and stay quiet. Yes. Its eyes staring at the ground flickered. The baby chicken hid its head behind the leg armors of the protector, but its obese body couldn't be hidden. As if they were being scolded themselves, the protector and baby chicken stood in the land of exile in the living room corner and blankly watched the situation unfold. Yu Jitae opened the door wide. It couldn't really see the room because of the angle of the door. The protector tried to stealthily move aside to steal a glance, but the baby chicken tangled up its feet. It glared at the baby chicken, but Chirpy too glared back before slowly taking a few steps to the side. The metal armor's waist and the baby chicken's head twisted slightly to the side. After Jael decided to make it into a mess, Balm's room was incomparably messier than the other rooms. Yu Jitae heaved a clumsy sigh after seeing her room. What was written on Keel's script again? It was something like Jael. Yes, come outside for a bit. Jael started walking outside with a disheartened expression. The protector tried reaching out to her, but she raised her hand and flicked the protector's arm away. And when the protector's gaze left her body, she brightly smiled before heading to the storage room for the cake. Balm. Yes, I wasn't expecting you to do this as well. Yes, you look less and less responsible recently. You're the oldest sister of these kids. Even if they thoughtlessly mess everything up, you can't do the same thing as them. Am I wrong? The protector was even more nervous. Balm's eyes gazing up at Yu Jitae were indifferent as always, but her lips could be seen shivering as he continued scolding her. Her lips that were slightly open came to a tight close, and the eyes gazing up were slanted downward. Isn't this taking things too far? Right when the protector was starting to feel a little bit upset at Yu Jitae, Balm lowered her head and covered her eyes. What are you doing? I'm talking to you. Yes, raise your head, lift your head up, and stop crying. You think you have the right to cry. Sorry, soon, a sorrowfully weeping voice was heard, and her breaths were interrupted by her sniffs. She was crying, and her small shoulders trembled. The atmosphere turned heavy. Something was strange, thought Yu Jitae, but still went with it. How can I trust you if you're like this? I am disappointed. But no matter how much he spoke, Balm didn't return the scripted lines. Balm, any words to say? You Balm. With her mouth shut tight, tears started traveling down her cheeks. Without saying a word, Balm started wiping the tears with her palms. At this point, Yu Jitae was the one put in a difficult spot. Her heart, breaths, gestures, and the beads hanging on her eyes, everything seemed to be suggesting that she was actually crying. What in the world? The original plan was to tell Armata to bring a cane from the storage, and Jael would jump out of her hiding spot with the cake in hand. But if he continued with this, it felt like he might make the same mistake he made before. Therefore, he stopped there, but Balm still didn't stop crying. From behind the door, Yoram stared at them with her eyes, questioning what was wrong with her, and Keel was also flustered. Balm cried for real, and the surprise party therefore ended up being a failure. Yu Jitae suddenly became the bad one. Keel and Jael pushed the cake forward and somehow sorted the situation out. Balm also stopped crying and apologized to everyone. When Yoram asked why she cried, she gave an effective excuse. I saw a sad providence just then. However, since it was the first time Balm teared up, Yu Jitae called her over to the terrace. Late at night under the dark sky, with the only source of ambient light being the room behind the half-closed curtains, Balm gave an awkward smile. I am really sorry. I really wasn't trying to cry. You were really surprised because of me, right? I'm really sorry. Even I was surprised because of my tears, you know. When he stared at her with his hazy eyes, Balm had an apologetic look, but soon bursted out into laughter after remembering his lost expression. You knew I shouldn't be laughing right now. But seriously, I was also startled, so please don't be mad. NN, please, HNN, let me apologize, sincerely. Balm, who sincerely felt apologetic about the situation, showed a rare side. She acted cute and clung to him. Pressing on his temples, he asked, "Why did you cry then?" You know I wasn't expecting it myself, but hearing that made me really depressed. What's there to be depressed about? It's just a script. I know, right? Usually I'm not like this, but I think my emotions suddenly turned chaotic after hearing those words. What? How I was disappointed. Yes. Just everything, including that. As if she was shy, Balm gave an awkward smile. I know Arjasi didn't really mean it, and I was mentally prepared for it as well. It was just nothing but a script, and yet she slurred her words before adding more. Why does my heart ache so much? The atmosphere rapidly changed. Emotions appeared in the pair of green eyes gazing at him from below. Balm's usual eyes were difficult to analyze, but her current gaze appeared familiar. The eyes of a human staring at treasure aligned with her current gaze. Lying within was greed. I am really sorry. You were surprised, right? Yeah. Whatever. You're not mad anymore. I wasn't mad. Are you fine? Right when he was starting to realize that something was strange, Balm suddenly came up and carefully hugged him. She then placed her forehead on his chest. Of course. I usually don't even cry. The light weight behind her forehead could be felt by his chest. In that moment, perplexity started flooding in like a tidal wave. Balm. He tried to push the child's shoulders away, but a hurried voice stopped his hands. Just a little bit, she said. Please just let me stay like this for a bit. More water was added to a cup already full. Perplexity overflowed out of his emotions. Not knowing what to do in a situation like this, the regressor stood still doing nothing. Ajasi, can I please ask for a favor? A favor? Yes. Can you please just tell me one thing? What? He thought to himself. There were several times when it struck him that Balm might be thinking more about the relationship between herself and him. That doubt tended to increase itself in size like a balloon from her words and actions whenever they were alone. I'm a dragon, so one good memory can replace most of my painful memories. So whenever that happened, he thought Balm was simply the type that enjoyed teasing others and tried to stop himself from having such a doubt. However, the green pair of eyes staring up at him were dead serious. His doubts slowly started expanding. Can you please call me pretty? And exploded at last. Chapter 172, Seventh Iteration. Interim Review 4. After finishing her words, her eyes trembled. The olive-colored eyes that appeared like the collection of bitterness avoided his eyes. Wearing a troubled expression on her face, the child soon lowered and buried her head back into his chest. Balm silently stayed like that for a long time, as if waiting for a reply. After regaining the eye of Providence, she had never shown such a reaction, even when she was teasing him. That in turn meant that she was unable to control herself and the situation despite having seen Providence. He found it difficult to reply. It was a complicated situation. If there were fences separating people, it might be that Balm was trying to cross the fence over to his side. Even if that wasn't the case, she was sending paper airplanes with a message saying that she was curious about the other side. Her temperature that could be felt above the clothes turned his perplexity into confusion. He took the hatchlings in and called himself their guardian in hopes of having them safely live a happy life. That was his seventh iteration, the life he found to be the closest to the correct answer. And he had never even imagined that the hatchlings could feel an emotion exceeding that of a guardian and a ward during the process. It was natural because he had been seeing the hatchlings curse him for over dozens of years already. Dozens of years was by no means a short period of time. It was almost the same as the amount of time spent by two intimate people until death separates them. And yet what was happening now? The regressor had met the green dragon dozens of times, but Balm was seeing Yu Jitae for the first time. He had never pondered deeply about the emotion that could be created due to that difference in perspective. When he remained silent for a long time, Balm rubbed her forehead left and right. The small head twitched, and the sound of hair rubbing on his clothes reached his ears. She became impatient from waiting and was urging him. However, he didn't say anything. He couldn't say anything. He shouldn't get any closer with Balm, and there was a clear reason behind that. He wouldn't be staying with them forever. It was a relationship that started with him longing for the farewell, and there would definitely come a time where they had to separate. If he wanted them to return with nothing but good memories, Yu Jitae had to remain a good memory. Thus, he didn't say anything. Seeing that Yu Jitae wasn't reacting in any way, Balm raised her head again. Wearing the same old expression with not a sliver of perplexity or sorrow, she opened her mouth. Are you not going to do it for me? Then should I do it for you? Ajasi has, pretty lips. It would be even prettier if you smiled. Balm slowly raised her hands and placed her fingers on the ends of his lips. Ignoring his feelings, she carefully pushed his cheeks up and lifted his lips to a smile as if he was a child. She then murmured, so pretty to herself. Even then, he didn't say anything. Around when the perplexity was about to change to confusion yet again, are you still not going to do it for me? I am suffering a loss here. Balm giggled and separated herself from his body. She then wore the usual strange yet indifferent expression. I'm always making a loss, So from today, my name will no longer be Balm. What? I am a pushover. You pushover. You pushover. I'm crying after slurring her words. She smiled mischievously before going into the house. The regressor delayed it with silence, but the paper airplane had already entered his land. Maybe it was slightly crumpled just then, but he was clearly aware that it had to be opened one day or another. It was still too early for him to evaluate Balm's seventh iteration. Ever since that happened, Balm became weird. Or so he thought, but she was in fact so normal that he found it strange. Regardless, he decided to finish with what he was doing. Things were rolling out of hand, so he had yet to complete the interim assessment. First off was Yoram. Really? Can I? Yeah, do it. Yoram's biggest objective was survival. Surviving against the firstborn Unnie after the end of the amusement, and avenging her youngest Unnie who had done her best to protect her. And in order to do so, she had to become at least as strong as Javier from South Africa in a short period of time. Really? I am going to do it. Ah, just do it, you idiot. How many times are you saying that? Annoying. Short period of time here was referring to 20 years of time, and it would naturally be better if it was even faster than that. Currently, Yoram was similar, or perhaps slightly stronger than young Tiha, who was recently being praised as the greatest genius in history worldwide. The greatest concern she had to overcome was her uncontrollable anger. It was the element that had been detrimental to her for numerous iterations, and at the same time was the largest threat to her growth and fighting potential. She had seemingly realized that herself, and it seemed that Yoram was also trying her hardest. Even now, she was urging Jael to hit her. Too late to regret. After a slight hesitation, Jael powerfully slapped her cheek. Slap, her hand was small and appeared feeble, but Jael was also a dragon, and thus the slap caused Yoram's head to turn. After smacking her cheek, Jael glanced at Yoram. With a reddened cheek, Yoram slowly faced the front again like a broken doll. How is it? Not bad. It'll do more then. Yeah, slap. Yoram faced the front every time as if it was okay while Jael started to enjoy it. She grinned and rotated her arms around before slapping her. Meanwhile, Kiel, who was standing next to Yu Jitae, opened her mouth with a whisper while watching the two of them. She's angry. She's angry, do you think so? Yes. After getting hit by Yoramani every day, I have this thing called Yoram radar, you know. Okay. Unnie is really mad right now. Slap. Her head turned to the side. When Jael asked if she was okay, Yoram replied with a smile. Of course I am. Then do some more. No, let's stop there. Only then did Jael realize that Yoram's smile wasn't actually a smile. She carefully sneaked away. Yoram's seventh iteration was better than any other iterations of the past. Next up was Kiel. Unlike Balm and Yoram, she didn't do anything despite being a cadet and simply enjoyed her time at the school. But this was what Yu Jitae considered the best and the most suitable amusement for Kiel. Although she was sometimes sad, she appeared to be enjoying her life. However, wouldn't it be fine for there to be a small event that she would be excited about? One morning, Yu Jitae headed to the academy district with just Kiel. Where are we going? The blonde girl rambling on without taking a rest, appeared slightly surprised after realizing that Yu Jitae was taking her to the education department. Lair was bustling due to the approaching festival, and cadets and staff members were all busy with their own task. Yu Jitae headed to the PR team with Kiel and told the reception desk that they were here to ask about the masked singing contest. Soon, team leader Yang Dohee left her office to meet the two of them. No one will find out about who you are both before and after the performance. We also get rid of the documents immediately after the performance, so there's no prize pool for the contest, and it's just to enjoy the festival. The masks need to be brought by yourself, and you can simply cover your face with it. In fact, there are lots of cadets who come to the audition already wearing masks. A few years ago, a guardian from Noblesse School took the audition while pretending to be a cadet, and that was later revealed from an interview. Team leader Yang laughed, Yuahat, after sharing that little incident. The performance was there to simply enliven the festival, and there was nothing that would restrain Kiel. In that case, can I do it as well? But team leader Yang's expression turned darker after hearing her question. Did you want to apply for it, Kiel? Sorry. No. I was just curious, I am sorry, but the application window has already ended. I should have let you know earlier, but I didn't know you were interested in something like this. And no, it's fine. Do you want me to sneak you in? Kiel frantically waved her hands. I can't even sing. Really? Team leader Yang Dohi rested her chin on her hands and tilted her head. Your voice is clean and pretty, so I think you'll do well, she muttered. But Kiel waved her hands again from embarrassment. Looking back, there hadn't been any opportunity ever since the freshman declaration. However, her feet were cheerful and nimble on the way back, so he asked her if she was okay. Ehue, I can't even sing in the first place. I'll obviously just embarrass myself, right? You might be good at it. Ah, it's already gone, so I won't even think about it. You're right. There will be another chance later on. Yes. Keel suddenly scratched her head. Yuhuam, why? Now that I think about it, Arjasi, why am I not good at anything? What do you mean? It's true, right? Barmani is pretty and smart. Yoramani is good at sports. She's tall and has a strong mentality. And Jayal is just cute, right? But me, I just eat and play around. Besides, I don't even take a dump after eating food. I'm worse than a dumping machine. Ah, the more I think about it, I think I'm a useless dragon. If I embarrassed myself with singing on top of this, I might rather die, you know. Keel laughed hee, but it didn't sound like a joke to him. However, her casual and light-hearted mood was not a facade. It's fine. You just have to eat well and play around. Akia, I feel like having something sweet today. Do you want to buy some macarons? It's been a while. She nodded with a bright smile, and on the way back home after buying the macarons, her steps were even lighter. After coming back home, Yu Jitae glanced at the baby chicken, Chirpy. It seemed to have gone out somewhere in that short period of time, and there was a leaf stuck on its fur. The baby chicken was slowly starting to become a rooster. In his opinion, it would be best if Kiel didn't do anything, but she would be forced to do something in the near future. This baby chicken will lead her forward. Kiel's seventh iteration was hard to evaluate. He had to watch a little bit more until the end of the amusement. Last up was Jael. It was night time. He took Jael outside for a little walk. She was good at walking now and could walk straight without a problem. He thought that perhaps it was about time to send her to school. There was a primary school at Lair for the Guardian's children, and he had prepared 3 identities for Jael even before she shed her skin, so there was nothing to worry about. Although she was just over a year old now, it might be good for her to study while also spending some time alone. While Yu Jitae was thinking that, he felt a gaze. Jael was staring blankly at his arms. He looked at her, but when their eyes met, she turned and faced the front. Why? She stayed silent. Thinking that it wasn't anything serious, he started walking down the park again, but felt her gaze again after a few minutes. She was glaring daggers at his arms once again. What's wrong? NN, is there anything you want to say? Jael shook her head. However, a sad voice soon escaped her lips. Am I heavy? What? Am I too heavy now? He couldn't understand what Jael was trying to say. Well, you got taller, so you must have become heavier. Jael nodded with a disheartened look on her face. He had no idea why she was like this. Soon, they headed back home. On the way, one of the straps of the slipper she was wearing snapped. I got this recently. Suddenly, she had to walk barefoot and was startled, but Yu Jitae reached out to her. Come here, he said. Jael shook her head in a fluster. Why? I can walk by myself. What? I'll just walk by myself. What do you mean? Stubbornly, she started walking barefoot. However, there was a dirty puddle of water in the middle of the road, so he had to lift the child up and hug her. Jael twitched her legs around in surprise. Sorry, she whispered. Why for being heavy? Yu Jitae finally remembered Yoram teasing Jael for being a pig, and also how Keel replied, owing, you can walk by yourself, right? When Jael asked for a hug after shedding her skin. That must be the reason she insisted on walking by herself, even after her shoes were broken, although she was glaring at his arms all evening. You're not heavy. NN, just stay still. He didn't let her down until they went back home. Despite twitching her toes at the start, Jael also soon naturally leaned on his shoulders like usual. After coming back to the unit, she asked carefully before going down from his hug. Are we going on a walk tomorrow as well, if you want to? What if my shoes snap again tomorrow? Her desire reflected transparently. He gave a faint smile. I'll have to hug you then. Only then did Jael nod in satisfaction. As such, Jael of the 7th iteration was living a better life compared to the previous iterations. Like that, he finished the interim review for the 7th iteration. The 7th iteration was overall a success. Wah, a pizza. The big one is mine. The small one is mine. Watching them chat while having pizza as a midnight snack, he thought to himself. May this moment last as is. Chapter 173. When the cowering one blossoms. 1. Mr. Cthulhu. Under the overwhelming applause of the crowd, a man wearing a squid mask, Mr. Cthulhu, took a step on the octagon. Having experienced the Great War, he knew how humans could become deformed corpses. For example, a superhuman that died to a succubus would have all their bones melted and become mushy. Succubuses with a refined sense of taste sometimes tied a knot with the arms of the mushy corpse. And now he was going to do the same to the baby chicken mask that was standing before him. If he destroyed all the bones of the opponent's arms and tied a knot with them behind that laughable mask, people would definitely love it. But a minute passed after the bell rang. He didn't even know what happened and was lying flat on the ground. His chest was being stepped on by the man. An outrageous force and pressure suffocated him. When he turned to the side, he could see the astonished gazes of the crowd, and soon the drunk referee checked whether he was dead or not with his arms crossed behind his back. "You dead? Cthulhu." "Dead my ass, you stupid dotard." Mr. Cthulhu thought to himself. What happened just then? He had run in order to get in a grappling position and had successfully struck the opponent's stomach with his shoulder. Being struck by a three-digit world ranker like him, running in at full speed, after strengthening the body and supporting it with mana, was more devastating than crashing into a dump truck. And yet the man nonchalantly stopped and pushed him back. Because of that, he got fairly angry. He used mana to manipulate his blessings and closed the gap in the blink of an eye, but what happened then? He couldn't remember anything after that. By the time he realized it, he was rolling on the ground. "Do you accept your loss, Cthulhu?" The drunk referee giggled. Enraged, Cthulhu grabbed the referee by the neck and threw him while still lying down on the ground. The old ref flew up, crashed into the ceiling, and died immediately. The cheers of the crowd distracted his ears. Mr. Cthulhu admitted his loss, and the man wearing the baby chicken mask immediately lifted his foot. On the way outside, he bashed another staff member of the fight club and killed him. Unable to control his anger, he picked up a running car and threw it. He then killed a ruffian walking by. The longer his thoughts continued, the more it touched his emotions. He remembered how it was when he exited the building. The cheers that had been for him had changed its target to the chicken mask. The envy of males and desires of females had all been replaced by sneers. Normally, he wouldn't even have the time to worry about stuff like that. However, he was currently Mr. Cthulhu, one middle-aged man who dedicated his life to his hobby. In the back alleyway, he couldn't control himself and called someone. "Hey, it's me." There weren't many inside the association who knew of Mr. Cthulhu's secretive hobby life. He called the strongest junior who knew of his hobby. "Can you deal with this one guy for me?" Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I lost at the 14th defense match." When he roughly explained the situation, a pitying voice escaped with a sigh from the other side of the phone. "Bro, isn't it about time you stopped doing this? Y'all be 50 in a day or two, bro." The tone of that voice was eating at his pride. However, Mr. Cthulhu was fine with losing a little bit of pride here, as long as the baby chicken mask that was looking down at him could get smashed to death. "Fuck, what if I am 50? You want me to swing a golf putter like all those boring guys out there? Hey go, that's at least better. What's gotten into you right before hitting 50 after spending your whole life swinging pens? Why are you swinging a burning bat now? Oi, just help me out with this, dude. If the association hears anything about this, y'all be absolutely destroyed, bro. I'm sure you know that yourself." The one on the other side of the phone was from the International Superhuman Association's Vanguard Secret Ops. The commander of Vanguard, Phil the Grey, a top world ranker with the rank 271. Shadow Human, Own Sungo. "So about what rank do you need? Considering how you're a goner, bro, maybe someone in the 2000s. Like Alan, Pio, or Hezekiah, a goner my ass. I'm stronger than all of them. Ego, of course, yes." Mr. Cthulhu thought to himself. He still considered himself an active veteran. Although he hadn't used everything in his arsenal, the opponent overpowered him in the blink of an eye, and thus a random ranker won't be able to do much. "Sungo, my brother, our bro, stop there." Own Sungo tried to stop him after realizing what he was trying to say. "Come on, bro, I know all your schedules. There's no one to kill these days. It's been very quiet recently, and your life has been boring, right? Ah, you're telling me to come just for this random bloke. Even a knife gets blunt after not using it for a while. Come and sharpen it or something." What do you know? The voice suggested that he was looking down at him even till the end. He had the sudden urge to scrap everything, but held it in. Whatever the case, On Sungo was a strong superhuman, and he should have no trouble smacking the baby chicken mask to death, thinking that Mr. Cthulhu soothed the rage he got from his hobby. So, who was it again? I'm pregnant, said Balm. Yu Jitae looked into her eyes as she looked back at him while wearing the circular-framed glasses. There was a word in her sentence that required some time for him to wrap his head around. What? Do you think there's a way to make that sound smoother? Balm, who had seen Yu Jitae's expression change for a moment, said while holding back her laughter. She was currently writing a novel, surprised. Who knows? But why would you try to make that sound smoother? Saying I'm pregnant is too straightforward, right? Can't it be straightforward? It just doesn't sound good. How do you make it sound good? I don't know. That's what I'm thinking of right now. She touched her lips in contemplation. Meanwhile, Yu Jitae thought for a bit before sharing other expressions for pregnancy. I conceived a kid. Don't think it sounds good. There is a new child. Don't think it sounds good either. I am not singular. My stomach has expanded. That's also I don't know then. And that was when Yoram, who was sitting next to you, Jiddy, chimed in. Told you not to do it inside. That's a bit is it bad. Our love has bore its fruit. Ha! Balm widened her eyes and soon chuckled. What was that? Did I hear it wrong? Yoram silently stared off into the distance before changing the topic. By the way, Annie, are you still writing a horror novel? NN, you don't write in other genres. Like, like mystery or romance, things like that. NN, I don't. Why? How about you try writing one? Mbam tilted her head, while Jayal, who was quietly sitting next to you, Jiddy, also had a look of doubt in her eyes. It was a strange thing for Yoram to say. I'll try if I have time, replied Balm. Yeah. If you have to choose, maybe try romance or something like that. She seemed somewhat embarrassed after saying that as she scratched the back of her neck. Balm stared at her with a knowing gaze before reluctantly giving a nod. That day was a normal day, a day no different from other normal days. I am back. In the afternoon, Keel returned to the dormitory after her lecture. Ujidi called her to the study because there was something he needed to tell her. Owing. Why? Fortunately, it appeared that she no longer felt repulsive against being with him alone and casually sat next to him on the bed. There's something to give you. What is it? Ujidi handed her a small ticket. The ticket had Superhuman Academy Lair PR Team printed in bold at the front, with For Baby Chicken Mask written at the back. After quietly twisting and playing around with the ticket, Keel widened her golden eyes. NNN. Ah, is this? In fact, even before heading to the PR team yesterday, he had already consulted team leader Yang Dohi about the masked singing contest. She asked if Keel was good at singing, and he replied, yes. After that, team leader Yang Dohi used her authority and joy to give her a position. It showed how much she liked Keel. However, Ujidi couldn't thoughtlessly continue with this plan. Keel was the most sensitive child who had to be treated the most delicately. Keel had to take this lightly. She couldn't be overly excited even if it worked out well, and she must not be depressed even if things didn't turn out well. Therefore, he decided to do a little test with Keel. You want me to act like she didn't make it? Ah, you're trying to surprise Keel, right? Team leader Yang Dohi gladly listened to his request. After she seemingly didn't make it into the contest, Keel was only slightly sad on the way back. She passed Yu Jitty's test. Let's try it. Let's try singing. When Yu Jitty mentioned something which she had considered to be over, her eyes turned blank for a second before becoming lively again. You're the best. Arjasi. She tried to hug Yu Jitty but suddenly stopped. Anyway, I like you so much. You are. Soon, Keel hopped out to the living room with the ticket in hand and showed off to her Unnies and Jael. Amazing, amazing, right? She shouted in joy, and the other kids also congratulated her in surprise. Ujidi went outside and soothed her. Keel, sit down first. There's something I need to ask you. Yes. There was something strange while he was proceeding with the event. It was that the application window had already ended by the time Keel told him about the masked singing contest. It might be something insignificant, but he decided to address it just in case. Aang, really? Yeah, you didn't know. I didn't. That's weird. Yuren told me they were receiving applications for it. I told you straight after I heard that. Young Yuren was the name of her friend whom Keel often mentioned. But Yuren is a little bit weird these days. Weird. Yes, yes. It feels like there's something sometimes she speaks to me like we're close, but when there's a lot of people, she doesn't reply. I don't know why she's like that. Hearing that, Balm asked, "That's weird. Is it very obvious?" NN. When it's just the two of us, I think she's nice. Have you talked to someone else regarding that? No. Well, I tried asking one other friend, but she said she couldn't really tell. And what, is she a bit of a retarded bitch? Interjected Yoram. No, she always asks me to go karaoke together. She's a good friend. Keel scratched her head before adding, she's just a bit weird sometimes. There seemed to be something bizarre happening between the girls, which Yu Jitae didn't know much of. Balm, Yoram and Keel talked about the relationship for a long time. Yoram criticized the friend while Keel shielded her, but after listening for a while, Balm also shook her head. It doesn't feel good. I think she's being jealous. NN, jealous. Why? Only she knows why, I assume. I think she's definitely a crazy BTCH. Keel made a straight face after hearing Yoram's blunt words. Honey, she's my friend. However, Yoram also crumpled her expression irritatedly. Friend, or whatever. Listen, you idiot. She's learning how to sing, and yet she makes you sing when all your other mates are there as well. That's true, but she's fusing, obviously making others compare you with her. And she fills up her ego by trampling on you like a shoe. She's just a crazy BTCH. What else? That's not how it is. What the FK? What's wrong with you? Stop just saying no. The situation was clearer after listening to Yoram. It seemed that the cadet called Jung Yuren inside Keel's travel society was trying to sneakily make her a target for comparison. After hearing their conversation for a while, a doubt appeared in Yu Jitae's mind. You said she's learning how to sing. Keel nodded with a slightly disheartened look on her face. Yes, yes. Apparently she was aspiring to be a celebrity in Korea. Since when did she offer you to sing? It's been a while already. A few days ago, Yang Dohee said the following. But are you really going to make her anonymous? Although there's no prize pool and scores, it's one of the popular events from the firework festival. So 7 out of 10 people usually try to make themselves known by taking their masks off. In this era, superhumans were both soldiers and heroes. If the success of a superhuman was decided by money and fame, name value was significantly more important than individual power. Is that so? He thought to himself. Kids being jealous of each other didn't need a special reason or anything for that matter. This was Keel's school life and her daily life, but as her guardian, hearing all that didn't necessarily put him in a good mood. Got it. In that case, how you sing will be the most important factor. In response to his words, Jael, who was quietly listening to them speak, clapped out loud. An exclamation mark appeared above Keel's head. That's true. We need to send a video of the song to team leader Young as well, right? Yeah, she wanted a video. Then I'll record it when Keel starts singing, said Balm while fidgeting with the watch. Yoram asked, but do you even have a song you want to sing? At the center of the attention, Keel was slowly turning stiff. NN. Ah, and she appeared to be getting nervous once it was about time to actually start, and blankly rolled her eyes. That was when Yoram suddenly thought of something and gave a wicked smile. Oi, NN, what's her favorite song? Who? Yuren. Why, there's a song she sings every day at the karaoke, right? Ah, NN. There is, what is it? It's called Sometime or Other. It's a pretty sad song, and Yuren sings it every time we go there. That's good. Try that. You remember it right. Seeing her suggestive smile, Keel felt slightly uncomfortable, but it was too late to fight back. Balm had already started filming Keel with her watch, and the protector, watching from the side, turned the light off. You or I'm actually going to do it, okay? I'm starting now. A lot of eyes were on her, but none of them replied to her voice. Not knowing what to do, Keel closed her eyes and slowly started to remember the voice and melody she heard at the karaoke. Meanwhile, Yu Jitae was curious. Luna, the empress of pop songs in the first iteration, and Baby Yellow, the goddess of Billboard in the fourth iteration. Those two were a few of the destined futures of Keel. Her voice had echoed worldwide and had shook the hearts of countless people. Does such unprecedented talent show itself even without going through practices and hard work? That was what the regressor was curious about. Soon, Keel slightly opened her lips with her cheeks flushed in deep red from the embarrassment. Finally, the song began. Chapter 174. When the cowering one blossoms, too, at the start, it resembled the tone of a music box. A feeble, somewhat trembling voice. and yet a timbre so clear and bright that it made people wonder how a human could have such a clear voice. Perhaps that was because she wasn't a human, or perhaps because it was the voice of a child that was destined to be immersed in receiving love from a crowd of people. However, the clear voice was filled with concern. She was noticeably nervous as she carefully let out word by word and tone by tone that it concerned the onlookers. Jael similarly turned nervous and clenched her hands. It was like an extremely clear and beautiful lake, but ripples could be felt from the voice. When the kids were starting to feel slightly doubtful, Kiel stopped singing. Even that appeared like a part of the performance, so the kids waited for a bit, but the song didn't continue. Oi, NN, what is that? Why did you stop? NNN, why? Why are you stopping in the middle of a song? Kiel returned an awkward smile to Yoram's question, but I haven't sung past that before. What? So you stop there every single time? NN, even at the karaoke? NN Aish, you joking? Isn't that why that bitch called Urine or whatever looked down on you? You need to finish a song after starting it. Is that how it is? Ah, but what but? Do it again. From the start. I. Keel covered her face with her hands and crouched. I can't do it. I want to hide. Yoram clicked her tongue in response while Balm found her cute and smiled. Go on, Keel. That was quite good, said Balm. Ah, really? NN. It was a shame that you stopped right when it was about to get even better. You should have sung a bit more. Why did you stop there? That's where I always stopped, always. Even when you first sang it. And then, why did you stop there when you were first singing it? It's nothing, but Urine said I was trembling too much, and said I should do it again. Later, Keel's words caused everyone to go silent. When Yoram opened her mouth, she gathered the eyes of everyone else. She tried to pick the right words, but the only words that appeared in her mind were bad ones, so she closed her mouth. Let's try again, Yu Jitae suggested. After gloomily giving a nod, Keel readied herself once again. And then, after a sigh, she slowly started singing again. It was a clear and bright voice, but the nervousness was slightly greater than before. She was like a blade dancer dancing on a blade top. Beautiful but unstable, tranquil but not calm. Her voice quivered, concerned about making a mistake. Watching that, Jael also became more nervous, and with a pair of uneasy eyes, she grabbed onto Yu Jitae's sleeves. Keel's eyes distractedly glancing at the ground caused the audience to be even more nervous. Once she neared the part where she had stopped before, she closed her eyes, no longer able to endure the nervousness. In that instant, the essence of the song flipped. The voice resembling a music box soon turned into the clear timbre of a string instrument. It sounded rather raw because it wasn't polished, but her voice started drawing a picture inside the heads of the listeners. The lyrics continued, even if the road is rugged and steep, even if only the cliff awaits you, go on. If you go on, sometime or other in the distant future, sometime or other. Jael's hand clenching on Yu Jitae's sleeves slowly relaxed, but the regressor found it to be a shame. The naturally rising timbre went high and clear, but didn't give the feeling of a hail like bye. Her voice exploding forth at a high note was powerful, but didn't give off the feeling of a cannonball like bye. Her gentle whisper after a rupture of emotions was enough to shake the fingertips of some listeners, but didn't have the power to make 44,000 visitors shed tears at a stadium. However, it seemed that the regressor was the only one who thought like that. After the song came to an end, Balm, Yoram, and Jael all clapped. Compliments like not bad, and that was good, were shared. Keel opened her eyes that had been closed shut and asked carefully, "W, was that okay?" Yu Jitae replied while touching the back of his neck, "It was good. Nice job. I also think it was good. Very good." After Yu Jitae replied, Jael gave a clap. What about you, Ani? Why aren't you saying anything? Say what? NN, you're not swearing. Didn't you hear me? I said you did well. NNN. She couldn't understand the situation after hearing Yoram's acknowledgement. Keel had never considered herself a good singer till now. Because of that, she was rather befuddled by the reaction and in fact couldn't believe them. Maybe I'm not good. Ajasi and Jael always treat me well, and Yoramani is a bit strange in the head right. The most honest one has always been Balmani. Balm was silent, but when Keel looked at her with a worried gaze, she touched her lips and replied with an indifferent expression. Keel, did you ever have an unrequited love for someone when you were in Ascalipha, or did your loved one die? NN. No, why, you don't. That's weird. Because you were nervous, your singing was just so-so. Un. But when you were singing, you after carefully choosing her words, Balm awkwardly opened her mouth. You sounded like a wife that lost her husband. Was it that good? The regressor didn't have a discerning ear and thus couldn't really tell. The only feeling he got was that it was lacking in comparison to Bai. He showed the video to team leader Yang Dohee, and she also gave a fairly positive reaction. After the song, team leader Yang gave a bright smile. Is it okay? Wow, it's great. So she did know how to sing. Kiel was shaking so much, and the video made that even more apparent, so Yu Jitae was slightly worried, but fortunately, it was met with a good reception. Her voice is really pretty. I knew she would be good. Is that enough for her to get on stage? Yes. I need confirmation from the director, but this should be enough in my opinion. After saying that, team leader Yang added, but while her voice and tone are all great, it's a little bit unstable, and that's a bit of a shame. Ah, well, I think it was fine even if we take that into account. She will be fine 100. I'll give you another call after getting the approval of the director. Yu Jitae returned to the dormitory and relayed her words to the kids that it wasn't certain but would most likely be fine. Ah, really? Relying on the certainty of the team leader, they started creating the baby chicken mask as well. This one looked completely different from the one that clone one was using in America. That's awesome, Keel. Really great. Wasn't gonna go to the festival, but I guess I have to go. Barm and Yoram congratulated her, and they ordered fried chicken that night for a celebration. However, even with her favorite fried chicken in front, Keel was stupefied and couldn't really taste the chicken. A few days passed by. Keel hummed by herself in her room and practiced singing. It was a holiday, and the kids were always at home, so they listened to her sing from the side and helped her with the practice. While having dinner and enjoying a delicious snack, the conversation topic always shifted to the firework festival. These days, they always chatted about Kiel at night. At noon, Kiel had gone to the society meeting for a bit and seemed to have chatted with young Yuran there. Apparently, things didn't go the way she wanted it to, and she complained to her unis. Hearing that, Yoram made a serious expression and told Keel to replay that situation. Do I have to? Of course you do. Or else how do we know exactly what's happening? Balm showed her agreement with a nod. Keel rolled her eyes around and unwillingly closed her eyes. Then she recalled her vivid memories of the past. By the time she opened her eyes again, there was a somewhat fierce look on her eyes. Oh my, did I? I must have mistaken the date. Keel composedly smiled and imitated someone. But the way you're putting it makes it sound weird. She threw a glance to the side. It sounds as if I told you the wrong date on purpose to make you eat she. Then she gave a radiant smile. That was the end, and Yoram was the first one to react. She seemed to have recalled someone from that smile and suddenly grabbed Keel by the collar. Aya, this little bitch. You smiling? You are. It's me. Keel, I know. Why? Why are you mad? What did Urin's words sound like? Wearing a scowl on her face, Urim placed a salt shaker and a pepper shaker on the table. Look, you're salt, and that BTCH is pepper. Oh, okay. Pepper said that to Salt when there were people around, yeah. I guess. So she said that on the outside while being conscious of other people, while implying that you're tactless and rude. Yoram picked the pepper shaker up and pushed Salt with it. The salt shaker soon fell. Astonished, Keel turned towards Balm, but Balm also returned a nod. Whoa, she became disheartened. I really didn't know that. I thought we were friends. Yu Jitae, who was sitting next to them, touched the back of his neck. At their school, Balm was uninterested in forming relationships with other people, while Yoram only knew how to go forward. Therefore, the two of them rarely ever got in a strife with others. However, Keel, who formed several friendships, was in a way destined to have non-violent conflicts like other cadets. In situations like this, the other kids would be better at giving her advice than Yu Jitae. You know what? Yoram opened her mouth with a fairly serious look on her face. You need to know how to get angry. NN, you said that you were put in a bad mood when she said something strange. Yeah, then freaking ask them what the fuck is wrong with them. Otherwise, those human guys and bitches will all look down on you even more. If something is weird, you need to address it, and you need to get angry when you must. Being depressed by yourself is a damn wasteful thing to do. Isn't it? But getting angry is bad, right? I don't like emotional fights. She hurt you first. Even then, or you keel, you retard, Yoram said with a frown. You, listen to me. And then, if one person definitely has to get hurt, then don't become the victim. Be the assailant instead. I can't stand you becoming a victim somewhere. Her words caused Keel to close her mouth. Keel had a complicated look on her face. I thought we were friends, she murmured. That was when Yu Jitae's phone rang. Guys, the PR team, he said, and the kids turned silent in response. Yu Jitae changed the call to speaker mode as they listened to team leader Yang's voice leave the phone. We got the confirmation. The director liked it a lot. Oh, that's good, Keel, that's good. Barman Yoram praised her left and right. Keel's disheartened look slowly dissipated, and she blinked her eyes with a brighter expression. Ah, but you see, Mr. Jitae, there's actually a problem. A problem. Yes, yes, Cadet Keel sang some time or other, right. And that was also what you applied to the song contest with. It was. That song happened to overlap with another participant's song. Hearing that, Yu Jitae turned to Keel. After going, for a second, Keel turned to Yoram. Yoram was the one that told her to go with this song, and the reason she suggested this particular piece was because it was Jung Yuren's favorite song. And Jung Yuren, who was aspiring to become a singer, had also applied to the masked singing contest. Because the performance is all in all a contest, we can't have overlapping songs. Since that's how it is, can Cadet Keel change to a different song by any chance? Have you talked to the other participant already? Yes, yes. I actually contacted them first, and they said they can't change it. I understand. Please wait a little bit. After turning the watch over to silent mode, he asked Keel, what do you want to do? Do you want to change to a different song? The disheartened Keel widened her eyes. I asked suddenly. She turned to Yoram as if she remembered something and soon bit her lips. The whole room was silent for some time, and Keel's regular breaths were the only source of sound. It was unclear what she was thinking of, but a small flicker of anger flashed across her expression that had always been bright. She appeared to have decided on something as her indecisiveness vanished. I don't want to change her, Aura changed. That's more like it, said Yoram with a bright smile on her face. Yu Jitae cancelled the silent mode and relayed her decision. He said, sorry, but we don't want to change. And hearing that, Yang Dohi sounded slightly flustered as she then talked to someone else for quite some time. The word director was heard in the background. Sorry about that. That took longer than I thought. That's all right. We will do a rehearsal, and the director will listen to both songs in person before choosing the better singer for the performance. Would that be okay? There was around a week left until the festival, but isn't the rehearsal next week? If someone has to change the song, they won't have enough time to prepare for the next song. Yes. So because of that, we wanted to do another rehearsal. Another one. Yes, yes. There's actually two more participants with overlapping songs. We're calling them over right now because we wanted to decide by today. In other words, can you take the mask and come right now? Chapter 175. When the cowering one blossoms 3 on the way to the PR department, Keel murmured. Who? Why am I shaking so much? Yoram replied. You scared? NN. I'm scared of being judged by someone. Then you judge them back. NN. You can give scores to the judges. That guy doesn't know anything about singing and dares to judge. 4 out of 10. Wait, that other guy is bald. 2 out of 10. Hee. What's that? Keel found that absurd and laughed. However, her uneasiness remained, and she murmured yet again after a few more steps. Arjasi, what if I make a mistake and sing out of tune by accident? Have you made that mistake before? No, but I might go off key by accident, right? If that happens, I'll break the speaker. What? Keel faintly smiled, and with a slightly brighter expression, she continued. Then in that case, if the opponent is better than me, knock them out, please. If the judge gives you a bad score, I'll kill them as well. You hitty. Oh, right. What if there's a camera? Should I bring a hammer? Kaya ahaha. You're not going to actually do it, right? If you say that, Ajasi, it feels like you will actually do it. Nonsense erased a little bit of tension. Keel started chatting to the kids with a better voice. Actually, the bigger problem is that I can't really understand the song. You can't understand the song? Asked Balm. NN. This song is about waiting on and on even if it's tiring and being happy sometime in the future, right, I guess. Maybe it's because I am happy right now. But I can't, empathize with the song. Really. I don't really know how to say it, but when I'm singing, it feels like I can somewhat understand, and I can express it to some extent right. I can feel it now that I've practiced a little, but I don't understand what emotion that is. That's not something we can do right now. And I'm pretty sure I can do better if I know what that is. They were immersed in their conversation as they arrived at the PR department. The Yu household entered through the rear door and were allocated a waiting room. The quick rehearsal was to be carried out at a theater stage. As they had guessed, cameras and lights were already prepared and were facing the theater stage, while a few staff members from the PR team were also nearby. Since it was meant to be a quick rehearsal, they didn't have to wait for long, and soon there was a loud announcement for participants of the singing contest to come up to the stage. Keel wore the baby chicken mask and followed one of the staff to the stage, while Yu Jitae and the kids remained and watched from the waiting room. Team leader Yang Dohee recognized Keel but didn't show it on the outside. On the other side stood a cadet wearing a rabbit mask, but to everyone's surprise, she was wearing some shocking clothes. What the heck? Yoram frowned, staring at the cadet wearing a dress that revealed both the shoulders and the chest. That damn girl. Why did she open up a whole load of her titties when she's here to sing? It wasn't even a real rehearsal, and yet she was wearing her costume. Added on top of that were high heels that looked like she would fall once in 2 steps. She looked ready to fight. On the other hand, Keel was wearing a loose sweatshirt and a pair of short pants in order to hide her identity further. She's not even as good as a quarter of you, Keel Yoram grumbled at their contrasting starting points. That's her right, asked Balm, and Yu Jitae returned a nod. He had seen her a few times when he was accompanying Keel, so he knew the quality of her mana. Closing his eyes, he tried feeling her mana with his senses, and it appeared that the rabbit mask was indeed Jung Yuren. Jael crumpled the cushion in her hands, seemingly discontent. Soon began the quick rehearsal. 4 people were sitting in the judge's seat, including the director of the PR department, Yang Dohee, and 2 other team leaders. We'll only be playing the instrumental. One of the team leaders opened their mouth. And for the songs, we will just be listening to the one song that you have applied with, and depending on the result, one of you would have to change your song. There's no script either, so we have to start off by choosing the order. Do you guys have any experience on the stage by any chance? The rabbit mask shot her hand up. I have been to several concerts in my home country. Her voice sounded like she had taken a dose of helium. It was because the voices were disguised before and after the performance. Can you tell me how many times? So I have been to 3 singing contests and around 10 concerts, and I've busked countless times. Have you gotten any awards at the singing contests? Yes, yes. I can hand the documents over if you would like to see them. Sounds to me like you have brought them here. I have, haha. Very energetic, I see. It's fine. Meanwhile, Keel was simply holding the mic without saying anything in particular. So Miss Rabbit Mask has a fair bit of experience, and what about you, Miss Baby Chicken Mask? Ah, I don't have any. Is it your first time ever standing on stage? No, just once. Her voice was lacking in confidence. The team leader turned away from the microphone and explained something to the director, while the director returned a nod. Which one of you 2 would like to go first? I'm fine with offering her to go first, but well, if it is burdensome for her since she doesn't have enough experience on the stage, I can go first. Despite saying that, she slowly moved to the center of the stage and appeared like she was fully keen to go first. Ah, I'll go second, then said Keel, with a disguised voice that couldn't actually disguise her nervousness. When Keel slowly took a few steps back, the stage darkened and the spotlights were turned on. Along with the signal began the instrumental of the song. The rabbit mask started the song by humming, which wasn't a part of the original song. She definitely had something to prove her experience with concerts, and she started taking over the stage with natural gestures. She was natural and impressive. The judges were in admiration, and they started being immersed in the song as it went on. Thinks she's an actual singer or something, grumbled Yoram in the waiting room while irritatedly drinking a mouthful of water. Jael appeared like she was also in a bad mood and chugged the water after snatching the bottle away from Yoram. Hiya, thanks for that. I thought we were having a guest singer for a second. A team leader started it off after the end of the song, and others returned nods in agreement. They started praising the singer. Bullcrap. Is that person also a cadet? How is that a superhuman cadet? Just a lil entertainer BTCH. When Yoram scoffed, Jael also nodded with a glare. It didn't matter whether she was good or bad at singing. They just didn't like her. In fact, even the judges suggested that she became a singer instead of staying a cadet. The rabbit mask embarrassedly covered her chest with her hand and gave a bow. The judges were wearing bright smiles on their faces, and the atmosphere had already gone to their side. She walked away from the center and left the stage empty. Only after a team leader's reminder did Keel hurriedly stand in the center of the stage. Oi, stupid Jiao. NN. Even if things don't turn out well, don't do something useless like consoling her. Why? She's the type to keep things to herself. If others say it's fine from nearby, she'll whimper even harder by herself. But she'll do well. It would be great if that were the case right when they were all thinking somewhere along the lines of that. The music began, and the camera focused on the baby chicken mask. The child, who was awkwardly holding the microphone at the bottom, stayed quiet like a nice kid, despite the instrumental having begun. She didn't try to grasp the atmosphere or gather the eyes of others with her gestures. Because of that, the 30-second-long instrumental part at the start felt even longer than normal, and the judges found it boring staring at the standing girl. In half-doubt, the regressor paid attention to the situation. He remembered the Arc Stadium where 80-0 had gathered, and how BYS single exhale that marked the start of the song caused the listeners to shiver. Soon, the instrumental ended and Keel started singing. When she closed her eyes, her vision was already limited inside the mask, and after closing her eyes, everything nearby disappeared, and she felt like she was alone in space all by herself. At the start, she tried to follow the tone, or the word, and mimic the expressions of Jung Yuren in her memories, but none of those remained in her head after a certain point, something that blossomed in a tough situation. What was an example? The first and only one that came to her mind was Yu Jitae. Keel didn't know why Yu Jitae had come across her mind, but after thinking about him, this difficult feeling became slightly easier to understand. Some time or other, the hard times will end, and it will bear some kind of fruit, some type of happiness. Delving deeper into that thought, she suddenly started feeling strangely melancholic. As the song began to hit the high notes, such feelings became even stronger, and Keel therefore had to stop immersing herself into the song at a certain point. When she did that, the song stopped. What? Why are you stopping there? Ah, oi, why did you stop? Yoram shouted at the waiting room. The director of the PR department couldn't believe his ears. Right when the song began, a voice clearer than anything started gently echoing across the stage. Midday after a downpour, like a cluster of myosotis blossoming in blue, the pure and clean sound tickled the ears of the listeners. That was when surprise spread across the faces of the judges who had previously been bored. The director quickly took off the spectacles he had put on to read the documents and stared at the cadet, wondering how a human voice could possibly be like that. There was not a single exaggerated motion in her gesture or tone. With nothing but voice and song, she made the background and the surroundings vanish from the eyes of the audience. Eyes that were trying to weigh the two of them on a scale for a comparison vanished like melting butter. Without even thinking about judging her, they became immersed in appreciating the song. However, the song suddenly stopped. The music was still there, but her voice wasn't. A team leader urgently raised his hand and gave a sign. When the instrumental stopped, he shouted, "Cadet Baby Chicken, is your mic working now?" "Ah, yes, audio team. Can you please properly check it next time?" He mistook that as a mic problem and got upset. Meanwhile, the director placed his glasses back on and went through the list of participant profiles. The baby chicken mask was a second-grade cadet, but neither her name nor association were written down. He thought he had heard the voice somewhere, but after reflecting on the purpose of the masked singing contest, he decided to stop his trail of thought. In any case, the people were rowdy. Team leaders turned their mics off and chatted among themselves. "Let's make her do it again. That was way too shocking. Are you sure it was a mic problem just then? Didn't she stop in the middle?" While they were sharing such thoughts, the director turned his mic on and gathered the eyes of everyone nearby. "Cadet Baby Chicken, please repeat the refrain part." "Refrain? I mean the last part of the chorus." "Well, give the instrumental soon." Since the team leaders all wanted to listen to the final part of the song, they were glad to hear the director's request. Instead of being a gentle song, some time or other was one where the singer had to retch out their sorrowful emotions. Even if the first part of the song sounded decent, the latter part of the song required more. The singer had to go on for a long time with such emotions and high notes. The rabbit mask managed to handle it with her soft and high voice. However, the baby chicken mask seemed to be the type that increased in volume alongside the pitch, like one of the famous virtuosos. If the tone reached higher, her voice also needed to be louder. But can she express that with such a small body? When the song started again, they completely forgot about evaluating her once again and fully immersed themselves in the performance. The voice that sounded clear started becoming tenser as it increased in pitch. As the resonance became louder, she started giving off unpolished and coarse sounds, but even the somewhat husky voice was pleasing to the ears. The tone went higher and higher, and when it reached the highest pitch, the baby chicken mask slightly bent her body forward. Her husky shout splattered across, and a high-pitched wail gushed over them like a ray of light. Wah! Young Dohi felt goosebumps crawling up her skin from her arms. Her mind shivered at the song. One of them unconsciously stood up from the seat and embarrassedly glanced around after realizing that he was standing up, but no one was even staring at him. It was literally overwhelming. The depth of her expressions was on a different level, but none of them could even guess that the baby chicken mask was in fact containing and controlling her emotions and expressions. The high notes came to an end, and a feeble sobbing voice decorated the end of the song. The director felt his hands sweating, and dumbfoundedly, he gave an empty laugh. He had forgotten for a second that this was a rehearsal for the cadets' festival singing contest. While the music was also slowly coming to a close, Keel urgently removed her immersion and unconsciously turned around to stare at someone that was standing behind the curtains of the stage. The rabbit mask was staring at her. Although her face was being covered with a mask, her two hands were clenched tight, and it was apparent that she was very surprised. Feeling competitive for some reason, Keel covered the chest part of her sweatshirt, which wasn't even open, and gave a bow by bending her back in a straight angle. The rabbit mask's fists started trembling, and seeing that, Keel was strangely put in a good mood. Ah, why am I in a good mood? I'm usually not like this, however. Their glaring contest was forced to a stop. Click. The director turned his mic on. Chapter 176. When the Cowering One Blossoms. 4. Did you say you had no experience with concerts, Miss Baby Chicken? A benevolent yet powerful voice echoed through the mic. Keel carefully nodded and belatedly lifted the mic to reply, yes. She accidentally placed it at where the beak of her mask was instead of her actual mouth, so her voice started off soft. And you're not interested in delving deeper into music or standing in front of a crowd? Yes. Not really. Dear me, it was hard to discern the intention behind his voice, which escaped his mouth like a sigh. Thanks for that. The mic was quickly turned off, and the judges started chatting to themselves. Meanwhile, Keel was almost out of her mind. Her dragon heart could be felt pulsing restlessly. Immersing herself into the song left her feeling dizzy, and the immersion was deeper than expected, to a dangerous degree. She had her hands full trying to restrain her emotions, and by the time she came to herself, the song had already ended. She asked herself what kind of feeling was that. If immersion was like submersion, Keel was practically steps away from the deep waters just then. Hidden deep inside that dark place was something she shouldn't dare try to feel. It was unfamiliar and frightening, yet it made her curious oi. A sharp voice shattered her line of thought. The voice didn't go through a mic, and her normal voice was therefore revealed. It was the voice of Yu Jitae. With a flinch, Keel turned towards the back of the stage. Who are you? Why did you cover your chest when you were bowing? Did you do that on purpose? Hello, can you hear me? Why aren't you saying anything? Keel didn't reply. The slight enjoyment felt while teasing her just then didn't last for long. They were friends until recently, and it had only been a few days that they became distant. Simple conversations would be awkward already, and yet the voice of the other party already sounded like a blade. The young 11-year-old child felt repulsed by it. I think I heard your voice somewhere. Well, whatever. You were good at singing. So I was wondering, but can you just choose a different song? What was this about? This is a very special song to me. It's what my mother liked the most before passing away last year. Keel frowned inside the mask. She had spent half a year with her in the same society. Young Uran's mother, who apparently passed away last year according to her, had come to the club room several times to give them food. In other words, she was without a doubt alive and kicking. The reason Young Uran chose this song was because she had debuted on TV by singing a cover for this song in an open audition while she was living in Korea. Keel guessed that she was simply trying to use the same strategy again since it had worked before. Please, It's a very precious song for me. You have a family as well, right? So Jung Yuren, continuing with her words, put Keel in an increasingly weirder mood. And my mother used to play that song every day when we were in the car. Back then, I didn't like the song and said it was too noisy. But after she passed away, the song started sounding prettier for some reason. I liked it so much that I cried every day listening to it. She wanted her to stop. What in the world was in her mind that she could give such a detailed lie? Listening to her speak, Keel felt like she could see the bottom of her friend, whom she had known for quite a long time, and was slightly scared. So please let me sing it. Please. But Jung Yuren didn't give up that easily, and her voice was polite and desperate. It made Keel think about a different hypothesis. Maybe the old lady that came to the club room was her stepmother. Hey, can you please answer me? Please. NN. When Keel started fidgeting with her fingers, the voice turned ever so desperate. Please, can you hear me? You might not know me, but I am really begging you. I am seriously desperate. Her heart wavered. Maybe it's fine to have a chat at least. Thinking that, Keel was about to slowly turn towards her again. FC King Beach. As if you can't fucking hear it. Are your ears clogged? Or what? Keel was startled and doubted her ears. And after taking in those swear words, she felt offended. The two of them had been smiling and chatting when they were together, and she had no idea that her friend was the type to say such things. You're a really bad person, aren't you? Unable to withstand the repulsive feeling, Keel voiced it out loud. In that instant, perhaps after hearing a familiar voice, Jung Yuren twitched her eyes. Meanwhile, Yu Jitae was in the waiting room watching the two of them not through the screen, but through the walls with his own eyes. He also heard Keel's conversation with Jung Yuren. The question that popped up in his mind was, how about I kill that child? It was based on a habit that still slightly remained in him, like how people stepped and killed insects that irritated them. It was then. Tuck, a sound from the mic cut their conversation. It was a timely interjection and caused the eyes of the two participants to turn back towards the judges. Ah, sorry for making you wait. Everyone had a similar opinion, but I was thinking for a bit and only just made the decision. The director leaned towards the mic, and his voice thus became slightly louder. Cadet Baby Chicken, I'm sorry to say this to you. Ah, yes. How about you give the song to Cadet Rabbit? Surprised, Keel stared at the director before turning her gaze over towards the team leaders. Those team leaders also appeared surprised as they turned towards the director. Sir, what do you mean? Said Yang Dohee openly, and her voice resonated through the mic. Even the waiting room was in a fuss. No, wait, what the fusing dogshit is he saying? Yoram shouted while watching the rehearsal stage with a screen. Wait for now. Others aren't agreeing with him either, said Balm to calm her down, but there was also a rare look of annoyance in her expression. Sorry. Keel didn't know what to say. At the same time, what was that? A joyful scream escaped Jung Yuren's lips. Haley Larrett, the director of the PR team, was originally a Hollywood actor. The middle-aged white man spent dozens of years in the industry, even after his retirement as an actor, as he continued his career as a representative of an agency. He met countless actors and singers that had reached the pinnacle. Although their appearance, gender, personality, and talent all differed, the top celebrities all had one thing in common. It was that the depth of their immersion was incomparably deeper than normal people. For example, there were singers who couldn't sing at a very high pitch. There were those who had murky voices, as well as people who couldn't sing powerfully at concerts. Despite such limitations to their singing abilities, they were on a different league when it came to immersing themselves in their songs and tended to frighten the listeners with their songs. A deep immersion brought with it a story. What happened just then was the same. Forgetting to evaluate her was only the beginning. It was followed by the stage feeling distant. The floor, spotlights, darkness, curtains, they all turned fuzzy, leaving behind nothing but a singing girl and a midnight cliff formed by the girl's voice. She appeared to be in such a perilous situation, where she could fall with one misstep. He repeatedly closed and opened his fist. It made him dizzy and made his palms sweaty. Even her movement, which he had found awkward at the start, began bringing out a story. Her stiff and rigid movements and the awkward gestures appeared to be representing something. What in the world had happened to her that she could sing such a song? The director felt doubtful, and when the song came to an end, he was pulled back to reality. After turning the mic off, he sneaked a question about the identity of the baby chicken mask to team leader Yang Dohee. However, she shook her head in response, and after reflecting on the main theme of the singing contest, he had no choice but to heave yet another sigh. In any case, with this kind of vocalist around, it should be fine for him to increase the scale on his own accord as the director of the PR team. How about you give the song to Cadet Rabbit? He threw in a hint, but it seemed that he was in too much of a hurry that it wasn't clear enough. The team leaders were staring at him with expressions that were asking, has he gone mad? Instead, I would like to ask you to sing the school song. In response to his next words, they were even more startled and exclaimed, he's really gone mad. One of the team leaders dissuaded him from the side. Lair's school song was special. It was the song written by the former Rank 3, Dragonian, the day before she died in the Great War, and was a song that screamed for hope and the will to fight back. After editing the song which remained in her watch, Lair decided to use it as their school song. Unlike normal school songs that were cheerful and old, it was lyrical and modern. The education department wasn't keen on overusing the song. It was in hopes of keeping the loftiness of Dragonaean, who had sacrificed herself to protect numerous superhumans. Because of that, the number of times this song had been sung publicly after the foundation of Lair could be counted with one's fingers. This was the greatest opportunity to make their name known, since all sorts of events at Lair were broadcasted worldwide. However, Keel wasn't that interested. The child always kept her guardian's warning to heart, and recently she had begun understanding what Balm meant when she said that it was possible to be happy without becoming famous. Besides, she liked the current song and became more fond of it after practicing it. Ah, but can I just sing what I prepared then? When Keel rejected the offer, the team leaders and other staff members needed some time to process her words. She's turning that down. Their expressions appeared to be asking that. Yang Dohee respected her opinion, but still fidgeted with the mic with regret. Of course. Ah, really? Let me ask you this just in case. Cadet Baby Chicken Mask. Do you know what kind of opportunity this is? Yes, yes. I do, but I am fine. I see. The opportunity was now gone. The director was a decisive person and wouldn't listen to her even if Keel started begging him in the future. While the team leaders were still astonished by the shocking deal that could have been made just then, the rabbit mask suddenly shot her hand up from the back. In that case, can I please try singing the school song? Was she not aware that it was an absurd question, or was the deal too attractive that she had to try poking it at least? The rabbit mask desperately raised her voice. I can do it. The judges turned silent. The rabbit mask, who had emotionally lifted her hand up, reflected back and wondered if she had made a mistake just then. No. Thale simply find her enthusiastic. That's what she thought, but the silence continued for longer than usual. Haha, soon the director's empty laugh broke the silence as he opened his mouth. It's great that you're enthusiastic. It is, but rather than the school song, how about you try a different song? So, sorry. What song? That's what you need to figure out yourself, since the song you applied for was given to the cadet wearing the baby chicken mask. His words signaled her defeat. The rabbit mask was silent. She hesitated, and her hands started trembling. Soon she lowered her head, and a sobbing voice started leaving the speaker. Young Uren was weeping. What's wrong with her? Keel was flustered. However, the staff members of the public relations team were all masters at dealing with other people. The dark greed of the child was unable to be decorated by simply calling it an excessive enthusiasm. The faces of the team leaders turned rigid. They knew how those were fake tears. Hiding the bitter feeling on her tongue, young Dohee spoke through the mic. Please calm down. You're good at singing, so you should have no problem participating in the contest. Ah, hook yes, cadet. This time, the director opened his mouth. He was a fairly high-level superhuman and had accidentally heard the conversation between Jung Uren and Keel. I have a question. Yes. The director scoffed and asked the crying child. I assume your mother must have loved the school song even more. Hearing that, the rabbit mask flinched. Her weeping voice also stopped for a second in an unnatural manner, so one of the judges clicked their tongue. Didn't she? No, I mean yes. She liked the school song more, ha ha ha, she laughed through the mic. Soon, a small yet clear whisper escaped someone's mouth. She's still going on. Chapter 177. The art of not getting hurt in a conversation, the humiliation stopped her sobbing voice. Afterwards, the rabbit mask didn't say anything, and the rehearsal thus came to an end. Some time or other became Keel's song. On the way home, the kids congratulated Keel and noisily praised her or cursed the rabbit mask. Whenever Yoram displayed her discontentment, Jael showed her agreement while Keel smiled like a puppy. However, she sometimes turned blank, seemingly worrying about something. It was probably related to Jung Yuren. The regressor pondered whether he should have a one-on-one chat with her or not. If he were to have a chat, it would be in a way that would change her life a little, so he had to be prudent. In the dormitory, he continued thinking on the sofa when Baum walked up and sat next to him. "What are you thinking about?" "About Keel." "Ah, Baum, can I ask you something?" "Yes, should I say it or not?" Baum widened her eyes. The question was way too out of context. It might be that Baum felt like an answer sheet for the regressor. "What kind of question is that? What would you choose if you had to choose one? You have to say it." "Why?" "Because no one will know if you don't say anything. It might be better for me to not say it, though." Lifting her face up, she stared at the ceiling. It was unclear whether she was thinking about something or looking into Providence, but she remained silent for some time. "Do you trust me?" Breaking through the silence, she asked. "Of course. Can you trust us?" He needed to think about this question a bit, but after thinking about it, he realized that now he could. "I can." "What if I'm wrong? I can't always be correct either. It's fine if you're wrong. I won't be blaming anything on you. So everything will be your responsibility, Arjasi." "Yes." Balm looked at him with a slight pout before opening her mouth with a sigh. "I think it's better for you to say it." "Really?" "And then, if you're worried, please console her. If she has to change, please help her, and if you treasure her, please give her a quiet hug. That will be the best thing to do, I think." Apparently, some green dragons tended to live like a soothsayer in Ascalipha. Perhaps that was why, but although the words were like a riddle, the regressor felt slightly more certain. "Thanks, hee hee. Chirp, 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 chirp. An afternoon walk with the baby chicken." When Keel and the baby chicken were leaving the house for a walk, he followed them outside. Sitting on a bench, they stared at the setting sun painting the world in orange. "Did something happen? Why did you want to come with us?" When it was time to rest after walking for a long time, the blonde pair of eyes turned towards him. "Because there was something I needed to tell you." "NN, what is it?" Looking back, the gold dragon of the fourth iteration was also a child. A child that didn't know anything, that debuted at the age of 18. The show business in the US was rather rough. Interpersonal relationships that couldn't even be compared to Lair. Before her name value increased in size, there were questions about a casting couch, and after she became famous, people tried to bring her down. Unlike hostile comments that were always shared through the media, interpersonal strifes tended to happen near her for a set period of time, and the young 18-year-old BY used to cry very often. He could remember her sobbing, "I don't understand why everyone is doing this to me," to the counselor. However, BY continued contemplating interpersonal relationships by herself. She pondered it and later fixed her words and her attitude. By the time she reached 25, she wasn't easily hurt by others when dealing with other people. She had grown after countless wounds, events, and contemplations. "Can you hold my hand?" Yu Jitae reached out to the child. Holding hands was something a little bit more special to the dragons, so a question mark appeared in her eyes. "Your skin is too rough, though just hold it for a bit." Aki. While carrying the baby chicken in one hand, she held his hand with the other hand. Slowly and naturally, the dragon's mana started seeping into his body and he didn't stop it. "Are you worried?" he asked. "About what, her?" "Young Yuren." She nodded. "Yes, a little bit. Because of what she might say." "Yes. I didn't do anything wrong, but I did trust her. Even though now I know that she's not my friend, there's still the feeling of betrayal instead of getting mad. I want to run away if possible. The ground hardens after the rain. Only after accepting countless roots that try to pierce into them can people turn strong enough and learn the art of not getting hurt in a conversation. If she wanted to live on, she had to learn it. Without a doubt, she would cry a lot and feel very hurt like Bai. However, the regressor didn't want her to feel such things again. Therefore, he was planning on cheating a little. "I'll tell you a story about a girl I know." "A girl? Who is it?" "No need to know. Anyway, she was a soft-hearted girl. She cried while talking to other people and couldn't sleep at night after getting swore at. Hee hee. She had a weak mentality, I guess. She did." Yu Jitae brought back the memories of that time. Her conflict with the manager and the conflict with the company. conflicts with fans that crossed the line and male singers that had vulgar thoughts, conflicts with jealous older singers, conflicts with the songwriter, choreographer, the vocal coach. Sit, I'm telling you to sit. Don't you understand what I, your employer, is saying? Or are you looking down on me as well as the conflict with him? Although she did go astray a little in the end, BY was very good at forming relationships both on the stage and behind the curtains. Not a single blemish was found from her until her parrot made a mistake. But that also meant that the media created false rumors and spread them to push a normal person down the drain. With a vacant look on her face, Keel immersed herself into his story. Since she got absorbed in his memories and emotions, Keel was able to accept the story despite the regressor's words being all over the place. When the story finally ended, Keel asked him with a blank-minded look on her face. "Who is that girl?" He let go of the child's hand. "Just someone I know." "Why? I feel so sorry for her, do you?" "Yes. She's pitiful and it must have been rough." She patted the baby chicken that was dozing off. Her immersion was revealed behind her bright expression, and Yu Jitae could see a reflection of the child from back then, which he had long forgot. In any case, he had to tie a firm knot right now. "Can you promise me something? Sorry, what you're feeling right now. Don't bring it back light-heartedly." "Ah, this is a very burdensome emotion, so I don't think I can do that anyway, but then when should I bring it back? When someone is trying to hurt you, or when you have to sincerely say something to someone else. Otherwise, you shouldn't reflect on what you're feeling right now." "Okay." In response to his words, Keel stared at him with a blank expression. She then slightly lowered her head diagonally. A condescending gaze and a decadent smile appeared on her face. Soon, she opened her mouth. "Why should I?" "Ayat." After receiving a flick to her forehead, she chuckled out loud. "Was that obvious?" "It was a joke, a joke. Ill promise," she said while lifting her pinky finger. Although he found such things meaningless, Yu Jitae still wrapped his little finger around her pinky. Yu Jitae started paying more attention to Call after that, but she was the same as always and also regained her bright smile like before. But that didn't mean that she could avoid the inevitable event. One day, there was a message from the society that wanted everyone to gather. Keel had to go to the club room, and Yu Jitae decided to follow from a distance. What was to come had come, and Keel looked slightly anxious on the way there. After arriving at the club room, she was met with Jung Yuren, who was chatting with other cadets. He stood far off in the corridor and stared at the two of them. He was slightly worried. The pressure felt from a conflict with another person, being betrayed by a trusted friend, and being put in a situation where she might get hurt even more. Even if she immersed herself in Bai, would she be able to properly deal with it? Yu Jitae watched with the mindset that he would immediately leave with her if anything went wrong. "You're right. It was me." However, the moment Keel opened her mouth and the confident expression from the past appeared on her face, his worry disappeared. Jung Yuren's expression turned sharp like a blade. I didn't know you were like that. I'm really disappointed, you Keel." She must have said something already to the other friends, and the other cadets also didn't look very comfortable. "Then you must have been looking down on me a lot whenever I made you sing. Is that what you like doing? Making other people a fool? What are you saying? When did I do that?" Perhaps because Keel's expression was unusual and different, people watched with a questioning gaze. "I didn't like you from the start. You should stop acting pretty and foolish. Did you think no one knew how you were swinging your tail to the boys?" Young Yuren seemed to be thinking that it was the time to say everything and revealed everything that was on her mind. However, Keel was smiling. It was a scoff as if she knew it all along. "I knew it. I just found out how your mind was dirty, but I was a little bit surprised," said Keel. "What?" It was very obvious now, but Keel was strange. The cadets that were watching from the side with nervousness also widened their eyes. Her bright tone of voice was still there, but that instead made it feel even more bizarre. "You didn't like me from the start. Don't you think it was you who had the victim mindset instead of me swinging my tail? You Keel, stop saying nonsense. What do you even know?" "Ah, I see. So that was why. You made me sing because you wanted to force me into something you were good at and look down on me. How sad you. I'm sorry. It's because I am not good at reading the mood. If I was, I would have kept on pretending to be a bad singer for you. Can you shut your mouth? Stop shouting, or your mother in heaven might hear it." Keel's sudden words that even cursed Jung Yuren's mother caused the friends to cover their mouths in shock. "I think that's going too far," Keel said one of them. Oh, so you guys don't know anything about what happened between me and her at the PR department. Shut up. I told you to shut up, she shouted. Listen, guys. So what happened 2 days ago is you Keel. Why are you doing this to me? What did I do wrong? It was unclear whether she was out of her mind or embarrassed, but Jung Yuren crouched and started weeping out loud. Yu Jitae didn't know why she was suddenly like that, but Keel knew instinctively after immersing herself deeply into someone else that Jung Yuren was crying intentionally. Keel, what happened to you today? Calm down first, Yuren's crying. I think you are both getting too emotional. Suddenly, the atmosphere started making Keel the bad one. However, it was nothing more than a child's play to BY who had to survive between the cracks of strong-willed women in the past. Drop! Keel threw her drink over the crying girl's head. Can you guys please step aside? Unless you want to see me go crazy. The plastic bottle crumpled and the drink splattered. 6 other girls that were inside the clubroom were flustered and didn't know what to do. Before they came to themselves, Keel approached the crying child and crouched near her. She then whispered into her ears, Urine, should I tell you a secret? Back then, I was actually recording everything with my watch. Do you see my left wrist? A startled gaze suddenly turned towards Keel's wrist through the gaps between the fingers that were covering her face. Her sobbing voice also came to a stop. The screen was dark, but upon closer inspection, she realized that everything was being recorded even now. The dumbfounded gaze looked up and met the gold pair of condescending eyes. Keel stared at her with an indifferent expression before whispering into her ears yet again. Half a year is not a short time, right? Don't you have a lot of friends that love to blabber, like you? Then who do you think I should give the recording to? When young Yuren raised her head again, she found a pair of pitying eyes looking down at her. Leave the club and give up on the singing contest. Don't come ever again unless you want to become miserable. Young Yuren lowered her hands, and there was a look of stupefaction on her face. With an indecent smile, Keel placed her lips near her ears and gave her a kiss. It was fun. I must have been crazy like. I wasn't thinking of saying such shocking things, you know. On the way back, Keel jumped up and down. What should I do? Ajasi, don't you also think I was being too harsh? No, you did well. What? I did well. I said super harsh things to her. The regressor patted her gold hair. Meanwhile, the baby chicken kept babbling on and repeatedly asked if it was okay or not, and he kept telling her that it was fine. He was completely uninterested in whether others got hurt or not. He wanted Keel to be unhurt, and today she didn't get hurt. Next time, give them a slap as well. The regressor was therefore satisfied. Chapter 178 Yu Urim Illustration. Fireworks. 1. Yu Urim Illustration. Minneapolis St. Paul International Warp Station. North America. Early in the morning, an Asian man appeared with fragments of light in a crowded warp bureau. He was wearing a black suit, a mask, a black beanie, and a black pair of sunglasses. The captain of Vanguard. Phil the Grey, the association's secret ops. Rank 271, the shadow human, owned Sungo, one of the staff that checked his identity, made way in shock after confirming that he was a high-ranked official of the association. Soon a few men ran up and welcomed him. Welcome, sir. Good morning, sir. They were from the North American branch of the association. Morning. How's it like in North America? No problem, sir. That's good. Great to see you guys. The man walked with a stern look on his face as the men followed from behind. Since they were next to a big shot from the association, they matched his speed from behind with stiff expressions. Before long, a Rolls-Royce sedan came towards them, and the door opened by itself. The North American branch seemed to have assumed that the man was sent here for an extremely important mission. It's nothing big, though. Own Sungo heaved a deep sigh. Probably no one would even guess that the 40-year-old captain of the association's vanguard was here to wipe the butt of one of his brothers. The sedan slithered outside the building, and soon he began the operation in secret. Antonio Jefferson returned to the association for work, so he had to search for that guy by himself, according to the data he received from Jefferson. By referencing the man's area of activity, the quality and size of his mana, and his appearance, Own Sungo started searching for him and found him in no more than 3 days. So it's that guy. Antonio Jefferson guessed that he was most likely a retired soldier from the Great War. After the war, there were lots of soldiers who felt disillusioned by fighting and left the post to lead quiet lives by themselves. Although the world might not remember them, those guys led normal lives at a quiet place with significant power. It seemed that his target was one of them. Clairvoyance, A. A blue insignia appeared above Own Sungos' eyes. It was an ability that allowed him to view past 100 km if he so desired. A somewhat gloomy-looking man was sitting on a bench, giving pieces of bread to doves. It was such a normal event, and a faint scene. Buzz, the dimensions cracked near Own Sungos' hands. He held onto something, and a modern weapon soon appeared from the crack. PM M-307. It was a whooping level 3 sniper artifact. On the rooftop of St. Paul Commercial Building, he laid down in a picturesque pose with his gun and his gaze pointing at the target. He didn't need a scope, because his eyes were the same as scopes. That guy was strong. His instincts as a hitman told him that. It was clear that the target was an old veteran that experienced the Great War. At this distance, even those self-centered two-digit rankers wouldn't be able to sense him immediately. However, they would immediately find out if he missed the first shot, and things would become rough, so he had to end things with the first shot. The hitman calculated in his head. The distance from the target was roughly 72, 43 km, and the observation error 0. 15 m. He checked the environment with a kestrel artifact. The wind was quite strong for 12 m/s to the southeast. Both the air pressure and humidity were quite high. 1,255, 2 HPA and 52, 5 respectively. Latitude 47. It was quite close to the pole, and the Earth's rotational speed was slower. 265. 5 km/s. A TDS artifact suggested the suitable click adjustment. 0.312 WHMT tone 100 and 83 appeared the best. He adjusted the vertical click by 27. 1 and the horizontal 1.5. 9. The hitman supplied mana to the large sniper rifle. As if it was alive, the weapon wriggled and devoured his arm up to his shoulder. Soon, his body started turning still. His breath stopped, and so did his heart. Every organ inside the body that caused a vibration came to a stop. 3, 2, 1. He pulled the trigger. 2. The projectile bearing mana inside escaped through the muzzle. It crossed the dimension and drew an arc as it covered dozens of kilometers in a split second. He drew all the mana into his eyes and focused on the bullet. After 2, 3, and 4 seconds, as the bullet was approaching the man grabbed the bullet with his index and middle finger. What in the world happened? At that moment, the man that was 72 kilometers away from him slowly turned his head, and their eyes met. The moment he realized that, the veteran hitman immediately moved his body and jumped off the commercial building. He hurriedly started escaping while a bell went off in his head. He quickly called someone. "Hello, yes bro, it's me." "Are you seriously crazy? Who in the world did you mess with?" A puzzled voice left from the other side of the phone, but Own Sungo replied with a shout. "What? Around rank 200 you think? Please stop saying bullcrap. That guy's at least a single digit. Anyway, I'm out. It'll be good for you to stop messing around either, bro. If you're like this all the time, the association will be in an uproar in no time." His words were forced to a stop. He was on a long detour to the branch of the association, but from an alleyway, that guy came out. With slow steps, he stood in front of Own Sungo. A shout was heard from the phone, but he turned it off. He then murmured to himself, "Guess I am fuked time flew," and it was already the last day of the school holiday. At the same time, it was the day of the firework festival. The morning at Lair he saw on the way back, after buying breakfast with Balm, was bustling already. Cadets wearing fancy clothes were walking around the academy district, while several traditional clothes could also be spotted here and there. While watching them, Balm asked him, "What country are those clothes from?" "That China dress." "Probably China. It's pretty." "What about that one?" "Don't know. Maybe somewhere European. My nationality is Korean, right? What do Koreans wear?" Yu Jitae glanced around before pointing at a cadet that was wearing hanbok. "That one." "Ah, it's pretty. Don't you think so?" Under the small, white coat, a long and pink skirt started from the chest all the way down to the knees. "It is pretty." Despite saying that, he wasn't thinking much about the topic. For him, going back home earlier was more important because today's breakfast would be less tasty if it turned soggy. "Yua, it smells amazing." "What is it?" Today's breakfast was a handmade tonkatsu. Covering the thick Scotch fillet was a thin layer of breadcrumbs. They couldn't buy it before because the line was too long, so he and Balm had to wait from 5 in the morning to buy them today. Thanks for the food. Jael carried the thick tonkatsu with her chopsticks and carefully bit into it. With a bite, the thin layer of breadcrumbs got crunched and revealed the juicy meat inside. The thick meat, with a harmonious balance of oil and fat, was tender. Munch Munch Jael's expression turned brighter while munching on the meat. It was extremely delicious. Here. Meanwhile, Balm placed something green on Yu Jitae's bowl. What is this? It's wasabi. I'm fine. Try putting some on. It's really nice with oily things. Yu Jitae still persisted to have the tonkatsu by itself, so Balm placed the wasabi on top of the meat for him. The regressor stopped for a bit, before biting on the meat and eating it. Balm stared deeply at him before asking, "How is it?" He didn't say anything back, but started having wasabi alongside the tonkatsu after that. Oi, you keel. NN, you want to go out somewhere with me today? During the meal, Yoram asked with a subtle voice. Why? I have to go to the PR department by 3 p.m. though. Let's go shopping and stuff together before that. Owing, shopping. She wondered what was wrong with Yoram, but nodded in any case, and after having breakfast, the two of them left the house. Actually, today was about to be a slightly boring day for Yoram. Because of the firework festival, all the training facilities were closed for maintenance and the likes. Yoram was wondering what to do in her free time and suddenly came up with a great idea. These days, her reading time was becoming rather boring because after rereading the series 5 times, it was getting less and less exciting. She had to buy a new book, and today would be the best day, since any other day would affect her training schedule. Let's go, NN. Going around the entertainment district, they entered several stores and bought clothes, makeup tools, and weapons. And after some time, Yoram naturally guided Keel to the general department store. The first floor had toys for kids, and the second floor had board games. And on the third floor, is there like anything to do here? There were all sorts of comics and novels being displayed. NN, there are lots of books here. Oh, right, Keel abruptly asked as if it had suddenly struck her. Right. Honey, are you reading a book these days? What? Why, it's nothing. It felt like I could just smell books from your hands. Yeah. Kinder after saying that, Yoram glared at her. Why is she glaring at me? Thinking that, Keel tilted her head. Oi, by the way, NN. Is there like a fun manga or anything like that? A manga? Yeah. What kind of manga do you like? Dunno. I don't know what's good either. Well, it's not like I've read those things before either. What do you mean? Didn't you used to read a lot of comics before? Keel remembered how Yoram used to read comics in her free time when they first started commuting to Lair. Most of those comics were suited for Yoram's tastes and were gory. No, not those, you idiot. Then, Yoram frowned. After thinking for a while, something seemed to have popped up in her mind and she asked, Right, yeah. If you were to buy a manga, what would you buy? Was she curious about my tastes? Keel still couldn't understand what she was trying to do, but started going here and there, picking whatever that appealed to her. A manga about showbiz, a comedy manga, a healing manga with animals, and oh, what do you look for when you pick that kind of stuff? Asked Yoram. Keel was holding a shoujo manga that was colored in pink. What do I look for? First is, I guess, the art style. The art style. NN, because I like pretty pictures. And I like the ones where the male lead is a little bit like a beast, while the female lead is smart and pretty. Ah, but I don't like tragedies. What do you mean, tragedies? You know, like how things turn bad in the middle, like the male lead dying in a battle, or the female lead turning into a slave. Turning into a slave. That doesn't sound too bad. No, are you crazy? If you're into that, you shouldn't even be reading this kind of manga. Is that how it is? Anyway, I heard from my friends, but apparently this is good. After staring at the manga that was in Keel's hands, she nodded as if she wasn't that interested. I see, huh? Soon, Yoram walked with Keel to the PR department, and in the afternoon, she headed to the general department store by herself. And with a nervous look on her voice, she glanced around more than necessary, and fortunately didn't come across any of her acquaintances. Usually, she wouldn't even dare come to places like this in fear of meeting someone she knew. She would feel like killing herself if someone found out about this. So let's hurry and quickly buy this. Thinking that, Yoram dashed forward and snatched the book at a speed that eyes could not follow. That was when her watch rang. What the fuck, it was from Yu Jitae. Yoram picked up the phone. Yeah, what's up? Huh. A reluctant look appeared on her face. You're coming to pick me up. I can go by Myselha. You're already here, on the first floor. Why? Why? What do you mean? You doing something there? What am I doing? Actually, why do you care whether I do it or not? What do you even mean? Just come down when you're done. Can I hide it in the alternate dimension? No, it wouldn't work. Yoram wasn't good at using the alternate dimensional magic, and it would thus cause a lot of fluctuation in mana. It also required a lot of time for her to use it. Then what should I do? She rolled her eyes in thought. On the side, she could see sports mangas, and next to those books were tools that were related to sports. From them, her eyes were glued to the baseball equipment. So, don't come up and just stay there. I'll go down after buying something. Yu Jitae welcomed Yoram on the first floor with Balm and Jael. She came down carrying an aluminium bat. What? Are you trying to hit someone with that? Well, yeah, it was unknown what she was discontent with, but her sulky face was filled with dissatisfaction. She appeared spiteful like an animal who had its food snatched away. Wondering what was wrong with her, he looked at the baseball bat, but Yoram suddenly had a fit. What, huh? You want to get smacked for real? She became gloomy after saying that. What was wrong with her? Chapter 179. Fireworks, too. Maybe I can just buy it and let the store hold on to it until I come again later. Yoram thought that, but it lasted no more than 5 seconds. Belatedly, she remembered that the purchase records that were done through the credit card were all sent to Yu Jitae's watch. If he happened to see how she bought Tankobon, the prince's first love is me. Yoram seriously had to ponder between leaving the house and killing herself. Her brain froze after realizing that, and not knowing what to do, she somehow ended up holding a baseball bat, which she didn't even need. You know what? I seriously hate you. Why, I seriously hate you so much. You're annoying. I'd love to bash the hell out of you if I could. What's wrong with you now? What? What's wrong with me? You want me to tell you how I am feeling right now? Let's say you were dying to drink a can of Sprite. A Sprite? I don't really want to anyway, and what? Be honest. Even if you didn't drink a single drop of water for 3 days. Even if you ate 3 sweet potatoes in a row. Yeah, I would like to drink one. Right. But if you drink Sprite, you have to burp, which you can't do in front of others. Suddenly you have the chance to drink Sprite by yourself. But it's all doomed. It's all doomed because of you. What could this be about? Yu Jitae contemplated before asking her, "You want Sprite?" An extremely serious expression appeared on her face. No. So annoying. She swung the baseball bat around in an intimidating manner. With a frown, Jael walked away from her, and when the nearby cadets glanced at them, Jael explained herself. I don't know this person. I don't know you either, okay? Shouted Yoram. Her temper was worse than usual, but looking back, Yoram was somewhat similar to a cat and often exploded in anger by herself for no reason. In any case, she needed something other than Sprite. Yu Jitae asked after some thought. Anyway, you need something. Right, what do you need? Nathai, in the middle of her shout, she suddenly turned quiet. She pondered for a second before asking with a calm voice. Allowance. Allowance. Don't you have a card? Not that, just something separate. Give me an allowance. You mean cash? Yeah. She turned docile when he took his wallet out like a bulldog waiting for a treat. In that moment, the regressor realized once again that he had gotten closer to daily life than before. Now that she was being meek, he didn't want to give it. Why should I what? You didn't do anything well, so why should I give you money? What are you saying? Give me money. Don't want to. You serious? Jael, who was listening to the two of them speak, gestured to Yu Jitae after realizing something. When he turned around, the child placed her fists on her cheeks and blinked her eyes, acting cute. She was giving him a signal. Although he didn't know that much, he took out a $1 note and gave it to Jael. Hihi. After receiving it, she waved the note in front of Yoram with an excited look on her face. Yoram glared at her dumbfoundedly before turning her gaze to Yu Jitae. What is this about? What do you mean? Why are you being so childish? Do I have to act cute in front of a little kid at my age? Why don't you tell me to lick your toes instead? You don't have to do it if you don't want to. Yeah, whatever. I don't need it. Fucking hell. That was when Jael moved once again after a glance. She wrapped her arms around Yu Jitae's waist and buried her forehead into his stomach. When he gazed down, she slowly lifted her head and looked into his eyes with a desperate gaze of cuteness. He gave her another $1 note. Jael took the money and waved the 2 notes in front of Yoram's eyes. Seeing how Jael was suppressing the urge to raise the corners of her lips, Yoram had to reflect on her rage control training. Finding it funny, Balm giggled before asking her, "What's wrong? Don't you usually do the same thing yourself?" "It's not the same thing, is it? How is it different?" "Dunno." "Ah, this is annoying." On the way to a restaurant, Yoram glanced around before placing her fists next to her cheeks. She was usually good at doing this, but it was hard to make herself do it consciously. That was when her eyes met with stupid Giles, who then sneered after seeing that. Yoram moved her lips silently and swore at her, "Stop acting up, you little rat." In response, Jael mumbled $2 and giggled out loud. If Balm didn't break the mood by bringing up a different topic, stupid Jael would have been dead for sure. "Oh, right, Arjasi, I have to go somewhere for a bit." "Go where?" "The magic studies professors were looking for someone to help with the firework preparation, and I applied for it." "Why?" "I asked them if they could turn a blind eye to all the classes I skipped at the start of the winter semester." "Did they agree to it?" "Yes, only because it's me." The start of the winter semester was probably when Yu Jitae was making her draw and sculpt in search of her dream. During that time, she hadn't been going to school. "I thought you weren't interested in grades." "Well, I'm not that interested in getting good grades, but attendance is a slightly different issue. I am an earnest dragon after all. Got it. See you later then." "Ah, and also, can you please come pick me up later when it's time?" "When?" "When the fireworks are about to start. I should be near the rear entrance of Hilton Clark Tower. Right before the start." "Yes, yes. Maybe that's not the best time. Anyway, you don't have to worry about it if you can't, so please don't worry too much about it." Balm waved her hand after nonchalantly saying that, so he waved back. After that, Yu Jitae took Yoram and Jael along to enjoy the festival. There were more people in the afternoon, and consequently, there were more stores and attractions available. In the world where magic existed, there were plenty of elements in a festival that was a delight to look at. A palm-sized cat wearing socks jumped for afar and landed on Jael's hands. "Art, the pretty blue-haired little friend over there. You were chosen." A superhuman magician walked up with a bright smile. "Chosen?" Jael asked while rolling her blue pair of eyes. A cat made from chocolate was dancing on top of her hand. "Yes. Since you were chosen as the butler, you must take it with you." "Oh, hat, do you like it?" "Yes. That will be $10, please. You were after money. Sorry." With a darker expression, Jael returned the chocolate, causing the magician to be flustered. Yu Jitae paid for the money, and only then did Jael shove the cat's head into her mouth with a bright expression. Attached to the tail of the chocolate cat was a heart-shaped red jelly, and her eyes sparkled whenever she stared at it. Jael slowly ate from the body and kept the best for last, but Yoram suddenly came up and broke the tail before throwing it into her own mouth. "Ah, that's mine." "Oh, was it? Sorry." Yoram chortled while Jael bit her lips. The two of them fought regardless of the time and place. Time flew by in an instant. Yu Jitae took Yoram and Jael for lunch and enjoyed watching a musician busking in the streets. Since Yoram always spent her time in either a training room or her own room, she appeared to be enjoying herself, and Jael was also happy after receiving the plushie. He won at one of the attractions. The sun was starting to set when Jael grabbed Yu Jitae by the pants. "Why, look at that." "What was it?" Turning his head, he found a male and female behind the bush of the park, hugging each other with touching lips. There were lots of people nearby, but they were in a different world by themselves. "What are they doing? What's wrong?" "They're in a relationship." "Weird." Without a real reason, Jael looked at Yoram. She was fidgeting with her watch, but after noticing the couple, she raised her head with a surprised look on her face. Is she going to swear at them? While Jael was in doubt, Yoram stealthily looked away from the couple but proceeded to glance at them in secret. What was wrong with her? Jael had no idea, but suddenly Yoram started whining about the allowance again. "Ah, just give me some money. It's about to be night time already. Come on. Like I said, you haven't done anything well, so why should I wait? Did you actually mean that?" After some hesitation, Yoram tapped her hair. "Well, I was born well. Hella pretty even if I don't do anything." "What? What the fuck is with that silence?" "Yeah, yeah, yeah. Maybe you don't know how to appreciate my beauty because you see me every day, but back in Ascalipha, if the red dragon lady appeared in the streets, everyone from the king down to little stray dogs all came out to watch, you know that." "Puff, don't fusing laugh. I'll smash your head." "Hing. Ah, just give me some money." When Ujiti firmly ignored her, she scowled before standing in front of him. Like a burglar, she pointed the bat towards him, but this discouraged him from giving her money even more. The two stood still and stared at each other. But soon her bat slowly came down. Dropping her head, she gazed at the ground. After scratching herself on the back of her neck, Yoram heaved out a deep sigh. Right when he was starting to wonder what she was trying to do, Yoram looked up and bluntly opened her mouth. I am gonna do it then. Okay, I'll show you my cutest killer move. I don't take responsibility for your eyes, okay? FCK, she pushed her lips out. Yu Jitae stood still nonchalantly like always, but Jael on the side was excited about teasing her. It was time to watch Yoram embarrassedly act cute. However, Yoram suddenly grabbed Jael's hat and pulled it down to cover her eyes. In a fluster, Jael hurriedly lifted her hat back up and stared at Yoram, but everything was already over at that point. Yu Jitae was taking his wallet out with a disapproving look on his face. What? Jael grumbled from the boring turn of events. It was then. Yoram suddenly reached out and snatched the wallet from his hands. This is my wallet now. When Yu Jitae tried to take it back, she slapped his hand away. Then she opened her jacket before placing the wallet inside her sports bra. She then pushed her chest forward. Now, try taking it if you can. You Yoram. Ha! It's a crime if you touch me there, you know that. Give me back my wallet. You, just because you have a little bit of cash, huh? A human dares to make a dragon act cute. Are you out of your mind? Like I said, give it back. Don't you think you have to do something yourself then? After saying that, Yoram turned towards Jael, and after understanding what she was trying to do, the child gave a bright smile. They were going to make Yu Jitae act cute. However, Yu Jitae started walking away with a hazier gaze and didn't say anything even when Yoram teased him from the side. What are you doing? Are you trying to be cool? I'm not going to give you the wallet back then. Ah, so fucking boring. Then, after saying that there was a place she had to go to, Yoram turned around with a $10 note. She sneakily handed the wallet over to Jael before walking away. Where are you going? Who cares? I'll be back in 1 hour. She soon disappeared into the crowd. Yu Jitae looked at Jael. It was just the two of them now. She was holding the wallet preciously with her two hands, but when Yu Jitae turned towards her, she immediately threw the wallet into her singlet in a fluster. As always, she was quick at learning these strange things. Shaking his head, the regressor reached out. Give me my wallet back. NNNN. You're not going to give it back. It's mine. Don't want to. Why, cuter. Crouching down, the regressor matched his line of sight with the child. Hugging the wallet around her chest, she looked at him with expectation. Why do I have to act cute? Cuter. I'll buy you something nice. Give it back. Cuter, you Jael. He stared directly into her eyes, and although she flinched a little, she didn't avoid his eyes. She was stubborn and wouldn't relent without seeing it. Do I do this or not? He could do it if he were to simply copy the movement. Have you acted cute before? No, never. Yeah. Then is today the first time. After saying that, her expression turned even brighter. Put in an awkward spot, he contemplated a bit more. Something similar happened before, but he was always put in an awkward spot whenever the kids made such requests. Why did he have to do this? However, Jael was staring at him with expectant eyes, and it wasn't like he could snatch the wallet or scold the child. With a sigh, he carefully placed his fists around his cheeks. If someone else saw it, they would think he was about to go on a boxing ring instead of acting cute, but a smile bloomed on Jael's face. Was it because he said that it was his first time doing this? Seemingly happy from the bottom of her heart, her smile was the brightest he had ever seen. It was then. Something spread like the ocean waves in front of his eyes. Since his eyes were always hazy, he was starting to forget it, but Jael's hazy face appeared clearer. The blue eyelashes, the blue irises and pupils that formed the bright smile became vivid. With the smiling Jael at the center, a filter that made everything hazy seem to have disappeared, and the festival at the background regained its color. The ground, people, the sky turning darker, and the magic kites flying in the darkened sky. This was that phenomenon. It always happened when the dragons felt extremely happy, because of something the authentic feeling of life that neared him as if to prove that the iteration was heading towards a positive direction. He had felt it from Balm, Yoram, and Keel, and now he was feeling it from Jael. Meanwhile, Jael lifted her singlet and took the wallet out from around her stomach. Frozen stiff, he received the wallet when she walked up and embraced his head. The vividness was not simply limited to his sight. Her small hands that touched his cheeks and the tender skin was felt vividly with his sense of touch. While he was taking in the purely innocent sensation that didn't allow a single dirty feeling to seep in, something else occurred. The authority, Vintage Clark X, is flustered. The authority, Vintage Clark X, observes the creation of a new room inside Vintage Clark's workshop. The authority, Vintage Clark X, confirms the possibility of a new growth. A message he had never seen in the previous 6 iterations appeared in front of him. His hazy eyes opened wide. A room, a possibility of new growth. What in the world did these things mean? Vintage Clark X. Vintage Clark X. And why are you surprised? Chapter 180. That will be $49 in total, please. Stopping her hands that were about to take the money out, Yoram asked. Sorry. Yes. $49, please. Would you like to pay with cash? What? Yes. The employee was nervous. In front was an extremely pretty woman. She was pretty, but her eyes were crimson red, unlike normal people, and her gaze caused him to shrink. The piercings and the sharp look on her face made her look like someone that harassed weaker people. Why? Why was she asking why? Although he wasn't sure, the employee still calmly explained it. Each of the Tankubun novels are $4.90, and you wanted 10 of them, yes. So that brings it up to $49. Since she had only been using a credit card till now, she hadn't been that interested in the actual prices. Yoram blankly looked at the note in her hand. 10 episode 59. Fireworks 3. Yu Jitae went to a nearby cafe with Jayal, and while the child was indulging in her favorite bingsu, he pondered. Vintage Clark alerted him of the creation of a new room in its workshop, and also alerted him of some new possibility of growth. This was an extremely bizarre turn of events. Through the repetitive iterations, he had spent a very long time with Vintage Clark, and it was the first time he was seeing such a message. To be honest, he didn't even know that a new room could appear inside the workshop until now. A new room. It's not like the workshop was an apartment or anything. Another strange thing was that he had already gained all the power an existence had access to. If he could become stronger, if there was a sliver of chance that he could, he instead would have decided to fight the dragons on the day of the apocalypse. He simply had to fight dozens of dragons that escaped the large fissure that went on for hundreds of kilometers right. However, his growth stopped at a certain point in time, and the Vintage Clark reaffirmed it. What did you say back then? The authority, Vintage Clark X, alerts you that the number of blessings that are on your body have reached the limit of an existence. Vintage Clark X was the announcement. Right, providence was not the destined flow of the world. It was the principle and regulations that allowed the world to flow. Therefore, under the given principles and fundamental rules, there was definitely a limit to the amount of power an existence could gain. Isn't that what you said? That I couldn't become stronger? Then what did the new possibility of growth mean? Vintage Clark X. What a mess. Here, Yu Jitae decided to reflect on what Vintage Clark was. Vintage Clark's ability could be categorized into 3 main elements. Regression, copy, analysis. 1. When the Earth was destroyed, or when Yu Jitae died, the time regressed back to when he was 27. 2. A death that was linked to Yu Jitae, a deviation from providence, allowed the clock to copy and gather both the data and power. 3. Identify elements that are not included in providence and analyze them. Number 1 was the reason Yu Jitae was the regressor. Number 2 was the reason Yu Jitae could become stronger by repeating the iterations. And although it was used differently in previous iterations, number 3 helped them identify and analyze the hostility coming from the other side of providence. How was the analysis looking like currently? Hostility S trace fragment gathered, 37. 2. The fragments gathered from Har-Sitbiel, where Yan and the 30-man special force team had stopped for a long time at 37. 2. It was because there weren't any objects or people that had been affected by the hostility. But thanks to the 37. 2 of information, Vintage Clark was able to lay the foundation for the analysis into the other side of the horizon and the hostility. These days, it was using that information as the basis for the following investigation. Identifying great hostility. 9, it had gone up from 5 to 9. These days, the Vintage Clark had its hands full because of this. An army of hostility flying in from a distant dimension with the objective of pushing the Earth into chaos. Vintage Clark referred to it as the Long Night. The clones were also busy because of that. They needed more manpower to the point that he had to move himself before long. In any case, a possibility of new growth should be related to one of these three elements. Vintage Clark X. Are you serious? Vintage Clark X. The authority Vintage Clark X is confused. The authority Vintage Clark X alerts that it has no idea what this phenomenon is related to. The authority Vintage Clark X alerts that such a situation should not exist in Providence. The authority Vintage Clark X is slightly uncomfortable with the uncertain element that does not exist in Providence. So what if you're uncomfortable? Go look for something if you have the time to sulk. Vintage Clark X. Go. The authority Vintage Clark X is on the way. Vintage Clark X. Vintage Clark X. Then, putting aside what that thing was, he decided to think about why such a thing happened. What happened just then? Jael was happy, and that was it. He looked back on the previous authentic feelings of life. The first one was from Balm. When she was cooking the nutritious soup for Yoram, she fed him the soup for a taste check, and he didn't turn her down. After sitting on his lap, she laid out bizarre compliments about how he looked cute when he was eating and the likes. The second one was from Yoram. When they were on the way back after an easy victory in her first fight of the ranked competition, she smoked in the alleyway and demanded him for a compliment. He diligently complimented her, and she chuckled after whispering, "That's good." Third one was with Keel. Back when she first started sharing the video messages with the Special Force Squad. After listening to them praise her like a goddess and share their stories for 20 minutes, she emotionally hugged his waist in tears. And now he had felt the fourth one. As for the similarities, it was that he was always alone with the kids and that they felt joy. Yu Jitae lifted his head and stared at Jael. Zealously, she consumed the bingsu, and whenever it was too cold, she frowned and squinted her eyes. She shivered as if the world was rotating and soon looked at Yu Jitae with one of her eyes half closed as a smile appeared on her lips. He didn't know why she was so happy, but the child always smiled when looking at him. Jael. Yes, when I was doing that thing just then. Oh, how was it? It was funny, NN, because it was weird. And I liked it, you liked it. Why, it was your first time, right? It was. I was the only one that saw it. It's nothing special, though. I won't tell anyone. He wished for the hatchlings to be happy without getting hurt, but also knew that happiness wasn't something that could be turned on and off with a gesture like a button. That was also why he wanted the daily lives to continue. However, after hearing of the new possibility of growth, he started feeling slightly greedy for it. What should he do to make the child happier? Did he have to do the same thing again? Jael, yes. Is there something you perhaps want to see? If there's something, tell me. Ask me for anything you need. Nothing, you have nothing. Even little things are fine. Shake, she shook her head. Well, looking back, this wasn't the only time she felt sincerely happy. And it's not like he felt the authentic feeling every single time, so it was unclear how it would be beneficial even if he were to forcibly make her happy. Even then, he continued his contemplation, until Jael finished the bingsu by herself, until Yoram appeared with a disheartened look on her face. What's wrong with your face? Yoram reached forward a fist without saying a word. When he placed his hand below hers, she dropped a 20-cent coin onto his hand. That's the change. What did you buy? I didn't buy it. What? I couldn't buy it. So give me more money. How much? $40. She appeared extremely crestfallen, so he didn't feel like teasing her. He took a $50 note and gave it to her. Aang, you're just giving it to me. Thought you wanted it. Give me $100 then. No, a 1,000. Don't want to. As always, doing whatever you want. Despite the complaint, she stealthily took the $50 note. I am gonna go again then. Yeah. Yoram left the cafe, and by the time she came back, it was already night time, and she had an extremely satisfied look on her face. She probably bought another sword or adult toys, but he couldn't care less about it. The sky was dark, and it was about time for the fireworks to start. At the same time, the highlight of the festival, the masked singing contest, will begin alongside the fireworks. Oh, Mr. Jitae, been a while. On the way to the venue, Yu Jitae met Mihailov, and next to him were cadets from RIL who were wearing animal makeups, including Sophia with her cat makeup. Yoram giggled as she walked towards Sophia. What's with those ears? Aren't they nice? Looks nice. Unlike you, don't touch it. It's a headband. What's with that tail under your jacket? How did you put it on? That's super interesting. Dude. Ah, just stop touching it. Did you stick it in your asshole? It's a belt, you crazy retard. Oh my, during her speech, Sophia found Jael and widened her eyes. She had seen her a few times before on the weekends. When did she grow up so much? I heard that kids grow up in the blink of an eye, but she's so pretty now. Hello, hello, what the hell? She's a damn angel, she's so cute and adorable. Yoram clicked her tongue. Come here, girlie, let me hug you. Jael shook her head with a gentle smile. Oh, come on, I'll hug you, I'm fine. Don't you want to try touching my ears? It's a headband. Jael avoided the outstretched hand. Meanwhile, the other cadets of RIL were throwing glances at Yu Yoram, which was a common occurrence thanks to her conspicuous appearance and her rank at the competition. From them, Jael looked the most intrigued by the cadet wearing a bear costume and tilted her head with interest. In the meantime, Mihailov asked Yu Jitae, "Are you headed somewhere? I was thinking of watching the singing contest. Ah, is someone from your household going on? Cadet Yu Balm, or is it Cadet Yu Keel? No, just to have a look. I see. In that case, it would be better for you to go early. I saw it on the way here, but it was already starting to get crowded." That was the end of the small encounter with RIL. Mihailov was right. Despite there being over 1,000 available seats, the good spots were already taken. Yu Jitae found 4 seats, including Balm's, but at this rate, it would be hard for him to go pick her up, so he sent her a message. Me. Balm you Balm. Yes, me. There's a lot of people here, so I'll save you a seat, you Balm. Ah, you Balm. Are there a lot of people? Haha, me. Ye you Balm, I see. You Balm. In that case, I'll go there. Don't let anyone take my seat, haha, me. He sat there waiting, and soon the surroundings started turning darker. When it was pitch dark, an announcement marked the beginning of the fireworks, which was scheduled to start right before the start of the singing contest. Please count down together with me. 10. A loud cluster of voices was heard from the entirety of the grandiose Academy district. There were people throughout the large area, since they had spreaded in search of a good place to watch the fireworks from. This place was the same. The crowd that had gathered to watch the singing contest all raised their voices and counted down from 10. 8. From now onwards, fireworks should be coloring the sky for about an hour. 6. Soothing her thumping heart, Jael fidgeted with her hands before eventually making them into fists. However, someone suddenly stood up in front of her. He was a tall man and blocked half of the sky, so Jael couldn't see the sky even after standing up from her chair. 5. That was when someone raised her up. Thinking it was Yu Jitae, she looked back and found out that it was Yoram instead. "You can't see 'cause you're a tiny as heck, right?" she said. "Let me down." Jael struggled in the air with a frown, so Yoram placed her on her shoulders. 3. She then whispered something to Yu Jitae. 2. Yu Jitae lowered his body, and Yoram immediately jumped up, sitting down on his shoulders. As a result, Jael was sitting on Yoram's shoulders, while Yoram was on Yu Jitae's shoulders. Everyone was under her. Finding herself at an unfamiliar height, Jael brightly smiled while looking at the sky. Her cap was about to fall, so she tightly held onto it with one of her hands. 1. Fire. Finally, dozens of balls of flame wriggled their tails and soared into the sky, leaving behind a sharp trail of sound. They then exploded in the air and blossomed into beautiful flowers. The regressor, who was at the bottom, listened to the kids going oh and Ewa above his head. Flowers of fire filled the black canvas. Beneath that wondrous sky, the masked singing contest finally began. Chapter 181, Fireworks 4. The singing contest was met with an extremely positive reception. Fireworks were still embroidering the sky, but as expected of an event that was personally planned by the director of the PR department, the venue was crowded beyond what eyes could see. The seats were all filled up, but more people, around 1,000 or so, were standing without anything to sit on. As if there was fire being added to the festival mood, cadets sang along whenever a famous song popped up, causing the area to be very noisy. Various masked singers had their turns. An iron tin, a lion, a tiger, a snowman. 30 minutes soon passed, and the 6th masked singer came up the stage, but Keel was still nowhere to be seen. "When's she coming out?" asked Yoram, who knows the singing order was determined by the PR department. It might be that she was allocated near the back because of the good impression she left during the rehearsal. Kiulai had fastled, FKLT. That was when his messenger rang. Kiulai, SNF DFNK fkud. Kiulai, DSF 23 DSFNK. Kiel sent him an undecipherable array of letters. Me. Kiulai, TTTT, Kiulai, T. TTTT, TT, TT. T Keelai, I'm nervous, Arjasi T me. You're a fine Keelai. How am I fine T Keelai? I'm not finny QQQ. Q, he could imagine her trembling from the words. Me. Where are you Keelai? Waiting room TT Keelai. Oh, it's seriously doomed me. Why Keelai? I haven't even understood the song yet. Keelai. RTT Keelai. Haha Keelai. Lal Keelai. Lala lala lal Keelai. TTTTTTTT. Keelai. TQ Jejb. JDF Farsuk Yu Jitae didn't know how to reply, so he instead showed the messages to Yoram and Jayal. After reading the messages, Yoram immediately tried a video call, but Keel didn't pick it up. Keelai, I am in the waiting room TT. Keelai, if by any chance I go off down. Keelai, please buy me a loaf of bread. Haha, Keelai, hee. I love it, hee Keelai, here. Me, I will. Keelai, TT no 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 no, Keelai. I don't need it QQ Keelai. Ehua TTTTTT Keelai. Ah, they're telling me to come up TT. Was it her turn to go? He quickly typed a message into the watch. Me, don't Rory yowl, I'll do fine. She didn't read the message till the end. However, after standing on the stage, Keel started singing a great song despite her worries. The singing contest lasted for about an hour, and Keel happened to be the last one to sing, right when the cadets were starting to lose their focus. But when Keel's voice started flowing out with the music, the crowd immediately turned silent. Oh, wah! Ewer gasps of admiration were heard from here and there. Like a glass marble rolling down a silver plate, Keel sang with a sorrowful voice that sounded like it could shatter with one mistake. Soon, the general pitch of the song jumped, and lyrics that pledged for the future began flowing out. One day, I'll climb the mountain with you, hand in hand. One day, I'll dance with you, feet to feet. One day, I'll be right next to you. Some time or other, her emotions dramatically exploded as a high and deep timbre resonated across the sky. The voice shook the ears of the listeners and caused a ripple to travel across their bloodstreams. It could be considered a thriller at this point and enveloped every listener with shock. For an instant, Yu Jitae felt like he was listening to BY of the fourth iteration. She had always been lacking something compared to BY when singing, but now it was different. Did Keel perhaps realize something? Closing her eyes and immersing herself into the song, Keel's mind was solely dedicated to the song before realizing it. The surroundings were dark, but when she looked down, the ground beneath was even darker. In order to express the song in more depth, she had to go into that murky darkness. The surroundings turned darker and darker the deeper she went, so Keel had always been hesitant of going deeper in. That had happened multiple times, and in the end, she always gave up and climbed back up to the surface. However, she decided to try going down just for today. After all, it was the last day, and everything she had prepared for was for today. Shouldn't she at least try fully immersing herself? While saying that to herself, she decided to go into the unknown depths. It turned darker and darker. There was something waiting at the bottom of this pit. A mysterious fear struck her when thinking about confronting the thing waiting at the depths. She was scared, so scared that she really wanted to run away from time to time. But Keel still immersed herself deeper, and at last came across the thing that was buried inside the murky swamp of darkness. Who are you? Why are you in such pain? What's making you so desperate? The doubts that continued one after another became a realization the moment she was confronted by the identity of the bizarre existence. In that instant, Keel almost fainted from astonishment. Inside the very depths of her immersion, a green hatchling was gazing up into her eyes. It was Balm. Right when the song came to an end, her mind returned to reality like the shattering of a window. Keel had definitely sung a good song, and the crowd loved it, but she blankly returned to the waiting room without even realizing it. Immediately after returning to the waiting room, she threw the mask away and looked for Yu Jitae. In the midst of the audience, she found him sitting on a chair, and he turned his head towards her with a doubtful gaze. Keel didn't know how to word it properly, but she had to sincerely convey the emotions that were trying to force themselves out of her mouth. Ajasi, where's Barmani? Why are you already here? Don't you need to wait for the awards? The other kids went to get ice cream for you. No, that doesn't matter. What matters is Barmani. Where is Barmani? Why are you looking for Balm? Where is she? Just tell me. His eyes turned sharper from a strange attitude. Who knows? I don't think she's here yet. Keel felt like her head was about to flip. Why isn't she here yet? We're in the middle of a festival. Ajasi, do you really not know anything? Only now did Keel understand Balm's words in full. You sounded like a wife that lost her husband. That was her evaluation after listening to her song. It was in fact no different from Balm saying that to herself, since the emotions that Keel immersed herself into were originally from Balm. What were these emotions that Balmony was bottling up inside her? The moment she realized how deep it was, Keel felt something extremely similar to fear. She grabbed onto her chest. Reflecting on those emotions again caused her heart to clog and her head to turn. Right now, Balm wanted something desperately. It was a fierce greed that could scare off any other. Wow, this is seriously no joke. Isn't Balmuni crazy? But why? And what did she want so badly? Her doubts didn't last very long. She soon remembered what she herself wanted. When immersing herself in this feeling, Keel wanted to be with Yu Jitae no matter how short it may be, with just the two of them. Naturally, this wasn't her own feelings. Maybe Balm was suppressing her greed and urge, thanks to the strong willpower of the green race. If greed was water and perseverance a dam, Balm was practically holding on to herself, thanks to a mountain blocking the ocean of greed. From what Keel felt, this emotion was also similar to a tire that was constantly being pumped with air. A large and serious greed that will one day explode for sure if the air wasn't let out from time to time. Listen to me carefully, Ajasi. Balmani Keel explained her feelings from Balm's standpoint. The regressor's eyes twitched. Using very extreme words, Keel explained Balm's condition. Those words didn't fit Balm, who always appeared calm, including the previous iterations where she had independently grown like wild weeds. Yu Jitae didn't ask how she discovered those things, because he also knew about the traits of the gold race. There were times when he found Keel acting weird, but those were most likely because she had immersed herself in Balm's emotions. If that was how extreme Balm's thought process was, it might be that he had made a great mistake when Balm was asking him to call her pretty on the terrace. Should he have said that at the very least? As a person who was inexperienced with relationships, the regressor found it difficult to understand. In turn, that caused him to hurry his steps. Near the back entrance of Hilton Clarktower, located at the entertainment district, when Yu Jitae arrived there, while relying on Balm's presence, he found a girl with grass-colored hair off in the distance. Walking a bit closer, he could see the clothes of the child sitting down on the field of grass, a short white jacket and a long light pink skirt. Balm was wearing hanbok, the traditional clothes of Korea. While hugging her knees, she was vacantly staring at the fireworks coloring the night sky and didn't even notice him until he was near her. It was only when he was right next to her that her vacant gaze finally regained its focus. NN, Arjasi, hi. Hi, when did you get here? Unlike Keel's words, Balm looked completely normal on the outside. I was about to leave soon. With a smile on her lips, she added. According to Keel, it didn't make sense for the unstable Balm to give such a normal smile. However, he felt strange. He had a doubt that she might in fact be inches away from exploding, despite resembling a still surface of water on the outside. For the benefit of the doubt, he decided to calmly have a conversation with her. Why didn't you come? We had your seat ready for you. It's nothing. I just wanted to be alone for a bit. He sat down next to her while she pulled in the long hems of her skirt so that he wouldn't sit on it. Did you finish what you had to do? Yes, yes. Did Keel do well? She did. It would have been better if you saw it with us. There were too many people nearby, so I thought it would be hard to squeeze through them. In any case, why was she suddenly wearing a hanbok? He thought for a bit, before abruptly remembering that in the morning he had called the clothes pretty on a whim. Is that why Balm was wearing hanbok? Linking the points like that made Yu Jitae feel slightly perplexed. Ah, by the way, does this look nice? Balm asked while throwing her arms out and touched the small jacket. It does, but why are you wearing them? I tried borrowing it since it was a festival. Is it pretty? Perhaps because of what he was thinking on the way here, Yu Jitae replied half instinctively. It's pretty. Wearing a strange smile, she nodded. Mischievousness was soon added to her smile, and she asked, which part do you think is pretty? What? Here. She threw her arms wide and showed off the jacket. Or here. This time she carefully picked up the hems of her skirt and elegantly bent her back. The question, which part do you think is pretty, was a difficult one to answer for the regressor. While he was zealously pondering for the correct answer, Balm realized his thought process, and the mischievousness hanging on her lips turned a level deeper. Why aren't you saying anything? Didn't you say it was pretty? Or were you just saying it? No, it is pretty. Both top and bottom overall it's nice. The response that he somehow forced out was sloppy to the point that even he could see how sloppy it was. Balm naturally thought the same and giggled under her breath. Thank you. Ajasi, you look slightly cuter than normal as well. Looking back, Balm tended to compliment him very often. Was she always detailed with her compliments, though? Trying to find out what was different from her response and his, Yu Jitae asked. Which part do you think is cute? What you're doing right now? What? This thing? How you're copying me? She immediately saw through it. Yu Jitae shook his head. As usual, it felt like he was being caught up in her pace whenever he was talking to her. He didn't come here to have a chat like this, and yet she had taken control of the conversation before he could even notice it. Should we go then? The fireworks are almost done as well. Normally, Yu Jitae would have agreed to her, but not today. If Keel was right, Balm wouldn't want to give up the time she was spending with him right now. No, let's stay here a little bit longer. Sorry. Why? With an awkward tone, he spelled each word one by one. I think we need to have a chat. Chapter 182. Fireworks 5, but I want to go. A green pair of indifferent eyes looked into his eyes. The resolute tone of her voice displayed her unwillingness. Keel told him that he needed to spend 1 hour a week with Balm at the very least. After the immersion into BY was undone, she rambled on about letting the air out of a tire, but he didn't understand what that was about. Looking back, he realized that the last time he was alone with Balm was more than 3 weeks ago. He should have been alone with Balm 3 more times in that time period, according to Keel. Stay here for a bit. I want to go, though, just a bit. Like 10 seconds. That's way too little. But why? I really want to go. However, Balm was trying to avoid being alone with him. Why? If she wanted to be together, then why was she refusing to be together? Thinking about the disparity between those 2 points led the regressor to think about how he hadn't replied to Balm's question. One good event can erase all the bad thoughts in her mind, despite saying that, and asking him to call her pretty. Balm didn't get any response out from him. In the countless repetitions of life, he had never spared any time for interpersonal interchanges with the dragons, so this iteration was the first of its kind to the regressor. He was confused and inexperienced, and thus needed time until he could find the right solution. And now he had finally come up with a small solution. It's because I want to stay here for a bit. Just us two. Yeah, but I don't want to just stay here, he said with a stiff look on his face as Balm asked while tilting her head. Sorry. Why? Don't ask. Just listen to me. Balm looked at him as if he was acting weird, but obediently returned to his side and sat down. Sitting side by side, the two of them stared at the night sky. The last batch of fireworks of the festival soon departed into the sky. Whenever those exploded, they caused Balm's white skin to be colored in all sorts of different colors. Time passed meaninglessly without any conversation. Balm vacantly opened her mouth. I want to go. I'm getting hungry, and I also want to see Keel right now. I want to ask how she went with her song. You should have come earlier then. Like I said, it was too crowded. I want to see Yoram and Jayal as well, so let's go back now. We can see them later. No. Also, it should be about time for Keel to get her award, so we should go. No. I want to go to the toilet as well. Why would dragons need to go to toilets, he asked. Why can't we go to the toilet? You don't have to go. But what if we want to go? Why would you want to go? Do you want to know why? Should I tell you? What we do in a toilet? No, no need to. In response to his words, Balm turned towards him with an indifferent look on her face. After staying quiet for a bit, she opened her mouth and said bluntly, Ajasi, do you think of me as a puppy or something? What? Where did that come from, don't you? I think you do. You say come here and go there. I eat whatever you give and only do what the owner wants me to do. That's not the case. If it isn't, then please let me go. I want to go now. Do you seriously want to go? He asked again. Yes, even when I want us to be alone. Just like how I'm not your puppy, Ajasi is not my owner. Balm said that with an extremely calm expression on her face. Although he usually tended to refrain from using the eyes of equilibrium on the dragons, he felt the need to know what the truth was, at least for now. Eyes of equilibrium, SS. I want to go now. The authenticity hanging on the eyes was a strong false, a lie that completely contradicted her will. Balm was lying. Actually, can I be honest? About what? When we first met, Arjasi told us to stay inside your fences, right? I did what you told me to, and was obedient, so I want you to stop restricting me now. False. She was lying. Arjasi didn't like being alone with me, right? I'm also slightly uncomfortable with it being just us two. False. She was lying. If you're misunderstanding me because of my clothes, let me tell you again that I wore it just because it was a festival. I simply wanted to do something different. False. She was lying. I'll go first. Because of you, Arjasi, the last fireworks have already started. I wanted to see it with the other kids. I hate you. False. She was again lying. Not a single trace of honesty existed in her words. After seemingly pouring out everything that was on her mind, she heaved a sigh before standing up from the ground. Without even turning back, she started walking forward. Why was she lying? It was to create a gap between him and herself in order to avoid being alone with him. Perhaps she was afraid of another rejection. In other words, trying to distance away from him was a false act, and he had to grab her. Standing up from the ground, he grabbed Balm by the wrist. He was unskilled with interpersonal relationships and lacked thoughtfulness, so he didn't know how to peacefully stop someone from running away. Therefore, he physically stopped her from leaving. His grip might have been too strong. Balm faintly groaned from pain. Why are you doing this? Just stay here, before I get mad. Due to his limited conversational skills, the only words that left his mouth when stopping someone were threats. Please, let go of my wrist. Stay here. I'm telling you to. I told you I don't want to. Balm. Are you trying to make me tell you off? Listen to me. Stop trying to make me mad. The words that urgently left his mouth were somewhat sharp, and Balm turned uneasy when her guardian made a straight face. Before long, she whispered softly, "It hurts, I won't go anywhere. So please let me go." He let go of her wrist. She was still wearing an anxious look on her face, while he silently looked back into her green pair of eyes. For a long time, the two of them awkwardly stood face to face. Sorry for grabbing you tight. Soon, he apologized, and Balm returned a nod. You kidnapper, she murmured with slight mischief. She appeared to be preparing for something. He looked at her, trying to read what she was doing, and Balm also tried to find the right opportunity and stared back at him. Balm broke the silence and opened her mouth. By the way, did you know that? What? You know that, what is it? Close your eyes for a bit. He closed his eyes, and in that moment, Balm raised the hems of her skirt and quickly ran towards the bush. Why was she running away now? For what reason? In any case, she couldn't go far. She was but a lizard no matter how hard she ran. Before long, Yu Jitae caught her by wrapping his arm around her waist and left her hanging in midair. Seemingly finding the situation funny, Balm chuckled out loud while he threw the child onto the grass. She tried to lift her body up from the ground, but bursted out into another laughter and gave up on trying to stand up. After laughing for a long time, her nervousness seemed to have dissipated. Balm obediently sat on the grass, and Yu Jitae sat next to her. You know, I know what you're worried about, Arjasi. Balm continued with a calm voice. You're thinking that we shouldn't be too close. Our amusements will end one day, and when that day comes, we will need to go our own ways. If we cross the line and get too close, it will hurt us more when we separate. Right. The regressor didn't say anything in response, so Balm continued with an even clearer tone of voice. But you know, I think your assumption is a bit wrong. I'm not trying to be like that. With Arjasi, I don't know what you're thinking, but you're wrong. I think you're the one that's assuming things. Then I guess we were both over-assuming things. She giggled before lowering her head. I just like playing with Arjasi, and that's why I am trying to get closer. You know how I am a very boring girl, right? Yu Jitae wanted to check the authenticity of her words with his eyes of equilibrium, but couldn't do so because he couldn't look into her eyes. So don't feel too burdened about getting too close with me. And also, please don't misunderstand. I just find Arjasi funny, so even now, Balm was thinking for his sake and was trying to make him feel less burdened. However, he didn't believe what she was saying. Right, I get it. But by the way, yes, can you look at me? Sorry, why? Just turn around for a bit. Don't want to why, I don't know. I just don't think I should look at your eyes. At this rate, he couldn't use the eyes of equilibrium. However, Yu Jitae remembered Keel's words. If he could spend at least an hour alone with her every week, Balm's state of mind, which Keel described with very extreme words, should settle quite a bit. According to Keel, despite feeling like the world was crumbling down in front of her, Balm was being considerate of him. She was acting like a mature adult, but she couldn't be fully composed because she was still but a child who lived a little more than 20 years. So, Arjasi, do you understand what I'm saying? Quietly, the regressor thought to himself. He knew that he had to treat Balm differently to how he was treating other kids, perhaps because she herself wanted a different treatment. However, all the interpersonal skills that could be used on Balm were things she had taught him herself. Even now, he was trying to find the most suitable course of action from the list of actions shared by Balm. Right. I got it. What did she say back then? If you're worried, please console them. If they have to change, please help them. And if you treasure them, that was when Balm stood up and started walking. Should we go then? If you treasure them, give them a quiet hug. That was what Balm said to him. The regressor walked towards her back while she was walking and carefully reached his arms forward. The last fireworks soared into the sky and created the biggest explosion today. By the time she realized it, Yu Jitae was hugging her from behind. Shocked, her body shrunk and turned stiff from nervousness. He didn't know how to hug and awkwardly wrapped his arms around her stomach. Resembling a statue, Balm rigidly moved her trembling hands and placed them over Yu Jitae's hands. Sorry for getting mad at you just then, he said. I never found you weird or annoying, but I said bad things to you. I know it wasn't true, and I don't even remember them. Don't worry. In fact, Balm had gotten one thing wrong. He wasn't worried about parting. It was simply that he knew how he had no right to be happy alongside the child whom he had hurt the most, and was concerned about getting too close with her. However, if Balm wanted to be happy together with him, what should he do then? Let's think together. We still have a lot of time to go. Yes, let's slowly talk it out. Okay, Yu Jitae tried to pull his hands away, but couldn't because her hands that were closed over his hands were pressing down hard. She was pushing his hands into her stomach, and he soon realized that his hands were too deep inside her stomach, to the point that he could feel the belly button with his fingers. For him, this sense of distance and the touch of their hands were troubling. Time to finish the hug of reconciliation, he suggested. But Balm was silent. When he tried to stealthily pull his hands away, she stopped them again by force, and this happened several times. When he called her Balm, she replied with a whine, NNNG. With a softer voice, she slowly whispered. One more minute until the light completely disappeared from the night sky. He didn't unwrap his arms. Her stomach was warm. 381. It felt like a dream. Audiobook Observation Diary, Chapter 183, Campus Community Service 10/10, 1. After deciding to slowly talk it out over time, her emotions seemed to have settled. Balm changed after that. Although it was hard to specify how she changed, she definitely did. It was based on the same logic as how he could sometimes differentiate Balm's indifferent expression without being able to explain why. It wasn't difficult to make time for him to spend regularly with her. From the three Yu Jitaes, he was in charge of daily lives and thus had a lot of free time. He could be alone with her, especially when they were out to buy food. Today, they were out to buy dinner. That looks delicious. He came to a large supermarket with Balm. There were several free samples available as always, but for some reason, she was more interested in them than usual and zealously tried each sample. What is it, a dumpling? Do you like dumplings? Just whatever. Try it. She picked up a dumpling with a toothpick and tried it before choosing another dumpling for Yu Jitae. He had gotten used to it now and ate it without using his own hands. How is it? It's nice. Can you be more specific? Well, it's well seasoned, slightly spicy so Yoram would like it. Balm nodded and took a pack of dumplings. Next up was a long biscuit in the shape of a stick. Balm ate half of it before giving the rest to Yu Jitae, and he ate it without thinking too much about it. How is this one? It's fine. This should be for Jiao. Right. She took the biscuits as well. The next one she found was yogurt in a paper cup. She dipped her spoon inside, scooped it up, and placed it into her mouth. Then she looked at other flavors for a bit before scooping another spoonful for Yu Jitae. Didn't she use the spoon just then? Thinking that, he refused to eat the yogurt. NN. When he pulled his head back, Balm came even closer. He still pulled his head away, so Balm stood on her toes and brought the spoon to his mouth. That was when something blocked Yu Jitae from the back. He happened to be near a pillar. Although he indifferently stood still on the spot, the yogurt came and touched his lips, so he had no choice but to eat it. NN. Why did you do that just then? No, don't worry about it. Is it because you thought it was the one I used? Seeing that he was silent, Balm seemingly found his reaction cute and giggled quietly with a brighter look on her face. She then pointed at the sample section. I threw it away after using it. This is a new one for Audiobook. I wasn't even thinking about that. Oh, really? Squinting her eyes, she gave a faint smile without saying anything else. Feeling like he was being played, Yu Jitae ate the entire yogurt that was placed on the shopping trolley while Balm was at the sample section again. She returned carrying another yogurt and soon widened her eyes. Ha! Did you finish it? Didn't you say it was mine? I did. But seeing her smile left him with an uncomfortable feeling. Regardless, they continued shopping. Thousands of cadets were again admitted into Lair this year. There was a grandiose graduation ceremony, and there was a small incident where this year's declaration speaker was compared to last year's speaker, Keel. Since the entrance ceremony was held at the same time, thousands of cadets were both leaving and entering Lair, and the academy district was thus crowded for a very long time. And today finally marked the start of a new semester. That was why the kids were wearing their cadet uniforms. Ah, this feels like shit, Yoram complained while lifting her skirt. NN, why the heck did I grow taller? Her original height was 170 centimeters. But after the standing practice she did throughout the holiday with Yu Jitae, she understood a very important concept, which came at the cost of her height growing significantly. She grew taller by 6 centimeters. Because of that, her skirt, which was already short, was now way too short. She had to be concerned about it even when she was walking. Oi, you Keel, look at me. Gosh, why are you pointing your butt out? How is it? What do you mean, how is it? Of course, it's disgusting. After being put in a headlock, she cried, Yuereng. Wondering what it was about, Jael sneakily peeked out from Balm's room. Look again, can you see my asshole? No, but I do think it's a bit too short. Do you want me to lend you my safety shorts? After saying that, Keel asked curiously, but what's wrong with your height? Can't you just reduce it back to before? Haven't you tried it yet? Changing your body with polymorph? Yoram asked back. I haven't. Try it. It's the fusing worst thing to do. I heard it was uncomfortable. It's not just that. It's seriously hella uncomfortable. Until you get used to the new connection between your mind and the body, your body moves on its own and stuff. Keel widened her eyes. Really? But you suddenly got so tall that it's weird, is that so? And the skirt wasn't a problem if she wore safety shorts underneath, but there was a bigger problem. Her shirt, which was a perfect fit for her body, was now too small. Yoram did all the buttons, stood up and looked at the mirror and found her belly button showing under her shirt. How is it? Does it look like a crop top? Can I be honest? Is it super sexy? Looks super retarded. Who wears a uniform like that? Jael nodded while listening from the side. Soon, Keel shouted Kuong, it's sexy, super sexy, while her arm was bent behind her back. She was on the ground, but Jael had escaped already. The next morning, Yoram changed her polymorph with a grumble and returned to her original height and body. On the way back after the lecture, she found a ball in the middle of the road and kicked it. But her unmatching leg length caused an error in the magic pulses, and her leg ended up kicking way too far. Her leg landed on the car that was parked next to her, and one of the doors was crushed along with a thud. Ah, shit. I fuked it after looking around. She sneaked away in secret, but it was all recorded by the car's black box. She was caught before long and had to pay the reparation. The sentries also gave her detention in the form of 3 hours of campus community service. On the way out from the sentries building, Yoram laughed awkwardly. Dear, it was an accident. Yu Jitae didn't reply. Dear, it was an accident, okay? I'm sorry, Opa. Why aren't you saying anything, honey? Stop. I know it was an accident, so just do the community service properly without complaining about it. Okay, he didn't tell her off for running away after breaking something. That was the kind of child she was, and he didn't plan on bothering to change her. However, he did find it slightly annoying because the guardian had to accompany the cadet during their community service. But that was when he remembered that he himself had 3 more hours of campus community service to finish. He was delaying it on, and it was already a different year, while the sentries were probably disinclined from reminding him about it. Therefore, Yu Jitae decided to finish his own community service together with Yoram. Guardian Yu Jitae. Welcome. The hard-stuck manager of the community service department of the sentries, Ikeman, welcomed the two of them while rubbing his hands. Yu Jitae felt the same thing whenever he was seeing this Asian person, but he really knew how to smile serviently. Hey go. You didn't have to do it straight away. We could give you more leeway, sir. We need to finish what we have to do, right? What are the services available? And the things is, I actually looked for some long services when I heard you were on your way, but volunteer for environmental sanitation, cleaning, 3 hours. Helping cadets with a disability, 3 hours. Cleaning the feces of the 4th K. Must wait till the afternoon checkup, 3 hours. Since it's still the start of the semester, There aren't that many 3-hour services you see. Is this all of them? Yes, those are all the doable ones for the time being. They all required a full 3 hours of work. Although he didn't mind doing any of them, he didn't want to spend too much time on something like this. What is this? Yu Jitae looked at a different service that was located at the bottom of the list. Catching mice at the 8th warehouse, 3 hours. Ah, I think it would be better for you to ignore this one. Why? It's been like 3 months, but there are some random mice there that break wires and steal stuff at night. It was very annoying for us. They come out quite often, but the warehouse is too big, and it's thus not easy for us, sentries, to catch them. If the sentries can't catch them, isn't it something that should be assigned to another company? Why is it on the list of community services? Yes, yes. Ah, the thing is, there were several reasons that made it come to us. In fact, the damage done is very little, and it's a bit doubtful whether we should even hire a company or not. We are planning to take it down from the list very shortly, though. Isn't the 8th warehouse a storehouse for munitions? Yes, it is. A storage for munitions, and yet they were leaving it because of the cost. You don't have to worry about it, Hat, said Ickerman with a smile that showed off his white teeth. All across society, there were those that worked just for the sake of working, and Yu Jitae realized that Ickerman was one of those people. Will it count as 3 hours if we catch the mice? Sorry. Ah, yes, but if you don't catch them, we can't count the hours no matter how long you stay there. So well, go with this then. Ah, if you choose the environment cleaning one instead, you don't have to do anything, sir, and well count the hours for you. It was a good offer, but it meant that he still had to stand up for 3 hours, which was a waste of time. Yu Jitae first requested some information about the 8th warehouse and checked the inner structure, as well as the supplies that were inside it. After looking through them, he decided, well, go with this one. Are we really just going to catch some little rats? In the southernmost region of the Academy district, there was a large warehouse that was the same size as 4 football fields placed together. Although she was obediently walking behind him, Yoram didn't look too keen. Yeah, why? Is it because you can catch them easily? Yes, but the sentries didn't catch them for months, right? The regressor thought for a bit before asking her. You're learning military science, right? Yeah. Have you heard about the worldwide standards for munitions? Yoram apathetically picked her ears before closing her eyes and revisited her memories of the past. Yeah, I did. There was a standard set by the association, and do you know the structure of a warehouse that's made following the standards? Not sure about the warehouse. I only saw a gist of it, but it did look very complicated. Only then did Yoram realize that something was off. She stared at the distant warehouse with her head tilted. Public munition warehouses for organizations under the association are all monopolized and can only be built by a company that belongs to the association. Ha, okay. And the building standards are extremely strict. Small beasts and even rats can't enter it from outside. Aang, then, isn't this community service pretty strange? It is. What the heck? Besides, if the standards are so strict, then why didn't the sentries know about it? Normally, problems like this occurred when there was a lack of clear communication between the manufacturer and the manager. Since Lair was a complex organization with a myriad of connections to all sorts of organizations and countries worldwide, conflicts were also common, and so were such problems. When the regressor finished his explanation, Yoram closed her mouth and thought deeply to herself. There was a different element that she soon became doubtful of. But it's true that there are rats inside, right? We also have a picture here. Right. But did you have a look at the items they stole? Yoram opened the document and read through it. The stolen items ranged from horns of monsters and soft clots of milk to powders, plant roots, medical solutions, and the likes. Some of them were strange for a rat to steal, while some looked normal. They're small, and there's a lot of organic stuff. But apart from that, I can't see any similarities. Yu Jitae gave a nod. That was probably what the Sentry investigators thought as well, which delayed the investigation, ultimately making it a community service, which no one even looked at. When you say that, do you mean that there is a similarity between these stolen items? There is. What is it? It's that they're all ingredients for a chimera. Yoram widened her eyes. Aang, chimera. Last time when she saw BM making them, Yoram didn't think much about his skills. However, her thoughts changed as she continued learning at Lair. Chimera was one of the 3 taboos of magic engineering outlined by the International Superhuman Association. Publicly, it was hard to find any information about it, and even the sentries wouldn't know about it, except for the top officers of the department. A Chimera, Chapter 184, Campus Community Service 10/10. 2. One of the three taboos of magic engineering. After the new era, it was the most actively researched study, with East Asia leading the research. But after a critical issue was revealed, it was quickly deemed a taboo by the International Superhuman Association and soon vanished behind the curtains of history. Creation of artificial organisms. In other words, making chimeras. On the way inside, he talked to the related personnel that were standing in front of the 8th warehouse and told them that they were community service workers. They must have gotten a message from Ickerman, and they quickly made way after realizing who he was. "You know what? I have a question to ask," said Yoram. She had been glaring at the documents about the community service the entire time. "What is it? I know making a chimera is a taboo, but the textbook didn't say when it became a taboo and why." "What did the textbook say?" I tried going through it again in my head, but there's nothing written about chimeras, and it's just full of warnings. This is a freaking taboo, so don't even pay attention to it. Y'all get killed if you're too interested in it, things like that. He nodded in response because it was understandable. "Why's that the case?" she asked again. "What is the origin of magic and artifacts?" "Huh, what was that? Where do skills and abilities that make superhumans come from?" "Well, that's from fishers and dungeons." "Right. Every magic, engineered and supernatural ingredient and tool that people use on Earth were all sent via a fisher. NN, what about it? Where do dungeons appear? Where do they appear?" The Yoram, who was quite good at reading between the lines, seemed to have realized something in the middle of her speech. "Appear anywhere." "Right. So that means anyone can get access to supernatural tools and equipment." That was true. Monsters always came out of fissures, but fissures didn't always have monsters inside them. A small fissure that appeared in the middle of a room could happen to be connected to a sanctuary that kept the royal sword of another dimension. And the girl that finds it could be a poor, young girl who was simply living with her grandmother in one of the mountains of Kyoto. This was what happened to Minamoto AI, ranked 13th worldwide, who was in charge of protecting the royal family of Japan as the captain of the task force. Her alias, Sword of the Royal Family, had two meanings in that sense. "And so are chimeras," he added. There were quite a few worlds in the outer dimension that included human experiments in their scope of magic engineering, and it wasn't rare for objects from those places to come over through a fissure. "But is it that dangerous?" Yoram asked. "I assume it didn't exist in Ascalipha." I think it might have, but I actually don't know too much about things like that. Normally, it wouldn't even be that dangerous. Mana was the manifestation of will. All the worlds he had been to had a large amount of mana in the atmosphere, and in such places, mana helped providence function properly. It made existences stay in existence, and made mortals mortal. Mana ensured that everything flowed accordingly with providence, and when this was applied to magic engineering, it was like an extremely potent vaccine. "It's normal for the dead to stay dead, right?" he added. "Yeah, but in magic engineering, there are all sorts of methods to make the dead turn into an undying existence. For example, a chimera. Yeah, that's one of the many ways, because the organs that have deteriorated from old age can constantly be changed with a new one. But in other worlds, the atmosphere holds a lot of mana that interfere with that process. They help providence and stop an existence from living an eternal life." After listening up to that point, Yoram thought about the thing he would say next. By remembering the boring lectures that were on New Era, she soon came to an eerie realization. Mana was extremely sparse on Earth's atmosphere. The small amount of mana on Earth were all in fact residues that seeped out from dungeons and fissures. Earth had an extremely small amount of mana in the atmosphere, even when compared to the amount of mana inside dungeons, let alone other dimensions. Then are chimeras dangerous because they don't die from old age? If an existence gained access to eternal life, however it may be, it might create a lot of problems. But Yoram couldn't easily think of the extent of that hazard, no matter how hard she pondered. Is it a big problem for someone to live for a long time? "Do you know the deputy principal, Ma Namjoon?" he asked. "Huh, yeah, I do. The guy that looks like a ditchhead." Yoram recalled the middle-aged man who had the eyes of a viper. Although she shouldn't know how he was a catastrophe-ranked demon, she might be instinctively feeling repulsed as a dragon. Yu Jitae decided to explain it to her without sharing too many details. Don't tell anyone else. Ha, okay, but what's this about? Ma Namjoon of the education department is a fake. Aang. And there are about 30 fakes of Ma Namjoon all across the world. Yoram widened her eyes and stopped on the spot. What about the real one then? You don't need to know about that. In any case, there is one mind, but there are several bodies. Although they can't communicate directly, communication and technology are abnormally developed on Earth, and they can share information by moving their fingers a few times. Hearing that, she imagined a Ma Namjoon group chat. Ma Namjoon 1, Ma Namjoon 2, Ma Namjoon 3, do they send messages to each other in a group chat? Thinking about those disgusting-looking bastards sharing messages to each other made her crack a smile. Is that funny? He asked. Who cares if I laugh or not? No, I won't act up today. Anyway, and then, think about it. How dangerous can a chimera get in the unique environment called Earth? However, she seemed to have trouble connecting more dots. I don't know, seemingly frustrated by the fact that she couldn't imagine it. Her lips were in a pout. Ah, but that guy, BM, was good with chimeras, right? BM. It was a name he wasn't concerned about for a long time. Looking back, BM had disappeared from the underground labyrinth a few months ago, and according to Clone One, he had never returned after that. What was he doing these days? Probably going through S-ranked dungeons, scavenging for ingredients. Is there no problem for BM to use chimeras? Didn't he become rank 2 because he was good at it? There is no problem at all. BM is one of the top experts worldwide regarding chimeras, and the association cut off everything that could become a problem. Ah, right. He also belongs to the association, right? Doesn't that ultimately mean that it can be controlled, though? How is it so dangerous if it can be controlled? How is it dangerous? What we see now should answer your question. The regressor said that instead of giving her the answer straight away, the two of them were already in the 42nd section of the 8th warehouse. Plastic, metal, and wooden boxes were categorized depending on the items inside them, and were all reaching the ceiling that was more than 10 meters tall. Within that section of the warehouse was an area taped off by the sentries, and the boxes inside were mostly broken. One of the managers of the warehouse was waiting there for them. You know, can I look for the rat myself? Asked Yoram. Go ahead. Yu Jitae stood still with his arms crossed while Yoram walked towards the taped-off area. You can't get too close to them, said the manager of the warehouse. Yoram returned a casual nod before observing the broken boxes. There were teeth marks here and there, as well as black bloodstains. But I only know how to punch things, and it's my first time looking for something. She was talking to herself, but she glanced towards Yu Jitae after saying that. He thought to himself. It seemed that she was indirectly asking for a hint because as a red dragon, she hated receiving help. Hurry up. It's so dirty that I don't want to stay here any longer. Yu Jitae similarly talked to himself. It's not even that dirty. Yoram soon realized that it was a clue. There was nothing dirty from what her eyes could see, so didn't that mean that there was something dirty that was invisible to the eyes? Coming to that judgment, she closed her eyes. The nose of the red race, which was more developed than other races, became even more sensitive after holding mana within. Ook, fuck. She quickly blocked her nose in fright. There is a fusing, disgusting smell. What smell? Literally smells like she. Fuck, those rats must have taken a dump here. The smell contained mana inside and was probably intentionally left behind by the rats to interfere with the noses of spirit beasts. It seemed to be working against the inexperienced hatchling as well. While Yoram was again turning left and right looking for a clue, he gave a seemingly normal question. What do you think about sashimi for lunch? You're talking about lunch when there's a shitty smell. Damn, I would love to eat it. Do you know how to eat sashimi? Didn't we eat it together last time? But I don't like it. I need a lot of sauce. What if the sauce disappears? It's not that good then. Because there's the fishy smell, huh? Yoram widened her eyes with realization. Normally, spirit beasts hated strong odors like this and tended to quickly run away from it because their noses would get numbed from that smell. But dragons were different. Yoram fiercely endured the disgusting smell, and by the time she started getting used to it, she was able to smell a rat that was hidden behind the odor. She began walking towards one of the walls of the storage in large strides. She climbed up the metal stairs to the second floor and pointed at the thin steel frames that were horizontally supporting the ceiling. They must have come using this. Hello, Yoram called the manager that was still on the first floor. There was a large rectangular hole in the middle of the second floor, which allowed Yoram to talk to the manager. Yes, he replied. Can I go up this thing? Ah, that's please give me a second. The manager turned around and tried to call someone, but Yoram climbed up onto the steel frames without waiting for him and started walking along the thin metal frames. She was long gone by the time the manager turned around after getting the confirmation. Before long, the two of them were standing on the roof of the warehouse. This part's connected to the inside. There's no longer a trace, though. And there's nothing now, but it's that way. I'm sure of it. Based on what? Based on nothing but my instincts. But I can tell you that I am certain. Yu Jitae looked into her eyes with his hazy gaze. It was a half-assed method. Relying on instincts was an inefficient method, and it was highly likely that she would go the wrong way. It would become an even bigger problem if it settled in as a habit. Therefore, he decided to fix the child's bad habit before it was too late. You can't be certain. Why not? My instincts are correct for sure. Maybe it's not as good as you bombs, but mine's pretty good too. I'm saying that's the problem. Who in the world backtracks based on instinct? What? Why not? Can't I do it that way? Is that what they taught you in class? No. Then why are you trying to do something they didn't even teach? What? Do I always have to follow what they taught? I didn't learn it, but I'm sure it's this way okay. If you're a wrong, it would waste time, and depending on the situation, other traces could disappear over time. It's not wrong, though. It's that way. We can go there and check now. It could be an extremely inefficient and foolish judgment. It's not, though. You Yoram, just stop. Perhaps she was upset or hurt, but Yoram glared at him after a shout. I get it. So stop pushing me into a corner. Yoram remained stubborn despite turning gloomy, so Yu Jitae obediently followed since he wasn't trying to harass her. However, he was still discontent since it probably wouldn't be there. It didn't make any sense to find the next trace in a wide area like this based on instinct. However, for some reason, she was on the right track. They were still on the roof of the warehouse, but they could spot some small footsteps that were made on top of the accumulation of dust. It was quite obviously a trace, and Yoram immediately looked at him with a look on her face. The previously gloomy expression was no longer there. Oh my, Mr. Yu Jitae, look here, there was something like this. HNN. But what's this small, cute thing on top of the dust? Little Yoram has no idea. Those cute things go all the way there. What's this? Seaman, what is it? Footsteps, oh, I see. Then whose footsteps are Thessie? What animal? Probably a mouse. Mouth, what's that? A mouse. Oh, a mouse, squeak. Squeak, squeak. Yoram cuddled up close and humiliated him by mimicking a mouse. Since he didn't want to see it anymore, the regressor slowly turned his head away. Now, so was Yoram right or wrong? You were right. Compliments. You did well. More. Your instincts were right. More. You might get it right once or twice if you're lucky, but if you get into a bad habit, Penny, who asked for a lecture, compliment me. More. In the end, Yu Jitae had to praise her for the next 30 seconds or so. After receiving so many praises, she had an elated look on her face. HMPH, try saying this and that to me again. Despite scoffing, she seemed to be in a good mood. The two of them followed the footsteps and went into the small forest north of the warehouse. After rummaging through the forest for a long time, they finally came across a rectangular land where the grass appeared different from the nearby area of grass. There would most likely be an underground passage from here, which was hidden from vision because of an artifact that hid one's traces. Ah, we're finally here. It was what she achieved after an hour of hard work. The rats must be going to and from this place to the warehouse. The stolen items should be here, and if the rats had an owner, that guy should be here as well. What kind of fusing beach would it be? Right when Yoram was about to reach for the door of the basement, Yoram, stop there. Huh, why? Come here. A serious expression was on his face which was completely normal. Why? It's right here, though. So she nonchalantly reached for the basement door and held it. In that moment, Yu Jitae flew forward and grabbed her by the waist before distancing themselves with a jump. Quang! There was a large explosion from the basement as fire surged up into the air. Yoram, who was rolling on the ground after being thrown by him, widened her eyes in shock, while Yu Jitae forced his killing intent into the basement. The explosion was a mechanical one, and that was why Yoram hadn't noticed it. However, the following fire was fueled with mana in order to burn something that was inside it. Rapidly, the fire disappeared. Mana was the manifestation of will, and Yu Jitae's killing intent had the power to oppress that will. What was that? What's happening? There was nothing but black smoke for a long time. Yoram came running, and so Yu Jitae gave the rebellious child a flick to the head. "I told you not to open it," he said, and she jokingly shouted ayat, in pain. But that didn't last for long. After seeing what was in the basement, the smile disappeared from her face. Throughout her entire life, she had never seen anything so disgusting. With a deeply sunken voice, she asked, "What is that?" Chapter 185. Vitality 1. In an environment abundant with food without a predator, rats can give birth when they're 6 months old, and one rat can give birth to a maximum of 40 rats a month. That overwhelmingly tenacious vitality and breeding speed reached its height in the 14th century, when hygiene was at its bottom, and when cats were referred to as devilish animals. Rats carried over germs by breeding, and close to 100 million people in Europe got infected and died Black Death. Why was that specific part of the textbook that she heard last semester coming back to her now? Yoram felt like throwing up. There was a cluster of black fur with deep red flesh embedded within. The black ones were adult rats, while the red ones were baby rats that had yet to grow their furs. Their bodies were intertwined and stuck together, sharing a bluish-black vein as one, while still resembling a cluster of many individual animals. Rats were connected to other rats. It was a horrendous sight that made one wonder how such an existence could even exist. What frightened Yoram even more was how hundreds and thousands of heads that were attached to the lump simultaneously turned towards her and looked into her eyes. Like, "What is this?" The regressor replied with a sluggish voice. "Artificial-shaped colony. Someone was experimenting with rats." "What kind of experiment?" "Artificial-shaped colonies, also called chimeraceas. It was one of the most dangerous forms of chimeras found on Earth. An experiment to create an undying organism. The chimera that either had a spell that made it wish to live eternally or a similar artifact would continue its pregnancy and give birth to increase its size over time. That was what the bizarre creature in front of them was. Judging from the size, it should have been here for around 2 years. On the way here, Yu Jitae hadn't felt the presence of other animals in the forest and had a hunch that things would be like this. You're going to tell the sentries, right?" "Yeah. Then what will happen to that?" "It'll be disposed of." "Disposed?" Ah, Yoram clenched her fists. What was in front wasn't a rat and was instead an existence made by merging them together, but seeing it from another perspective, they were still rats. Seeing that ridiculously cruel and wicked appearance they were forced to look like created a frown on her face. At that moment, she suddenly exploded in rage. "This can't be this, duck. Duck, does this even make sense? Who is it? Who's the ducking trash that did this? Can you find them? What if I find them? I'll kill them, twist their heads and crush them, or break their back into two. I'll dig their eyes out. Please, tell me. You can find them, right? You can tell me who the ducking human trash that did this is, right? I'll go and kill that inhuman beach." Did the eyes of the baby rat staring at her shake her heart? Her anger was very abrupt. He shook his head. But after thinking about it, he could somehow guess the reason, the weight behind the word life to Yoram, and how she felt about an existence that was destined to lead an unfortunate life from birth. He could understand why the child was angry, but he also knew that it was but a momentary emotion. Even if she emotionally approached this incident, she would only be feeling empty once it all came to an end, so he remained quiet. After giving the case over to the sentries, he let them in on the clues he found about the identity of the culprit. From what he heard later on, the culprit was a cadet, an unlucky cadet, from the Tower of Mages, whose curiosity got the best of him. The sentries caught the said cadet and handed him over to the association. The association would ask for the price of going against one of the 3 taboos, which was considered a bigger issue than drugs, assault, and murder with his life. This was the end of his 10 hours of campus community service. Throughout the way back to the dormitory, Yoram didn't say a word. Time flew by since the start of the new semester. Balm's writing contest was only a month away. She had finished writing an entire book already, and it was ready to send. But she didn't stop writing even after that, and finished about 4 books worth of different stories. All of them were horror stories, and he realized that even the contents were similar after reading through them all. It was the story of a female criminal running away to a cabin in a mountain, meeting a ghost, and paying for her sins. Why are you writing the same thing multiple times? I like the story, but I don't know what would work for the readers. Yu Jitae couldn't understand the Green Dragon's way of writing. So I am going to try writing it one last time. Although he couldn't understand it, he could cheer her on. Call me whenever you need me. NN. On the other hand, Keel had finally found a new hobby. You know, I think magic is pretty fun. It was none other than magic. What type of magic? Actually, Barmany started teaching me recently. Barm's teaching you. Barm nodded from the side and added yes. I thought she might need it, but Keel liked it more than I expected. NN. It's fun. What are you learning these days? He asked. These days, healing spells. She brought her hands together as a gentle and soothing mana gathered on her hands. The mana contained a golden luster that resembled her hair color. But you know, I don't think it's that good to practice with. Why? We can only use healing magic when someone's hurt, right? But we are all too healthy. What he thought for a second was that he could help her with the healing magic himself. It wasn't that difficult. He could simply create a wound on his arm with a knife and tell her to heal it. However, the regressor now knew that things like that slightly deviated from the general framework of normal lives. Keel would be shocked and wouldn't be happy about it. I get it. Try your best for now. Even now, there were lots of people getting hurt. If she stayed interested in healing magic, it would definitely be useful in the future. Aki. Meanwhile, Yu Jitae, she was carrying a bag with an extremely displeased look on her face. What's the problem? I don't want to go to school. Why? I like staying at home. There was no real reason to send her to school. However, Jael's interpersonal relationship was way too limited, and these days she spent more time lying down at home. Judging from how she occasionally quarreled with Yoram, the regressor could tell that she was very skilled at forming relationships despite being a young child. Even after going to a school, she would definitely find enjoyment and do well at it. Let's try going for now, and if you really don't want to, can you talk to me again? Yes. That morning, Jael held onto his hand and went to Lair's public elementary school for Guardian's children. Since he had applied for her beforehand, Jael simply headed to the classroom, and after entering the classroom, she stared at Yu Jitae through the window for a very long time until he eventually disappeared from her sight. While other kids were rustling next to her, Jael rested her chin on her hands with a discontent look on her face. From the surroundings, she could feel gazes glancing her way. Jael reflected on the words Balm told her last night. Jael, you're a dragon, and most of the people at school will be humans. Us dragons are using polymorph to pretend like humans. Because of that, we could look beautiful on the outside. People will like you a lot, and try to stare at your face because you're a really pretty child. But don't care too much about their gazes. Don't doubt them, and observe who the good people are by slowly chatting with them. Get closer to them, and there will definitely be a lot of interesting things happening. Jael was now aware that she was special from an objective standpoint. But she also knew that, because she was special, she had to try to be normal in order to lead a normal life. Someone who called herself a teacher came and introduced herself to the kids, and the class soon started. Although she wasn't particularly interested, Jael obediently focused on the lesson. When it was finally a recess break, a group of girls carefully came towards her and started a conversation. Hello. Jael turned towards them and gave a nod. Hello. You're a really pretty you look like a doll. Thank you. On the first day of school, the kids wore their favorite hairpins, clothes, and necklaces to class. Jael immediately realized that. Your necklace looks pretty. Really? NN. And your clothes look cool. Thank you. After sharing friendly greetings, the nervous girls hesitantly asked Jael, do you want to go to the canteen with us? This to Daddy. Yu Jitae thought he was hearing things. Sitting in the study, he turned around and found Jael holding something in her hands. NN, what was that? This. They said to give it to Daddy While saying that, Jael threw glances at him, trying to read his mood. When he nonchalantly received the paper, she widened her eyes. Right. How was school? The child placed her two hands on his lap. For the first time in a long time, he lifted her up and sat her horizontally on his lap and supported her back so that she wouldn't fall. How was school? Well, nothing much. Was it fun? How was the teacher and other friends? Just so-so. It was a positive sign that she wasn't saying that she hated it, since she did look sincerely uncomfortable in the morning. Maybe something fun happened at school. Curious, he asked. Did something fun happen? But Jael simply shook her head without saying anything. Something like this felt very refreshing because until now, he had known everything she was doing wherever she was. In other words, she now had something which he didn't know about. It didn't feel all that bad. Please, come pick me up tomorrow. Balm had gone today, but in any case he nodded back. Got it. Only then did she give a satisfied nod. That night, the kids boisterously chatted about watching a midnight movie. It has to be horror movies in summer. Keel's shout intrigued Jael, and Balm also left with them after judging that it would be a good study material. On the way out, they mentioned that they would be playing till it was late. However, Yoram didn't go with them. It had already been several days since the community service, but she was always staying holed up in her room unless she was training outside. Today was the same. She stayed in her room the whole day, but came out and laid down on the sofa of the living room after feeling stuffy inside. Soon, Yu Jitae stole her seat, so she had to awkwardly sit next to him on the sofa. For a long time, they sat there together without saying anything. From time to time, she glanced at him, seemingly trying to say something but hesitated, and he waited for her to open her mouth so that her thinking time wouldn't be interrupted. Ding dong, that was when the doorbell rang. Are they here already? Finding it awkward, Yoram stood up and headed to the front entrance, but on the way, she suddenly realized that both Balm and Keel had keys. Ha! Who was it then? It was then. Yu Jitae was behind her by the time she realized it, and he placed his hand on her shoulder. Go to your room. Yoram, who had a bad experience a few days ago for not listening to his words, obediently went into her room with a nod. However, she didn't close the door and looked outside. What she found strange was that the cleaner standing in the living room, Armata, had unsheathed its sword. Yu Jitae opened the door. Something resembling a human was standing outside. Unkempt hair, a tall and thin body, a long monochromic business shirt, and a long pair of pants. The clothes, however, were all ripped and were stained with filth and blood. A half-broken pair of sunglasses was on his face. The person that looked like a wasted man was none other than BM. What brings you here at this time of the day looking like that? Yu Jitae asked, and BM replied, Sir, Mr. Yu Jitae, it's not just guards like you that can pull it off. A calm yet gloomy voice. It sounded half like a human, while the remaining half sounded like it was coming from the other side of a thick fog. But Yu Jitae sensed pride from his voice. You must have made something. Yes, I did, and I came here to let you know before anyone. Come, say hello. As soon as he said that, a small child peeked from behind BM. Yoram looked at the child with a frown. The child appeared to be around 10 years of age and had slightly dark red hair along with red eyes. Rather than a girl, the child looked like a girlish boy. The child glanced across the dormitory with a vacant gaze, which eventually stopped after reaching Yoram's eyes. Right, come in. Let's have a chat. Yu Jitae brought them into the house. Chapter 186, Vitality 2. As they sat facing each other on the sofas, the protector prepared coffee after unsheathing its sword. He didn't catch it when they were at the front entrance, but BM's body was trembling endlessly, all the way from his head to his toes, as well as his hands that were holding onto his coffee. Yu Jitae looked at his arm. Despite the hot climate of midsummer, he was wearing long sleeves and long pants. BM didn't look too healthy and appeared fairly exhausted. Yu Jitae focused on the beating sound of BM's heart and realized that 3 to 4 hearts had disappeared from 13 or so of his hearts. He seemed to have lost something in order to gain something else. Turning his gaze, Yu Jitae looked to the side. After sneaking out of her room, Yoram was sitting on the sofa in front of the TV, and the young chimera carefully approached her. Lo, said the chimera. It was the voice of a young boy that had yet to pass his puberty, and Yoram silently looked back into his eyes. Yoram, she was empathetic of a colony of dying rats. Despite its horrendous appearance, she pitied them. Perhaps she found an image of her own self while looking at the poor existence who was born wrong, with predetermined death. And now, another chimera was approaching her without being afraid. I am not. I am not. The white-skinned boy went even closer with a bright smile on his face. Yoram frowned as if she would punch him if he got any closer, and the boy stopped immediately before she got uncomfortable. He then slowly laughed. Yoram turned towards Yu Jitae, asking whether this kid was okay in his head or not, and Yu Jitae returned a nod. You, what's your name? She asked. Nami, why's your hair red? Ray D. Do you know how to speak? DDY. When she frowned, the boy widened his eyes and tilted his head. That was when BM turned towards the two of them after taking a sip of his coffee. He then stared at the child he made with a warm gaze. Hey, BM, does he know how to speak? This time, Yoram asked BM. Isn't he doing it right now? He's only saying words and can't hold a proper conversation, though. That's because he's still a baby. He was just born. When was he born? A week ago. Yoram apathetically glared at the boy, and the smiling child carefully approached her. Oi, stop there. NN, don't come. And then he toddled his way and naturally cuddled next to Yoram. Hello, do you not have ears or what? Oi, get off. Why she felt annoyed. Pushing the boy with her two arms, she sat him next to her. After being instantaneously pushed away by a powerful force, the boy slowly smiled, heh, yet again. Why am I your dad, you idiot? You are not. Do you not have a dad? The boy slightly pondered after hearing her question, before again pointing at her. Here, like I said, I am not. You fool are, this is driving me nuts. Finding it uncomfortable to stay here, she stood up and the boy followed her. However, he seemed to be having trouble standing. He stumbled and fell from the sofa, so Yoram urgently grabbed him by his clothes. When she held him by the nape upside down, his clothes rolled up and revealed his upper body. Yoram frowned when she saw the child's heart that was covered by a strange purple flesh. Where are you going? The child asked after being put down on the sofa. You know what? I'm gonna go back to my room. He's too much of a kid. Do what you want. Ignoring the child, Yoram started walking, but a weird feeling stopped her on the spot. Don't go looking back. She found the red-haired and red-eyed boy earnestly looking for her. What was wrong with this kid? They just met, and they weren't even that close. That was when she felt a seemingly useless memory resurface. Hey, where are you going? I'm going first, because you're a bad younger sister. Don't go. Come here. The memory of her youngest Annie, the only one who had cherished her from the entire race, flashed across her head. It was because that damned kid had red hair. If it was any other color, she wouldn't have remembered such a thing. Thinking that, Yoram turned back towards the living room. She sat next to the boy, and the boy came near her with a bright smile on his face. Oi, don't copy me. Don't co-pie me, stop. Stop, Yoram grumbled with a sigh. Is this kid like this because he has no family, or what? That was when BM opened his mouth. That child is my son. Yoram pretended to have missed it. After chugging the coffee, the middle-aged man continued with an extremely quiet tone of voice. To be exact, he's like my son. His name's Yu Jitae, and I gave him the name. Both his father and I were from Tibik in Kangwon-do. Was the baby's real body born in Arendot? Yes. His father was a human who was transferred to a different universe due to the Babylon incident with me, and his mother was a wingless fire demon from the demon race. His eyes, staring at the empty cup from behind the broken pair of sunglasses, were hazily looking at the distant past. Right, tell me your story. I had comrades, quite a lot of them, and that child's father was my friend. My best friend who I lived with for almost 30 years. One day, while the entire world was in a war, he brought a demon from somewhere. He wanted to bring it back alive without killing it, and I thought he had gone insane. An idealist, I see. He was too much of an idealist. Later, I discovered him dating that fire demon. He was trying to persuade me that she wasn't a bad woman, and I thought he was possessed. We had a massive fight, and I bashed the hell out of him. I didn't like it at all. Dating a demon, he liked her though, so I let them be, and they even had a child later on. That all happened in the middle of a war. They gave birth to a child while there were countless 15-meter-long monsters flying in the air, and I took the boy with my arms. And I named him Tibik as a wish to go home. His red hair and red eyes were a spitting image of his mother. Until then, I didn't like that fire demon. She lost her wings and horns, but I still thought of her as a demon. One of my other friends cursed her, saying that her large butt was the only thing she had. In fact, my friend boasted about it, and the demon lady was proud of that as well. Since I didn't like her, I was always on guard even when she was fighting on our side. Just like normal demons, she burned things and didn't smile much. But when she gave birth in the middle of a war and looked at her own child, BM hesitated before pushing his sunglasses up. She cried. She was crying her eyes out. That was when my values slightly changed. Until then, I thought people never changed, but I started thinking that existences could change. Perhaps it was because of my change in values, or perhaps humans are just like that. But our relationship changed a lot after that, and we all became good friends. I had to apologize for harassing her. In Arendot, there is the culture of giving alcohol when asking for an apology, so I found some good alcohol and gave it to the demon lady. I was so harsh on her, and yet that lady drank it all too easily. At that point, I couldn't even tell which of us was more of a demon. BM powerlessly let out a laugh as Yu Jitae quietly listened to him speak. In the previous iterations, he had been BM's ally and had sometimes been his enemy, but he had never heard of such stories in any of those previous iterations. Arendart was hell itself. Some lunatic was breaking everything in the world. Many of my acquaintances died, including my teacher who taught me everything on chimeras. It was literally hell. Did you miss your home? Yes. We vowed to definitely return. Well, go back and let this young baby lead a normal life at the very least. End this stupid hell on our generation so that he didn't have to go through it. I assume it didn't go well. Yes, they all died to that lunatic. The fire demon lady was the first to die. She threw her body to save my friend and got torn apart by a blade. I tried to bring her back to the camp while she was still breathing, and she asked whether her butt was still there or not. It was probably a joke. But her butt wasn't there, her lower body just BM stopped his words for a long time. They both died in that fight. All my comrades just died there. So I wanted to die as well. What would I do? I was ready to put everything down and just die, but that baby suddenly started crying. I had to survive. Since you're such an omnipotent human, do you know what it feels to be the only one running away when all my friends are dying next to me? Yu Jitae didn't reply. I hated everything in the world at the start. I cursed the enemy. Then I cursed the two of them for being stupid enough to bear a baby, and after that, I cursed myself. I was mindlessly wandering like that, and that's when the baby died. BM gave a self-deprecating smile. The baby, he died. He didn't die because of something great either. Some random monster shot its sting while passing by and it hit the baby. He died because of my stupidity. It woke me up straight away. Fate is such a gross thing. Straight after that, a fissure appeared in the dimensions, and I somehow found a way to go back. I killed a monster called Abraxas and returned using its power. BM killed himself in the third and fourth iterations. That was what the world heard. I went through everything I had over and over again, and I found it. A strand of hair of the dead baby was on my shirt, that red hair he got from his mother. The truth, however, was different. After making a chimera with hundreds of human hearts, BM came to a conclusion that a normal superhuman heart lacked in power, and the mad chimera engineer sacrificed his own heart in an attempt to create a chimera. The result was a failure. Now I no longer have a friend to drink with. I couldn't ask for anyone's forgiveness. In order to live, at least I had to forgive myself. But hundreds of times a day I just couldn't forgive myself. Right now, he wasn't drinking anything. That's the type of person I am. That's how much a human-type chimera means to me. The engineer who had been seeking for a miracle soon died. Back then, there was no miracle. That's what happened till now. T-Beak. NN. The red pair of eyes looked back at him. The moment his eyes met with BMS, the child happily gave a wide smile. It should have been an unchangeable future, and yet it seemed to have changed. The regressor, who had been silently listening to the story, looked back and forth between the boy and BM. He looked at BM's eyes that were staring at the child, and the child's eyes that were staring at BM. Only then did the regressor open his mouth. So that's your story. Must been rough. Apologies for rambling on. So what's the reason you came here? Did you want an apology and acknowledgement out from me, who condemned you? No, I don't have anything against you. At the start, I was irritated and was later frustrated, but after going over it without even sleeping at night, I was embarrassed. About what? The fact that you know more about chimeras than me, sir, means that you researched about it more than I did. The regressor nodded his head. In the midst of his hazy memories after the end of the fourth iteration, he had researched chimeras for dozens of years by repeating his iterations. I had the chance to get taught on what you earned with difficulty, and yet I was lazy. I could give excuses that I had repeated too many failures, but I shouldn't. Others could, and maybe for something else, but when it came to this, at least I shouldn't have been like that. He again smiled self-mockingly. I couldn't even ask for more help because I was too embarrassed to do so. So I decided to try doing it myself, and using the hints you gave me, I was able to revive the child. He's still young, and it's a precarious time period, but I'll try nurturing him to my best ability. I came here to say that. Sorry about my appearance, I was in a rush. Now that you know everything, let me say one more thing before I leave. BM took out a white alcohol from his dimensional pocket. It was a fermented wine from Arendart, which Yu Jitae had previously given to BM. I have shown you an extremely silly side. But thanks to you, I was able to succeed like this. So if you could please, sir, after opening the bottle, he poured alcohol into the cup-shaped lid. He then gave it to Yu Jitae. Please forgive my laziness. Chapter 187, Vitality 3, Forgive. Forgive, how a foreign word traveled past his tongue with a breeze. When he punched Lion from Guild on his face, he didn't forgive him. In other words, he could have forgiven him because Lion had done something wrong to him. But this one was different. The regressor was simply irritated by the unearnest and loose attitude of someone who should be more earnest than anyone else. BM didn't necessarily do anything wrong to him, so he wasn't in the position to forgive him, nor did he have the right to do so. You shouldn't waste such a precious wine. The regressor poured the alcohol back into the bottle and sealed it. I am in fact being quite serious. I have never blabbered to anyone about my circumstances, said BM. I am not trying to joke around either. Then, if the child grows up well and starts going to school, well, drink then. BM remained silent in response. His eyes behind the broken sunglasses were closed. After thinking for a long time, he opened his mouth. Is there some kind of meaning behind the child going to a school? He replied to the words randomly thrown out. Yu Jitae couldn't really explain the vague thoughts in his mind, so he gave an uncertain response. It seems like it. He felt something when seeing Jael come back from school, but had trouble explaining what that exactly was. I see. But BM seemed to have understood it. Please take the alcohol for yourself. I just couldn't drink because it brings back memories of old days. You sure? I don't have any attachment to it now. Yu Jitae took the bottle and placed it in his storage. Erendart's alcohol thus returned to the arms of the one who gave it. Meanwhile, Yoram, who had been blankly listening to the story, was seemingly thinking about something. If she stayed still, the child would constantly try to cuddle, so she had turned him around and had sat him on her lap. When the room awkwardly turned silent for a long time, Yerm placed him down in front of her and started teaching him words. Oi, say it after me. You Yoram. You yo rum, yeah, that's my name. What was it again? You yo rum, good, you're a doing well, but you have to add Noonim at the end. Noonim. Nu nim, so what happens when you add them together? Tojtha. No, you idiot. You yo rum nu nim. Tibik vacantly looked into her eyes. Since Yoram had hidden her different status as a dragon, the child stared blankly at her eyes for a long time before opening his mouth. You yo rum nu nim. Yoram finally returned a nod in satisfaction. That was when BM raised his body. It seemed that the child still knew that BM was his guardian. Tibik blinked his red eyes before hurrying over to BM and cuddling his arm. Not now. Not now. Yeah, hold my hand. First, let's go back. After sharing a conversation that was hard to decipher, BM gave a small bow to Yu Jitae. Thanks for your tea. BM went out with the child with unsteady steps. Around 2 hours after they left, the kids came back. We're back. They chatted about the movie for a while, and soon it was late into the night, and it was time to sleep. But that was when Yoram knocked on the door of his study. What's wrong? You know, she entered the room with a slight pout and couldn't look into his eyes. Even her voice was slightly sunken. Is he all right? He understood what she was trying to ask. Although it acted like a human and was cute, it was still a chimera. Like the colony of chimeras they had seen a few days ago, a strange purplish flesh was attached to the child's heart. Yoram waited until Yu Jitae told her that it was fine. Despite the short interaction, she had already become affectionate of the child. It must be because of those stupid red eyes and red hair. Yoram persuaded herself like that. However, Yu Jitae didn't reply. The silence continued for a long time. When it went on for too long, Yoram widened her eyes and asked, why aren't you saying anything? Is he all right or what? For now. For now. To be exact, I don't know either. Huh, what's that? Don't you know everything? I don't know everything. I only know of one way to make the heart of a human-type chimera, and BM didn't make it the way I know it. It was the achievement of an engineer who dedicated his whole life to chimera, who even sacrificed his precious things. It was natural for even Yu Jitae to be uncertain. Is that important? She asked. It is. The heart is what decides the identity of a human-type chimera, and human-type chimeras are especially dangerous. The one that pushed the alternate dimension, Arendart, into the apocalypse was none other than that human-type chimera. Then what? Was that heart wrong? That's the part I do not know. BM seemed to have used his words as a hint. The base ingredients were all perfect. All the ingredients, he said, including 425 ml of ATTN essence, 45, 3G of glycine carbon, and other ingredients were also correct. It could be seen from how the child's body was almost entirely the same as a human's. However, there was one last element, the heart of a chimera. This was what weighed on his mind. The ingredient that should have been here was the seed that allowed the dead to breathe. However, BM seemed to have used the ingredient that allowed a human to not die for the heart of the child. Even Yu Jitae didn't know about it, and he needed to observe them for the time being. Then, why Yoram stopped her question and bit her lips. Then what are you going to do now? I need to go there often and check whether he's normally growing up or not. What if he wasn't normal? Yoram also knew that it was a very naive question. She knew what type of human he was. Yu Jitae was only exceptionally generous to the dragons. What should she do in a situation like this? Yoram pondered before opening her mouth. Then I want to go as well. Why? Nothing. I just want to go, can't I? I won't stop you. But you might have to see something you don't like. I'm fine. Please just take me along. The regressor thought to himself. Although Yoram had always been stubborn, she was all the more stubborn today. Whatever it was that the future had in plan for them, it would be okay as long as she was mentally prepared for it. Life wasn't a greenhouse, and pain made existences more mature. Got it. However, it seemed that she wasn't fond of his response. Yoram opened her mouth with a slightly gloomy look on her face. Why are you doing that? Doing what? Why are you being so serious by yourself? You're worrying me. Can you be brighter? The regressor gave an empty laugh. What continued from his mouth was slightly brighter than before. Got it. Only then did Yoram nod and leave his study. From that point on, Yu Jitae headed to the underground labyrinth once or twice a week through his internal alternate dimension, shallows of the abyss, S. While translucent and pale hands welcomed him, Yoram quietly followed from behind. The underground labyrinth developed even more. Previously, there were only containers inside the inner room, but now the Special Force agents each had built a proper house using some material. Ah, Mr. Doctor, welcome. He greeted them for a bit. Among them were also Har-Sitbiel, who brightly smiled with her usual loosened gaze as she waved her hand towards him. He thus waved back. Yoram was wearing the level 2 necklace artifact, Unsightly Truth, and the claw-shaped necklace protected her from the light of paradise. The workshop no longer had any incubators or glass containers, and surprisingly, those had been replaced by a bunch of toys that were for kids. Bright colors filled the room, with a small slide for a kid, Lego blocks and picture books on the floor. There, BM was playing with the child. His filthy appearance was long gone, and a smile was blooming on his face. Ah, you're here already. Yu Jitae nodded, while Yoram walked up and talked to the child. I am here. Now the child learned a lot during that small time span and was able to hold a conversation. It gave insight into how earnest BM was with educating the boy. What's this ugly-looking building? It's a dino. Sour, how is this a dinosaur? Make it again. Seeing it crumble down caused the child to widen his eyes, but when Yoram helped him build it again from scratch, a smile slowly appeared on his face. Recently, young Tibik was brightening up the mood of the entire underground labyrinth. Huat Tibik is cute, as always he really is. He reminds me of my son, who's back at home, who were the 30-man Special Force agents who only trained or laid down. Came to take a glance at the workshop from time to time to look at the cute boy. When young Tibik sometimes cried for some reason and mumbled for words, Har-Sitbiel voluntarily took care of the child. Argu. It's okay, Hihai, do you want to do it together? The young lady, who had worked as a teacher at an orphanage for a long time, instinctively knew what the child wanted despite acting like a drunkard. Whenever she took charge, the child would immediately stop crying and sing a song with her. Time passed just like that. Yoram observed the child and BM. Hello, Nuna. The boy got increasingly smarter as time passed, and after around 2 weeks, he was able to speak like a normal 10-year-old child. Therefore, Yoram took him along and started exercising with him. I am tired, come up. How dare you try to lie down already? KNNNGG. Do I have to do this? Of course. You need to exercise to grow properly. After that, the boy started avoiding Yoram a little bit. Meanwhile, BM was busy both day and night. He was already a thin person who appeared like a chopstick because of his uselessly tall height, but he was visibly getting increasingly thinner over time. These days I am so busy that I might die. In the third week, BM muttered that along with a sigh. Why, there was a big incident that happened at the association. What incident? I can't tell you the details, but there's a person we need to track. He seemed to have his hands full due to taking care of both work and the child. Sometimes he wobbled, but claimed that he was fine since he wasn't having any alcohol these days. Must be tough. That's what life has always been like. But at least these days I feel alive. BM smiled thinly while staring at Yu Jitae. This is life. It resembled the smile of an exhausted man going into an eternal sleep. Do you like it that much? Asked Yoram. I do. It feels like the entire world is in my hands. You'll understand if you get yourself a kid later on, and BM gave a profound reply. One day, she prepared a bunch of gummies to give to the child. Why gummies? Stupid Jael liked it right. Kids are all the same. Tibik ate a lot of gummies, but he was made to exercise twice as much to burn off all that energy. After that, Tibik started avoiding gummies. One day, Yoram prepared a plushie for him. It was bought for Jael, but was now sitting in the storage without seeing light. Early in the morning, she looked for the plushie and dusted it. Why a plushie? You know, when he takes a nap, he always tries to hug a block of wood. It should be better if he has a plushie. However, Tibik seemed to have disliked the plushie. Even when he was forced to hold it, he threw it down and ran away. Oi, you dare treat my gift like that? You wanna die? Huyang, the next time they went there, the plushie was no longer there. BM threw it away. One day, Yoram prepared a book to give to the child. What now? The kid's like 10 years old, so he needs to go to school, right? And at least he needs to know how to read, or others are gonna look down on him. You're taking care of him a lot, aren't you? For some reason, I just hate people I know getting treated like retards. Tibik showed interest in the book and started learning letters from Harsitbiel. The first word he wrote was Jung Bangman. What's Jung Bangman? Is it a Korean name? What an old name. BM coughed. Time passed. Yoram sometimes observed Yu Jitae as well. He didn't say anything strange, and his eyes that gazed at both BM and the child were also normal. Because of that, she was slightly relieved at heart. In the end, the dangerousness of a chimera laid in its vitality. Like that one chimera that added life onto life and increased its size while discarding its dead bodies. However, the red-haired boy, Jung Tibik, didn't show any strange signs. Whenever BM helped the boy change his drenched clothes after an exercise, Yoram found the wound on his heart slowly closing up. The boy was growing nicely with a bright smile. You know what? On one of the days of the third week, on the way back from the underground labyrinth, Yoram opened her mouth while going back to the dormitory with Yu Jitae via the shallows of the abyss. Even if someone has an unfortunate birth, I think they can be happy depending on the way they live. You know, people aren't always born in the best household, right? Yeah. Even if they were born in a retarded gutter, maybe they can bloom into flowers as long as there's sunlight. Yu Jitae stopped his feet while walking down the dark alternate dimension and turned towards Yoram. What's up? She asked. Where did you learn words like that? Ha! She appeared to be in a bit of a fluster. What, do you think of me as a bitch that always swears or something? Aren't you? I can also get quite emotional, okay? Yu Jitae turned back to the front. The regressor couldn't understand what Yoram was trying to express with her analogy and thus continued walking forward. Meanwhile, Yoram thought a bit more and opened her mouth once again. But well, I think we've seen enough. Of what? You know, the kid. I don't think there's a reason for us to come here again. There shouldn't be. Hell be fine. No, in the middle of her speech, Yoram stopped her feet. For a moment, she thought she heard it wrong. She felt increasingly ominous. It was just an instinctive feeling, but Yoram reflected back on the conversation she just had with Yu Jitae. Just then, she said, there's no reason to come here again, and he replied, there shouldn't be. What did you just say? Yoram asked with a calm voice. You can't come here again. But Yu Jitae's voice was even more bizarre. The ominous feeling rose up and enveloped her emotions like a thick liquid, making her feel as if she was being drawn into a thick quagmire. What are you saying? I wasn't sure, but now I am certain. Like I said, what are you trying to say? That chimera is a failure. Chimera? She thought she was hearing things, or maybe he chose the wrong word. However, the moment she looked into his eyes, she realized that it was by no means a mistake. A failure? You mean he was made wrong? Yeah, then it needs to be disposed of. Yoram felt goosebumps traveling all the way down her spine. During the last 3 weeks, Yu Jitae had never considered Jung Tibik a human. Chapter 188. Vitality 4. Daddy Food. The child whom his heart had given birth to called him. He was asking for food. Until recently, he had been cuddling and asking for food regardless of time and space, so he had to teach the child to be patient. BM pulled the long sleeves that were covering his wrist. The arm, which had been bitten 3 to 4 times a day for the last 3 weeks, had several reddish black scars that had yet to close up. The child rolled his clothes up. The skin near his heart started to open vertically and revealed a purple mouth. Since he was still young, he had to take in a lot of nutrition, and nothing was better than the flesh and mana of BM, who had the heart of the S-ranked monster, seven-headed troll. Ajasi, does he really have to be disposed of? Yes. Why? I told you it's dangerous. I don't understand. What's the problem? Just wait at home. Don't worry about it. He's just a little kid. He's just a kid that doesn't know shit. Why do you have to kill him? Was my explanation not enough? No, I just can't understand. BM groaned. The teeth dug very deep. 4 rows of sharp teeth like that of a shark shredded through BM's skin, muscle, and bones, and erupted every vein on his arm. After that, the purple chunk of flesh throbbed as it started absorbing his blood. It wasn't a big deal since it was what they had been doing the whole time. Although it was slightly burdensome, it wasn't a problem as long as BM replenished enough nutrition, and there was nothing more important than the child growing up without a problem. He's different from those chimera rats, right? Since his vitality didn't show up in a weird way, right? And that's why I had to observe it for a while. What exactly were you observing? Do you want to know? Why human-type chimeras are dangerous? RNN. Let me tell you then, mana is the manifestation of will. Every living and breathing thing has its own will. However, every creature resembling humans, including primates, beast people, and other races, have a special power. It is very special, and at the same time is very dangerous. Do you know what that is? No, these species can see what they cannot see, and hear what they haven't heard before. They can feel what they haven't felt before and fantasize about non-existent things as if they existed. To understand incomprehensible things like the sun, day and night, they can give it meaning, like a sun god, a chariot pulling the sun behind its back to light the day, or the queen of night. Such things don't actually exist, but a human can present such things as if they truly exist. Do you know what that is? Is it nice? He asked. NN. The child replied with a bright smile. But for some reason, it felt like the child was absorbing a little bit more blood than usual. Well, it was understandable since he was growing taller and getting bigger. He should be eating more. BM stopped worrying and decided to throw away all the calculative thoughts that were on his mind. He's the son of his 2 best friends, and he's now my son, right? No, they can write novels, draw pictures, and make music. Do you still not understand what this special power is? It is also the power that creates religions and nations. Do you get it now? Creativity. That's right. That stupid creativity is what makes a human-type chimera dangerous. Tbik, my son. When BM called him, the child returned a bright smile that washed away all his fatigue. For around 3 months, he had gone around dozens of locked S-ranked dungeons and above. Sometimes his limbs were cut off, and there was also a time when he had been bitten by a monster from his ear to his nose. He also despaired at losing some chimeras that were unable to be retrieved, but BM was okay with all that. As long as he could see this child smile, why? What's wrong with creativity? When creativity meets the unique vitality of a chimera, unimaginable things happen from then. Can you come up with any examples? I don't know, think about what I told you. See what they cannot see and hear what they can't. Ah, duck, but on second thought, he really was absorbing an unusually large amount, so BM asked if he was very hungry. The child replied yes and vacantly muttered, I can remember my mum. BM widened his eyes under his sunglasses. Tbik had been saying it from a few days ago, that he could remember his father and mother. He described how his mother had red hair after Arendart met its apocalypse and BM returned to Earth. There was a subconscious side of him that missed that world. Although he had desperately wanted to escape it back then, he was reminiscing about those old memories. So when he realized that the child was sharing the same memories as himself, BM unknowingly felt like he was about to burst into tears. Right. Who cares if he eats a bit more than usual? It's better for me to die than you suffering from hunger. Discarding the thought that it was excessive, BM patted the child on his head and welcomed it. Do you get it now? That is not Tbik. Tbik, do you remember your daddy as well? BM asked, and the child soon replied. NN, that's just a different human-type chimera. What makes you so certain? I've been observing it for the last 3 weeks. The entity had a disgustingly intense will and vitality. It collected data from the surroundings. It heard of the concept of a mother and father from BM and realized that it also had parents after digging deeper into the existences. By hearing more about parents from Harsitbiel, it gathered knowledge on genetics. Are you crazy? Are you telling me to believe that? You still think that's a young human? Yoram, wake up. It's not a human, and it's not young either. You were deceived. No, it would be correct to say that it even deceived you. Daddy must have been handsome like me. BM laughed, hearing the response. In fact, his friend was indeed the best-looking guy in Tbik's private superhuman school. It was almost 50 years ago now. How jealous was he back then, seeing his friend being popular with girls? Whether you believe it or not, that's the reality. That human-type chimera started acting like the real child of BM's two friends that died in Arendot. And BM, that smart and collected friend, was buried in his own emotions. Stop, please stop. I don't feel good, but I have daddy now, so I won't think about that daddy, the child said. Despite feeling an extremely large sense of guilt, BM nodded. Right, I'll try my best to be your real dad as well. And then, can I please ask for one favor then? The child asked. It won't take long, so wait at home. What are you going to do? Dispose? You mean you'll be killing him, right? Yeah, why? Anything to say. I was just wondering if you could let him live. Why are you being empathetic of that entity? No, I'm not. I just right. What sort of favor is it? BM asked, and the child replied with a smile. I'm super hungry today. Can I eat a bit more? In that instant, BM heard the chimeras inside his body screaming out that they will also be devoured if he continued absorbing more. However, BM cut off their noise. My child is saying that he's hungry at this point. BM was half out of his mind, but he himself did not realize it. Feeling slightly fatigued, he lowered his head and scratched the back of his head. A glaring smirk flashed past the child's lips, but BM did not catch that either. Yoram was silent for a long time. She hesitated and muttered for words. Her eyes were fixated on the ground without even daring to look into his eyes. She pondered, looked for the right words, and pondered again before finally opening her mouth. Why didn't you dispose of him straight away? Were you going to do it after taking me back home? Yeah. By disposing, you mean killing that child, right? Killing that entity, yes. What about the child? What about the rest of the body that's not the heart that was made by the remaining strand of hair? Hell die. Yu Jitae's words were like the declaration of an executioner. If he so wished, that would definitely be the case. Knowing that, Yoram became even more depressed. You know, I am sorry for being stubborn all the time. He quietly listened to her words, not listening to your words. Annoying you and getting angry, I'm sorry for all that. What are you trying to say? But since I'm always stubborn anyway, I want to do it one last time. Can you please save his body? No, Yu Jitae was saying that he didn't want to do it. Why? If it's you can do it, right? No, it wastes too much time for no reason. How much? If I were to focus on it in full, at least a month. A month? Only a month? BM did a lot of things for us. If it's just 1 month, can't you help him out once? Yoram slurred her words. Yu Jitae's expression was turning into a frightening look in real time. However, she didn't want to give up. She didn't want to be the same person as her resentful parents who half gave up on her for being useless. She clenched her teeth and took a step forward. Please help. I'm begging you. No, even if you stayed with us for a month, you only waste time lying down on a sofa and eating meals, no. Why? Like why? How can you be like that? It's only a month. BM, he helped us out a lot. How can you be so cruel? How? The regressor tilted his head and crookedly gazed down at the child who didn't even reach his chin. Since she was ignorant of everything, the child was saying it all as if it wasn't a big deal. Yoram, NN, don't misunderstand. Yu Jitae abruptly took a step forward. Startled, she took a step back, but the walls of the dark shallows of the abyss touched her back. When he was right in front of her, Yu Jitae bent his back towards the child. After closing in until their noses could touch, he opened his mouth. I'm only living for the sake of you all. The regressor found the need to draw a clear line. To protect the daily life of you guys, I am here alive and breathing. Nothing matters apart from that. Someone dying, someone that has to live. I should save them because I have the power to do so. Nonsense. As long as you guys are living fine, I will not move even if half of humanity dies out. Seeing a side of Yu Jitae she had never seen before, Yoram felt fear crawling up. That's the kind of human I am. And that's what you guys are to me. But it's just a month. Focusing entirely for a month means one full month of 24 hours a day. If I were to match this to your daily lives, it would be once a week and would take at least 1 year. In that time, I won't be able to protect you guys. If you get it, go back. It'll be done soon. After we're back, well, have dinner. Don't want to. It was then. Yoram interjected with her head lowered and walked up. She pushed her forehead into his chest. I don't want to. I don't understand. Was my explanation not enough? No, it's enough, so stop with that stupid explanation. Duck, you're going to scare me again with your explanation crap. Scare her. Only then did the regressor's head, which had been muddled with irritation, become clear again. She was gasping for breath. After a sigh, she melancholically whispered with a soft voice, as if she was throwing out everything that was on her mind. Can't you just help them out once? Chapter 189. Vitality 5. He knew that Yoram's empathy stemmed from a trivial emotion. He knew that Yoram's emotions were extremely narrowly scoped and simple. He also knew that she would show a different reaction to other incidents that would happen later down the track. But he was a human who lived for her sake. Although that may appear selfless at a glance, it was in fact an attitude which started off from extreme selfishness. Seventh iteration, thousands of iterations hidden behind that all failed, and the regressor thus became a selfish person. Despite that, Yoram was wishing for him to be purely selfless. In the end, wasn't selflessness a selfish emotion in itself? Isn't it the act of finding satisfaction for oneself by helping others? However, no matter what the hidden agenda may be, the traces it left behind for the world to see would appear selfless, and Yoram was asking that from him. At this moment, the regressor perceived that he had to change his thoughts. Got it. When he said that, Yoram gazed up at him in shock. Her anxious gaze appeared to be trying to confirm whether he was telling the truth or not. Ill help. Really? Yeah, she dropped her head. After heaving a sigh of relief, she whispered with a slightly brighter voice. Thanks. Before turning around, Yu Jitae decided to ask something which had been on his mind. Did you grow attached to the kid or something? No, I only saw him for a bit. How would I get attached that quickly? Then why do you want me to save him? You said it was hard for him to live because he was born unfortunately, right, but someone else is desperately wishing for him to live. I want kids like that to live at least. Why? What do you mean why? He was expecting a response along the lines of sympathy. However, her returning speech contained an extremely foreign word. That's just fusing way too sad. BM quietly waited for the purple mouth to head towards his heart. Even if he lost one heart, he wouldn't die and would simply end with losing a large portion of his strength. Even then, it was fine. It would enter the body of the precious child and stay with him eternally as one. When the purple mouth opened itself, 4 dense rows of teeth revealed a sharp luster. T-Beak threw his arms wide open, making him hazily remember the baby that used to call him, Unclee, in the distant past. He hugged the child, and soon, teeth like spears ripped through his skin and dug in deep. Although he felt the shredding pain, he hugged the child with a smile and gazed at the red hair of the boy. The smile of a father happily watching his boy eat appeared on his lips. That was when it all changed. Something flew towards them, bringing with it an extremely rapid and assertive force. Astonished, BM pulled the boy in with one arm and blocked the attack by swinging his other arm. Reddish-black mana surged from his chest and shoulder blades. The arm of Demon Baron Ahilia appeared above his skin. With the reddish-black arm that was twice as long and thick than his original arm, BM pushed the opponent away. The moment they clashed, he realized who the opponent was. However, the opponent who he thought was impossible to push back got pushed back all too easily. A hazy gaze and a hazy expression. The weapon in the man's hand was vicious yet invisible to the eyes. At that moment, BM realized that the weapon did not have a fixed shape and gazed down at the child. The back of the child's neck, his spine, was cut in two. His sense of reality faded into the distance. Immediately, a fierce aura started bursting forth from his entire body. What do you think you are doing, Yu Jitae? The shout echoed through the entire inner room. What stopped his urge to immediately dash forth was the remembering of the fact that the child had absorbed the blood of a 7-headed troll. He would soon recover and wouldn't die from just this much. Did you doubt me and this child? Yu Jitae, you damned devil. Yu Jitae had been visiting them very frequently. At the start, BM was displeased and was later worried. Yu Jitae was a being who knew a lot about chimeras. The reason that he frequented the underground labyrinth, which he usually didn't even consider, was naturally because of the human-type chimera. BM was obviously aware of that fact. He was monitoring himself and Tebik. Why aren't you saying anything? I'm asking you what you're trying to do. The transcendent being in front of him was looking at him. What did he discover during his time monitoring them? He wasn't naive enough to believe that Yu Jitae would never discover the feeding process. However, that alone wasn't enough for this wicked and assertive act. What BM realized after watching him from the side was that he was always a calculating person. What did he see? What in the world did he see? After thinking up to that point, BM denied his thoughts. No, calculate what? That bastard is a lunatic. Trying to understand the ways of a lunatic was foolish. He didn't see anything. He's doing this despite not knowing anything. BM's evaluation of Yu Jitae started plummeting down in real time. So when Yu Jitae opened his mouth, BM's sensitive perception made the world flow extremely slow. He considered dozens of possible sentences that Yu Jitae could say and thought of suitable rebuttals. Yu Jitae's words were always short and oppressive. BM was already used to him treating him like a child. Right. Say whatever you want, you damn lunatic. You human who have nothing but power to push others down with. Will you say the heart's wrong because it's made from an ingredient different from the one you said? Will you say this child that I made for over 20 years is a failed human-type chimera? Say whatever you want to confuse me. You're a nothing but a lunatic. I will not be shaken. Never will I be shaken, however. The words that left his mouth shook BM's entire brain. Sorry. He felt a hammer striking down on his head. All his thoughts and assumptions started crumbling down. The transcendent being that existed outside the realms of his comprehension was apologizing to him. In this inconceivably unrealistic situation, BM unconsciously let out a shrill voice. What if I knew things would turn out like this? I would have simply helped you without being foolish. What in the world was happening? I am very inexperienced at dealing with people. He started apologizing to him. Please forgive me if you may. BM felt the approach of the most unwanted result. His chin dropped low, ripping through his cheeks. The jaw of a chimera revealed itself and soon let out a large bellow with mana. Shut your damn mouth. The outburst of killing intent shook the playground area of the inner room. The floor, ceiling, toys, everything crumbled and got torn, but it failed to have any effect on Yu Jitae. Yu Jitae walked forward. Seeing him walking towards them, BM pulled the child deeper into his embrace and curled his body, despite knowing that it was futile. After stopping in front of him, Yu Jitae opened his mouth. You need to wake up now. Young Bongman, don't you know it yourself? No. I don't know. Don't you also know that it's a fake? I don't. I've never even considered such a thing. Don't you know how the child started imitating your smile after seeing you smile? It was normal for kids to smile. The kid started treating you like a father after you spoke about it. You know that yourself. Kids all had fathers by nature. The kid that used to smile when hungry, crying after realizing that it could get more by crying. How it started distancing away from you after realizing that it could easily get what it wants that way. How it always glanced at the exit. Don't you know better than anyone yourself what that means? Didn't you also think to yourself that the heart of the human-type chimera was trying its hardest to survive? Yu Jitae's words caused something inside BM's head to come crashing down. He remembered the first time the unsmiling baby started smiling. He remembered the time the child, who always asked for a hug, started distancing away from him. He remembered how the child constantly made up imaginary parents after hearing something from Ha Seatbiel. BM put the child down. Around the purple heart, blood was gushing forth like crazy. It can't be, it was an empty mumble. The constant doubts that appeared from time to time crawled up from the depths of his emotions. He wanted to believe that this child was young Tebik. He believed it because he wanted to, and because he believed it, he had only been seeing what was good in his eyes. BM didn't want to admit that fact. I'm not asking for an apology with words alone. Yu Jitae spoke towards BM's shattered mind. I'll share a portion of the responsibility, I promise you. I'll help you so that the body of the child doesn't die and will help you make the true heart. I will definitely allow you to meet the real one again, so give me the fake. Let me end it. He took another step forward. Raising his head, BM looked at Yu Jitae. Behind his sunglasses, the sparkling blue eyes of Abraxas met with the hazy eyes of the man. The voice of the man who made the biggest decision in the world powerlessly left his lips. "I'll do it myself." The broken spine was recovered, thanks to the blood of the seven-headed troll, and the child soon regained his consciousness. As if winging about the pain, the child touched the back of his neck with a frown and soon realized that BM was next to him. Thus he turned to BM with a smile. "Daddy, what happened?" The child called him. "My neck suddenly hurts, it hurts." BM was blankly staring at the ground. Seeing that he was still ignoring him, the child tilted his head for a bit before sobbing. "Daddy, it hurts my neck even then." BM was staring at the floor without moving at all. Tbik soon started crying, he started weeping out loud. Despite that, BM still didn't move. Like a statue, he was staring at the ground on his knees, so the child immediately stopped crying. "Daddy." He then carefully came up to him. "I am hungry, can I finish eating?" He still didn't move. After carefully approaching him, the child opened his chest wide. His chest divided into two and revealed a purple flesh from within. The mouth, as always, had countless teeth, and it headed towards BM's chest, which was drenched with blood. It was then BM punched forward, and with the shattering sound of glasses, all the teeth inside the purple mouth shattered. Shocked, the child, the chimera, rigidly stopped itself. Soon, the purple flesh near its heart divided once again. The chimera opened its eyes from within. It realized that the situation wasn't normal. When the human who had been supporting its life betrayed it, the chimera realized that it was clearly an enemy rather than a machine that provided food for itself. That was when BM hugged the child. The child raised its nails and scratched BM's neck and crunched his shoulder with his teeth. He did it with a lot of force, but it ended with his teeth and nails crumbling into pieces. While bleeding from his entire body, the child yelled. He screamed from the bottom of his guts. "Mommy, mommy, this person's trying to kill me. He's trying to kill me. Don't kill me. I want a livey. Please don't kill me." The child cursed BM and desired to live. BM couldn't listen to it any longer. By pressing down on the child's head, he buried his head into his shoulders. If he were to listen to it any longer, he wouldn't be able to do the deed. It was the heart embedded with horrendous vitality. Although it might have been an imitation and nothing but an act, although it might have been a wrong birth, this was a child I made, and for a short while it had been my child. BM reached his arms forward and hugged the child. For a long time he quietly shed tears. Then he extracted the child's heart from his back. Chapter 190, Discussion Topic. Compliments 1. The extracted heart still had its vitality and wriggled, trying to escape from BM. But it couldn't go far and was soon stopped by Yu Jitae's foot. Despite being under his foot, the heart continued struggling, but not for long. As is always the case, the life of a parasite after leaving its host was as precarious as a candlelight in the midst of a storm. Before long, the heart stopped completely. That day, BM buried his head into the small shoulders of the limp child and wept out loud. Without even moving an inch, he cried in that spot overnight, so Yu Jitae left the inner room after dealing with the heart. Until BM came to himself, he stayed in the labyrinth. Since Yu Jitae was obviously not in a good mood either, the special force agents didn't disturb him. The next day, Yoram came through the shallows of the abyss, which he had left open inside the study, and asked, "Where's that person?" Yu Jitae gestured at the workshop with his chin. "Is he still like that?" "Yeah." She sat right next to him. Just like him, she remained silent for a long time, but later opened her mouth as if she suddenly came up with something. "You know what, yeah. If BM thought of that chimera as his child, that means he's already given that child affection, right?" "Yeah." "Do you think he can still give affection to the child that will be born later?" "That will depend on the person. What if you were in his shoes?" "What do you think? What about you?" he asked her back. "But I asked you first, so why don't you give the answer first as well then?" Yoram gave him a slight glare. Then she tilted her head before clicking her tongue. "Why?" he asked. "I feel like the way you speak these days is hella cheeky. I wonder why. It was better when you were boring. Anyways, for me, fuck, I don't know. How would I know? I didn't have a kid or have pets before." She grumbled before glancing his way. "So like, what do you think? I don't really know either." "Ah, what the hell, for real," Yu Jitae thought to himself. He never had a child before, and he wasn't even interested in having a child in the first place. After realizing the world was repeating itself, he went almost mental, and even though such opportunities did come across from time to time, he avoided them altogether. However, even he had farewells and new encounters. One example was these baby dragons. There were times when there was an affectionate connection between them, although it might have been extremely shallow. And although that connection was long gone, even now, Yu Jitae was giving affection to the dragons. While he was thinking along the lines of that, he suddenly felt strange. Giving them affection? No, he had never given them affection. Then why was it that he found it so natural and relaxing, even when Yoram was slapping him on his arm and grumbling like a boar? It was strange. He had never planned to give anyone affection. This was the same for all four hatchlings. Never had he tried to become closer with one of the kids, and his only wish was to spend normal lives with them. Was it normal for bonds and connections to be formed abruptly like this? Did I give them affection? After thinking endlessly, the regressor realized that it was a wrong choice of words. Affection wasn't something that was given, it was something that was formed and deepened by itself. To express it in clearer words, it seemed that the regressor had become fond of the dragons without even realizing it. NN. What? Yoram looked at him, but he remained silent. Back when Balm said that she could tell Yu Jitae's expressions apart, Yoram thought to herself that Balm must be hella talented to pull that off. But now even Yoram could tell that Yu Jitae's expression had changed. What's wrong? His gaze, which was always hazy, appeared as if it was almost about to disperse. Hey, what's wrong? Did something happen? No, what happened? Nothing. Creak, that was when BM opened the door of the workshop and walked out in tatters. He walked up to Yu Jitae with staggering steps before lowering his head a little. Standing up from the seat, Yu Jitae headed to the workshop. Yoram tried to follow, but he stopped her with his hands. Begrudgingly, she stayed behind on the spot. Lying down in the workshop was a child without a heart. His skin still looked healthy, and it would stay like that for a fairly long time because the body itself was also a chimera. However, unlike the heart, this chimera was the real one, which was formed with the hair, following Yu Jitae's recipe. Yu Jitae opened the shallows of the abyss. This particular alternate dimension was unique. It was extremely wide and contained a lot of special places that can be used to serve various purposes. Take the child and stabilize him. Following his command, white translucent hands reached forth and embraced young Tibik's body before pulling it inside the dark alternate dimension. In the slightly deeper areas of that dimension, there was a place where time flowed extremely slowly. It was a place he often treated like a fridge, and the child would be kept in that area. However, more things had to be done instead of simply keeping the child in that area. To place a new heart inside the body that lost its perfectly fitting heart, he needed to remove all the mana attributes that had already spread to all corners of the body. Flipping the will of an existence was different from changing that of an object. Easier put, it was the same as the process of changing a person to a completely different person. Since it was an extremely inefficient and unnecessary task, no one even gave it a try in the past. Even if they did give it a try, they probably wouldn't have succeeded. However, for some reason, Yu Jitae had undergone such experiments before. Although his memories of the fourth iterations were hazy, the data gained from those researches and experiments were still vivid in his head. As long as BM wished for it, he was ready to start any time. I need some time. After the silence, BM opened his mouth while sitting powerlessly on the chair of the workshop. I need a little bit of rest. Let me contact you again later. Crumbled and exhausted, the wasted man powerlessly smiled. Yu Jitae looked into his eyes before throwing him a question. Do you have any intention of making an extreme decision like suicide or concealing yourself? No, I do not. Don't reply to the association during your rest then. Sorry, you won't be able to catch him anyway. I see. Yu Jitae stood up from his seat. He then disappeared from the underground labyrinth without bidding him farewell. Time was the best medicine to anyone, so long as they were a human. Weekend, after the rain, the paved roads were still somewhat dark. Hateling was flying above the Pacific Ocean. The large floating island was flying into the thick wet fog covering the high altitudes above the ocean. As if the sky was sprinkled with a bunch of mist, the soothing breeze chased the summer heat away. It was a very refreshing weekend. Clone 1 here. I have succeeded in bringing 3 people in. Right. Good work. Ah, Clone 2 here. I've also found the whereabouts of the witch. How long did it take? 2 months. My apologies. It was such a deep and complicated dungeon that I had trouble finding the entrance. Got it. The witch is a very self-centered woman, but there's no one better than her when it comes to magic. Listen to her as much as you can and give her whatever she wants as long as you can. Yes, sir. But don't give her your body. Sorry, the body. Ah, I have just received some memories. Art it was when he was having a conversation and sharing ideas about the current state of the operation with his clones. His watch rang with a notice from the education department. Weekend of compliments. He read through the document. It seemed that the Guardian consultation session this time around would be replaced with this one instead. According to the document, he had to compliment a cadet for something they did well and had to submit the record of the compliment. Occasionally, Lair would make Guardians do incomprehensible things such as this. Why did he have to give compliments and record it down? However, Yu Jitae was fairly earnest as a Guardian and didn't skip such things. That day, the kids were all playing a board game in the living room. Going across the world, they had to buy lands and build buildings to take money off of others. It was a game similar to Monopoly, called Blue Marble. Ujidi sneaked his way to the kids and sat where there was the biggest gap. It was between Yoram and Jael. Ah, go somewhere else. It's too crowded here. Yoram pushed him away with her butt so he had to stand up again. When that happened, Balm gazed up at him and raised a finger. She slowly lowered it and tapped the floor next to her, and when he walked towards her, she naturally created some space for him. She ended up being put further away from the board, but Balm didn't seem to mind it. Ewer, I walked into it again. Gotcha. Give me your money, you monkey. Ah, it's so annoying. Why did it have to be Yoramoney's land? I should have gotten soul for myself. Seemingly in a good mood, Yoram chortled. She was in a good mood until she went to Tokyo and got thousands of dollars ripped off by Keel. Fuck. You are. I knew it. That's why I built motels and apartments there. You Sojiro's girlfriend-looking bastard. What? That's a bit. Yoram bursted into laughter after seeing her reaction. Next up was Jael. She nervously gazed at the board. She only had $100 left for herself. However, in front was the Devil's Nest, where the entire section was bought off by Yoram and Keel. If she landed in any of those lands, she would go bankrupt in one go. That blue idiot should be gone now. Jael, you don't want to land in Yoramoney's land, right? NN. Then please come to mine instead. What? Oi, stupid blue. Just throw it quick and go sit next to Cucumber. Cucumber. Now that he thought about it, Balm wasn't doing anything. Ujidi turned to the side and looked at Balm. She was quieter than usual with a pout on her face, but it seemed that she had gone bankrupt already. He asked, what happened? Yes. Thought you would be good at games like this. Because it's a game, I tried to play fair and square and, for some reason, it just didn't work out. From the beginning, that was when Yoram and Keel interjected with a chuckle and teased her. I took $3,000 from her in total. Barmani is so bad. Stupid cucumber lol. Balm heaved a sigh with a pout on her face and leaned onto his arm. His arm felt the weight behind her head as the grass-colored hair came flowing down. He could smell the gentle fragrance of the forest. Meanwhile, Jael was serious. She had to roll 2 dice, and if she got any number between 2 to 10, she would be caught for sure. There were only 2 possible ways out for her 11 and 12, so one die definitely had to be 6, while the other had to be at least 5. As long as she could get away from this devil's nest, she could get a salary. She would be able to survive. Who? After a sigh, she rolled the dice. The first one that fell was a 1. Jael went and sat next to Balm. Yoram, who received all of her assets, chuckled and laughed like a witch. When Jael gave a frown, Keel spoke from the side. Please shake the carrot if you're angry. There was a carrot-shaped gaming equipment next to her. Jael carried the carrot with 2 hands and shook it. She shook it over and over again, before abruptly throwing it at Yoram, who continued giggling without an end. However, Yoram dodged it with ease and teased her again. I thought you were just bad at throwing dice, but you can't even throw carrots. Her hands trembled. Jael, who tried to endure her anger with 2 hardened fists, suddenly stood up and whinged after sitting on Yu Jitae's lap. She cursed Yoram through her mumbles, so he hugged the child. After Jael's anger dissipated a little, Balm naturally carried her over and placed her on her lap to watch the final showdown of the remaining 2. Fuck, the final winner was Keel. Yuhehe. Yoram pressed down on her forehead and earnestly suppressed her anger with a reddened face. while Keel bragged about coming first to the baby chicken, the protector, and Yu Jitae as if she had won the entire world. There wasn't even anything on the line, and yet they were playing the game with zeal. In any case, the board game was over, and he realized that it was about time to give compliments. Keel. Yes. The first target for compliments was Keel. Chapter 191, discussion topic, compliments too well done. Right, right, I nailed it right. Keel jumped up and down with the baby chicken in her arms. Right. He gave her a compliment, but was that it? For some reason, it felt like it was too short. Yu Jitae tried to think of the following compliments, but now that he was actually trying to give compliments, he realized that this wasn't an easy task either. Well done, my ass. You just got lucky there. So what? I got lucky, which means I did well. What did you even do? More than you at least. Luck is also a part of skills, you know. Who told you to buy Seoul? If you bought Tokyo, maybe I would have lost. Ho, yo guys, you hear what this Japanoffel is saying? Hugh hey hey hey. Unny, you bought China, so that means you must be a spy from Irfan. Art. In the end, Yoram trampled on Keel and folded her legs in fury. In order to protect its owner, who cried out, Yuang, the baby chicken ferociously attacked Yoram while shouting chirp. However, after Keel, it was the baby chicken's turn. Chirrup, screamed the baby chicken as its small legs were folded a little. Who are you, all right? Kai, the yellow victims consoled each other in tatters. Try acting up again. Meanwhile, Yu Jitae was still deep in thought. She had bought a good building. Was that something worth a compliment? Keel, he opened his mouth. Yes, you're a very talented at buying lands. What? Yuhihi, what's that? Haha. Why, it's super weird. Then, should I start a real estate or something? Yoram interjected into Yu Jitae and Keel's conversation. Yeah, hope you get a dungeon in your property, wah. That would be epic, right? Why? That means there will be a basement under the house, so that's double the space in any case. Keel appeared to be enjoying the compliment. After sneaking his way back to the study, Yu Jitae wrote down the compliment he gave for Keel, as well as the result, on the provided document. Even after that, the board game continued. They soon decided to go full on, so Bam walked outside with Jael to buy snacks and drinks. They spent the whole day playing, and instead of playing with the kids, Yu Jitae observed them looking for the right opportunity to compliment them. The strangest game, in his opinion, was Jenga. Since the kids were all dragons, their delicate controls were leagues above normal humans when focusing on the game. After the 30th turn, the wooden pillar began looking more like a bizarre stunt. Next up was Bam's turn. The strange-looking wooden pillar was in a critical state where one mistouch could make it crumble. When Bam tried to pull a piece out, Yoram sneaked her way next to her. Yu Jitae was sitting behind Yoram, so he couldn't see her face, but Keel and Jael immediately bursted out into laughter. Yu-hee-hee, hee-hi. It seemed that Yoram was making a funny expression or something. Bam stole a glance towards her before turning back to the front. What face was she making? Soon, even Bam seemed to be finding it funny, and her breathing turned irregular. People tended to breathe like her when trying to hold back their laughter. Her hands trembled. Right before grabbing a piece of wood, she hesitated, and suddenly she turned towards Yoram with a flick. Yoram, Seaman, hurry up. You. That's cheating. What did I do? Ah, just hurry up, you broccoli. We don't have all day. You and Bam reached for the wooden piece again. Yoram once again pushed her face forward. Bam's indifferent pout soon cracked with a snort, and the Jenga thus fell after shaking a little. He wondered what face Yoram was making. After losing the game, Bam was in for the punishment. While she bent down, the kids drummed on her back. There were two pairs of hands gently tapping her back, but one of the kids used their elbow. Along with a loud thud, Bam raised her head in surprise and found Keel, Jael, and the baby chicken throwing meaningful glances at Yoram. In any case, the loser had to prepare for the next game. Bam gathered the blocks together indifferently and built a tower with them while Yoram giggled and chortled from the side. Only then did Yu Jitae realize why the kids were all so focused in the game. It seemed that Yoram was making everyone else serious. Yoram, hung, you're a very good at playing. Dafuk, she ignored him with little regard and asked a different question. By the way, why are you just there doing nothing? What do you mean? Go there and join. While saying that, Yoram pointed at the space next to Bam, but he didn't go there. You're unexpectedly very kind. That's great, he added. Ah, what the heck are you saying? You crazy or what? What? What are you even doing right now? You sound like an old man. While the kids were playing another round, Yu Jitae wrote down the review of Yoram's compliment on the paper after the game. It was time to clean up. Balm and Jayal, who lost the most, were assigned to clean the empty packets, cans, and bottles. Although they could simply make the protector do it, it seemed that cleaning up was what they had on the line for their games. Ujidi quietly watched them for a bit before speaking to Jayal, who was diligently gathering the rubbish. "You're good at cleaning rubbish." Jayal gazed up at Ujidi and tilted her head. "Even though you can make others do it, you're doing it yourself." "Yes, good girl." She smiled and nodded. After that, she was more enthusiastic at cleaning the rubbish. It seemed that she was content with the compliment. He wrote down the review of Jayal's compliment on the provided document. Finally, it was Balm's turn. However, he couldn't see anything to really compliment her for. She was normal throughout the games. She wasn't overly enthusiastic, nor did she do anything eye-catching. Ujidi contemplated endlessly about what he had to compliment her for, and in the end, he couldn't give her any compliments until the end of the gaming session. At night, Ujidi decided to cook for the first time in a very long time. He bought 4 handfuls of medium-sized mackerels from a nearby supermarket for some fried fish. The only meals he could make were coarse and simple ones that he was forced to make during the long field operations he had. Due to that, he always preferred buying meals, but for some reason, he felt like cooking today. After removing the head, he removed the guts and the gills, as well as the scales. After wiping the moisture off of the fish, he removed the long spine and cut off the rib cages that protected the guts. He went through the same process 8 times. Then he simply dipped them inside soju. This should erase most of the fish smell, or so he heard. Reflecting on the meals made by his past comrades, he could remember that they fermented the fish, but he didn't know how to do that. He tried to look for flour, but could only find pancake powder, which was most likely bought by Balm. Cursorily, he threw the fish over the powder and cursorily seasoned it with salt and pepper. Then he fried crushed garlic with spring onions to add flavor to the oil. Chai, the mackerels went on top of the frying pan, absorbing the fragrant oil. Vacantly frying the fish, doubts popped up in his tranquil mind. Why wasn't he able to compliment Balm? Of course, his so-called compliments might have been inefficient and awkward, but that was beside the point. When and how should compliments be given? Was it correct to only praise them for doing something well? Chiik, it was when he was staring at the mackerels, with an unfamiliar trail of thought going through his brain. Oh, Jayal came next to him and glanced at what he was doing. Since she had trouble seeing what was inside the frying pan, she had to stand on her toes. "What is it?" "Fried mackerels. Smells good. Really, that's good." He casually flipped the mackerels. The pancake powder had been fried and had turned darker. Although he had to rely on distant and hazy memories, it appeared similar to the one in his memories. Looking from the side, she gave a remark. "Wow." Judging from her reaction, it seemed that the fish looked nice. While he was continuing to cook the fish, a nonchalant comment from Jayal struck his ears. "You look cool." In the midst of flipping the mackerels, he turned to the child. "What? NN, can you say that again? Arjasi cooking." "Yeah, looks cool." After saying that, she went to the living room and called the other kids for dinner. Left alone, he thought to himself, "You look cool." Was that a compliment? It seemed like it, since the adjective cool was something that brightened up others' mood. However, he didn't do anything well there. He didn't make the best fried mackerels, nor did he give it a lot of effort. Just like how Balm simply played games. Ujidi likewise simply cooked. And yet was the child complimenting him for that. "Wow, looks nice. Did you make them yourself?" "Wah, thanks for the food." Even when the kids were eating the fried mackerels with some side dish, soup and rice, Ujidi contemplated the meaning behind Jayal's compliment. He had dwelled on this topic before, but wasn't able to come up with the answer. If he had a child, did he have to compliment them for doing something well, or should he compliment them for the action itself? Compliment them for diligently cleaning up the rubbish, or compliment them for simply enjoying a fun game? The former option was a reward for an achievement, while the latter sounded like an encouragement for the person itself. At the time, he was okay with not finding the answer, but now he had to, and usually it was Balm who knew these things the best. NN. Compliments. After having dinner, Ujidi called Balm over to the terrace. Darkness already covered the night sky, and with only the light bulb of the terrace lighting up the area, Balm asked back, "What about compliments? When's the right time for compliments?" "When?" Yu Jitae explained the gist about complimenting the achievement and the process. Bam vacantly looked into his eyes before giving a nod. What do you think? She touched her lower lips and contemplated after listening to his story. That's hard if you just compliment them for doing well. It could come across as a controlled reward of some sort. Jael became more enthusiastic with cleaning as well. That's good, but that's too outcome-focused. If she didn't clean diligently, she wouldn't have gotten a compliment, right? In that case, instead of being a compliment for Jael, it's more like a compliment for cleaning up something dirty, yeah. But it feels like complimenting them for simply cleaning, even when they're not doing it properly, isn't that good either. Why? If you give compliments for everything, what meaning would it have? Would it be meaningless? The common ones become less expensive, right? No one wants things that anyone else could have. It sometimes struck him, but it felt like her mind was like a desert, even though she liked taking care of flowers. In any case, it ultimately meant that both types of compliments were bad because they were too heavily slanted to one side. Her eyes, staring off into the distance, turned vacant. The green, indifferent pair of eyes appeared as if they were staring through a mountain. After blankly staying like that for a while, she turned towards him with a brighter look on her face. Ah, what about this then? What is it? Firstly, you praise them for their achievements. That will increase the value of the compliment. And you lower the standards significantly. For example, just then, Jael and I cleaned our room, but that was something we decided to do. Okay, since that was something we did voluntarily, it's something worth receiving a compliment. Do you understand? Tell me more. If Jael draws something, for example, and you are only giving compliments for great achievements, then she can only be praised for drawing something very nice, right? Yeah, but let's say she was simply trying to draw a pretty circle. At the start, it won't be pretty, but after working on it, it will be more round in the end. If she creates a nice, round circle, although that's great and all, it's nothing amazing, right? After imagining Jael drawing a circle in his head, he gave a nod. But Jael did what she wished to do and achieved it. So, can't you give her compliments for things like that, even if they're not amazing? I see. He nodded once again. In other words, he could compliment them for an outcome, no matter how small it may be. Instead of looking down on a circle for being a small achievement, he could praise her for it since it was what the child had wished to do. In that case, it won't be simply outcome-focused and would contain care and feelings for that person. At the same time, it's still a compliment for achievement, so there was no need to worry about the worth of compliments going down. It sounded pretty good to you, Jitty. Thanks. I learned something. It's fine. You're teaching me something new every time. The regressor realized that this was an opportunity for a compliment. You're very smart. After saying that, he turned towards the darkened sky. Thus, he couldn't spot her expression turning brighter in real time. Widening her eyes into circles, Balm pondered before opening her mouth with a whisper. Ah, what's wrong? I think I said something wrong. What? Maybe there's actually a good compliment that can be given even if they don't do anything. What is it? Still in her pajamas, Balm sneaked her way towards him. The regressor slightly pulled his body back, but she now gave little regard to that and approached him again. When he took another step back, she walked even closer with a pout. What are you trying to do? The terrace wasn't that spacious, and Yu Jitae soon realized that there was no point in repeating the process. Compliment. Come on. Compliment. After stopping right in front of him, Balm tucked her green hair behind her ear. You still don't know what it is. Gazing up at his face from under his chin, she muttered. When she pushed her face towards him, the green pair of eyes appeared even bigger. Although they weren't touching each other, looking into her eyes made perplexity bloom in full. How do I look? What do you mean, how? He had to look for the right answer. As expected, she was simply being mischievous again. Despite knowing that he wasn't aware of what he had to say, she was approaching him like this, and if he mumbled for words here, he would definitely become a laughing stock. His brain started to think rapidly in the moment of perplexity. What suddenly popped up in his head was a memory of what happened previously at the same spot. The distance between them, this place where they were at, the dark sky in the background, all these elements were the same as before. While being so perplexed that he had to look away, he put to words what he couldn't say before, as if running away. Pretty, of course. That was when Balm stopped her march. The pressure she was giving off likewise disappeared, so he turned around and said, I am going back in. This time, he managed to not become a laughing stock of the child. Barm spent a lot of time outside on the terrace before finally opening the door and coming back into the house. Annie, Yoram knocked on Barm's door. She didn't get a response, but Barm was definitely inside her room. Hello, or you, Barm. Since she still didn't get any reply back, Yoram pushed the door wide open and stepped inside, and found Barm lying down on the bed with her face buried into the pillow. What are you doing, staying like that and not saying anything? What, like, let me borrow that book you bought last time. NN. She was giving it away rather easily. While thinking that, Yoram nervously took the paranormal romance book into her hands. However, Barm stayed lying down without moving an inch until she left the room. What was she doing? Upon closer inspection, Yoram realized that her white toes were twitching up and down. What's wrong with her? Chapter 192. Happy funeral ill be staying inside the workshop for a while, said BM. With a loosened gaze, Harsitbiel looked at him and giggled. Hi, why? Tibik died. Yuong, she asked, wondering what this was about. That's all you need to know for now. Don't look for me and let Bell know as well. Before Harsitbiel could say anything, the workshop's door came to a close. Limply swaying her dull body, Harsitbiel peeked through the window of the workshop, so BM closed the blinds. Left alone, she scratched her hair. The workshop of the underground labyrinth was pitch dark when the light was turned off. It was different when the area was filled with incubators and test tubes. Back then, the fluids had been generating light, so it was never dark even when the lights were off, and BM's sleeping place had never been truly dark. After making young Tibik, he got rid of all the incubators and other apparatus which no longer served any purpose. Even then, it was fine. Young Tibik was a child whose mere existence emitted light, and it had never occurred to him that the workshop was dark. And yet now that young Tibik was no longer here, the workshop with its light turned off felt ever so dark. Though he couldn't see anything, BM could see it. The workshop, decorated like a playground area, still had toys, although the child had disappeared. In any case, he wasn't my own child. He wasn't the child of my two friends either. Thus, BM should been able to get rid of all the toys, books and Lego blocks that the child was playing with as soon as he recovered his feelings. So why was it that he still couldn't get rid of them? BM reached forth and grasped the alphabet book which young Tibik used to play with the most. Flipping past the first page, he found a name written with a scribble. Young Bangman. It was the first set of words Tibik learned when he started learning the alphabet with Yu Yoram. I am your father. My name is Young Bangman. Those were BM's words, facing the child who flowed out from the incubator with ambient fluids inside the boss room of an S-ranked dungeon. Unable to even open his eyes, the child tilted his head and copied his words. Jubo man. Although it was but a chimera, and the chimera was long dead, the child, who was to him none other than young Tibik, wrote BM's name, saying that it was his father's name. Though the child was dead, the moments of the child thinking about him remained here as evidence. That's why BM couldn't discard these things. If he were to meet the real Tibik in the future, he had to get rid of these things for sure. And yet the fact that he couldn't do it suggested that the left-behind objects were the proof of the lingering feelings hiding deep inside his heart. Suddenly, the wooden block that the child used to cuddle in his sleep was caught in his sight. Reaching forth, he carried the block and touched the traces of the sharp teeth. Crazy. That was when something spoke to him in his mind. It was the monster of Arendart Kaliavan, a chimera attached to BM's head. Why didn't you just let it be if you were going to be this stupid? Or human? Why can't you be rational? You were this close to being FC Ked. The thing was acting cute and all, pretending to be a kid asking for food. But if it accumulated more power, it would have escaped for sure, no. What would it do after escaping? Do whatever it wants to by mingling with other people. Eat by stealing from others and absorbing their power after killing them. Who would ever catch that thing when it can pretend to be the person it eats? If it creates 200 fake identities and changes its gender and appearance every time, how the heck would anyone catch it? Then it would make new chimeras with the engineering data left behind on its own body, create an army and act like a boss and go, a hum, I am your god, or some crap lol. What would that become in the end? Ha! Look at this idiot ignoring us. Wouldn't it become the second coming of Gnosis? Gnosis. It was the crazy human-type chimera that pushed the alternate dimension Arendart into destruction. At the same time, it was the previous owner of Eyes of Abraxas S, which BM currently owned. Or you stupid eyes, Mate, try say something, you stupid bastard. What Say something. Did your owner do that or what? He did. Is it dangerous or what? It's dangerous, right? So you did great getting rid of it. Young Bangman, you did great. Lal, right. You did. Lal, agreed. The chimeras blabbered inside his head. BM remained quiet. He knew it himself. Everything in the world seemed to be supporting the death of the child. He knew it in his head. His head was clearly aware of it, but oi, you heart, you stupid idiot. Damn retard. Aren't you upset? You almost got eaten by that stupid little kid. You say something and complain to this bastard, you retard. Dude, he's sick. Leave him alone. It was a lot louder than usual, so BM turned their voices off. He wanted to stay quiet, without any interruption. But when he remained silently inside the darkness, a sense of emptiness reared its head. He had told Yu Jitae that he wasn't planning to take any extreme measures, and it was true. However, at least for now, it was agonizing for BM to breathe. It was so painful that he would prefer to die instead. Just for today, he wanted to die. BM thought to himself. A person with a wounded heart couldn't see their wound. The fact that they couldn't see the wound despite being in pain in turn made them more anxious. There was no reason for me to be in pain, so why? Only by creating a physical wound on their own body were they able to get a peace of mind. They consoled themselves saying that this is why they are in pain. That was the thought process of those that harmed themselves, and it was exactly the thing that was on BM's mind. If he was in so much pain, he wanted the proof of the thing that was causing him to be so distressed and confirm it with his own eyes. Would my own dead corpse be enough? It was when such extreme thoughts were going past his brain. Maybe it had been a few hours or a few days. It started bustling outside. Kung quang kung quang. The sound echoed regularly as if they were bashing something. Even when he tried to ignore it by closing his eyes, the vibration was sent to him through the floor. That abnormal sensation shook the time he was trying to spend alone. He endured it, but after enduring it for so long, he finally couldn't help himself and irritatedly opened the door of the workshop to confirm what was happening in the inner room of the underground labyrinth. There, a large picture of T-Beak's face was hanging like a poster. The corners of the large image were taped off with black tape, like a portrait of the deceased, but the strange thing was that the special force agents were dancing in front of the portrait. Were they playing around? In that moment, his emotions furiously surged forth. Oi, you BM bellowed. What do you think YOURE doing? It was the shout of the second officially strongest person in the world. The yell resonated through the entire inner room, and the dust that had accumulated on the fragment of paradise all scattered. Oot! You're here, Mr. Nurse. Ha. Despite being surprised, they gave murky smiles. The faces, which he usually found bright and cheerful, were kicking a few safety pins away from his head today. BM ran up, picked the portrait, and threw it down on the floor. The frames that were awkwardly crafted by putting pieces of wood together crumbled, and the windows of the houses inside the inner room shattered. Clank! The dancing ones awkwardly stopped their bodies. As the music came to a stop, the energy of the ones that were dancing and drumming their instruments all sank. BM's force was strong enough to momentarily shatter the prevailing happiness caused by the light of paradise. Belberian, BM shouted. Soon, the captain of the Special Force Squad, a large woman, carefully walked up to him. What is this about, Bell? Mr. Nurse, could you tell me why you're so upset my child died, and yet you're denacing and playing in front of me? Explain this right now. Make me understand. Unable to control his fury, BM's hands trembled. The calm nurse is angry. Someone might die if he doesn't calm down. The agents turned nervous and racked their slow brains. We were paying respect to the deceased child. You expressed dancing and playing as paying respect. You must have all gone seriously insane. If I kill all of you and dance on top of your corpses, is that paying respect for you too? Ha! Nervously, Bell avoided his eyes. Get rid of this crap. Right now, however, there was no one who readily moved themselves. Right when BM was about to burst off into another shout, Belberian opened her mouth with a tiny whisper. You're saying bizarre things, Mr. Nurse, what? Is staying holed up in darkness and crying the only way to pay respect? Behind the pair of sunglasses, the gaze of the thin man turned sharp like a sword. Then are you telling me jumping and dancing are paying respect? Yes, I have already heard it from the doctor. Heard what? He said it was a meaningful death, the child was a fake and had to die and had no choice but to die, and a life going to and from is in accordance with providence, then the death of a child that should die, although sad, is the correct thing, is it not? BM's head started being muddled with complex thoughts. Although the child has already left us, we were together for a while. He was like my son, it's not just me. That's what everyone here thought, the red-haired boy. Although he looked different on the outside, he was just like my son who's in a very distant land, so we were able to smile, although it was only for a short 3 weeks. BM clenched his lips. Look, Mr. Nurse. That's the child's face. Belberian pointed at the portrait that BM threw onto the ground, the face of the boy taken with the camera that was intended to be used for sending a photo for Kiel. And that is the drum we made with the child. BM turned to the clumsy drum, made unskillfully with leather. That was true. Once the anger that covered his eyes dissipated, he remembered that all the agents here that were from Africa had made a traditional drum and played with the child for 3 weeks. And our dance was the dance the child learned from Seatbiel after laughing. Hoo-hoo, Belberian twitched her muscles and started a strange dance. Although it was a short meeting, and he's not here anymore, we will remember the child till our death, and we are paying respect for his final moments with such stupid, baseless acts. Is the method a problem? It's our method, what we did together with the child. His surging fury gradually dissolved. His emotions that reached into the endless depths slowly calmed themselves down. Got it. With staggering steps, BM walked far off to the walls of the inner room and collapsed on the ground. Taking that as an approval, the muscles started wriggling again as they began a bizarre dance. Counterattack, counterattack. The drums echoed with a difficult rhythm which Tibik had been unable to follow. However, the dance and the drums were offbeat. It was all over the place. Staring at them, he couldn't help but laugh bewilderedly. They're all mental. Why was I seriously listening to the words of some idiots? But as the mental patients continued dancing, hearing the clumsy sound of the drums, and when the crumbled portrait was finally lifted, albeit awkwardly, BM couldn't stop his tears from gushing out. He nurses crying, "Are you crying?" Ha-hat, as if they had never been scared before, the agents walked up and teased him. BM was crying continuously without even having the power to tell them to go away, when Seatbiel approached him with a smile and opened her mouth. He apparently you can die if you want to. What? Are you telling me to die? And then just die, go away, lady. But if you don't want to die, he said, to think of things that are worth expecting. Expectation makes people live on. It was unclear who she heard this from. But after finishing what she had to say, she started dancing by twitching her butt around. Those words were strangely consoling. Soon, when he was left alone in the corner, he thought to himself, instead of the boy who left after a short period of time, there was the child who had been the objective of his entire life, the son of his 2 friends, who cannot be substituted by anything in this world. If he expected the second meeting with that child, maybe it was fine to live today. The next day, BM got rid of all the belongings of the child that had once filled the workshop. Chapter 193. The Happenings of a Certain Night. 1. As darkness enveloped the house, the man who couldn't fall asleep changed his body to be like that of a sleeping person. Closing his eyes, he shut his ears. By dropping the blood pressure, he slowed down the heart, lowered his temperature and metabolism. As he got stronger, the inefficient aspects as a human were reformed. Since sleep was the most inefficient action, he was now unable to fall asleep. In the midst of the darkness, he opened his ears a little and listened to the sounds of Unit 301. The kids were all sleeping soundly. Their snoring and breathing sounds reached him through the wall. They were all sleeping well except for one. After listening to the rustling sounds for a bit, Yu Jitae closed his ears once again. The next time he opened his eyes, it should be morning. Knock, knock. But that was when someone knocked on the door. Yeah. Slowly, the door was pushed open. Yoram came in wearing baggy pajamas, looking like she had bitten on a rock. Were you sleeping? Why? She was the only one that wasn't sleeping. Wondering what was wrong with her, he increased his sense of hearing by a bit. It seemed that there was something she was discontent with, judging from the moody expression and her fast-beating heart. What's wrong? I just want to stay here for a bit. What happened? Dunno, don't ask. I'm so mad. For FCK's sake, with twitching lips, she went to his chair and relaxed her body there. The backrest of the chair leaned back as she comfortably laid herself down. He was about to ignore her and close his eyes when she opened her mouth again. You know, can you kill someone for me? Now, what was this about? Why? Who is it? Some fused up BTCH. Name? Dunno. Why do you want to kill them? 'Cause I feel like shit. Was she giving him a riddle or something? Yu Jitae opened his eyes and raised his body. What gender? I think it's a woman. And why don't you know their name? Carrot girl what? And no, nothing. Why do you want to kill them then? Seemingly discontent, she scratched her own hair until it was in a mess. The moonlight seeping through the window lit up her red hair. Look, listen, okay? Yeah, for example, let's say there is butter chicken. What butter chicken? Let's just say there is. Anyway, butter chicken means chicken melted in butter, right? Am I right or wrong? You're right. If it's butter made from chicken, that would be chicken butter instead. Right. Okay. Then paranormal romance should be romance with paranormal stuff. No. Yu Jitae was thrown off after trying to seriously listen to her words. What was she trying to say? Why, like why? They're about to kiss and FCK. Huh, why is a ghost suddenly popping out? Why? It should be called romance paranormal then. Why is it called paranormal romance? He finally understood a bit of what she was saying. Yoram often read something at night by sacrificing 2 hours of her sleep. It was because she had no time during the day due to training and lessons. He thought she was just reading something erotic, as always, but it seemed that she was reading a horror novel these days. So what, you want me to kill the author? NN. Don't want to, I know. I know it doesn't make any sense. I just said it, because I was mad since there was no way that the red dragon was being afraid of ghosts. It seemed that she was startled from an unexpected turn of events. What book is it? He asked. Huh, what's the title? WHY, just curious. The house, oh no, you don't need to know. After saying that, she shut her mouth. Then she observed Yu Jitae with meaningful gazes. She glared at his face and slowly shifted her gaze down to his body and the feet before staring at his face again. Why, are you hiding something from me? No, just stay still for now. She carefully approached the bed. When he remained still, she reached forth and tapped him on his face. Although he had no idea why, she appeared slightly nervous, so he decided to follow her request and stay still. But when she tapped him on the nose and squeezed his earlobes as well as his cheeks, he became annoyed. He opened his mouth. His body, which had been completely still, suddenly started moving. That seemed to have surprised Yoram, and she exclaimed in fright. FCK, that surprised me. I told you to stay still. Although she didn't shout because it was in the middle of the night, she instead disapprovingly pinched him as hard as she could on his cheek. However, it didn't hurt. She only returned to her own room once her heart rate slowed down significantly. He had absolutely no idea what was wrong with her. Meanwhile, after returning to her room, Yoram carefully raised the book. The house owner's dangerous secret, author, Carrot Girl. Since it was a dangerous secret, she was expecting this and that. But it was a ghost. An extremely scary one at that. She casually tossed the unpleasant book away and turned towards Yu Jitae's room. Unfortunately, it wasn't a story about this house. Afterwards, he was about to close his eyes again when someone knocked on the door again at dusk. Knock, knock. Wondering who it was this time, he looked beyond the door. Wearing a black, loose t-shirt and a short pair of pants, her blonde hair reflected even the smallest light source above the black shirt. Come in. The door slowly opened, and Keel peeked from behind the door. Her golden eyes that were staring at him weren't as bright as always. When Yu Jitae raised his body, she greeted him. Hello. Yeah. Hi. Even then, she was hesitant about coming inside. Why? Is there something you want to say? Yes, what is it? Chirpy left the house. What? The baby chicken left? Yes, yes. In secret through the window. Today. Yes. Around 3 minutes ago. He started doing it last week. Her head was still the only thing inside the room, so he told the child to come in. After carefully coming into his room, she closed the door. Last week, it seemed that the baby chicken spirit beast had been successfully deceiving Keel for a very long time. It was almost half a year ago that it started leaving the house 2 or 3 times a week at night. Keel sat next to him on the bed. Actually, last week, I scolded him a little, yeah. How? Like, if you want to go outside, you can do that when we go out on a walk. You shouldn't leave the house in the middle of the night in secret. And this guy, he left again, wearing a gloomy look on her face. She interlocked her fingers and wriggled her thumb. For Keel, the baby chicken Chirpy was a target of guidance and protection. Keel was its guardian. What should I do? Why is he leaving the house? I told him not to leave. He's always leaving the house. Should I scold him more? How would you scold him? If you do that, he'll get angry. He'll slap you. That'll definitely scare him off. Should I, be serious? Like clenching her lips, she closed her eyes for a bit, seemingly reflecting and imagining something. By the time she reopened her eyes, hey, a decadent gaze, unthinkable to be from the seventh iteration's keel, was hanging on her eyes. You think I'm playing jokes here? If she did that, the baby chicken would faint. He shook his head. No, not that. Huck was that bad. Don't do it. Art. Okay, one day Keel had to know. She had to know what the baby chicken was doing behind her back and what its goal was. The regressor had been constantly saying that to himself, but he realized that today was the day. Keel, come here and sit down. He hesitated a little. In the fourth iteration, half out of her mind, Baby Yellow had strangled the parrot, but treated it with utmost care afterwards due to a sense of guilt. But before long, the parrot flew out of the cage and didn't return. He, who had been an observer back then, watched every little action of Baby Yellow, the gold hatchling who only knew how to be cared for and loved. The only target whom she loved first was that parrot, and BY therefore greatly despaired when the parrot disappeared. It was to the point that she cancelled 2 days of schedule and stayed in her room crying all day. But after a week and a month, something extremely bizarre happened. Baby Yellow became more mature in a short period of time from the separation. Reflecting on those days, all sorts of memories flashed past his brain. However, the separation back then was way too sudden for Baby Yellow. Since she wasn't able to mentally prepare herself at all, a greater fissure was created in her emotions. Coincidentally, something similar was approaching her again. It might be natural since this was a part of living a daily life, and those who wished to live normal lives couldn't simply live in a greenhouse. If Keel had to become more mature in this iteration, he wished her to be in less pain than before. Coming to a conclusion, he opened his mouth. Keel, yes, what if? It's just a what if. Yes, if the baby chicken wanted to leave us, how would you feel? Keel widened her eyes. Sorry, why would he? Don't be too startled. It's nothing but a what if. I don't want to. Chirpy is our family, right? Why? Why would he ever want to leave us? If he has a house or a place to return to, or a reason that he must go. What if I don't want to send him? But what if he needs to leave? What if I don't want to send him so much? What if he wants to? That she couldn't hide her confusion. Do we have to send him away? It's just a what if. She covered her mouth with her two hands, and her disheartened gaze soon headed towards the ground. This child, ever so young, was not prepared in the slightest for a farewell. If Chirpy leaves, will he be happy? Probably. Is he not happy when he's with me? That's not it. He would be happy staying with you as well. Then why would he leave? I just don't understand. It's just a what if. Yes, her confused mind was evidently revealed from her voice. Staring at the ground with sunken gold eyes, she remained silent for a very long time. By the time she reopened her mouth, she was lying down next to him on the bed. I thought about it, but it's too hard, what is. I love Chirpy if Chirpy wants to leave, and if that's good for Chirpy, I have to send him away, right? Yeah, but I don't want her after thinking by herself. She realized that she had no choice but to make a decision. If there was an existence that had to be sent off, should you let them go because you love them? What if you don't want to because you love them? Baby Yellow didn't even have the chance to choose and had to suddenly send it off. But because she still loved the parrot, she wrote a song cheering for the freedom of the bird. It was the background story of the unprecedentedly groundbreaking song Parrot, which was at the same time one of the most famous songs of Bai. I want to see Mommy, please pat me on the head. He laid his hand on the child's head. Slowly, he caressed the golden hair the way the child liked the most. Seemingly in the midst of melancholic thoughts, she stayed there for a few hours and later fell asleep without even realizing it. She breathed quietly and steadily in her sleep. Yu Jitae carefully picked the child up and took her back to her room. For some reason, tonight felt longer than usual, but he should be able to rest for a bit now. The moment he thought that, someone knocked on the door. Knock, knock, the sound echoed from the lower part of the door. Yeah. When he gave a reply, the door slowly opened and a blue pair of eyes gazed at him. Jael was peeking from behind the door. What's wrong? Now why was she here? Chapter 194, The Happenings of a Certain Night. 2. The blue-eyed child was very vigilant, yet she seemed to have something on her mind that she had to say. What was she trying to say? That she visited him in the middle of the night in secret? Yu Jitae contemplated, but soon realized that the child was still peeking at him from behind the door, so he told her to come in. He raised his body. The tiny pajama suited her quite well. It was a pajama set bought by Balm a few days ago. After carefully coming into the room, the child glanced at him, trying to read his expression. What's wrong? Is there something you want to say? Yes, what is it? Do you have trouble sleeping? No. Then what is it? Fish tank. I want a fish tank, but the room. After listening up to that point, he could somewhat guess what Jael was trying to say. Jael was a blue dragon, the race of water and ice, rain and fog. Every inhale and exhale of hers carried with it a dense cluster of water attribute mana. A while back, he heard that the blue race tended to create their lairs near the ocean or a large lake. That was how close they wanted to be with water. Until now, she had been using Balm's room. In that room, there were some flowers and plants that Balm placed according to her preference. She had flowers, cacti, as well as small grasses and trees. But recently he also remembered seeing a fish tank near the flower parts. There's a fish tank, right? Where'd you get that from? Barmany bought it. Then you already have a fish tank. What's the problem? Too small. You need something bigger. Jael glanced at his face before carefully nodding her head. It seemed that this was not simply due to the presence of a fish tank. Although Balm tried to be as thoughtful as possible, it would be more correct to say that Jael was starting to yearn for her own personal place after shedding her skin. Although she was only 1 year old, her body was that of a 10-year-old's, and she sometimes appeared even more mature than that. Why did you have to get up at night to say that? You could have said it during the day. Barmany might feel sad. Then isn't it fine to say it when Balm wasn't at home? He thought, but didn't bother saying it out loud since she probably had her reasons. He thought to himself. Right now, there weren't any empty rooms in Unit 301. However, there was a room that was being used as a storage, which they in fact didn't really need. Although the storage was small and dirty, the messy things could be cleaned, while the small space wouldn't be a problem if the area was expanded by adding a small alternate dimension to it. Right, I got it. Yu Jitae, who was about to say that, suddenly had an unnecessary thought popping up in his mind. Why was it that he didn't want to simply give it to her? It wouldn't be a problem for him to just listen to her request with no questions asked, like what he had been doing the whole time. Perhaps because of the memory of teasing Yoram once in the past, he realized that giving everything to them for no reason was a rather boring thing. Following this strange trail of thought, he opened his mouth. Don't want to, though. Hearing that, she was befuddled. Dragons were territorial spirit beasts, so Jael also started hoping to have her own area as she grew older. Even while sleeping in Balm's room with touching skins, there was a part of her that found it uncomfortable. And when she heard from school that the kids she got acquainted with already had their own rooms, she was fairly surprised on the inside. However, she did become slightly nervous when trying to ask for such a thing. Although Yu Jitae almost never turned her down whenever she wanted something, that was only for stuff like gummies. It was clear that creating a non-existent room wouldn't be an easy task. So even though she was shocked at being rejected, it was a possible turn of events according to the child's arithmetic calculation. Nevertheless, it was true that she felt sad inside. She looked at him with her lips slanted down. Gaze, are you still not going to do it for me? But for some unknown reason, Yu Jitae unknowingly avoided her eyes and ignored her gaze. That was when Jael reflected on something that had happened a while back. What should one do when things weren't going the way they wanted it to? This was how. Wait. What? Wait. After saying that, Jael sneaked her way out of Yu Jitae's room. By the time she came back, there was a glare in her eyes that demonstrated her determination. She walked towards him and suddenly threw her hand forward. What? Hand? Yu Jitae placed his hand on top of the child's small hand. Jael glanced at the surroundings before carefully placing something that was folded countless times on his palm. She then closed his fingers on top of it. When he opened his hand, he found a note inside. It was a $1 note. She was still staring at him with big, sharp eyes, and it made the regressor float a hazy and empty smile. Was this a bribe or something? It would be okay to do it now that he had received a bribe, but he felt like being mean today for some reason. $1 won't do it. Astonishment appeared in her wide eyes. She tilted her head in a fluster before scratching herself on the back of her neck. Why? It's too little. Really. It seemed that she was still bad with money and finance, perhaps because she was used to using his card which never ran out. Startled, she touched the sleeves of her pajama before glancing up at his face. I only have $1. Is that so? That's all I have. Still no. Still no. Are you a greedy man? Where was she learning these words from? In any case, it was about time to stop being mean, seeing how she was dejectedly lowering her head. Why was he even doing this with the child? Thinking that it might be something he learned from Balm, he was about to say yes. That was when she scavenged through her pocket before taking something else out. It was another $1 note. What? You said you only had $1. She smiled embarrassedly. It seemed that she was using her brain as much as she could for the negotiation. So you were trying to deceive me. This time it's real. Give me everything you have. Really, that's everything. Once again, it made him realize how much the child had grown. But how unfortunate. Her behavior made him meaner. $2 won't be enough either. It seemed that $2 were indeed everything she had. She pestered him and eventually despaired after realizing that $2 won't be enough. When she was about to burst into tears, Yu Jitae finally promised that he would make a room for her. Only then did her expression turn bright. She gave him a hug before returning to her room. He had to make a room for her soon. In any case, tonight was a strange night. Usually, the kids never looked for him at night. Even if they did, it was at most one person a month, and yet they were coming non-stop today. 3 in total. Are you sleeping? It was 4 now. Because of the fuss Jael created by leaving and entering the room, the owner of the room must have woken up. Balm knocked on the door, which was left open by Jael, before coming into his room. Resting was out of the question now. The regressor had to raise his body again. Why are you here? In the middle of the night? Nothing. I just woke up. For no reason. Yes. Maybe I'm too old now. As always, she was expressionless, but now she was careless on top of that. Slowly, she walked towards him and naturally sat on the bed. The time and place weren't the best for just the two of them to share a conversation. He was thinking that when Balm slowly laid herself down on the bed. Did Jael come here by any chance? Yeah. How did you know? I think I woke up from the sound of her coming back to the room. She came for a bit. What did she say? Nothing. She just spoke about some of her worries. Nonchalantly, she replied, I see, before twisting her body until she was comfortably lying down on the bed. Her movements were stunningly natural. After closing her eyes faintly, she appeared as if she was about to go back to sleep, but suddenly widened her eyes after sensing something. Why? Did Keel come here as well? Yeah. How did you know? Ah, I could smell her here. She also had her worries. So we had a chat. Her hair messily flowing onto the bed moved a little as she lifted her head and gazed at him with her grass-colored eyes. The first impression she gave off was that she was angry, but upon closer inspection, he realized that it was the same indifferent look as always. Ah, about the baby chicken, right? Yeah, he's a bit weird, isn't he? Going around every day with a group of other spirit beasts. Have you seen something with Providence? Yes. What was it? And there were a lot of roosters and chickens. A lot of baby chickens. Balm slurred the end of her words while her eyes turned vacant. That was the expression she usually made when she felt that the providence she saw shouldn't be shared anymore. Anyways, go back to your room if you have nothing. Let me rest a little. The kids came all throughout the night. I couldn't rest at all, but you don't have to rest. That is true. And why can't you rest now? Because you're here. Is it because I am next to you? Yeah. She got up from the bed and headed to the chair. When she sat on the chair and relaxed her body, the backrest of the chair fell backward. Suddenly she raised her body and blinked her eyes. She asked, Did Yoram come as well? Yeah. Why did she come? She apparently read a wrong novel. A novel? Ah, right. She did borrow mine. What did you give her? A horror novel. The author is the one who won all the contests for 5 years straight as a romance author. She said it was a paranormal romance book, though. Yes, yes. The author is a great writer. Apparently, she's winning all the contests with both romance and horror novels. Must be a great author. Aren't you participating in a contest soon? Ya'll be going against her then. Yes. It's already around that time. Time really flies. She leaned on the backrest of the chair as her body slowly declined once again. The regressor remembered how Balm was pressing down on the keyboard all day, every day. What should he say in a situation like this? He pondered before opening his mouth. Have you finished writing? Not yet. There's still the epilogue. Have you chosen your name? No, not yet. And is there anything you find hard when you're writing? There is. What is it? Her silence put a pause to the conversation. She slowly raised her body and sat up straight on the chair. Then she turned towards Yu Jitae with an expression that hid what was going through her mind. Argosy. She opened her mouth. Yeah, if I like my novel too much. Yeah, I think it becomes really difficult to write. What do you mean? When I upload it for others to read, and the readers don't like a part of the story or a person so much, it has to be changed, right? And was that the case? Although he wasn't sure, he returned a nod in any case. Soon, Baum stood up from the chair and approached his bed again. Her movements were slow yet unreserved. She abruptly tried to lay down on the bed, so he pulled his body away towards the wall. After lying down on the bed, she placed both of her hands on her stomach. But I can't do it. Why? Yu Jitae asked. Staring at him, she continued with a faint voice. I like my peace so much, she replied with a voice soft and fragile. Hearing that, the regressor thought to himself that the child had finally found her calling. Although young, she was from the green race, and writing a novel seemed to have been the road for the child who liked making new things. She might have failed in making a huge accomplishment in other iterations, but even in those iterations, she probably enjoyed writing stories all by herself. Don't think too much about it. It's just a novel. Is there a need to be so serious? I know. At the start, it was just a piece of work. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide and looked at him with a clear gaze. When she did that, something strange started to happen. I just started it because it looked fun. Although her eyes contained not a sliver of mischievousness, Yu Jitae felt increasingly more perplexed for a bizarre reason. So why does my heart feel so strange now? Something that greatly wobbled and trembled like a hail, came crashing in. While saying that, she was caressing her own stomach with her two hands, and seeing that gesture doubled his perplexity. It was truly strange. Wasn't she talking about the novel? He must be overthinking things. Yu Jitae shook his head and pushed aside the perplexity surging inside his heart. What should I do? She asked. What else could you do? You have to continue writing. And then, once you finish writing it, no one can say anything about it. NN. You can enjoy it as much as you want when that time comes. It seemed that the words he randomly tossed out of his mouth were helpful. The perplexity left like an ebb, and Baum nodded. And then you got it. For now things were all finished for the time being. He never knew that Baum was so into her writing, but in any case, he wanted to rest a little now. If you got it, go back to your room. Let me rest a bit. You can't. What? Baum clicked her fingers. With a click, the mana shifted and opened the curtains. Goodness gracious. The sun was up without him even realizing it. He gazed outside the window with hazy eyes before turning back towards Baum. She giggled as if she found something funny before standing up. Let's go buy breakfast. With hazy eyes, he followed her outside the house. Those were the happenings of a certain night. Chapter 195. Important Task Clone 2. The young Yu Jitae, around 15 years of age, was staring off into the distance. He was currently at the isolated dungeon, Southern Boreal Forest. An isolated dungeon referred to a half-closed dungeon, which monsters weren't able to leave at all. Because of that, people ignored the dungeon, and the Southern Boreal Forest did not get a rank for itself. However, if it were to receive a rank, this dense, deep, and immensely large forest would be SS at the very least, rivaling the most dangerous dungeons found on Earth until now. The Southern Boreal Forest looked like a large tower, driven into the ground. Each level had all sorts of bizarre environments, and the lowest floor was around 300 levels deep. For the last 2 months, this young Yu Jitae had to wander around the large forest, which was as big as the Asian continent, despite receiving a map from Yu Jitae in his head. He killed thousands of monsters and went the wrong way dozens of times already. And at last, he was in the 290th floor underground. He finally reached the witch's forest. You there? A message from Clone 1 echoed through his brain. Ah, yes, I just arrived. Clone 2 spoke to his senior while urgently bending his back in a right angle, despite there being no one to see it. She's that great of a sorceress. Is that correct? Staring off into the distance at the large tulip that appeared enormous regardless of the distance, he opened his mouth. That place was the dwelling place of the witch. Yeah, Yu Jitae was a regressor. Once upon a time, he was a superhuman swordsman. Sometimes, he was the commander of an army and later became a chimera engineer. However, he almost never spared any time throughout those countless iterations for magic. It was because he had no talent in magic. She's the only human that can interfere with the directional coordinates of a fissure. That does sound amazing. That woman used to be the sovereign of Earth, after all. Sovereign. Only one existence that was allowed to exist in a providential world, that received the blessings of providence. In the demon world, it was the demon archduke, and on Earth, the witch used to be such an existence. I'm sure you haven't forgotten the information you got from our Lord. Yes, of course. Greedy and easy to see through. A woman who's feeling lonely after living alone for a long time, that needs someone to talk to. And can I please ask one thing? No, you can't. It's about time for me to meet someone as well. Art, yes. Good luck. Clone 2 bent his back towards the thin air. The moment his communication was cut off inside his head, Clone 2 started moving. While going down the thick forest, a strange odor touched his nose, an odor resembling the rotting smell of corpses. Clone 2 soon realized that the smell was slowly rising up from the bottom of the cliff. Walking towards the cliff, he stopped in front and gazed down. Beneath were things resembling mummies, which were used to be humans. There were dozens of corpses that appeared as if they were squeezed dry by something, and after more observation, he realized that all of them were male. Clone 2 couldn't help but feel slightly scared after reflecting on the memories that had been sent by Yu Jitae. His discomfort doubled. Sunby. Clone 2 looked for Clone 1, but no one replied. Sunby, I am in a bit of a serious situation. Even then, Clone 1 didn't reply. It wasn't like he could call Yu Jitae for something like this either. At least that was usually the case. Sunby, this is way too scary. If you don't respond, I have to talk to our Lord about it. You wanna die. Sorry, can I please ask one thing? A sigh was heard in his head. What does it mean to give body? What? From the memories I got, it was like something extremely in the inner part of the witch's house will be a bedroom. Ah, yes, don't go in there. Ah, yes, sir. And avoid all sorts of physical contact with the witch. Sorry. Ah, yes. That was the end of their conversation. 180 cm tall with wide shoulders and a muscular body. Funnily enough, the 15-year-old Yu Jitae, who was more mature compared to others in terms of appearance, was in fact a lot slower than others when it came to those things, since only the important pieces of information were sent to him one by one. Knowledge on those things that were deemed the most unnecessary weren't shared. What in the world did physical contact have to do with the bedroom? Inside the memories sent by Yu Jitae were strange sounds and strange gestures. Who, after heaving a sigh and mentally preparing himself, Clone 2 walked into the building through the gaps between the petals of the large tulip. The petals started opening up and revealed the inside of a large palace in front of Clone 2. Although the long corridor was high and wide, it was empty, and since not a single person was inside the well-ornamented building, it gave off a surreal atmosphere. Before long, the air in front of Clone 2 got dissected and showed four things inside that were protecting the house. They were large soldiers with grey, full-plated armors, living armors with a dense demonic aura. The Death Knights flickered their red eyes. I have come to meet Miss Witch, Valentine, said Clone 2. We've been expecting you. Go in. Letting go of his discomfort, Clone 2 pushed open the golden doors that were between the Death Knights. Inside, on the throne resembling a blossoming flower, a woman was sitting down. The large breasts that were unthinkable to be that of a human's reached his eyes first, but he quickly realized it was rude and raised his eyes a bit more. Wearing a red dress, flashing golden ornaments, and a decadent pair of eyes. The room was filled with a stinky and dirty smell, as if animals had been mating inside it. Finding that unpleasant, Clone 2 had to manage his facial expression. Soon, the marble-like voice came flowing out of her mouth. Welcome. Clone 2 looked at her. The mage who had grasped the world's #1 sorceress spot for the entire time ever since the new era. The former rank 1, who at the same time used to be the leader of the association. The witch, Berry Valentine, opened her mouth with a coquettish voice. Little boy, Antonio Jefferson was living through hell. The disappearance of his close brother, the shadow human-owned Sungo, was the start of his hell. Ever since he disappeared, Jefferson endlessly looked for him and even applied for a vacation to do so. Usually, he would spend this time doing the intriguing hobby of his, but he had long washed his hands off it. However, he was nowhere to be found, and Jefferson had to hire another person to look for him. It was his own younger sister, who knew own Sungo for a long time herself. She, too, was a world ranker in the hundreds, and if it was her who was a veteran at chasing others, he was certain that she would definitely be able to find a trace of own Sungo at the very least. At the same time, the association started to move. Aside from Jefferson, they began looking for own Sungo with their own search party. The association was more aggressive at the search. The boss of the secret ops that owned Sungo belonged to the Abyss human, Atvash, left on a search mission wearing the Level 3 artifact, WOT Aminus 13, complete stealth-type armor, and started finding clues upon clues. And yet just this morning, the two of them disappeared. A long-time brother who sincerely cared for him, his sister who had cried at her engagement ceremony last week, when the key personnel of the association and an important artifact had disappeared on top of that, as the chief aide of the association, as the brother of a long-time colleague, and as the brother of his younger sister. Jefferson greatly despaired from the depths of his heart. The problem was that the association was still not aware of how he was at the center of this incident. He would love to go there and let them know immediately, but there was nothing he knew about the opponent. In other words, it would be meaningless even if he let them know about it. Sitting down, the man finished smoking through an entire pack of cigarettes and placed his hand on his forehead. Drop that was when a paper airplane flew across and tapped him by the leg. He opened it and found a city name, a cafe and time. It was the message from that guy. At an old age, he was still unmarried and was still living with his family. Going back home, he found his mother sobbing while hugging his sister's photo, crying where she suddenly went off to. Looking away from his mother and pushing the maid away, he entered the dressing room himself and took out a tuxedo. It was the suit he first bought when he started off at the association, and when he placed the suicide-oriented necktie artifact around his neck. The old man who was drunk from attention by bashing people up every weekend, that disgraceful old man was no longer there. He looked at the mirror. The man inside the mirror doing his necktie was the soldier who rose to be the chief aide of the chairman with his ability alone, Antonio Jefferson. There were two reasons why his lord Yu Jitae was looking for this pathetic and wasted soldier. This man who was forced to spend his life like a watchdog of the chairman was unexpectedly extremely gifted at military tactics. Looking back in the previous iterations, in the upcoming Second Great War, Jefferson prepared the right people at the right time and led the regional wars against monsters and demons to victory. The biggest achievement worth having a big talk on was how he was able to kill a catastrophe-ranked demon with just 7 rankers. Considering how it was highly likely to fail even when trying to kill a catastrophe-ranked demon with dozens of rankers, it was a superb achievement. That happened in every iteration, and remained a fairly surprising event even inside Yu Jitae's memories. In the closest iteration, the 6th iteration, that incident was recorded in history as such, Operation Blue Sunday. So when Clone One first met Antonio Jefferson, he was unable to hide his disappointment. The man was deplorable and pathetic. Could this immature old man become a genius of military tactics no matter how much time he was given? That was a doubt that appeared in his mind. However, I am Antonio Jefferson, the chief aide of the chairman. The man who arrived at the cafe was slightly different. His calm and sunken gaze and an even deeper voice echoed with a sense of determination. Judging from how you've done all this to call me here, it can't be without any reason. His words that tried to be leading the negotiation forward seemed natural, and his voice had the power to control the flow. Please do speak. What's your objective? Seeing your attitude, it seems you're still unaware of the situation. No, I am fully aware of it, and there is no problem with my attitude. Do you know what this place could be? I do not. But at worst, it would be a guillotine. I came here ready to die. Since I've already killed my own self, you threatening my life serves no purpose in this negotiation table. He showed a vigorous spirit that showed how he was unwilling to falter in front of the situation and his position. Thus, Clone One changed his evaluation of the man a little. I have no idea why an old generation senior is doing this, but surely you're not doing this for money or people. What you need would be my position. So what political help would you like me to help with? Oi. But changing his evaluation was one thing. In an instant, an unspeakably fierce aura started oozing out of Clone One's body. Don't get cocky. Jefferson widened his eyes. An unprecedented weight that he never felt from the chairman of the association, or the captain of the association's last suicide squad, BM, or even the godlike superhuman Oscar Brzenk, started oppressing his entire body. In the suffocating situation, the man started gasping for breath. He should be feeling as if he was 100 meters deep in the ocean, and yet the man stood straight and glared back at Clone One. Ill be straightforward. In a few years, large fissures will be formed in this world. There will be at least a few hundred that open simultaneously. It will be dangerous. A rough estimate is that there will be at least 3 SSS rank dungeons, and I am trying to stop it. SSS rank. In the records of history, there was one incident when a dungeon of that size was opened. People referred to that incident and its consequences as the Great War. Thinking that this was gibberish, the man's face was filled with half doubt and half puzzlement. Without giving heed, Clone One continued his words. A large cluster of dirty mana is heading towards Earth. It has already started affiliating itself with this dimension, and there will be more and more superhumans that start to feel it. But that will be too late. After the war, the heads of the association have become too complacent, and it's time to reform it. And what? I can steal a person's body and control it. I have the possessing ability which the association considers a taboo. However, I won't kill you and steal your body here. If there are 2 bodies, won't it be more efficient for there to be 2 heads on top of that? If you and I can become friends, we'll continue this in more detail. Soon, a new emotion appeared on Jefferson's face. It was displeasure. What will you say about killing 3 superhuman rankers while knowing we're in such a desperate situation? He asked. Clone One found it intriguing that he was talking not from the sadness of having lost his family, but from the perspective of a soldier contemplating the loss in military power. Scornfully, Clone One gestured with his chin. After turning around, Jefferson's eyes were shot wide open. 2 tables away from them, Own Sungo, his sister, and Atvash, whom he thought had all died, were staring at him. It seemed that the man in front of him had killed their presence with a delicate control of his mana. What in the world was happening? Did they talk about it beforehand? Seeing his sister waving her hand with a smile, his head turned cold. He turned away from his sister, and while pressing down on his forehead, he slowly opened his mouth. I assume there is a reason why you looked for me. Instead of the association, do you guys have a boss yourself? Why are you asking that? I'm curious about what he's trying to do. The whole picture he's trying to draw. Please let me see him once. In fact, Yu Jitae had mentioned to bring Jefferson if he ever looked for him. This would be the starting point of an extremely important plan. The immensely important plan that would involve turning the association upside down, cutting out its rotten roots and the dead leaves that were wasting the water and sunlight. Thus Clone One conveyed its will to the true body. My lord, Jefferson is wishing to see you. Would now be okay? No, I am busy. However, he was met with an unexpected response. He was saying that he was busy in front of such an important task. What could he be in the middle of doing? I have to make Jael's room. Clone One was convinced. That indeed was a little bit more important. Now's not a great time, I'll tell you the time later. See you then. Chapter 196, Closing the Door 1. There was an excited look on her face the entire morning. Staring at the child with a smile, Balm asked, Jael. NNNN. Jael nodded with tight fists. What were we going to do today again? Making my room. How do you feel? Good. How good do you feel? Jael threw her arms wide open and expressed how happy she was. Balm mischievously asked, Aye, only that much. No, then, this much, so only 2 arms wide. This much. This she repeated, saying this, until she had to gasp for breath. After running out of breath, she became dizzy and grumbled, ego like an old man. Balm giggled, but when a man came into the room, both of them turned their heads towards him. Hi Balm waved her hand, and Yu Jitae waved back. When are you going to start? After breakfast. It was on a certain weekend morning. Today he was going to make a room for Jael. You are. Are you going to have your own room now, Jael? NNN. Oh wow, our Jael is already an adult now. Hee hee. Come here, you little girl. It was time for a doonga doonga. When the baby chicken naturally went into Jael's arms, Keel immediately raised the child and bounced left and right. Kayahot, Jael, who usually didn't show off her happiness no matter how happy she was so excited today that she couldn't hide her smile. Oh, count me in too. Balm ran up to the bottom of the 3rd floor and lifted Keel up. She seemed to be having trouble either from the weight or the awkward position, but regardless, she bounced them left and right as Keel, Jael, and the baby chicken chuckled brightly like sunlight. You too, cleaner Argosy. Sorry. Ah, I am good, thanks. Your head might reach the ceiling. Then please do that thing. That thing, you mean that thing? Yes, that. There seemed to be something only Keel and the protector knew of. Soon, the protector got on the ground on all fours and rhythmically bounced its butt left and right as if twerking. Since it looked laughable, the kids chuckled out loud once again. It was apparently funny for them. Ehu, how long are they going to do that retarded four-floor thing? Unable to understand them, Yoram shook her head left and right. Meanwhile, the regressor looked at the kids. As always, Keel was wearing a smile, but since she was extremely skilled at concealing her emotions, Yu Jitae had to observe the child with care. "I'll go outside for a bit then." Chirp. After having breakfast, Keel went out on a walk with the baby chicken, who was slowly growing up to be a rooster. Usually, she would simply walk together for an hour or so, but she started spending an increasingly more time with the baby chicken. Although he mentioned the farewell as a possible case scenario, everyone in Unit 301 was aware that any propositions that left his mouth weren't simple estimates. It was because he wasn't the type to talk about uncertain possibilities. Since that was the case, it could be said that Keel was starting to prepare herself for the farewell. It was something she had to overcome herself, but Yu Jitae decided to watch over the child at the very least. "I'm out as well then." Yoram left for her personal training, leaving only Yu Jitae, Balm, Jael, and the protector in the living room. "Let's start making the room." Wah, Jael smiled brightly. "Balm, take her out and play." "Yes. Please give me a call when you're done." "Got it. Come here, my girl. Let's play outside with your honey." NN. After giving a nod, Balm left the house hand in hand with Jael. "Would you like me to help?" "No, I'll do it myself." Making a room was an extremely easy task, as long as he was keen to do so. Firstly, he opened the shallows of the abyss S and commanded the hands to get rid of everything inside the storage. Soon, the hands left the alternate dimension and removed all the unnecessary luggages. Those were all plushies and dolls that Keel and Jael no longer used, or things like fans that came with the dormitory, so they were practically useless. The space inside the storage had already been expanded. Balm had a lot of mana for a mere hatchling, and it was possible for her to permanently increase the size of a room. In the morning, she had already created a bigger virtual space inside the storage with laws of nature S after his request. Although it would be possible for him to simply call a handyman for this, he decided to personally create the space Jael would be spending her time in. It was because she herself seemed to be wanting that. That evening, he bought the material for the floor and the wallpaper and attached them to the room with glue. He knew how to do it, since he had done something similar a few times through his regressions. He had to receive permission from the residential department, since it was a dormitory. But although the procedure was complicated, the staff immediately gave permission after hearing that it was a request from Building 17-5, Unit 301, as they knew that it was a request from Yu Jitae. Though he wasn't a professional, his skills were more delicate than a professional's, so it started looking decent after he invested a lot of time into it. In turn, it did take a lot of time because of that. During the process, Yu Jitae reflected on the conversation he had with Balm. For some dragons, the lair is the place they live in for their entire life. By nature, dragons were spirit beasts born from eggs. There were some dragons who were born from viviparity, but most were from eggs, and they tended to live in the same lair as their parents. Except for the time spent during their amusement, dragons spent most of their time in their lairs, and for them, a lair was no different from a small world. We can only leave our parents' lair and earn our own when we become adults. The lair of our parents is created according to the preference of our parents, but hatchlings usually gain their own preferences after an amusement, and we can fill our lair with that. You could say it's like a small world just for our own. Back then, after hearing her words, he had looked at Jael. Yu Jitae felt something mysteriously bizarre. A small world just for their own Balm's words remained vividly in his ears. Strangely enough, for him, such words didn't suit Jael all that much. Why, he wondered. Why does the phrase "a small world of their own" not suit Jael? While having such thoughts, the regressor continued working on the room. After cutting out one of the walls and filling it up with the window sill and glass he bought from the industrial district, he attached the curtains. For the time being, he finished creating an empty room. It was already night time, and the kids started coming back to the dormitory one by one, and the same was for Balm and Jael. Though it was an empty room, the size was almost the same as the rooms of her other Annies. The moment she saw the clean floor and the white wallpapers, Jael widened her eyes into circles and froze stiff on the spot. "How is it? Do you like it, Jael? Balm crouched down and asked from the eye level of the child. With blank eyes, Jael slowly nodded. Then she entered the room and bent her back to touch the floor before walking to the walls and caressing the wallpapers. When opening and closing the window, she had to stand on her toes to reach it. Yu Jitae and Balm quietly watched the child observe her room. There was nothing in it, and yet she gazed at the room wondrously. I think she's not used to it, whispered Balm, finding her cute. It is her first time having her own room, replied Yu Jitae. Only after scanning through every corner of the small room did Jael finally turn back towards Yu Jitae. The child gave a bright smile. Is it my room? Yeah, it wasn't even that hard, and the child enjoying it so much made him feel content. Oh, what? It was actually done in just one day. Ho. Keel and Yoram also walked into the room and glanced around with intrigue. However, Jael suddenly blocked Yoram from the front. What you doing? Unnie is not allowed. Ha, what the heck is that? Go away, you blue idiot. Let me have a look too. Yoram charged in, and although Jael tried to stop her, she lost in strength and rolled on the ground. A red dragon had entered the personal space of a blue dragon. The opposite almost never happened. Jael almost never went into her room, so she was discontent with the situation. Crossing her arms, she glared at Yoram. However, Yoram laid down in the middle of the room without even sparing her a glance. What are you looking at, you appetite-stealing idiot? HMPH. Chili pepper dragon. What? Get out of my room. Don't want to, though. You mad? This is my land, is it? I'm up here on it. Then it would be my land, yeah. After saying that, Yoram immediately began unzipping her pants. Frightened, Jael hurriedly stopped her and Yoram laughed like a witch. That was when Yu Jitae called the child. Come here, Jael. Ah, yes. When he called her, she came toddling towards him. The room's empty, yeah, nod nod. From now, you and I will be filling this room up. Fill it up. You see how there's nothing in it right now. NN. Your room also needs stuff like a bed, a wardrobe, and drawers. Ah, she was overly intoxicated from the space alone. Belatedly, she nodded with an astonished look on her face. It was only the beginning of the journey of making her own room. What kind of bed do you want? With a watch, he showed her the list of beds of a famous furniture store. Sticking her tongue out, the child touched her chin and contemplated before prudently choosing the bed of her dream. Seeing the bed she chose, Balm giggled. What's that, Jael? A bed? But why a bunk bed? Why not? The child's argument was that it was better since it had two beds. Until then, it was still fine, and Yu Jitae left it. That was until he saw the next furniture of her choice. Why do you want a makeup table? Keel asked. With a wide smile, Jael tilted her head. She seemed to be asking why she couldn't have one when Keel had one herself. Jael, are you going to wear makeup? Can't I? Of course you don't have to. Why, still a baby. You already look pretty without makeup. I see. Although reluctant, Jael removed the makeup table from the shopping cart. However, the bunk bed and the makeup table were just the beginning. There was a lot of useless furniture among the ones she put into the shopping cart. Dude, look how greedy this kid is. What? What's this? Yoram asked, pointing at a cat tower, the framed structure that cats could climb and play around with. A cat playground. And why would you buy that? I saw it on TV. You have a cat? No. So then why are you buying it, you idiot? Although she didn't like Yoramani, her words rang true. I just wanted it, though, Jael mumbled with a reluctant look on her face, as she powerlessly nodded and removed the cat tower from the shopping cart. Next, she also had to get rid of the air purifier and the fridge. There was also an elegantly crafted golden toilet, which would serve absolutely no purpose in her room, so Yu Jitae removed that for her as well. It seemed that Jael had some fantasy about decorating her own room. She appeared to be greedily trying to fill it up with things she liked. They had to be all removed. Jael, you don't even play with toys, though. At last, even her toy display stand was removed, so with wide eyes, Jael glared at Yu Jitae, Balm, Yoram, and Keel one by one. She heaved a sigh before lifting the cap that was placed over her head. Then she threw it on the ground. It was a protest on her part that she didn't like what was happening. When she glared at her unnies with a resentful gaze, the other kids instead bursted into laughter and chuckled. For now, let's just buy what you need and slowly add one by one when there's more things you want. Even if you buy all this, you probably won't use them, and you'll have no space in your own room either. Seemingly remorseful, she remained silent. However, The regressor knew of one phrase that could immediately get rid of all the blue hatchling's sorrows. What if you have no space to put the fish tank in either? Jael widened her eyes. What's wrong? Did you forget it? Yes. Then are we buying a fish tank now? Yeah, plus all the things that will go inside it. Her murky expression brightened like a cloudless sky. Let's go, said Yu Jitae. In response, the child picked the cap back up and placed it over her head. Chapter 197. Closing the door, too. He was a little bit busier that night. Firstly, he took Jael to the warp station and flew over to the United States to choose a fish tank from a special store that sold Spirit Beast fish tanks. They entered a store which was the size of a warehouse, and seeing countless fish tanks on display, her eyes flickered. What are we buying? As always, she asked him about his opinion. It was a familiar question. Whenever they were eating, she asked what they were going to eat, and whenever they were about to play outside, she asked where they were going. And as always, Yu Jitae also returned the same response. He asked for her opinion instead. What do you think? Something big or small? Big. She toddled forward and pointed at the fish tank that was placed at the very center of the warehouse. The fish tank was so large that it was more like a glass sculpture than a fish tank at this point. Its height alone reached 5 meters. That's big. Is it too big? It wasn't like he couldn't do it if he expanded the room even more with the alternate dimension. Yu Jitae was about to give his approval when one of the staff smiled embarrassedly. Sorry, miss, but this fish tank over here is an order-made one. Order-made. It already has an owner. Jael turned towards Yu Jitae. Yu Jitae shook his head. Jael, who only recently learned how to relent, begrudgingly returned a nod with her lips in the shape of an upside-down V. How's that one? He then pointed at a cubicle fish tank. It was big enough considering that it would be placed in a room, but the child shook her head. Too small. Is it small? I think it would be enough for hundreds of fish. Small. She cautiously shared her thoughts, seemingly trying to read his mood. Why was she throwing glances at him? Although he had no idea why, he moved on and recommended another fish tank, a tall, triangular-based fish tank. How's that? But Jael shook her head yet again. What about that cylinder? Jael deeply gazed at his eyes. Even though this time she didn't shake her head or anything, he realized that she had already turned his idea down. What do you think would be good then? He asked. Hearing that, she started walking off somewhere. Thinking that he must have no eyes for picking fish tanks, he obediently followed her from behind. That specific store sold the biggest fish tanks and water tanks in the world. There were at least more than thousands of different fish tanks, including both the big and the small ones. Jael was very careful. Whenever she found something to her liking, she measured its height by comparing it with her own height, before taking a few steps back in order to grasp its overall shape. What about this? When she wasn't sure, she asked for his opinion. Looks good. Really? But it does look a bit too tall. How are you going to feed the fish? Tilting her head, Jael slowly floated into the air, so Yu Jitae had to pull the child down. No, I mean the fish tank will reach the ceiling. I see. With a nod, Jael departed searching for another fish tank. Seeing that, he felt that same bizarre feeling once again. Right now, Jael was immaculately considering something that suited herself the best. But for some reason, that whole process didn't suit Jael in his opinion, and gave off the same feeling he got a few days back. He felt doubtful once again. What was this feeling? However, his thoughts couldn't last for long. At last, Jael found her ideal fish tank. The fish tank, shaped like a rectangular prism, had a decent size and height, just enough to fill one whole side of her room. Yu Jitae paid for it on the spot, and also bought additional components like rocks, seagrass, fish, and more. As for the most important element, the water, he ordered for water that was drawn from an SS-ranked underwater cave dungeon, which had the most amount of mana embedded within. The water would stay clean without the need to maintain it, and contain the most abundant amount of clear water attribute mana. When she received a small glass sample of the water, Jael smiled brightly and rubbed it on her cheeks in joy like a cat with a catnip. Seemingly surprised, the salesperson asked, "Will you be entirely filling up this large fish tank?" Written on the bill was the same amount of money as the price of a building in Seoul. He paid for it on the spot. His bank account was now quite empty, so he would soon need to scavenge through dungeons at night and sell whatever was in it. That's what he had been doing the whole time whenever he needed money. and money was not a problem since he could earn a large amount of money within a very short amount of time. Throughout the process, his mind was still on the faint scenery that didn't suit Jael. Do you want to have a meal before we go back? NN. Even when they were having a meal at a restaurant, even when the child was holding the burger of her choice preciously with her two hands, even when Jael asked him to buy a necklace at a nearby jewelry store, even when she asked for a hug so that she could wrap the same necklace around his neck, and even when she was disappointed after realizing that the necklace targeted at females didn't suit Yu Jitae. He continued pondering on the doubt, but failed to find the right answer. In any case, the time he spent alone with the child was not too bad. She especially liked general stores a lot. "What's this?" Pushing forth a small box, she asked. It was a toy/instrument that made a sound when wound up. "Looks like a music box." Music box. When Yu Jitae turned the handle, it soon gave off a gentle melody. Her chin slowly dropped. You like it?" "Yes." Even though he bought it for her, she gave the music box to him as a gift. "Why are you giving me this?" "Just because." Although he was still feeling strange from being unable to find the reason, he nonetheless received the gift. He then chose something else and gave it to the child as a gift. The general store happened to have a piggy bank with a red head. Remembering the $2 he received from Jael, he bought the piggy bank and also gave the child 450C coins. "What's this?" "A money bank." "Money bank. You can save money inside it. If you want to save coins and notes from now on, you can put them in here, like this." While saying that, he threw a coin into it. Jael giggled and also put in the coins she got from him one by one. Then she shook the piggy bank in joy. However, she suddenly stopped and seemed discontent for some reason. She bought a permanent marker and colored the red head of the piggy bank in blue. Seeing that, his strange feelings increased all the more in size. The next day, workers carried the fish tank and installed it inside Unit 301. Finally, Jael was able to attain her long-desired large fish tank, water, and several tropical fish. Although the water tank was still relatively empty, more could be added one by one, so it was practically almost done. She herself was calm while the other kids created more fuss than her. "Oh, fuck. That's pretty dope. It's my room." "Amazing, right?" Even Yoram acknowledged it. "You are. What's this?" "Jael's room is the best." And Keel gave a loud round of applause. "Really? Do you want to change rooms with me?" "No." Keel chuckled, and so did Jael. "What about for just one day?" "No, 1 hour. Don't want to. Wah, Barmani look. Just because she has her own room now, you know. She's like being mean to me." When Keel jokingly talked about her disappointment, Jael wrapped her arms around Keel's stomach and hugged her, saying sorry. Finding that cute, Keel hugged the child back by her head. "Come play anytime," but Jael did not give her room away until the end. "Can I come to play as well?" asked Balm. NN. Bending her legs, Balm matched her line of sight and looked into Jael's eyes. "Guess we can't sleep together anymore. It'll be lonely." "NN. Me too. But you can come to Unnie's room whenever you're scared." "Okay." Jael returned a nod. After looking around the room, the three of them left, leaving only Yu Jitae and Jael inside it. Sitting on the lower bed of the bunk bed, she stared blankly at him, and he looked back at the child without avoiding her eyes. They were done decorating the room, and it was time for the child to take a rest now. "Good job both yesterday and today. Take a rest now." The child remained silent while he turned around and was about to leave the room. The bizarre feeling he got a few days back, when Jael asked for a room in the middle of the night, was now about to overflow like a glass of water filled up to the brim. Perhaps it was just a normal feeling for others, and him feeling strange might just be because he had been way too distant from daily lives. Thinking that, he was about to move his feet. Tap, tap, tap. He heard footsteps from behind. Soon she hugged him by the waist, and when he looked back, the child gazed up into his eyes with a slightly anxious look on her face. "Thank you." He casually replied, "Yeah," and the child released him. However, now that he was trying to close the door from a few steps away from the room, he was able to see the whole room in its entirety. The size of the room was similar to the rooms of other kids. However, perhaps because of the abnormally enormous fish tank behind her, Jael, standing all alone, appeared conspicuously smaller in comparison. When he looked into the eyes of the child, he could remember the baby with water-colored hair sitting down on the living room floor, unable to even stand properly, looking into his eyes. Plus, he could also remember her mouth that was unable to speak, mumbling for words. Only then did the regressor have a faint idea about the identity of the emotion he was feeling right now. Until now, Jael had belonged to Yu Jitae. It was him that chose to make her wear Keel's t-shirt. It was him that bought her food to eat. The reason the child was quiet most of the time was because he himself was a quiet person. However, that was now no longer the case. Jael went shopping with Balm and chose the clothes she wanted to wear herself. Jael ordered burgers because she wanted to have burgers, and she gave him, a quiet person, a music box as a gift. Turning his gaze, the regressor looked at the living room. The music box placed on the table had never made a sound after returning home, but he now felt the need to wind it up at least once. Jael waved her hand towards him. He too waved back. The emotions that had been faint even when she was shedding her skin came flooding in like an ocean wave. This was how much the child had grown. Closing the door, the regressor felt something similar to bitterness. In just over 1 year, the child had grown immensely. She had her own room, and she began experiencing things he did not know of at places he didn't know. Although there would obviously be a limit to how much he wouldn't know about her, the fact that an emotional border had appeared didn't feel that great for the regressor unaccustomed to emotions. The door closed. He couldn't see Jael. The child had her own personal space. The child would be leading her own life now. Jael would no longer play with a teddy bear. The regressor let go of the doorknob. However, an emotion he couldn't describe caused him to unknowingly move his hand. He again opened the door that he himself had closed. The water-colored hair revealed itself once again. She was sitting down in the middle of her room, carrying something in her hands, a piggy bank. Jael was observing the piggy bank after placing it in front of her and turned towards him with reddened eyes when the door opened again. For some reason, there were tears in her eyes. Was she crying? Casually, she rubbed her eyes with her wrists before rotating the piggy bank on the ground until it was facing Yu Jitae. He walked up to the child and crouched, looking into her eyes. "Why are you crying?" "Why?" Jael gave an awkward smile. "Feels like everyone's gone." He had gotten the feeling that Jael had left. However, he didn't know that the child, who grew up in the blink of an eye, was also feeling disordered from the sudden separation. The child did not leave. She had only just begun her own life. You can come out whenever you feel lonely. Can't you? Yes. But when Yu Jitae consoled her, the child turned teary-eyed again as drops of tears appeared beneath her eyes. As she rubbed her eyes with the back of her hands, he carefully hugged her and tapped her several times on her small back. He only left the child's room after she stopped crying. Closing the door, he regulated the strange feeling that had been constantly on his mind. Ever since she was born, she had always been a target of his protection. For him, Jael had simply been a young child, but today she grew up to become a person. Chapter 198 Yu Keel Illustration 90 Years of Service 1. Yu Keel Illustration Time passed. Jael was living fine. She was no longer reluctant to go to school and appeared to be enjoying her school life a fair bit. Sometimes, she talked about how one of her friends had blonde hair like Keelani and how her other friend had black hair like Yu Jitae. It seemed that the other kids at school were a little bit cautious about being too close to Jael, probably due to an instinctive fear. Jael was still unable to fully control her own presence, which would probably give off the feeling of a ferocious beast to children. Even then, she appeared to have become fond of some of her friends, who were slowly able to become friends with her despite her being like a large tiger. These days, Jael was greatly interested in money. She was interested in cash instead of cards. Jael appeared to be thinking of money as something mysterious that could be changed with anything. "Please buy me a wallet. A wallet." Yes, he wanted to give her something good. Thus, he bought a 12 worth branded wallet artifact, which set off an alarm while simultaneously sending its location over to a personal watch when stolen. Not knowing the price of her wallet, Jael seemed satisfied after putting a 50C coin into it. Hee. She was probably slowly starting to understand more about currency, judging from how she was disappointed after hearing how 50 cents weren't enough to buy gummies, which she wanted to try after a long time. Like that, she was slowly understanding more about the world. Phew, it's finally done. On the other hand, Balm wrote a novel up to the epilogue. The title of her horror novel was Out of Sin of Daybreak, a fairly lyrical title. Since the results of the writing contest will only be out after a few months, all they could do now was wait. Good work. You tried a lot over the past few months. Hope it goes well. I know, right? Her response was a little bit unexpected. What? I guess you do want it to go well. Sorry. After tapping her lips several times with her finger, she widened her eyes and opened her mouth. Ah, you're right. Maybe I became attached to it while writing it. Before, I wasn't that interested in the results. It would be good if it goes well after all the effort you put in. Yes, yes. However, there was a problem. It was right before they applied for the writing contest, but while Balm was away from her seat for a little, Yoram arbitrarily typed something on the keyboard. Ah, NN, NNN. After coming back to her seat, Balm checked the registered manuscript several times. Then she called Yoram while biting her lips. Or you, Yoram, there was irritation mixed into her voice, something which Yu Jitae almost never ever heard before. "Huh, what's up?" Yoram replied. "You, what's this? What have you done? You said you haven't chosen your pen name yet, right? So I made it for you. I already had one in mind. Should have said that earlier then. So what was it? Bomi. How's that a pen name? When did you come up with it? Just then," shouted Balm. Yu Jitae only found out today that Balm could let out a voice this loud. A little startled, Yoram frowned before giving an awkward smile. "Really? Then just register again. I can't do it again. Don't carelessly touch my stuff ever again. Okay? NNN. Sorry, you." Seriously, you irritatedly, Balm breathed out from her nose. She appeared to be about to say something harsh, as she repeatedly opened her mouth and bit her lips. She was so mad that her white skin had reddened all the way from her neck to her cheeks. Meanwhile, he checked the pen name registered by Yoram in secret. Out of Sin of Daybreak, author, hair color broccoli, oh no. KHM. A snort left on its own, and Balm immediately turned towards him with a flick. Her grass-colored eyes appeared sorrowful and sad. "Why?" she asked. "Huh, why did you laugh? Was it funny? I didn't. If I get an award, they will call Miss Hair Color Broccoli up to the stage, yes. And because my hair is actually broccoli-colored, it'll become a laughing stock, won't I? Is this funny? No. It's not." Yoram smirked behind when the hot potato was suddenly thrown at Yu Jitae. It seemed that Balm was more serious about her novel than he thought. He was slightly confused, though, since he couldn't understand why she was more mad at him than Yoram. In any case, Balm looked as if she was about to cry even from a joke, so he had to pretend like it wasn't funny as hard as he could. That day, it felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. Time to go to training. Awkwardly mumbling that, Yoram walked away. And as always, she changed into her training clothes and headed towards the door carrying a bag. She was still training on how to control her own anger, but there was no improvement. Even just then, she had to endure her instinctive rage that had threatened to crawl up when Balm gave a shout. This might be partially due to the personality she was born with, as well as the competitiveness of a red dragon. However, it was more correct to say that it was a mental illness than a problem with her personality. There was not an issue with her personality. It was an illness that had to be treated. The best Yoram could do was find out how angry she would get in certain situations and avoid that situation altogether. In other words, she had no actual control over her anger. If being unable to control her own anger came to her as a great issue, he would have to put a safety pin on Yoram. He knew how to put it on. It was something he coincidentally discovered towards the end of the 5th iteration. But if he were to put on the safety pin, he might have to push this red hatchling into extreme limits. It was an extremely violent and merciless method. Yoram would be in pain, and he would have to force through it no matter how much of a pain she was in. Back then, he didn't think much about it, but now that he was looking back at it, it was a method that left a bitter feeling on his tongue. He hoped that he would never have to do it ever again. "What? What you looking at?" While tying her slightly longer hair into a ponytail, Yoram asked. He shook his head, while hoping that a good result would repay her for her hard work. "See you later," he said. "Yeah, and you Keel." These days, she started consciously creating more distance between herself and the baby chicken. She left the house alone more often than before. This was similar to intentionally throwing herself out into an environment without the baby chicken. It might be because she had received a portion of BYS memories and emotions, but it was an extremely rational decision on her part. And later, when Balm was looking for Keel, she returned after buying a baguette by herself and waved her hand with a bright smile. "NN, why are you filming me? It's for the video to send to the underground labyrinth." "Oh, it's already today. Make a V with your hand." V. It was an intriguing thing in Yu Jitae's opinion that even farewells could be practiced. While it was left alone in the dormitory, the baby chicken chirped around looking for its owner before being carried by the protector into a large, newly bought pot. This is your new house. The protector's red eyes turned into a shape, and cluelessly the baby chicken dozed off inside the comfortable pot. That was their daily life. The regressor wished for it to stay stable as is, and in order to do so, he had to now head off to a place that deviated from daily lives. It was late at night, about time for the kids to stay holed up in their rooms. He was about to leave the house without alarming anyone when Barnes slowly opened the door of her room. Their eyes met, and she carefully walked up to him. "Are you going?" "Yeah." "Will you be back soon?" "Yeah, I should be back before noon." She then slowly walked into his room. He waited for her, and she soon returned with a necktie in hand. "What are you doing?" "Appearance is power." "What power?" "If you look a bit cleaner, people will open up their hearts with a little bit more ease." It was unclear what she had foreseen, but she indifferently opened her mouth. Reaching her arms forward towards his neck, she wrapped the necktie around his neck and began tying it for him slowly. Added on top of the usual business shirt and slacks was an unfamiliar necktie. Balm carefully opened her mouth. "Sorry for getting angry in the morning. It's fine. You had the right to be angry. Don't worry about it." Okay, they were extremely close. Although he felt perplexed, he didn't look away, and because he didn't look away, her face was very close. And because he was close, he could slightly understand why Balm always called herself pretty. Grass-colored eyes, eyelashes, lower eyelashes, and double eyelids. When she lowered her gaze that was on his hair, their eyes met, so he stealthily looked away. How about we do more? Can you sit down?" After finishing the necktie, Balm said that before taking something out of her pocket. It was either a wax or a pomade meant to be used on hair, but why was that coming out of her pocket? In any case, Balm carefully touched his hair and neatly organized his usually unkempt hair. Her fingers caressed past his hair and touched his ears. When she was finally done, she stared at his face with vacant eyes. The distance between them was one for teasing, so he mentally prepared himself. However, she didn't tease him. Instead, she looked as if she was half out of her mind, so he asked, "Is it done?" Yes, thanks. See you later. Stay home." Yes, yes, for a mysterious reason, she didn't tease him until the end. How strange, he thought while walking out of the dormitory. Balm's blank eyes regained focus in an instant. Heaving a sigh, she shook her head and realized that she was way too nervous just then, to the point that she was too late at realizing that a red pair of eyes was staring at her through the gap behind the door. Yoram was looking at her. "Why?" asked Balm. "What were you doing just then?" "I was doing Arjus's hair." HNN. Yoram nonchalantly gave a nod, and Balm also nonchalantly returned to her room. But when Balm went into her room, Yoram sneaked out to the living room. She looked at the chair Yu Jitae was sitting on before reflecting on Balm's expression. Surprise and intrigue appeared in her mind. Wah, FCK. What was that she had found it strange several times, since Balm sometimes leaned her head on Yu Jitae's shoulder or folded her arm around his. When she saw Balm wearing his clothes, she simply thought to herself, is this cucumber into that sort of thing? Stop there. She wasn't particularly worried about it, because in the end, a dragon out on an amusement was unable to have romantic feelings for someone else. During the amusement period, a dragon cannot fall in love with another. It was one of the basic spells casted on the fragment of the Ancient One that was attached to the dragon heart so that dragons wouldn't be overly immersed in their amusement. Naturally, Balm was also a dragon with a dragon heart and also had a fragment of the Ancient One herself. This was something that was personally confirmed by the Dragon Lord before she left on her amusement. So what? Then what did Balm's eyes just then mean? Her eyes were extremely similar to the drawings Yoram often saw in shoujo mangas. If she were to express this in an extremely embarrassing manner, those were the eyes of a woman in love. She couldn't simply ignore this paradox. Yoram knocked on the door of Balm's room. "Hey, you Balm, open the door." "Why? I have something to ask." Chapter 199, 90 years of service, too. What? Just open the door. Don't want to, what? I have something to ask, though. I have nothing to tell you. Balm's voice sounded slightly sharp. Remembering the mistake she made in the morning, Yoram scratched herself on the ribs. Balm was always peaceful with her words, and never had she been so sharp with her tongue. Was she that unhappy with what happened in the morning? However, Yoram couldn't really understand. What was the big deal about a pen name? Hair color broccoli. It was cute, wasn't it? Oi, I'm opening the door. Don't. I'm going in. Don't open it. Yoram arbitrarily opened the door herself. Balm was sitting in front of the table, writing something down in her diary with her pen. When Yoram entered the room, she placed the pen down and closed the notebook before putting it inside the drawer. Closing the door, Yoram carefully moved her feet. My dear Annie, what's wrong? Why are you so freaking mad? NN, I'm really fucking sorry. Balm turned towards her. Yoram thought she would be angry, but there was the same indifferent look on her face, which others would probably make when they were bored with their lectures. However, her voice was lower than usual. Yoram, what? I told you not to open the door, so why did you open it? IFC King said I had a question. If you have a question, do I have to answer it? What? Even if you have a question, I might not want to answer it. I told you not to open the door, and yet you come in and tell me to answer what I don't want to answer. If I did that to you, would you be willing to answer yourself? Her slow words were full of thorns. She was the type to hold grudges, thinking that. Yoram's eyes twitched. Like I said, FCK, I'm sorry. Got it. I'm leaving then. I'm leaving, okay. But as soon as Yoram turned around, a stern voice stopped her feet. My stuff. Yoram looked back at Balm. Don't touch my stuff. Okay, you talking about that thing again, so F-seeking obnoxious. Oi, fuck, I get it, I get it. Did you wrap your laptop with gold or what? Why don't you shove it inside your undies then? Since when were you so attached to your stuff? Unfortunately, Yoram couldn't return any good words herself. Habitually, she grumbled and belatedly realized that her words weren't suitable, but couldn't swallow back the words that had already left her mouth. Soon, Balm's eyes trembled. The trembling was then spread to her eyebrows, and it later even reached the muscles underneath her eyes. All the muscles around her eyes were shivering visibly. What? What's wrong with her? It was when Yoram was starting to be filled with half irritation and half curiosity. Everything happened all too suddenly. Balm abruptly stood up from her seat and picked the laptop up with her two hands. She then raised it as high as she could. Ha! Ha! Yoram was still trying to understand the situation when Balm swung down the laptop towards the table with all her might. Did she really go mad? Immediately running up, Yoram stopped her by the arm and snatched the laptop away from her, right as it was about to strike the table. During that process, Balm was pushed away by Yoram, and the large difference in strength caused her to fall on the ground. What are you doing right now, you crazy bitch? Why are you trying to break this? It's just a normal laptop. Sitting on the ground, Balm heaved a deep sigh. Her disheveled hair flowed down. Balm placed her hand on her forehead and gazed up at Yoram. No, she wasn't looking at Yoram. She was staring at the laptop in her hands. Flustered from the direction of her gaze, Yoram hurriedly tossed the laptop onto Balm's bed. What else can I do? That was when Balm opened her mouth. When I feel so bad. Looking into her eyes, Yoram felt goosebumps unknowingly crawling up her skin. It was the first time she was seeing such a side of Balm, despite living with her for a fairly long time. Was her attachment to her stuff this strong? Crazy. But Yoram realized that if she continued throwing out bad words, the situation might really turn out for the worse. Even she was slowly feeling the irritation surging forth inside her head, as well as how Balm's eyes were starting to twitch again. It seemed that her stuff was some sort of a reverse scale for Balm, something that shouldn't be touched, just like how violence and strife caused Yoram herself to be mad. Perhaps Balm had never shown such a side, because no one touched her belongings without asking first. I get it. I won't touch it, you lunatic. Don't break the laptop after I leave, okay? Fuck, why would you vent your anger on a laptop? It didn't do anything, did it? For now, there was the need to distance and calm themselves down. When Yoram was about to leave the room, Balm's voice came flying in like an arrow and pierced through her ears. Can't do it to you, can I, ho? So she was trying to break the laptop instead of me. What a bloody way to put it, that lunatic. Fortunately, she didn't hear the laptop break after leaving the room, and Balm used the same laptop without a problem the next day. However, because of the way their conversation turned out, she couldn't ask what she really wanted to ask. An awkward atmosphere surrounded the two of them. At night, Yu Jitae flew across the Pacific and headed to the US. Clone One, who was waiting there already, welcomed him. We have been waiting, my lord. Yeah. Clone One was wearing the appearance of a Western man who appeared to be half black and half white. It seemed that he was wearing that look the whole time ever since he came to this place. From now on, Yu Jitae would be acting with a new, virtual identity, and because of that, he had to change his appearance. Yu Jitae changed his face so that it would be difficult to identify his race, and also altered his body size a little. That was when Clone One conveyed a doubt while looking at Yu Jitae's face. "Did you do your hair yourself, sir?" "Why, how is it?" Clone One said, as if discontent. "Looks scary." Yu Jitae already had the gaze of a mental mass murderer, so now that his hair was tidy on top of that, he looked like a mental patient carrying a sharpened knife, ready to kill any time. Someone who was seeing him for the first time would definitely feel repulsed. However, Clone One soon received his memories. Realizing that it was the work of Balm, it carefully chose the next words to say. "I meant that it perfectly suited you to a scary degree." He didn't say anything back. In any case, he had to decide on a virtual identity which required a virtual name. What name would be the best? As always, he wasn't great at coming up with names, and the only thing that appeared in his head was that the names of the kids were in a seasonal order. In that case, Season might be a decent name for him. Soon, Jefferson walked towards them. With his eyes, he greeted Clone One and stood still waiting for permission. Only after receiving a nod back from Clone One did Jefferson walk in front of Yu Jitae and carefully sit down on the chair. He was sweating profusely. "Nice to meet you, sir. My name is Jefferson. Good to see you. Call me Season." Over hundreds and thousands of regressions, there was no one Yu Jitae didn't know, at least inside the association, and the same was with Antonio Jefferson. Since he knew him already, he didn't need to ask questions. And because he didn't need to ask questions, there was no need for unnecessary conversations. "First, you can take back all the guys listed as missing people." Jefferson squinted his eyes. "I assume you won't be giving them back just like that, and how are you going to describe how you found them?" He was fast at understanding things and made the conversation a lot easier. Yu Jitae pointed at Clone One. "This friend here is called One." In that moment, Clone Two's name was also decided as Two. He's a nameless superhuman that had been running wild during the Great War, and his individual power level is above those guys, with unlimited dungeon raid qualification privilege. Yu Jitae's words caused Jefferson to widen his eyes. There were only 30 superhumans worldwide with access to an unlimited dungeon raid qualification, privilege, the so-called dungeon free pass, and most of them were in 2 digits or less. His main ability is in searching and backtracking. As long as he wants to, he can find the location of the witch, Valentine, who hid herself pretty deep. So he's a league above the sloppy search party of the association. Jefferson squinted his eyes. This was another nonsensical story. There was not a single superhuman who was unaware of the fact that the witch was living in secret. However, Rank 1 Oscar Brzenk was the only one who knew the exact location of the witch. It was already more than 10 years ago that the previous Rank 1 had decided to live in secret after her retirement. Who could dare be confident that they could find her? "Why, is it strange?" Yu Jitae asked. "Sorry. Ah, no. That's the scenario you need to say to the association." "Ah, no wonder." Jefferson thought to himself as Yu Jitae continued his words. "You came across him by accident and requested him to look for the 3 missing people, which he did. Using that as the reason, recommend him to the association as a military advisor or something. They have it rough these days with soldiers retiring from their post endlessly, so the chairman should welcome your proposition with open arms. Besides, the military advisor position is also vacant anyway. How was he so knowledgeable about what was happening inside the association?" Jefferson touched his beard in thought. "Please wait. How were the 3 of them able to smile at me? Did you perhaps brainwash them?" The hostages hadn't been returned yet, and they were currently still under the supervision of Clone One. Clone One replied, "No, they haven't been brainwashed." So then, I explained it to them. They understood it very well and agreed with my lord's objective. Explain. It was another nonsense. Jefferson frowned. If someone else had told him the same thing, he would immediately leave the seat after dismissing them as mental patients. However, since some fairly strong people were being serious about it, he found it hard to determine how believable it was. In the first place, the story about 3 SSS dungeons appearing out of the blue was unbelievable in itself. A conversation without any trust was meaningless, since the listener wouldn't be able to understand it even after listening to it. Plus, the listener wouldn't listen to their suggestion even after hearing it. The only things stopping him from stepping away from this frustrating conversation were the undismissible power level of the opponents and the hostages in hand. Jefferson realized that this was beyond what he could control. It wasn't something he could dare chime in and refuse. He was like a child in front of an adult holding a gun. It was okay for him to die, but it wasn't okay for the association to be placed in danger. Due to that, Jefferson decided to act like he was on their side for the time being. For everything to go without a problem, these strong people living in a well had to know what kind of place the association was. I understand. However, I do not think that things would go that easily. What does that mean? The person called one asked in return. Even with the life of 3 missing people, plus my recommendation, the association will investigate the case and determine your exact identity before adding you into the military. It's a military with all the soldiers leaving at this point. Is there still a need to be that sensitive? That's what you've been saying for a while now is not the most pleasing thing to hear. What? Please mind your words, sir. Quang. Jefferson powerfully struck the glass down on the table, but not a single person looked their way inside the cafe, as the sound had been cut off. We are the International Superhuman Association. We move military globally, and we are the only organization that can interfere with the soldiers of every nation ever since the new era. I assume you are aware of that yourself, Jefferson asked. Leaning back on the chair, one crossed his arms and waited. We have 72 troops and over 1,400 rankers. They are our hands and feet. That's not the end. You should know them yourself, the returnee, the druid of regeneration, the wings of the wave, and the sword of the royal family, as well as other countless superhumans, serve the association as its sword and shield. If there is something you wish for, you must tread more carefully. It will do you more harm if you look down on the association. No matter what revelation you received, no matter what prophecy you're following, if you recklessly try to push that forth, it will be nothing more than senile words of retired superhumans for the association. You have to be more meticulous and elaborate. Jefferson widened his shoulders like a frilled neck lizard opening up its frill. Although he sounded impudent, he was advising them to be more careful when dealing with the association. This was in fact the same as him trying to protect Yu Jitae, since the sublime association of his should be able to deal with everything as long as Jefferson listened to Yu Jitae on the outside. However, since there was no reason for Jefferson to protect Yu Jitae, it seemed that he was saying that to protect the hostages. Jefferson appeared to be thinking of Yu Jitae and Clone One as old seniors of the past generation, like the eccentric men living secluded lives, who were unaware and ignorant of the association, who believed in nothing but their individual strength, which helped them survive through the harsh times of the Great War. Jefferson had no idea. In the first iteration, Yu Jitae was a soldier under the association. In the second iteration, Yu Jitae was the centurion of the association's platoon 107. In the third iteration, for a short period of time, Yu Jitae was the brigade commander of the 10th Brigade under the association. In the fourth iteration, Yu Jitae was a member of the Grand Natural Society, while also being the commander of the second corps of the association, although for a short period of time. After ranking third, he took the role of the vice-captain of the association's final suicide squad and was chosen as one of the 5 transcendents. And in the fifth iteration, he was the chairman of the association for around 10 years. Antonio Jefferson. Yes. How long have you been of service for the association? Well, around 25 years. Why would you ask that? In total, Yu Jitae had been working for the association for around 90 years, and this was even longer than the history of the association. As if talking to a pitiful person, he opened his mouth. Nothing. Stop being cocky and just call them. Chapter 200, Transcendent 1, call them. Don't tell me you're trying to start the plan you just mentioned just like this. No, you can't do that. That's absolutely way too unprepared. I might be able to say some stuff myself, since I can just say later on that I was simply talking nonsense. But what you're trying to do, sir, is on an entirely different scale. You might not even be able to be allowed into the association. However, Jefferson was made to call the association. And that day, Yu Jitae managed to enter the association straight away. So you did somehow make it, but it's only just the beginning. When they start investigating with the search party, they will immediately try to identify the truth behind the way you've saved the hostages. What will you do when they don't find any proof? The superhumans belonging to the association that were skilled at searching retraced how Clone One found the hostages, with reference to his testimony, and soon found proof. I see, so you have prepared evidence already, but now you need to go through an interview with the HR department. Those guys are meticulous, and their eyes are abnormally remarkable. They managed to find 4 demons from 2270 new superhuman recruits. Can you hide all the suspicious points from them? Yu Jitae took the interview and wasn't discovered. How in the world no, even then? Asking for the military advisor position straight away is pushing it too far even in this situation. Well, the position is indeed vacant, and it's also true that there aren't many military authorities right now. But even then, how would you become a military advisor simply based on your ability to track other people? Jefferson's opinion was that it might be too obvious that he was acting in collusion with Yu Jitae. Just do it, said Yu Jitae. It might render all the effort thus far meaningless. Do it. I cannot. Please be a little bit more prudent. This time, Jefferson was stubborn. However, when the report about the investigation was sent up by the search party, the higher-ups thought very highly of Clone One's tracking skills, and Jefferson soon received a call from the chairman of the association. The next day, Clone One became the military advisor. It shouldn't work. None of them should have worked. So why did they all work? At this point, Jefferson thought the world was being mischievously manipulated by someone, with him being a clown in the center. Right? How could these things ever make sense unless it was the Truman Show? Help me meet the head of the Military Strategy Council tomorrow. That would most definitely not work. The head military strategist wasn't a random bloke. She would definitely spot something strange from these people and obstinately try to find the truth from them. Where's your reply? You think it won't work? But at this point, Jefferson couldn't even put such doubts into words. I will try. On the way back, Jefferson contemplated. Things like their identities could have been approved because of the credibility behind his name, because of the 25 years he stayed loyal to the association. But even then, other elements must have been proven solely with their ability, but this was unbelievable in itself. The search party was none other than the investigation authority of the association. Even if there were 0 people that dedicated their lives to tracking skills alone, there would still be 10 legendary veterans, and the leaders of the association's search/investigation party were definitely those 10 veterans. They were already standing high above in the skies, with no one above them. However, all the superhumans that saw the tracking skills of that guy called One all said the same thing. Haha, Mr. Jefferson. The Lakoff tracking arts that I've trusted in for 35 years, ever since I started at 12, was shaken from its core in just 35 seconds. In just 35 seconds, that person flipped the theories I had faith in. And yet even now, I can only understand half of the skills he used. They said with dejected voices. It wasn't just the tracking skills. One was a superhuman who went against common sense even more, evident from how the high rankers who had been the interviewers of his interview were astonished. His understanding of military tactics are incomparable, his mana and killing intent were unimaginably high. I dare say that he is either a 2-digit ranker or even higher. He was extremely wise and experienced with wars. As you said, he must be our senior warrior, who had weathered through the Great War. Jefferson was still half in doubt at this point. However, hearing the words of the head chief of the association's Military Strategy Council, Yu Jitae, made him feel miserable inside. Old man, how did you bring these insane people, wearing circular-framed glasses and a tidy ponytail? Her rather dry eyes appeared to have a gun breathing within. Yu Jitae, this Chinese woman, who was in her late 30s, in charge of the association's military tactics, rarely ever complimented other people. Because of that, Jefferson had to ask what she meant when referring to both One and Season as insane people. Did the two of them do something wrong? He asked. What do you mean? Then what is it? With the two of them taking the military advisor seats, the association can expect an explosive growth in overall power. It's to an astonishing degree. You should have brought them earlier if you had that kind of connection. Is it that much? How much more in numbers? 112. In just 1 year. Yu Jitae was a superhuman with a unique computer inside her head. The calculations she made were never wrong. Jefferson was thus shocked. 2 people increasing the military power by 12 in just 1 year. He had never heard of anything as absurd as that in his entire life. Anything else you reckon won't work? A few days later, when Season, the boss of One, asked him that, Jefferson shook his head. What in the world was happening? Cluelessly, Jefferson replied with a sigh. What do you want me to do now? Help me meet the chairman. But Season's next words caused Jefferson to make a fuss instinctively. They were practically being ignorant of how high the heavens were, and after somehow managing to reach a building top and a mountain top, he was trying to reach outer space now. That will definitely not work. Jefferson wanted to cry. This time, it seemed that it really wouldn't work. Well, it was true that it was still premature to meet that busy old man. The time one needed to stabilize himself as a relatively important figure inside the association was just 2 weeks. And while he was at it, Yu Jitae, was also able to get a spot inside the association as a comrade of Clone One. The two of them were superhumans beyond the realms of standard regulations, and since the association was currently having less and less personnel, they welcomed them with open arms. Of course, the association won't be offering them any tasks that were significantly important for the next few years, and some people could be spotted stealthily observing them from time to time. This large living and breathing organization was watching the two of them. For the time being, they needed to earn their trust. During the day, Ujiti spent time with the kids at Lair and entered the headquarters of the association at night when it was time for the hatchlings to fall asleep. At the association, he worked as a fourth-grade agent and fulfilled his task as a military advisor. His role as a military advisor was simple. He had to have a meeting with the ones in charge of each corps and give them realistic and substantial advice on how to improve their military output. Over the next 2 weeks, without resting for a single day, he met the heads of both large and small squads of the association and talked about their military prowess. How were you able to discover all those points in such a short period of time? There were no words he could say in return to one of the captains who asked, with an astounded voice. After all, Ujiti couldn't tell him that it was something he found out after staying in their camp for 4 years and a half. Ujiti wasn't that wise when it came to military science. There was a limit to how much wisdom he could build up with experience alone. However, there was a history he built up over his life and 90 years of service. Countless solutions were revealed during that process. It was as simple as following the good examples of the past, and those were therefore effective. Just do as I tell you to. Don't ask anything. Ah, yes. But approaching something always required caution and sufficient time. This was the case in both organizations and interpersonal relationships. Side effects were inevitable if one was in too much of a hurry. As if to prove that, in the following morning when Season 1 and Jefferson were having breakfast together, a woman appeared in front of them. "Hello, my name is Kang Arjun, and I have come from the association's command center." She was a Korean who looked like a puppy, just like her name. She looked pretty just like other superhumans, but her smiles appeared especially more innocent, so Jefferson replied with a wide smile. "Nice to meet you, Miss Arjun. I'm Antonio Jefferson, but Command Center. I haven't heard anything regarding this. Following the order from the 5th Command Room, I am here to assist you." Ah, the 5th Command Room, how there was a special title given by the association to the 5 strongest living superhumans. 5 Transcendents of Kaliavan. This included BM, the current rank 2, rank 3 Hellion, and a veteran ranker from the past generation, Christoph, as well as other powerhouses. The 5th Command Room was a unique department of the command center dedicated for the Transcendents. It was a group that did not share information with anyone else apart from the chairman of the association and the members of the 5th Command Room. "We don't really need an assistant, though," replied Clone 1. "I've heard that we were dealing with venerable sirs. It would be much appreciated if you could see it as the thoughtfulness of the 5th Command Room." While smiling from her eyes, she referred to herself as one and you Jitty's assistant. "You might be taken aback since it's our first meeting, but please do rely on me. I can do several things. For example, which simple errands. I can make good coffee as well." She didn't receive a good reception but smiled instead and added, "Is that too simple? Then how about this? I belong to the 5th Command Room, and I have my name value. When it comes to tasks inside the association, I can add some weight behind my words. Even things that require a fair amount of authority should mostly be done if I say it. So you can think of me as a decent human drain opener. Very talkative as well, I see. Of course, I am good at listening, and am also good at staying still. Would you like to have a look?" After saying that, Kang Arjun naturally sat next to Yu Jiti with a wide smile and didn't say anything ever since. Some people might feel uncomfortable, but her appearance and tone of voice were mysteriously friendly. How many people would despise a small puppy waving its tail? That was the atmosphere Kang Arjun was giving off. Jefferson was therefore very positive about the idea and thought that the fifth command room must have taken a liking to Season and won a fair bit. However, one didn't have a good look on his face. "Hello, Miss Soldier. Yes, we don't need an assistant. You can go back if you want to. Sorry, I can't do that. A soldier must listen to their given command, and we don't need people working just because of others' commands either." "What do you mean? I volunteered for this myself. Thought you said something about soldiers." "Yes. You see, my dream was to become a soldier from a young age. But when I actually became a soldier, I realized that it was scary to actually fight. Instead, I realized that my calling was to help the ones that fought." "Ah, please, you can trust me on this. You won't find any assistant out there that's better than me." One was still disinclined. "Anyways, good luck today as well, sirs. Let me leave now for my duty." It was time for the chairman of the association to come, so Jefferson left the spot after saying that. He wouldn't come back to them during the next 6 hours or so, while the chairman was staying inside the headquarters. Clone One was also about to get up from the seat for his own work, and Kang Arjun stood up with him. "Hey, miss. Yes, if you really want to be an assistant, don't follow me and follow him instead. So don't talk back and just listen. Weren't you an assistant?" Kang Arjun was put in an awkward spot while the clone forced the baggage onto Yu Jitae. However, it was true that Clone One acting individually was more important right now, so it was correct for Yu Jitae to be the one bringing this woman around. Just like that, Yu Jitae had to stay alone with Kang Arjun. He didn't necessarily talk to her. Without saying anything, he stood up and walked off, and Kang Arjun also stood up and followed behind like a puppy. But in the end, taking her along wasn't the worst thing in the world. Could you please wait for a little bit? We haven't gotten contact from our superior yet. I've gotten the message to come at noon. You still haven't gotten contact. Well, the thing is, there are actually some procedures that we need to undergo, sir. In Yu Jitae's memories, he had never stepped into the headquarters of the association with the position of a mere fourth-grade agent. Because of that, he was about to get irritated from all the procedures that were dragging him behind. "Hello, pass me the phone, please. Sorry. I am the fifth command room's Kang Arjun." When the person in charge nodded with an astonished look on his face, Kang Arjun showed her temper. Just pass me the phone right now. Hurry up. Do you hear me?" The words of a person belonging to the fifth command room gave him a bit more power, and the unnecessary procedures were minimized. That day, his task ended earlier than usual. After the work, he found Kang Arjun wearing a proud and confident smile. "How was that? I'm really useful, right?" She reminded him of Yoram, and he almost gave her compliments unconsciously, but remained quiet. In any case, it should be about time now. Soon, the long-awaited message arrived from the vintage clock, identifying the identity of great hostility. 10. The authority, vintage clock X. Identifies new facts about the great hostility. The authority, vintage clock X. Formulates the data into a video and sends it. An image sent by the vintage clock started appearing inside his head. The first form of the hostility, which if not for him, would push the world into chaos, it started clearly revealing itself inside his head.